Courtyard House, I have a nuclear-powered tricycle. Chapter 1, Nuclear-Powered Tricycle. The feeling of a hangover is truly exceptionally uncomfortable. It felt like many people were chattering away by his ear, annoying Chen Xian and leaving him flustered. Who is it? Early in the morning, lacking such basic manners, what are they arguing about right outside someone else's doorstep? Chen Xian reached out to grope for his phone, but after fumbling for a long time without finding it, he could only groggily open his eyes, and what greeted his vision was a peeling ceiling. Chen Xian sat up in a daze, looked around, and felt as if he were still in a dream. The environment in this room was even worse than the house he lived in when he was a child. The wall plaster around had peeled off in many places, exposing the brick and wood structure inside. The old-style wooden lattice window only had 3 panes of glass, one of which was still blocked off with newspaper. There was a wooden door, and from inside the room, one could see the situation outside through the crack of the door. He was sitting on a wooden plank bed, with only a thin mattress. In the center of the room was a small 8 immortals table, with 2 stools placed beside it. A large wooden box was placed in the corner of the wall. These were the furnishings of the entire room. The next moment, a series of unfamiliar scenes continuously appeared in his mind. I've transmigrated. A corporate slave from the year 2026 actually transmigrated to the capital in 1956. He was still named Chen Xian, but his profession had changed from a programmer to a scrap collector. Yes, his profession was an employee of the recycling station, and still a temporary worker at that. 28-year-old Chen Xian, living all alone, resided in the side room of the left-wing room in the middle courtyard of Nanluoguxiang No. 95 Courtyard. Nanluoguxiang No. 95 Courtyard. Chen Xian couldn't help widening his eyes, put on his shoes, and directly pushed the door open to walk out. In the courtyard, every household was busy washing up, making breakfast, chatting, and bragging, instantly hitting him with a strong sense of worldly, everyday hustle and bustle. When he saw those familiar faces, his entire person was dumbfounded. Shazhu, Su Dumao, Qin Huairu, Bang Gung. Love amidst the Siheyuan. He had truly come into this magical Siheyuan. His later generation self particularly liked reading novels of the Siheyuan genre, daydreaming every day that if he were the protagonist, he would definitely be able to make a splash in this era, having beauties in his arms. The story of Lord Ye's love for dragons was vividly embodied in Chen Xian. He now had the urge to want to die. In this era, people could genuinely starve to death. Scrappy Chen, take some time to clean yourself up. We only let you live here out of pity, stinking all day long that even the dogs outside have to walk around you. A mean voice came from not far away. Chen Xian turned his head to look and saw a plump middle-aged woman with a pair of triangular eyes looking at him with disdain. Jia Zhangshi. Everyone else also looked at Chen Xian, their eyes holding sympathy, disdain, but most were indifferent. Many people did not have any ill will toward Chen Xian. As for saying he stank, that was just Jia Zhangshi making trouble out of nothing. Although Chen Xian couldn't tidy himself up as neatly as others every day, he still paid attention to basic hygiene. No matter what, he was still a temporary worker at the recycling station. If you were too sloppy, let alone the station manager not agreeing, even when you went to people's doorsteps to collect junk, they wouldn't be willing to pay attention to you. It was mainly because the lean-to Chen Xian lived in was separated from the Jia family's kitchen by just a partition. What Jia Zhangshi was thinking was that if this brat was driven away, wouldn't this half of the room belong to her family? By then, knocking down the middle wall would make their own home a bit more spacious. Therefore, Jia Zhangshi basically lectured Chen Xian every day, also hoping to use everyone's strength to force Chen Xian to leave the Siheyuan. Chen Xian's mind was in utter chaos right now, and he was completely unwilling to have any verbal dispute with this shrew. With a numb expression, he prepared to turn back, but then he heard a mechanical voice transmitted to his ear. Ding, the Doomsday Wasteland Survival game is loading. Ding, congratulations player, the Doomsday Wasteland Survival game has finished loading. Welcome to the Wasteland Doomsday world of the year 2956, please start your Wasteland survival journey. Chen Xian stopped in his tracks, standing at the doorway, his entire person feeling somewhat unwell. Transmigration must come with a cheat, this point was written in the laws of the heavenly Tao. However, what did the cheat just say? The Wasteland Doomsday world of the year 2956. This was clearly the capital in 1956. What was going on with this 1,000-year time gap? The Huaxia Base Alliance has issued an urgent report. Although the power of the entire alliance was gathered to drive the Heiying alien race and the remnants of the White Dogs out of the Jiuzhou mainland, a large number of Heiying descendants and White Dog spies still lurk on this continent. To prevent the Heiying alien race and the remnants of foreign enemies from staging a comeback and to guard the peace of the Jiuzhou mainland, the Huaxia Base Alliance will dispatch powerhouses to various places to establish subsidiary bases. Detecting that the host's job is logistical personnel, the host is specially approved to exclusively transport supplies to various subsidiary bases. Every successful transport will grant corresponding rewards. Along with these introductions, Chen Xian found a panel appearing before his eyes. This panel was crude to the extreme, having only a character panel, a quest panel, and a warehouse. Host, Chen Xian. Age, 28 years old. Strength, 12, adult, 10. Agility, 11, adult, 10. Physique, 11, adult, 10. Clicking open the quest panel next, he only found one quest sparkling brightly. As a dedicated transporter, please mark a vehicle for yourself, and the system will perform free modifications for you. Chen Xian blinked. Was this system joking with him? Mark a vehicle. He also wanted to have a car, but in this day and age, aside from officials and wealthy businessmen, whose family could possibly have a car? Beep beep beep, the game has encountered an unknown error, data is being lost. Ding, the game system has detected an unknown data packet and is parsing it. Ding, system parsing complete, update successful, the host can safely continue their wasteland doomsday survival journey. Detecting that there is a vehicle belonging to the host right beside you, the system has intimately bound it successfully for you. Ding, congratulations host, you already possess a nuclear-powered vehicle, tricycle. Chen Xian was utterly numb all over, his gaze falling upon the dilapidated tricycle beside him. This tricycle was assembled by himself after buying parts from the recycling station. Buying a second-hand tricycle like this properly would cost at least 50 to 70 yuan. However, for something like a tricycle, very few individuals would go out of their way to purchase it. In this era, tricycles were either used to pull people or haul cargo, belonging to the category of work vehicles. Which family would have nothing better to do than buy a tricycle and keep it at home? It wasn't as convenient as a bicycle, nor was it as cool as a bicycle. Chen Xian somewhat excitedly reached out to touch the tricycle handlebars, and the next moment, a series of data appeared in his mind. Chapter 2 Lingxi Kick. Name, Nuclear-Powered Vehicle 3-Shaft Cart, Junior Model. Basic data, 2.8 meters long, 1 meter wide, cargo bed length 1.5 meters, height 1.2 meters, standard load capacity 300 caddies. Nuclear power data, simple lead shell microfission reactor, upgradable, 42 centimeters in diameter, 50 centimeters in height, external dual lead shielding shell, hidden beneath the seat, average speed, 80 km per hour, mountain roads, 40 km per hour. Hidden data, 1. Regardless of appearance or internal workings, to outsiders, this is just an ordinary human-powered tricycle. Only the host can activate it, and even when activated by nuclear power, there will be no change in appearance. 2. Infinite endurance, the reactor in the nuclear-powered tricycle can operate at full load for 1,000 years. Upgradable data, 1. Maximum load capacity can reach 100 tons, cargo bed space can be expanded up to 10 by 10 by 10, unactivated. 2. Armored vehicle mode, can be modified into armored vehicles of later generations such as the 2026, 2056, 2256, 2556, and 2956 models, unactivated. 3. Install 3D radar, search range covers a radius of 10 meters, 1 kilometer, 10 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers, and global coverage, unactivated. 4. Will only be revealed after the vehicle is upgraded. Chen Xian looked at these densely packed data and felt a sense of inexplicable awe. With this thing, hauling stuff in the future will be a breeze. Slap. Chen Xian couldn't help wanting to give himself a slap. He was fucking so spineless. With such a great vehicle, he was actually still thinking about going out to pull gigs. This is just like learning how to fly, but your very first thought is to go deliver food. Ding, due to a previous game error, a newbie gift pack has been specially issued. Congratulations host, opening the newbie gift pack yields, white flour * 100 caddies, rice * 100 caddies, pork * 100 caddies, canned beef * 100 pieces, 100 renminbi, active skill, Lingxi Kick. Lingxi Kick, your right foot becomes exceptionally powerful, conducting a reasonable counterattack against any enemy rushing toward you. Seeing that Chen Xian ignored her, Jia Zhangshi frowned and said, "Your tricycle is filthy and takes up space. Don't put it in the courtyard from now on, it's so obstructive. If my bang gung gets hurt by any chance, I'll dismantle your tricycle." Seeing Jia Zhangshi pushing her luck and acting unreasonably, the anger in Chen Xian's heart flared up instantly. I am a transmigrator with a golden finger. If I still have to put up with your anger every day, wouldn't my transmigration have been in vain? Old hag, watch your mouth. Curse me one more time, and I'll smash your mouth to pieces. As soon as Chen Xian said these words, the middle courtyard instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at Chen Xian with shocked gazes, each of them feeling as if they were dreaming. Since when did Scrappy Chen become so tough? Jia Zhangshi didn't react at first, and only after a long while did she realize that she had been cursed by this damn Scrappy Chen. How dare he? Scrappy Chen, are you fucking looking for a beating? How dare you curse my mother? Hearing the commotion, Jia Dongxiu immediately bolted out of the room, clenching his fists and charging toward Chen Xian. Although he had been working for 4 or 5 years and was still a level 2 fitter, Jia Dongxiu's physique was definitely very sturdy. If this punch smashed down without any preparation, it could definitely smash someone's head and bleed. Seeing Jia Dongxiu make a move, the people in the courtyard all became excited. Being able to see such a thrilling scene early in the morning was truly exhilarating. No one spoke up to stop it, because in their view, Scrappy Chen, as the person with the lowest status in this courtyard, dared to challenge Jia Zhangshi. Wasn't this just courting death? However, what dropped everyone's jaws was that Jia Dongxiu rushed up fast, but came back even faster. Chen Xian didn't make any fancy moves, just a kick to the crotch, and Jia Dongxiu directly clamped his legs together and retreated. Lingxi kick activated. Just now, Chen Xian felt that the position where Jia Dongxiu appeared was simply too prime, and instinctively kicked out. This kick could be considered poking a hornet's nest. Seeing her son kick to the ground, clutching his crotch and rolling his eyes, Jia Zhangshi let out a wail and pounced over. My Dongxiu, how are you doing? Oh heavens, someone is murdering, someone is murdering. Qin Huairu and Bang Gung also ran over to look, crying and howling endlessly. Everyone else wore blank expressions, not expecting Scrappy Chen's combat power to be so astonishing. Xiazhu also looked at Chen Xian with some surprise. That kick just now really had some skills to it. It shared the same exquisite craftsmanship as his own family-ending kick. Chen Xian, how dare you hit someone? With a sharp shout, a stern-looking middle-aged man walked out, pointed at Chen Xian's nose, and characterized the matter right away. First uncle, Yi Zhonghai. Chen Xian sneered and said. Yi Zhonghai, if your eyes are blind and your ears are deaf, then go ahead and resign from your position as the managing first uncle yourself. When that old hag Jia Zhangshi cursed me, where were you, first uncle? When Jia Dongxiu came over with clenched fists to beat me, where were you, first uncle? Now that I've fought back and beaten Jia Dongxiu back, you, the first uncle, have finally come out. But the crap you spew stinks so much, your butt is practically about to land right in Jia Zhangshi's arms. Are you the first uncle of this courtyard, or the first uncle of the Jia family? Chen Xian's words were like dropping a bomb in the courtyard. Everyone was so shaken by Chen Xian's words that their scalps went numb and their hair stood on end. This young man is merciless. Yi Zhonghai was choked so badly by the retort that he almost couldn't catch his breath. However, every single word of Chen Xian's was the truth. No matter how thick his skin was, he couldn't refute it. You show no respect for your elders. How dare you speak to me like that? A furious Yi Zhonghai could only use seniority to suppress people. Chen Xian scoffed and said. Respecting the elderly is a traditional virtue of the Chinese nation, but the elderly must first respect and love themselves. If they rely on their age to act arrogantly, I won't respect them. This is the new society now, not an era for you to play the feudal patriarch here. Yi Zhonghai, I hope you don't ruin yourself. Yi Zhonghai only felt a chill from the back of his neck rush straight to the top of his head, and the look he gave Chen Xian became vigilant. How can every word this young man says be so ruthless? If someone with ulterior motives were to hear these words, he would definitely be in deep trouble. You better watch yourself. Yi Zhonghai pointed at Chen Xian's nose for a long time, dropped that sentence, turned around, and went back into his room. Seeing that even Yi Zhonghai was rendered speechless by Chen Xian's retorts, the neighbors in the courtyard looked at Chen Xian in a new light. You little beast, dare to hit my son. See if I don't scratch you to death. Seeing Jia Dongxiu recover and unwilling to suffer such a loss, Jia Zhangshi directly jumped up and pounced toward Chen Xian with claws bared and fangs bared. The next moment, right beside Jia Dongxiu, Jia Zhangshi was lying there again, clutching her nether regions. Lingxi kick, gender equality. Chapter 3 Fuming Scrappy Chen. Seeing that Chen Xian used the exact same groin-kicking move on Jia Zhangshi, everyone felt a chill wash over their faces. This scrappy Chen is truly ruthless, treating everyone equally. Seeing Chen Xian's gaze turn towards her, Qin Huairu's legs went soft with fright, and she slumped straight to the ground with a terrified look, as if saying, "You've kicked both of them, you absolutely cannot kick me again." Xia Zhu, who originally hadn't reacted, instantly glared fiercely when he saw Qin Huairu fall, rushed forward, reached out to steady Qin Huairu, and shouted. "Scrappy Chen, do you fucking still want to kick Sister Qin?" Chen Xian frowned and said word by word. "From now on, whoever dares to call me Scrappy Chen again, I'll kick him to death with a single kick." In Chen Xian's voice, there was an unquestionable firmness. Even Xia Zhu, who had always feared nothing in heaven or earth, swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Chen Xian looked around the courtyard, walked to his front door, reached out to lock the door, and then pushed his tricycle out of the courtyard. "Xia Zhu, let go of my wife, you fucker." After Chen Xian's figure left the courtyard, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Jia Dongshu's eyes turned bloodshot, and he roared in a low voice. Only then did everyone see that Xia Zhu was half embracing Qin Huairu as they squatted there, looking thoroughly enjoying it. Qin Huairu's face instantly flushed red, and she reached out to push Xia Zhu away. Xia Zhu hurriedly let go, chuckled, and said, "Brother Dongshu, don't misunderstand. I just saw Sister Qin fall and came over to give her a hand." Jia Dongshu clutched his crotch, glared viciously at Qin Huairu, and cursed. "You cheap woman, why aren't you rolling back home right now?" Scolded, Qin Huairu covered her face and went back into the room. Xia Zhu looked at Jia Dongshu with some dissatisfaction and said, "Brother Dongshu, why are you scolding Sister Qin? It was clearly that Scrappy Chen who kicked you. If you have any pent-up anger, direct it at Scrappy Chen." Jia Dongshu helped Jia Zhangshi up and said coldly, "It's not your turn to manage our family's business." Xia Zhu sneered, turned his head, and went back to his own home. Seeing that there was no more excitement to watch, everyone went about their respective business. However, Chen Xian's actions just now were deeply branded into everyone's hearts. This scrappy Chen Xian, was different from before. Stepping out of his house, Chen Xian rode his bike to a nearby breakfast stall, spending 4 taels of food coupons plus 14 cents on a bowl of soy milk and 4 fried dough sticks, eating until his mouth was dripping with grease. The owner of the breakfast stall knew Chen Xian, and seeing that he actually ate so much today, he teased. "Little Chen, you're living it up like there's no tomorrow, eating so much in one meal." Chen Xian smiled and said, "I'm full when I eat alone, and the whole family won't go hungry. What's there to be afraid of?" The people around also recognized this scrap collector who roamed the alleys, and knowing that he was 28 and still a bachelor, they couldn't help laughing. "Scrappy Chen, haven't you ever thought about finding a wife to live life with?" A sharp-mouthed, monkey-cheeked young man teased. Chen Xian raised his head, glanced at him, continued lowering his head to eat the fried dough sticks, and did not reply. Chen Xian's glance gave that young man a fright, but upon second thought, a scrap collector dared to look at him like that. "Scrappy Chen, I'm fucking asking you a question. Are your ears deaf?" The young man slammed the table and cursed. Just as the owner was preparing to come over to smooth things over, he saw Chen Xian stand up, walk over to that person, reach out to grab his collar, and drag him right out onto the street with one pull. The young man grabbed Chen Xian's hands with both hands and roared in a hoarse voice. "Scrappy Chen, do you fucking want to rebel? Let go of me, or else I..." Before his voice even trailed off, the young man felt a sharp pain between his legs, his face instantly turning pale white, and his hands immediately covering his crotch as he collapsed to the ground. Everyone who saw this scene felt a tightness in their lower bodies, and the male comrades even more subconsciously clamped their legs shut. The owner opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Chen Xian walked back to his table, slurped down the remaining fried dough sticks and soy milk, wiped his mouth, and said, "Everyone, this kid just said that me grabbing him is rebelling. I don't know if there's an emperor in his family. Whoever knows his parents, quickly pass along a message to see if my actions constitute the crime of executing the 9 familial exterminations. When the time comes, I invite everyone to Kaishiku to watch my decapitation." Originally, everyone felt that this scrappy Chen kicked a bit too ruthlessly, but upon hearing these words, they all instantly became as silent as cicadas in winter. Some of the timid ones didn't even finish their meal and scurried away along the base of the wall. The owner was also shaking with fright. Ancestors, are words like this meant to be spoken casually? The most terrified one naturally was that young man lying on the ground, his dad was actually a minor leader in the district. If these words spread to the district, his dad would probably be in huge trouble. Why is this scrappy Chen's speech so vicious? Chen Xian walked in front of the young man, squatted down, and asked. Comrade, do you think it was right or wrong of me to beat you just now? The young man gritted his teeth, his eyes staring fixedly at Chen Xian, wishing he could step forward and take a bite out of him. Seeing this, Chen Xian sighed, stood up, and said. Then I'll go straight to the police station to turn myself in, and let's see if the police station determines that I've rebelled against your family, and let's see how the government deals with me. Just as Chen Xian was about to lift his leg, he felt his trouser leg being pulled by someone. Looking down, he saw that the young man was looking at him with a pleading expression. Chen Xian smiled and asked. What, you won't let me go? Then tell me, was there anything wrong with the kick I gave you just now? The young man said in a low, gritting teeth voice. There was nothing wrong. Your voice is too small, I can't hear it. There was nothing wrong. Did you not eat? Your voice is so small. I'll give you one last chance, tell me, was I wrong or not? You weren't wrong, you weren't wrong, you weren't wrong. The young man was pushed to an emotional breakdown, roared loudly, and then stood up, fleeing like a stray dog. Hearing this, Chen Xian chuckled softly and said. All right, everyone is a witness. It seems this kid also knows it was his problem. Me beating him was completely right. In the future, even if the public security officers come looking for me, I hope everyone can testify for me. See you later. Chen Xian rode his tricycle, humming an unknown tune in his mouth, heading in the direction of the recycling station. Watching Chen Xian's departing back, the neighbors sitting here all wore looks of utter astonishment. What on earth is wrong with this scrappy Chen today? He can fight and he can talk, he doesn't look anything like that dull and silent fellow from usual at all. As for that young man, quite a few people knew his identity and knew who his dad was. It seems this matter might not necessarily end just like this. Quite a few people with strange looks in their eyes had already slipped away quietly. Presumably, the content of this matter would soon spread throughout Nanluo-Guxiang, though whether it could reach the district level was anyone's guess. Ding! Host has arrived at the designated material delivery point. Please complete the first material transport task. State-run recycling station outside Dianmen. About 500 meters out of the north entrance of Nanluo-Guxiang/South Luogu Lane was where Chen Xian worked. Uncle Zhao, I'm here. Seeing a middle-aged man in his early 40s riding a battered bicycle from across the street, Chen Xian reached out and greeted him. Zhao Taizhu was a full-time buyer at the state-run recycling station with a permanent establishment position, and he was also the veteran who initially brought Chen Xian along to go from alley to alley. Little Chen is here. Zhao Taizhu greeted him with a smile, quite satisfied with this hard-working and dedicated young man. After all, the work at this recycling station was extremely heavy. Not only did they have to go from alley to make acquisitions on ordinary days, but upon returning, they also had to pack and store everything. Without some strength, one couldn't do this line of work. The two entered the station, wrote their names in the sign-in book, and only then changed into their work clothes, getting ready to work. Zhao Taizhu basically stayed put at the recycling station now, handling store-based acquisitions, while there were two younger full-time employees who also went from alley to alley. As for temporary workers like Chen Xian, their acquisition prices were all a bit higher than those of full-time workers. For example, for a caddy of old newspapers, a full-time worker would collect it at 2 fun per caddy, and when returning to log it into the accounts, it would be 2.5 fun per caddy. But when Chen Xian logged it into the accounts upon returning, it was only 2.3 fun per caddy. For 100 caddies, that was 2 jiao less. It didn't seem like much, but accumulated, it certainly wasn't a small amount. If it were copper, iron, or other things of higher value, the price difference would be even greater. However, for a temporary worker like Chen Xian, having a job was already quite good. The full-time employees of the recycling station had a salary of 35 yuan per month. As long as Chen Xian could complete the same task quotas as the full-time employees, he could also get 28 yuan per month. 1.5 tons of waste materials per month. Waste steel and iron had to account for 40% to 50%, which was about 600 to 750 kilograms, mainly because the country was extremely short of steel resources now, so this proportion was very large. Waste paper accounted for about 20% to 25%. Textiles like rags and torn cotton accounted for about 10% to 15%. Waste non-ferrous metals, including copper, aluminum, tin, lead, etc., accounted for 3% to 5%. This was also a hard target, low in quantity and high in value. Finally, there were some bones, waste rubber, broken glass, old shoes, etc., accounting for about 10% to 15%, which belonged to low-value sundries. Chen Xian had always been able to guarantee the on-time completion of his tasks, and of course, this could not be separated from Zhao Tieju's help. Every time it was approaching the end of the month and some quotas had not yet been completed, Zhao Tieju would extend a helping hand to pull him along. After all, he was an old employee who had been doing this line of work since before the founding of the nation, and he still had some connections. Towards this master, Chen Xian was also extremely respectful, buying a pack of cigarettes from time to show filial respect, and eagerly rushing to do whatever work there was. Zhao Tieju took out a notebook, looked at it, and said, "Little Chen, you should go take a stroll around Baimi Shijie, Baimi Beixiang, and Shilo Lane today. You haven't been there for a week." "Got it, Uncle Zhao, then I'll go right now." Temporary workers like Chen Xian couldn't even see the leaders in the station on ordinary days, and they were all managed solely by Zhao Tieju. Ding, detected that the host has claimed the first daily task. Reward, activate 3D radar within a 1-meter range, trial version, 3D radar, all items that enter the radar's range will have their corresponding components detected and their values indicated. Seeing this, Chen Xian's eyes instantly lit up. Holy crap. Originally, when Chen Xian saw this 3D radar before, he just thought it was a good thing for treasure hunting. But looking at it now, this was simply a divine artifact for collecting scrap. The thing most feared in this line of work was getting hoodwinked. Don't think that only the antique trade has the saying of getting hoodwinked, these waste acquisition personnel of theirs were even more victims of getting hoodwinked. You simply had no idea how scheming those seemingly honest people could be. Books and newspapers soaked in water or covered in mud were child's play. Copper-clad aluminum, selling brass as red copper, copper-plated iron wire passed off as copper wire, stainless steel passed off as silver or tin, and what was even more outrageous, gold ingots actually being copper lumps, broken porcelain shards being hyped up as official kiln pieces. Anyway, those people selling scrap all had 800 tricks up their sleeves. Never be fooled by their honest and naive appearance, the ones most easily scammed were precisely by people like this. Chen Xian had also been scammed once before, by a heavy old brass kettle. The body of the kettle was polished to a shine, the brass color was warm and moist, and the spout and handle were complete. At a glance, it was a genuine old brass utensil. Chen Xian had even deliberately tested it with a small magnet, and there was no adsorption feeling, which made him even more certain that this was a brass vessel. The internal recovery price for brass at the recycling station was 4 jiao per caddy, and the unified price outside was 3.2 jiao. This brass kettle weighed 4 caddies. All in all, he could make 3.2 jiao. After bargaining for a few sentences, Chen Xian decisively paid money and took in this kettle. Not only could he make money, but he could also complete this month's non-ferrous metal quota. As a result, upon returning to the recycling station, Chen Xian smugly handed this thing to Zhao Tieju. As soon as Zhao Tieju got his hands on it, he sighed and said, "You brat got hoodwinked." As he spoke, Zhao Tieju fiercely slammed the brass kettle onto the ground, and Chen Xian was instantly stunned. The copper skin on the surface rustled down, revealing the grayish-black waste pig iron inside. "Stupid kid, this is skin-wrapped merchandise with pig iron wrapped in copper skin. It's plated with a thick layer of copper skin on the outside just to fool you young field workers." Chen Xian's face turned pale at that time. Pig iron was 4 fun a caddy, and this kettle was only worth a little over a jiao, but he had shelled out 1 yuan and 2.8 jiao for it. Not only did he lose more than a yuan, but he also became the laughingstock of the recycling station. Ever since then, Chen Xian was extremely careful when collecting scrap, and for things he wasn't sure about, he would keep an extra eye out. Now that his tricycle had this ability, he wouldn't suffer losses collecting scrap in the future. Chen Xian couldn't wait to go and test out the power of this radar function now. Riding on the tricycle, outsiders all saw Chen Xian vigorously pedaling the pedals, but only Chen Xian knew that he was just pedaling on empty air. Chen Xian only needed a thought in his mind, and this nuclear-powered tricycle could move forward automatically, and its speed was as he wished, fast when he wanted it fast, slow when he wanted it slow, and stopping whenever he said stop. With ease and joy, Chen Xian arrived at Baimi Shijie. With one hand holding the handlebar of the cart and the other shaking the rattle drum in his hand, Chen Xian shouted, "Got scrap, I buy. Got scrap copper and broken iron, I buy. Got old clothes and old shoes, I buy. Waste newspapers, broken glass, wine bottles, I buy. Got toothpaste tubes, old cotton, I buy." In these past 2 years or more, Chen Xian had managed to train a loud voice, a single shout could ring out all the way across an alley. Chen Xian's shouting instantly brought the alley to life. The men had all gone to work, and the children were either off to school or running around the courtyard if they weren't in school. Because the social environment at this time was still quite chaotic, adults generally didn't want their children to go out and play. Hearing Chen Xian's shouts, many households opened their front doors and peered out. Upon seeing Chen Xian, many people hurriedly returned home, brought out the scrap they had saved up over the days, and prepared to exchange it for some grocery money. Young man, wait a moment, collect mine first. Young man, how much is waste paper per caddy now? Why has it dropped by another 2 li? And what about scrap iron? This is getting way too cheap. Looking at the group of old ladies surrounding him, Chen Xian skillfully bantered with them while quoting the prices for various scraps. Detected worthless dilapidated waste paper, 3 caddies. Detected worthless scrap iron, 5 caddies and 4 liang. Detected worthless meatless chicken bones, 8 liang. Detected a pair of worn-out shoes, completely worthless. Chen Xian looked at the scraps before him, a sincere smile blooming on his face. Goodness gracious, he didn't even need to inspect them himself, just by getting close to the tricycle, it automatically detected what these items were and even marked down their weight. This function was truly amazing. Of course, Chen Xian couldn't just open his mouth and declare the exact weight of these things, he still had to take out the weighing beam and weigh them one by one. In the past, Chen Xian would argue with these aunties over an ounce or half an ounce, but now his mindset was different. If he could spare them half a liang, he would. If he could lift the weighing beam a bit higher, he would. Those few cents were no longer something Chen Xian cared about. Seeing that today this young man was clearly acting a bit foolish, several families of old ladies wanted to bring out the good things they had kept hidden at the bottom of their chests to sell. Since they had finally run into a fool, how could they not fleece him hard? Beep beep beep, medium value copper coin detected, Anhui 9-star founding commemorative 10 cash. Current market price is 200 yuan, but it is not recommended to sell. This is a national treasure grade copper coin, with only one surviving piece in existence. Chen Xian's hand shook, causing the weighing beam to waver. The old lady on the side said with dissatisfaction. Young man, don't think about tricking this old lady. I already weighed this at home, 3 caddies, 5 and a 7/10 liang. It won't do if it's short. Chen Xian steadied his mind and said with a smile. Don't worry, Granny, I guarantee it's high. Look, 3 caddies and 6 liang, how's that? The old lady split her toothless mouth, smiling so happily that she looked at Chen Xian as if he were her own grandson, and said with a beaming smile. Good, you're a good child. 3 caddies and 6 liang it is. Calculate how much money that is for me. Chen Xian hurriedly fished out the money and dismissed the granny, his gaze falling upon a middle-aged woman who looked somewhat different. Unlike the others, this middle-aged woman exuded an air of propriety and education. Her slightly graying hair was combed meticulously, and she was in high spirits. He had been to this alley many times before, yet he had never seen this woman. A familiar granny nearby saw her and greeted her with a smile. Sister-in-law Zhou, it's been a while. How do you have time to come over today? Are you here to sell scrap too? Sister-in-law Zhou smiled and said. Yeah, I was rummaging through boxes and cabinets these past 2 days and dug up a lot of copper coins. I'd rather not bother going to the second-hand market, so I might as well sell them all to this young man. Sister-in-law Zhou was holding a wicker dustpan filled with over 100 copper coins, most of which were covered in rust, with some even rusted together. That granny glanced over and didn't say anything further. Copper coins of this condition weren't even worth a second glance to them, even the copper coins used to make shuttlecocks for their little grandsons were much brighter than these. You must be Auntie Zhou, right? I haven't seen you around before. Are you here to sell copper coins? Come on, let's weigh them. Brass is currently 50 cents a caddy, but yours are all rusted. How about 48 cents a caddy? Wearing an honest and naive expression, Chen Xian merely glanced at those copper coins before starting to bargain. Sister-in-law Zhou smiled slightly and said. All right, let's do it that way. Go ahead and weigh them. Suppressing his inner ecstasy, Chen Xian reached out to take the wicker dustpan, grabbed a bag, and poured all the copper coins into it. Seeing that Chen Xian didn't even bother to clean off the rust on top, the surrounding people immediately felt that this young man was too endearingly foolish. Collecting scrap like this was enough to lose all your money. Good thing he wasn't their grandson, otherwise they would have beaten him to death. 8 liang, exactly half a caddy. Take a look, the scale is tipped high. Chen Xian handed over the scale, and sister-in-law Zhou smiled, saying, "Well, you really are an honest young man. Hee, never shortchanging weight is our service tenet, it's all about serving the people." Chen Xian's words instantly filled the surrounding people with awe. The teasing look in their eyes disappeared, replaced by a bit of respect. Chen Xian fished out 2 10-cent banknotes printed with a tractor, 1 5-cent banknote printed with a steamship, and 3 1-cent banknotes printed with a car from his pocket and handed them over. 28 cents, please count it. In 1956, there were no coins, nor were there big black tens, those were things that wouldn't appear until next year. Sister-in-law Zhou took the money, glanced at it, stuffed it into her pocket, turned around, and went back home. Chen Xian really wanted to ask if there was anything else at home she wanted to sell, but he was afraid that asking too much would arouse suspicion, which wouldn't be good. Chen Xian tossed the bag of copper coins into the cart bucket and continued working as if nothing had happened. "I haven't seen sister-in-law Zhou in a while. Didn't she move in with her son? How come she's back? Who knows? Her husband ran off to Hong Kong, and who knows if he'll ever be able to come back in this lifetime." With Chen Xian's ears listening to these words, his hands were deftly helping others weigh items, calculate accounts, and hand over money. For over an hour, Chen Xian didn't rest for a single moment. Although the items everyone brought out weren't very heavy individually, there was just too much stuff. By the end of Beijing Slanted Street, Chen Xian was finally able to catch a breather. Because of Chen Xian's generous behavior, the old ladies of Beijing Slanted Street treated him quite well. Seeing him sweating profusely from exhaustion, they brought out water for him to drink. When they reached the corner, Chen Xian could finally hold back no longer and pulled over the bag of copper coins. With the help of the radar, Chen Xian quickly found the Anhui 9-star founding commemorative 10 cash copper coin that was so rusted its appearance was unrecognizable. Through the radar's introduction, Chen Xian finally understood why this copper coin was called a national treasure. The issuing year of this copper coin was 1912, which was a trial-minted pattern coin after the founding of the Republic following the 1911 revolution. It was said that only one piece existed, which had been treasured by a major collector who fled to Hong Kong before the founding of the People's Republic. During the Republic of China period, this copper coin was at the very top of the top 10 rare copper coins. Now, a genuine coin had unexpectedly appeared again in this alley. If word got out, it would undoubtedly cause a shockwave in the numismatic circle. However, this copper coin was covered in rust and in very poor condition. Even if someone were willing to collect it, they probably wouldn't offer a very high price. Ding, radar monitoring comes with a restoration function. It can be restored to 30%, 50%, 80%, and brand new according to demand, corresponding to restoration fees of 3%, 5%, 8%, and 10% of the item's value respectively. Chapter 6, Remnants of the White Dogs. Chen Xian touched the rusted copper coin, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help curling up. He never expected his tricycle to have such a function. If he got his hands on broken cultural relics and the like in the future, wouldn't their value skyrocket 100-fold? At most it was only a 10% fee, leaving a 90% profit. This was undeniably huge profiteering. Only, where should he put this copper coin? If he lost it, wouldn't it break his heart to death? Ding, the vehicle has a 1 meter * 1 meter * 1 meter hidden space that can be used to store items, for a rental fee of only 1 yuan per day. Chen Xian couldn't help but gasp a breath of cold air. A rental fee of 1 yuan a day was definitely not expensive. A hidden space with a size of 1 cubic meter was the existence of an artifact at any time. However, for Chen Xian, who was currently tight on money, 1 yuan a day was a bit much. Looking at the remaining 7+ yuan in his pocket, Chen Xian gritted his teeth and chose to activate the hidden space. In later generations, this copper coin had been permanently collected by the Shanghai Museum and designated as a national first-class cultural relic, making it untradeable. And some rare copper coins with a background similar to this one had been auctioned off for a high price of 5 million renminbi in Hong Kong and other auction houses. According to expert speculation, the value of this copper coin was around 8 million to 10 million. Now in 1956, the country had gone through decades of turmoil and had just regained a little peace, and the value of cultural relics continued to decline. Cultural relics in times of prosperity, gold in times of chaos. According to the radar introduction, even in mint condition, this copper coin would not exceed 1,000 renminbi, unless he met a sincere big buyer who might offer a high price. For example, that collector who ran off to Hong Kong probably never expected that his precious copper coin back then was actually left behind in the country and had even rusted like this. If he could be contacted, it was possible that the final transaction price could reach tens of thousands of RMB. However, Chen Xian naturally couldn't do such a thing. This copper coin could only stay in the country. Besides this copper coin marked as medium value by the radar, there were also several copper coins marked as low value. Although the value of these copper coins was not as high as that one, each of them could still sell for several yuan. Chen Xian didn't wash the copper coin for 20 yuan, but he could afford the few cents to clean these copper coins. Watching beams of blue light slide across those copper coins, the rusted surfaces quickly became much brighter. Within a few seconds, Chen Xian looked at the freshly minted-looking copper coins in his hand and couldn't help grinning. High-tech was simply amazing. Just these 5 copper coins in his hand, if taken to the cultural relic store, could sell for at least 20-something yuan. Of course, Chen Xian wouldn't walk right into a trap. You must know that these waste recycling personnel had strict regulations. Once they received valuable cultural relics, they had to turn them over to the recycling station, and once discovered buying cultural relics in secret, the consequences were very serious. The cultural relic store was also a state-run unit, and all purchasers were on record. However, no purchaser was stupid enough to sell them themselves. Most people had their family members sell them on their behalf. Chen Xian hadn't spent all these years for nothing. He also knew a few people with connections in Lulikang. At that time, a private transaction would suffice, and there was no need to go to the cultural relic store at all. As for why Chen Xian didn't turn these coins in, this wasn't because Chen Xian had selfish motives, it was just that he had previously seen someone turn in cultural relics, only for them to quickly appear in the cultural relic store. Chen Xian wasn't any sort of saint either. Knowing full well that the station master couldn't possibly send these cultural relics to the cultural relic management department, he might as well sell them himself. That way he'd save them from secretly mocking him as a fool after they sold them. After filling a cart with waste materials, Chen Xian immediately went back and handed all the waste over to the recycling station. Seeing that Chen Xian had managed a cart full of things in just half a day, Zhao Taizhu was also very gratified. You must know that Chen Xian, a temporary worker, had monthly performance that was even better than theirs, a group of regular workers. After all, they had a guaranteed income regardless of drought or flood. As long as they didn't fall too short of the monthly tasks, superiors would turn a blind eye and let it pass. However, temporary workers like Chen Xian were held to very strict standards. Not only were there weight requirements, but there were also requirements for various materials, and even a slight shortage would result in salary deductions. After weighing and calculating, Zhao Taizhu wrote a slip and gave it to Chen Xian. Holding the slip, Chen Xian went to the back office and found the accountant Zhou Yumei. "Older sister Zhou, sorry to trouble you." Zhou Yumei reached out to take the slip, looked at it, and said with a smile, "Little Chen is doing great. In just one morning, you've collected so much stuff, you can earn at least 50 cents. Chen Xian rubbed his hands with a feigned honest look and said, "Good luck, it's all good luck." Zhou Yumei smiled, recorded the slip into the accounts, opened the drawer, counted out the corresponding amount of money, pushed it in front of Chen Xian, and said, 6 yuan and 27 cents, count it." Chen Xian didn't stand on ceremony either, he picked it up and counted it right in front of Zhou Yumei. "Older sister Zhou, the amount is exact." "Then you go ahead and be busy, I'll be leaving first." Zhou Yumei smiled and nodded, lowering her head to continue reading the novel in her hand. Chen Xian looked at Zhou Yumei with envy. Being an accountant was truly too relaxing. Ding, detected that the host has completed the first transport mission, obtained reward, 10 points, active skill, Ma Dong Sik Pom. Points, can be used to upgrade vehicles, modify vehicles, and exchange for supplies. Complete 10 transport missions to unlock the points exchange store. Ma Dong Sik Pom, the host's right palm possesses incredible power. With a single strike, anyone will fall into a state of coma. Looking at his right palm, Chen Xian suddenly had the feeling of Duguqiubai. At noon, Chen Xian bought a bowl of mutton offal on the street, and got 2 sesame flatbreads that cost 2 taels of grain coupons each. He ate until he was sweating profusely, feeling so comfortable that he just wanted to find a place to take a nap. Chen Xian rode his bike to a shady spot, covered the cargo box with a tarpaulin, lay directly inside the cargo box, and closed his eyes. Not knowing how long he had slept, suddenly, a piercing alarm sound made Chen Xian snap his eyes open. Looking around, he found that apart from a middle-aged man carrying a suitcase walking past him, no one else had approached his tricycle. And that middle-aged man didn't look like a petty thief, he probably just happened to pass by his tricycle a moment ago. However, why would his radar emit such a piercing alarm? Chen Xian quickly checked the contents of the alarm, and his eyes suddenly widened. Warning, remnants of the white dogs are approaching the host's vehicle, please be careful. Remnants of the white dogs. If Chen Xian guessed correctly, these remnants of the white dogs referred to the Kuomintang who had fled to the island. After all, back then they were called white dogs, which made them too recognizable. Damn it. The middle-aged man who just walked past turned out to be a Kuomintang spy. Chen Xian instantly felt the hairs all over his body stand on end. Coming from later generations, he had no concept of spies and secret agents whatsoever. But in this era, even children knew the slogans about catching spies and secret agents. Chen Xian gritted his teeth, got on his tricycle, and rode toward the person's direction while feigning composure. Chapter 7, Kick and Slap. Scrap Collection. Chen Xian suddenly let out a shout, startling the men so much that he shivered all over, immediately turning his head around and instinctively reaching his hand into his bosom. This action also made Chen Xian's heart tighten. Seeing that it was just the scrap collection tricycle from the intersection earlier, Zhou Limin instantly breathed a sigh of relief, lowered his hand accordingly, frowned, and looked elsewhere. Chen Xian rode the tricycle past him. Feeling that the tricycle was a bit too close to him, Zhou Limin's gaze toward Chen Xian turned very unkind. However, Chen Xian didn't look at him at all, keeping his eyes straight ahead while his heart pounded frantically. Detected 1 high-value CMS portable radio. Detected 2 medium-value large yellow croakers. Detected 10 low-value small yellow croakers. Detected a total of 327 yuan in medium-value renminbi. Detected 1 medium-value Rolex gold and silver-cased pocket watch. Detected 1 medium-value Browning dog tag pocket pistol. Detected 1 medium-value folding dagger. Detected 1 medium-value chrome-plated gold-gilded Zippo lighter. Detected 1 low-value sketching fountain pen. Detected 1 worthless lieutenant colonel appointment letter. Chen Xian only felt his back turning a bit chilly, truly afraid that the secret agent behind him would shoot him. In that suitcase, there was not only an expensive radio but also a lot of gold and renminbi, and hidden in the compartment of the suitcase was that lieutenant colonel appointment letter. Pistol, pocket watch, fountain pen, folding dagger. Goodness, this secret agent's equipment was quite complete. Seeing the other party glance at his pocket watch and reveal an impatient expression on his face, Chen Xian felt a sense of urgency. It was estimated that the person picking him up would arrive soon. If he let them just leave like that and chased after them on a tricycle from behind, the target would be a bit too big. Might as well give it a try. Having acquired the Lingxi kick and the Ma Dong Sik palm, Chen Xian felt that his courage was a size bigger than his head. Chen Xian stopped 5 or 6 meters ahead of Zhou Limin, instantly attracting Zhou Limin's attention. Chen Xian began digging into his pocket, pulling out a box of economy cigarettes, pulled one out, put it in his mouth, and then began searching up and down. Seeing Chen Xian's actions, a flash of disdain appeared in Zhou Limin's eyes. In Zhou Limin's view, this kind of person was no different from the cats and dogs on the roadside. As someone newly promoted to the Lieutenant Colonel Intelligence Squad leader in the capital, he was preparing to take the radio to Xiqing for a meeting. The time had been agreed upon, but the driver who was supposed to pick him up had not arrived yet. Zhou Limin's mood was somewhat unpleasant. To be so neglected as a Lieutenant Colonel Squad leader, he must properly reprimand them later. After searching for a long time, Chen Xian helplessly had to get off the cart, looked back, walked over timidly, and asked cringingly. "Excuse me, sir, do you have a match? Could you lend me one to light a cigarette?" Looking at Chen Xian with a face full of disgust, Zhou Limin reached into his pocket, touched the lighter, pulled it out impatiently, rubbed his finger, and a flame appeared. Zhou Limin still wanted to see this scrap collector show a shocked expression and say a few flattering words to himself, but unexpectedly, with lightning-fast speed, Chen Xian kicked him right in the crotch. Zhou Limin only felt his legs instantly go numb, and then a sharp pain began to spread through his whole body. His body bent instinctively, but his hand firmly reached toward his chest. Because that Browning dog tag pocket pistol was right there. The moment his fingers touched the pistol, he saw a palm growing larger in front of his face. With a crisp slap, Zhou Limin completely lost consciousness. Since it was currently noon and every household kept their doors closed and stayed inside, there was simply no one else around to witness this scene. Looking at Zhou Limin who had already passed out, Chen Xian immediately stepped forward, first pulled out his pocket watch, then took out the folding dagger, and didn't even let the lighter go. That box had a password, but when Chen Xian placed the box next to his tricycle, it unexpectedly displayed that he could transfer the items inside into his storage space. Chen Xian wasn't greedy either. 1 large yellow croaker, 3 small yellow croakers, and 150 yuan instantly appeared in the storage space. In this way, he wouldn't have to worry about money in the short term. He couldn't just take all the money inside, that would make it too easy for people to be suspicious. Using the rope on the cart, Chen Xian tied Zhou Limin up tightly, threw him into the back bed, and rode the tricycle straight to the nearby Dianmen police station. Arriving at the entrance of the police station, Chen Xian braked the cart and shouted toward the guardroom. "Comrade, someone come out quickly, I've caught a secret agent." The gatekeeper uncle who was dozing off in the guardroom immediately lit up his eyes upon hearing the commotion. The uncle couldn't even bother using the door, he actually swooped right out of the window with a whoosh, walked quickly to Chen Xian's front, stared at Zhou Limin in the cart bed, and asked, "How did you know he was a secret agent?" Chen Xian had a loud voice. That shout just now wasn't just heard by the gatekeeper uncle, the public security officers inside also rushed out one after another. Chen Xian said with an excited face. "Just now, I was going around the streets and alleys collecting scrap, and I shouted scrap collection right behind this person. As a result, this person actually instinctively reached out to touch his chest. No matter how I looked at it, this action felt suspicious, so I pretended not to have matches and came forward to borrow a match. This person took out a lighter, which at a glance was high-end American goods. I guessed he was most likely a secret agent, so I went up and kicked him right in the crotch, and while he was bending over, I slapped him across the face, directly knocking him out cold. When I felt his chest, sure enough, there was a pistol there, so I tied him up and sent him here." Chen Xian had a huge voice, and he spoke with great passion. Quite a few people gathered around, listening with boiling blood. While Chen Xian was speaking, the gatekeeper uncle had already started inspecting Zhou Limin. Looking at the Browning dog tag pocket pistol searched from his body, this secret agent's identity was half confirmed. Violently prying open that box, what came into view was that exquisite CMS portable radio. This is a dedicated radio of the Kuomintang. This is definitely a secret agent, no doubt about it. A public security officer on the side roared excitedly. Although many Kuomintang secret agents and spies had been cleared out over the years, everyone knew that this group of people were like rats in a sewer and simply couldn't be completely eliminated in a short time. Therefore, the government began vigorously publicizing the dangers of spies and secret agents, and established the Public Security and Defense Committee, abbreviated as the Security Committee. Streets, Siheyuan, and factories all established them, formed by ordinary residents and workers electing security activists. Just like in Nanluo Guxiang No. 95 Courtyard, one liaison and two deputy liaisons were also established, who are the currently so-called first uncle Yi Zhonghai, second uncle Lu Haizhong, and third uncle Yan Bugui. In fact, they served as intermediaries to transmit instructions from above and report from below. But taking advantage of this skin, they slowly became the managers of Courtyard No. 95. Chapter 8, A Great Achievement. Upon seeing these items, the group of Public Security Bureau officers immediately brought Zhou Limin and Chen Xian into the police station. Director Hao Daming personally received Chen Xian, pouring water and handing him a cigarette. Chen Xian rubbed his hand somewhat sheepishly, took that lighter out of his pocket, and said, "Comrade, this is his lighter. I casually slipped it into my pocket at the time, I really didn't want to take it." Looking at the Zippo lighter, even Director Hao Daming's eyes revealed a trace of burning passion as he reached out to take it and said with a smile, "Comrade, your political awareness is quite high." "Right, I haven't asked what your name is or where you work yet." Chen Xian gave an honest, naive smile and said, "My name is Chen Xian, I'm just a temporary worker at the state-run recycling station on Dianmen Street, going from street to alley every day collecting scrap, serving the people." Listening to Chen Xian's words, Director Hao Daming couldn't help but reveal a smile. This young man was quite interesting, every other word was about serving the people. His ideological realm was truly high. Well said. No matter what the job is, we are all serving the people. This time, by capturing a spy, you have performed a meritorious service. Not only will there be a bonus, but even your job issue might just be resolved. Hearing this, Chen Xian instantly became excited. In fact, the very reason he sent the spy to the police station was for this. In this era, if one wanted to survive well, they must have a backing. If he, an ordinary temporary worker at the scrap station, suddenly ate well, dressed well, and spent money lavishly on weekdays, he would definitely become a thorn in everyone's side. By then, he would need to explain the origin of this money. But now, he had caught a spy, and the reward would be at least several tens of yuan, perhaps even reaching 100. The Public Security Bureau would certainly commend him by then. As long as the head of the recycling station wasn't a fool, they wouldn't push him away, the best method would be to immediately make him a regular employee. For the station head, this was simply too easy. A regular employee under his command had caught a spy. This honor might just allow the station head to get a promotion. With a job, money, and being a great hero who caught a spy, anyone who dared to look down on Chen Xian or bully him in the future would simply be courting death. After chatting for a while, a public security bureau officer walked in from outside and whispered a few words excitedly into Director Hao Daming's ear, instantly causing Director Hao Daming to jump up in excitement. Good, has it been confirmed? Terrific. Director Hao Daming excitedly walked up to Chen Xian, grabbed both of his hands directly, shook them vigorously, and said, "Comrade Chen, thank you so much. The spy you captured is extremely important. We won't disclose the specific identity to you, but you have performed a great service. According to the reward regulations for suppressing counter-revolutionaries and masses reporting and capturing enemy spies, your meritorious bonus certainly won't be little. Xiao Zhang, take Comrade Chen downstairs now to record a complete statement and identify the items. Don't be nervous at all. After returning, do not talk about it either, firstly for your own safety, and secondly to prevent enemy spies from learning the news and escaping. There is one more thing, Comrade Chen. If you encounter this kind of situation again in the future, absolutely do not try to fight them head-on, come to the police station to report. Safety first." Director Hao Daming's earnest and well-meaning words also deeply moved Chen Xian, who nodded repeatedly. Director Hao Daming had someone come to take Chen Xian's deposition, while he himself hurriedly reported upwards. They actually caught a lieutenant colonel leader of the Kuomintang intelligence unit. This was a big fish. Following this radio station trail, they might just be able to round up all the spies on this network in one sweep. Chen Xian pushed his tricycle out of the police station. Arriving at the entrance, the old gatekeeper smiled kindly at him and said, "Kid, well done. If you have any matters in the future, just come to the police station to find me. My surname is Dong." Chen Xian nodded. Uncle Dong the doorman, he was familiar with this plotline. "Uncle Dong, then I'll be leaving first. Keep busy with your work." Chen Xian straddled his tricycle and leisurely rode out of the police station. Ding, detected that the host personally captured a lieutenant colonel leader of the remnant dogs of the Kuomintang, obtained reward, 3-dimensional attributes each increased by 2 points, merit value plus 500. Merit value can be exchanged for precious weaponry, skills, and talents. Complete 100 transport missions to unlock the merit mall. Ding, detected that the host successfully completed the second transport mission, obtained reward, points plus 10, grain coupon *1 gene, cloth coupon *1 chi. Chen Xian was slightly stunned. When did he complete another transport mission? Turning his head to glance at the police station, Chen Xian's heart shook. Good grief, transporting the spy to the police station, did that actually count as a transport mission? This was somewhat interesting. Chen Xian rode his tricycle and continued to his own territory to collect scrap. With money in his pocket, Chen Xian cared even less about those 1 or 2 cents of profit, coaxing these ants and the old lady into smiling from ear to ear. Normally, haggling until their lips were chapped with these scrap collectors wouldn't win them a single penny, but this young man was truly righteous and kind. Not only did he give generous measurements on the scale, but his prices weren't false either. Sometimes if there was an extra cent, he wouldn't argue over it, smiling cheerfully in a way that made people feel quite embarrassed. All afternoon, it was another full cart of scrap, but this time there was no room for picking up any leaked bargains. However, it also allowed Chen Xian to avoid the possibility of misjudging goods several times. Seeing Chen Xian smilingly pointing out the flaws in their items, those few people who wanted to take advantage gave awkward smiles and turned back. This scene also made the surrounding neighbors look at Chen Xian in a new light. After all, nobody dared to look down on a capable person. Seeing that it was almost time to get off work, Chen Xian rode his tricycle back to the recycling station. Seeing that Chen Xian had collected another cart of goods, Zhao Taizhu was also very gratified, helping to count the items and calculate the money. Ding, detected that the host successfully completed the third transport mission, obtained reward, points plus 10, white rabbit creamy candies *10 pieces. It seemed that not every transport mission could yield good things. You brat are not bad. In just one day today, you've earned a little over 1 yuan. Good lad, that big chunk of copper was truly heavy in the hand. Hee hee, Uncle Zhao, isn't this all thanks to your care for me? Here, have a smoke. Chen Xian took out a pack of Pegasus cigarettes from his pocket and handed it over. Zhao Taizhu took a look and said, "Although you, kid, are on your own, you shouldn't be spending money so lavishly either." Take it back and exchange it for economy cigarettes, I won't take advantage of you. Generally speaking, ordinary folks in Beijing mostly smoked economy brand cigarettes costing 5 to 8 cents, and slightly better ones were the 10-cent labor brand cigarettes. People in town jokingly said labor is the most glorious, which referred to this labor brand. Pegasus brand was 20 cents a pack, you could buy 4 packs of inferior economy cigarettes with that. Chen Xian smilingly stuffed the cigarette pack into Zhao Tieju's pocket and said, Uncle Zhao, I ran into a good thing today, but I can't go into details with you right now. In a couple of days, you'll know. Seeing Chen Xian's expression, which didn't look fake, Zhao Tieju was also extremely curious. But no matter how he asked, Chen Xian wouldn't say, only mentioning that it wasn't about collecting scrap, but a truly great stroke of good luck. Seeing that he truly couldn't get anything out of him, Zhao Tieju gave Chen Xian a kick and told him to scram quickly. Chapter 9 One slap for every kid. Chen Xian changed out of his work uniform, put on his original coarse cloth clothes, rode his tricycle, and headed home after work. Reaching out to touch the money in his pocket, Chen Xian felt his back straighten completely. Having money meant it was time to spend, of course. He was certainly not willing to go back and gnaw on those unchewable wawatu. Chen Xian rode his tricycle toward the direction of Yinding Bridge. There was a shop with a long history over there. Kairuji. In the Beijing of 1956, the iron grill barbecue industry had 2 giants rising side by side, Southern Wan and Northern Ji. Kairuwan in the southern city and Kairuji in the northern city, these 2 represented the highest craftsmanship standards of Beijing barbecue. Kairuji specialized in roast mutton, selecting hind legs and prime chuck meat of sheep from the Western Pass, hand-sliced thinly, traditionally marinated, and roasted over firewood, making it the top choice for those who loved roast mutton. Chen Xian parked his tricycle at the entrance, symbolically locked it, and then walked into Kairuji. Now, Kairuji had not been under joint public-private ownership for long, its business was very steady, and there were many regular customers inside. When the waiter saw Chen Xian come in, looking at his attire, he did not show any look of disgust, but asked with a smile. Comrade, how many are in your party? Just me alone. All right then, please come this way, I'll find you a 2-seater by the window. After sitting down, Chen Xian directly ordered 3 caddies of hind leg meat, another caddy of premium mutton chuck, and 2 sesame flatbreads. Looking at the grain coupons and money handed over by Chen Xian, the waiter was stunned. He originally thought this person had just saved up a little money and wanted to have a meat dish to improve his meal, but he didn't expect this gentleman to be such a big spender. The mutton used in Kairuji was all high quality, much more expensive than what was outside. 1 caddy of marinated fine mutton was 1 yuan and 20 cents, so 3 caddies would be 3 yuan and 60 cents. 1 caddy of premium mutton chuck was even more expensive at 1 yuan and 50 cents, bringing the total to 5 yuan and 10 cents. The 2 sesame flatbreads were not expensive, just 10 cents plus 2 taels of grain coupons. A total of 5 yuan and 20 cents plus 2 taels of grain coupons. Fortunately, meat coupons had not been implemented yet, otherwise, ordinary people wouldn't even be able to afford the meat coupons alone. In no time, 4 caddies of meat were fully served on Chen Xian's table. Chen Xian ignored the strange looks from others, stepped 1 foot on the bench, lightly spread the mutton slices on the sizzling hot iron grill, the sizzling oil instantly popping open, and a rich aroma drilling straight into Chen Xian's nose. Rolled with scallions, coated with a little spiced shrimp oil, and then popped into his mouth, Chen Xian only felt an indescribable pleasure surging within his body. Eating delicious food was the happiest thing for anyone. A bite of flatbread, a bite of meat, Chen Xian learned the posture of Beijing people eating martial style to the absolute fullest. Some people who weren't originally into this martial style way of eating were also led by Chen Xian to start eating that way. A meal of 4 caddies of mutton and 2 flatbreads left Chen Xian feeling an indescribable comfort all over his body. Amidst the waiter's attentive farewells, Chen Xian walked out of Kairuji. Unexpectedly, he ran head-on into the young man he had kicked in the crotch that morning. Lu Shui narrowed his eyes, looked at Chen Xian, and said through gritted teeth. You scrappy Chen, making me lose such a huge face, let's see where you can run this time. Brothers, pin him down for me, today at Kairuji, eat whatever you want. Hearing this, the 4 or 5 young fellows following Lu Shui instantly lit up in their eyes, rolling up their sleeves and rushing over one after another. Quite a few people around also saw this scene, stopping in their tracks to watch a good show. Seeing this, Chen Xian grinned wide. Having just eaten his fill, it was a good time to beat up a few little brats to help digest his food. The next moment, Lu Shui looked in shock at his buddies lying haphazardly on the ground. Everyone else also looked at Chen Xian with terrified eyes. This unassuming young man simply raised his palm, giving each person a single slap, and this group of youths fell right to sleep headfirst, without the slightest ability to resist. How formidable! Not far away, Lu Xiaoyi, who had just stepped out of a sedan, covered her mouth in shock. Standing right beside her was her father, Lu Bancheng. Lu Xiaoyi, celebrating her 18th birthday today, wanted to eat barbecue, so Lu Bancheng had the driver bring the two of them over. Unexpectedly, just as they got out of the car, they saw such an exciting scene. Lu Bancheng's gaze toward Chen Xian was also filled with scrutiny. The expression of Heisen, the driver and bodyguard on the side, was extremely solemn. He could also manage to slap someone unconscious with one blow. But to strike consecutively and knock out 5 young men one by one, he didn't have that kind of certainty. This young man has got some skills. Watching Chen Xian walk toward him step by step, Lu Shui was so scared that he turned and ran, but his left foot tripped over his right foot, and he crashed headfirst straight onto the ground, knocking himself unconscious from the fall. Chen Xian spread his hands with an innocent look and said to the onlookers watching the show, "You guys must testify for me, I didn't knock this one out." Hearing this, the people around couldn't help laughing out loud. A middle-aged man wearing an old military uniform said with a smile, "I am from the security section of the Red Star steel rolling plant. My name is Lu Dalong, and I can testify for you that these kids started the trouble first." Chen Xian quickly cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks to Master Lu for speaking up righteously." Everyone else stepped forward one after another to say they would testify for Chen Xian. Chen Xian also felt emotional in his heart. Ordinary people of this era still had such high character, seeing at a glance that he was a good person. Chen Xian made a bow to the crowd all around, walked smilingly to his tricycle, unlocked it, got on, and left the scene dashingly. The boss of Keiruji came out with a few waiters to quickly check what was going on with these young men. After checking, they found there was nothing serious, they had just passed out, so the boss felt a lot more relieved. However, Lu Shui was different. He fell straight down face first, his face hitting the ground, losing 2 teeth, breaking his nasal bone, and tearing up his face. The boss quickly had someone call a vehicle and sent this whole group of people to the hospital. As a regular customer of Keiruji, the boss knew very well who Lu Shui was, and this group of youths were not ordinary people either, their families all had people serving as leaders in the district or city. It was his first time seeing Chen Xian, who dared to beat this group of young scions into such a state, and he guessed the other party must have an extraordinary background, otherwise he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Little did he know that Chen Xian, who had such a heaven-reaching background in the eyes of the Keiruji boss, upon returning to the Siheyuan, saw that all the glass on his own windows had been smashed, and the broken glass on the ground was extremely glaring. The Jia family had their doors tightly shut, but Chen Xian could see a pair of eyes glaring at him malevolently from behind the curtains. Jia Zhangshi. Able to do such a tasteless thing, it could only be a shrew like Jia Zhangshi. Quite a few people in the courtyard watched with cold indifference, especially first Uncle Yi Zhonghai, who was sitting on a bench at his own doorstep, leisurely waving a fan, and watching Chen Xian with a sneer. Chapter 10, Making a Fuss Over Nothing. Yi Zhonghai, my family's windows were smashed. As the manager here, are you going to do something about this or not? Chen Xian didn't waste any breath and directly shouted at Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai smiled disdainfully and said, "How is this supposed to be managed? Who knows where a brick flew in from and smashed your windows? This counts as an act of God or a natural disaster. Generally speaking, people who disrespect their elders and run their mouths will receive this kind of retribution. Kid, remember this, as long as you live in courtyard number 95 for even a single day, this kind of retribution won't be lacking." How could Yi Zhonghai, who had fought his way out of the man-eating society of the Republic of China era, possibly be an ordinary, kind-hearted person? Back then, he was also a street punk whom people and dogs alike despised. If it weren't for taking on a good master and learning the trade of a machinist, he would have died in some alley long ago. After being humiliated in public by Chen Xian this morning, naturally he was going to retaliate now. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes. He had never looked down upon this Yi Zhonghai, who held the esteemed title of Moral Celestial Venerable. Yi Zhonghai, are you sure you're not going to manage this matter? If so, then I'm going to report it to the police station. Chen Xian's words exploded like a bomb in the Siheyuan, causing many people to reveal complicated expressions. Some commotion also arose inside the Jia family's house. Clearly, they were also frightened by Chen Xian's words. Hearing this, Yi Zhonghai slowly stood up and said in a cold voice, "Report to the police station." Chen Xian, you're actually going to report such a trivial matter to the police station. Do you even know which way the doors of the police station face? Do you believe me when I say those police officers could haul you in? Yi Zhonghai's words also caused many of the surrounding neighbors to nod in deep agreement. Just a few years after the founding of the People's Republic, most ordinary folks didn't have a very good impression of the police. In everyone's hearts, the police were about the same as those cops from the Republic of China era. The vast majority of ordinary citizens were completely unwilling to deal with the police. Chen Xian couldn't help but sneer and said, "Yi Zhonghai, have you lost your mind? Do you think today's police are still the puppet police of the past? Is it really okay for you to slander police comrades like this?" Yi Zhonghai let out a cold snort and said, "Don't go slapping labels on me. I haven't slandered police comrades, it's just that police comrades are busy with major cases every day, arresting enemy spies and counter-revolutionaries. For a trivial matter like yours, they simply won't bother." Hearing Yi Zhonghai's words, Chen Xian's eyes suddenly lit up, and with a hearty laugh, he said, "Yi Zhonghai, what you said is completely right. However, this matter is not simple at all. I'm going to find the police right now, so you guys better not run off." Chen Xian pushed his tricycle out of the Siheyuan. Seeing Chen Xian leave, the door of the Jia family was pushed open with a loud bang, and Jia Zhangshi walked out of the house with a gloomy expression. "Oldie, didn't you say it was fine? How come this kid went to report to the police? What if the police come and haul me away?" Yi Zhonghai said nonchalantly. "Don't listen to his scare tactics. A few panes of glass cost only a few dimes, whether the police are even willing to come is one thing. Even if they do come, nothing will happen. Just say that he hit you during the day, you were full of anger, and so you smashed his windows. All of us can testify for you, nothing will go wrong." Yi Zhonghai's words put Jia Zhangshi's mind at ease. Chen Xian rode his tricycle straight towards the Dianmen police station. When the gatekeeper Uncle Dong saw Chen Xian arriving, he poked his head out of the window and asked, "Little Chen, why are you here again? Is there something the matter?" Chen Xian put on a nervous facade and said, "Uncle Dong, I'm here to report a case. After coming home today, I discovered that all the windows of my house had been smashed by someone. I asked around the neighbors, and they all said they didn't know who did it. I suspect, could this be an act of retaliation against me by enemy spies?" Hearing Chen Xian's words, Uncle Dong's expression instantly turned serious. He walked out of the guardroom and brought Chen Xian directly to find Director Hao Daming, who was still busy. Hearing that Chen Xian's windows had all been smashed, Director Hao Daming didn't believe it was enemy spy retaliation, but he didn't lower his guard either. He immediately sent 2 police officers to follow Chen Xian back to check out what was really going on. Courtyard number 95. When they saw Chen Xian actually leading 2 police officers into the Siheyuan, everyone's expressions changed. Clearly, Chen Xian could sense a kind of rejection emanating from them. Matters of the compound are to be resolved by the compound itself. For so many years, this had been an unwritten rule kept under wraps. Especially in the past 2 years, after Yi Zhonghai and the other 2 became liaisons, they had pushed this practice of sweeping things under the rug to the absolute extreme. Seeing today that Chen Xian had called the police over such a minor matter, everyone felt that Chen Xian was making a mountain out of a molehill and ruining the compound's reputation. Truly seeing the police, Jia Zhangshi felt her legs start to tremble, and she looked at Yi Zhonghai with pleading eyes. Yi Zhonghai was also somewhat panicked. In his heart, he cursed Chen Xian for making something out of nothing, while also cursing the police for having too much idle time on their hands. The 2 police officers walked up to the entrance of Chen Xian's home with stern expressions, glanced at the shattered glass fragments, swept their gazes around, and asked in cold voices, "Who smashed these windows?" In fact, after entering and taking a glance, the 2 police officers had basically already figured out who the person that smashed the windows was. Jia Zhangshi's guilty-as-charged expression was practically writing, "I did it," across her face. Seeing that no one admitted to it, one of the older police officers darkened his expression and barked, "Who is the person in charge of this compound? Step right up." This stern shout almost frightened Jia Zhangshi out of her wits. Lu Haizhong had originally wanted to come out and take a look, but upon hearing those words, he was so scared he didn't even dare step out the door. Upon seeing the police enter, Yan Bugui went straight back inside his home and shut the door at the very first moment. "It's none of my business, hang it high. Besides, what does the incident in the middle courtyard have to do with us in the front and rear courtyards? If they want someone, they should look for first uncle." Yi Zhonghai stepped forward with an ingratiating smile, pulled cigarettes out of his pocket, handed them over, and said, "Two comrades, I am the first uncle of this compound. My name is Yi Zhonghai, and I'm a Tier 6 machinist at the Red Star Steel Rolling Plant." The police shook their heads, rejected the cigarette he handed over, and asked in a cold voice, "Comrade Yi, you tell us, who smashed these windows?" Yi Zhonghai said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "I don't know. I just got back from a full day at work, I really have no idea who smashed these windows." Seeing Yi Zhonghai shirk all responsibility completely, Jia Zhangshi felt a bad premonition arise. She felt dizzy and lightheaded, barely able to stand firm. "You don't know, huh? Fine, who lives next door to Comrade Chen Xian?" Everyone's gazes turned towards the mother and son pair of Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongxiu, while Qin Huairu pulled Bang Gung to hide inside the house, not daring to step outside. "Auntie, did you see who smashed the windows?" Hearing the police ask her, Jia Zhangshi subconsciously said, "It wasn't me. I didn't smash them." Jia Dongxiu beside her hurriedly tugged at Jia Zhangshi and said with an awkward smile, "Comrade, my mom misspoke. She meant she doesn't know who smashed them, she's just a bit scared of the police." Chen Xian let out a sneer from the side and said, "The people's police serve the people, and the people's police protect the people. How could anyone who has a clear conscience be afraid of the police? Truly strange." These two sentences from Chen Xian caused both police comrades' eyes to light up, and the gazes they directed at him grew increasingly appreciative. "Once we get back later, we must turn these two sentences into slogans and hang them all over Beijing, so that the ordinary folks can also know that our people's police truly serve the people." Chapter 11, Bang Gung tells the truth. "Is there anyone else in your family?" Although they clearly knew that Jia Zhangshi had done it, if she didn't confess herself, it would be really difficult for them to handle. They couldn't just drag someone back to the police station over a broken window. Jia Dongxiu's expression changed slightly as he said, "There's also my wife and my son. They haven't stepped out all day today, so naturally they couldn't have seen who smashed it." The veteran police officer asked with a frown, "What, didn't you go to work? How do you know they didn't go out? Stop talking nonsense and call them out, I just want to ask a few casual questions." Having no other choice, Jia Dongxiu had to go inside and call Qin Huairu and Bang Gung out. Qin Huairu walked out nervously, holding Bang Gung's hand. Her timid appearance caused quite a few men in the Siheyuan to swallow hard. Especially Xia Zhu, whose eyes were practically glued to Qin Huairu. The veteran police officer glanced at Qin Huairu, then locked his gaze on Bang Gung, who was hiding behind her thighs, squatting down with a smile as he said, "Little fellow, Uncle wants to ask you, do you know who smashed this glass? If you know, tell Uncle, and Uncle will reward you with a piece of candy." The veteran police officer fished out a piece of Swanson's from his pocket. It was the cheapest kind of candy, but its temptation for a child was immense. Upon seeing the Swansons, Bang Gung's eyes instantly lit up. Ignoring the adult's warning looks, he shouted loudly, "Grandma smashed it. I saw it, Grandma smashed it." Bang Gung's voice was like a dagger, fiercely piercing straight into Jia Zhangshi's chest. Jia Zhangshi's face turned pale, her legs went soft, and she collapsed toward the ground. Jia Dongxiu reached out to support her, but couldn't hold her up and ended up sitting on the ground right along with her. The veteran police officer shoved the piece of Swanson's into Bang Gung's hand and said coldly, "What is your name? Why on earth did you smash Comrade Chen Xian's glass? What is your real motive?" The veteran police officer's voice carried an inherent deterrent force, even Yi Zhonghai didn't dare to step forward and speak at this moment. The rest of the people were even more struck dumb with fear, not even daring to breathe too heavily. Hugging the trembling Jia Zhangshi, Jia Dongxiu gritted his teeth and said, "It was Chen Xian. This morning, he beat up both me and my mom. My mom was furious, which is why she smashed his window. If anyone is to blame, Chen Xian was in the wrong first. The neighbors in the courtyard can all testify for me." As expected of someone who had spent a few years grinding away in the factory, Jia Dongxiu's courage was much greater than that of ordinary people, and his words at this moment were quite tough. Hearing Jia Dongxiu's words, the expressions of the two police officers turned somewhat complex. If this was truly what caused it, they really wouldn't know how to handle the case. Chen Xian sneered and said, "Right and wrong are not things you can just spout nonsense about. Comrade police officers, it's like this. Early in the morning, Jia Zhangshi cursed at me for no reason, saying I smelled so bad that even dogs would detour around me, and even claimed that they only let me live here out of pity. Furthermore, Jia Zhangshi threatened that if I didn't park my tricycle outside the courtyard, she would dismantle it. I was furious at the time and called her an old hag, telling her to watch her mouth from then on. As a result, this Jia Dongxu rushed out, accused me of cursing his mother, and threw punches at me. I only passively fought back and gave him a kick. Later, Jia Zhangshi also rushed over to scratch me, so I gave her a kick too. If it weren't for their family's constant insults and abuse toward me all this time, I wouldn't even bother with them. Today, it was clearly them who cursed first and struck first, yet now they are trying to turn things around and play the victim. Relying on their family's good relationship with a certain liaison in our courtyard, they bully others and run amok here. Today they dared to smash my window, and tomorrow they might even dare to burn down my house. Chen Xian's speech made everyone's hair stand on end. Especially Jia Dongxu and Yi Zhonghai, who felt as if their heads were about to explode. Bullying others and running amok. They had truly seen those local bullies and evil gentry who were executed by firing squad in previous years. Those bad people who oppressed ordinary folks were taken to the vegetable market and shot one by one. Those people back then were precisely the ones Chen Xian described as bullying others and running amok. This brat was trying to drive them to a dead end. The two police officers also forcefully suppressed their smiles and said with solemn faces, "Humph, the problems in your courtyard are very serious. Covering for each other, oppressing the common people, and even daring to lie to us, this just shows how arrogant and despotic you usually are." Hearing the police officers' words, the Jia family mother and son and Yi Zhonghai felt cold sweat break out all over their bodies. Why did these words sound like they were defining the nature of their crimes once and for all? Yi Zhonghai quickly said, "Two comrade police officers, it's not like that. We are all of the working class, how could we possibly oppress the common people? It's all a misunderstanding, truly all a misunderstanding." Jia Dongxu also said with a crying face. "That's right, it's all a misunderstanding. Brother Chen, you are my own dear brother. I'll install the glass for you tomorrow. Whatever compensation you want, I'll pay it all. Don't talk like that, we're all neighbors. Having a minor dispute, do you have to blow it so out of proportion? I'm begging you, won't you let it go?" Jia Dongxu was truly frightened to tears. He hadn't expected this matter to blow up to such a huge scale. If this were truly classified as bullying others, let alone his job, he probably wouldn't even be able to keep his life. Jia Zhangshi was also scared out of her wits and wailed loudly. Sucking on the swansons and hugging Qin Huairu's thigh, Bang Gung looked at his grandmother and father with a puzzled expression. What were they crying about? This candy was really delicious. Yi Zhonghai also reacted and quickly said, "Chen Xian, we've been old neighbors for so many years. What can't be talked out? Tomorrow I'll supervise Dongxu and make sure he installs the glass for you on time. Here is 10 yuan, take it as compensation for your losses this time." As he spoke, Yi Zhonghai pulled out 2 5-yuan banknotes from his pocket and handed them over to Chen Xian. Looking at the 10 yuan, Chen Xian wore a look of disdain on his face and said righteously, "Comrade Yi Zhonghai, don't try to insult me with money. All I want is justice. I've lived in this courtyard number 95 for 10 years, and you all know in your hearts how you've treated me. Now that things have been said to this extent, let me state my position. In the future, living in this courtyard, I won't have much interaction with you all. You take your wide road, and I'll cross my single plank bridge. We'll mind our own business, so don't get involved with me, all right?" Seeing Chen Xian refuse the 10 yuan compensation without the slightest hesitation and utter such backbone-filled words, the two police officers' eyes carried a hint of admiration. They knew Chen Xian's background, a temporary worker collecting scrap, making less than 30 yuan a month. 10 yuan was not a small sum, yet he could refuse it so decisively. Truly remarkable. Finally, under the mediation of the police officers, the Jia family mother and son bowed and apologized to Chen Xian, and took responsibility for reinstalling the glass tomorrow. After this farce, Chen Xian was completely defined in courtyard number 95 as someone who must not be provoked. Chapter 12 Generous Reward. Silence through the night. Waking up in the morning, Chen Xian came out holding his dental mug to brush his teeth, and the usually bustling middle courtyard instantly fell pin-drop silent the moment they saw him come out. Especially when Chen Xian walked over to the public faucet, absolutely no one dared to stand next to him. Chen Xian did not care about the opinions of these NPCs either, brushing his teeth and washing his face on his own terms, then turned off the water pipe and left. It wasn't until everyone saw Chen Xian ride away from the Siheyuan on his tricycle that the usual liveliness resumed. For 3 consecutive days, Chen Xian left early and returned late every day, living a very fulfilling life. The transportation missions had already reached 9 times, and with just one more, he would be able to unlock the points mall. On the 4th day, when Chen Xian arrived at the recycling station, he saw a black 3-box GAZ-12 sedan parked outside the door. This car was made in the Soviet Union and was also the standard equipment for middle and high-ranking cadres in China during this era. Chen Xian glanced at the license plate number, 100168. Although Chen Xian didn't understand what this represented, he could also guess that a big shot had arrived. 2 public security police officers were standing at the entrance. Seeing Chen Xian approach, they immediately stepped forward and asked, "Are you Comrade Chen Xian?" Chen Xian hurriedly nodded, and one of the public security police officers immediately ran back. Before long, a middle-aged man wearing a beige Type 50 cadre-style uniform walked out of the recycling station, accompanied by a group of people. Among them was Director Hao Daming of the police station. Director Hao Daming saw Chen Xian and quickly said, "Director, this is Comrade Chen Xian." Then he looked at Chen Xian and said, "Comrade Chen Xian, come quickly. This is Director Zhou Weilai of our Dongqing Sub-Bureau." Hearing that this person turned out to be the director of the sub-bureau, Chen Xian did not dare to neglect him either, and quickly walked forward. Zhou Weilai wore a gentle smile on his face, reached out to hold Chen Xian's hands, and said, "Comrade Chen Xian, thank you for your contribution to the country. On behalf of the Public Security Department, I have come to commend and thank you." A bald middle-aged man walked out from the crowd, walked up to Chen Xian with an oily smile, reached out and patted Chen Xian's shoulder, and said, "Little Chen, doing such a big thing is truly the glory of our Dianmen state-owned acquisition station. Oh right, I approved your application for regular employment that you submitted 3 days ago on the very same day. I happened to forget about it these past 2 days. Take it, from now on you are a regular employee of our Dianmen state-owned acquisition station." Watching the station manager's show of pretense, everyone else knew it clearly in their hearts. Chen Xian took the brand new work permit and said with a beaming smile, "Thank you for your cultivation, station manager. I will definitely work hard in the future. I just like energetic young men like you." The station manager was very satisfied with Chen Xian's performance, looked at Zhou Weilai, and said, "Director Zhou, this is an exceptionally outstanding young man at our recycling station. We definitely cannot treat him unfairly." Zhou Weilai smiled and said, "Station Manager Lin is right. This reward is still quite substantial, and it will definitely satisfy Comrade Chen Xian." Zhou Weilai looked at Chen Xian and said, "Comrade Chen Xian, according to the reward regulations for suppressing counter-revolutionaries and mass reporting to capture enemy special agents, this time, authorized by the Municipal Bureau, Comrade Chen Xian is rewarded with 300 renminbi in a lump sum." As soon as these words came out, everyone at the recycling station almost dropped their jaws in shock. Even the station manager widened his eyes. 300 yuan, this was an ordinary person's salary for a whole year. Even for station manager Lin, this was his salary for 5 months. Of course, excluding gray income. Except for Zhao Taizhu, everyone else's eyes turned red with envy when looking at Chen Xian. They were too envious, jealous, and hateful. Station manager Lin really wanted to ask, just who exactly did Chen Xian catch to be given so much bonus money? Generally speaking, the bonus for catching a spy was between 50 and 200 yuan. Because the person Chen Xian caught this time was the leader of the Dongqing intelligence group, under the close investigation and deployment of the Municipal Bureau, they uprooted in one fell swoop the Secrecy Bureau lurking spy group that had entrenched itself in Dongqing for many years. The capture of hundreds of secret agents also heavily deterred other spy organizations lurking in Beijing. Even the People's Daily published this massive counter-espionage case, and also implicitly pointed out that cracking this major case in recent years could not have been done without the assistance of a member of the masses. Chen Xian did not have the habit of reading newspapers, so he didn't see this article. But hearing that there was a reward of 300 yuan, Chen Xian instantly blossomed with joy. In this way, whenever he spent money lavishly in the future, he would have an explanation for it. Seeing Chen Xian's beaming and happy appearance, Zhou Weilai also gave a slight smile and said, "Comrade Chen Xian, the next reward requires your personal confirmation on whether you need it. If you need it, we can arrange for a public roll call commendation at the mass meeting in the sub-district office, establishing you as a model public security activist." Hearing this, Chen Xian shook his head and said, "Director, there's no need for that. In case it provokes revenge from enemy special agents, I am not afraid as a single person, at worst I'll perish together with them." but I'm afraid people around me will get hurt. If it implicates the neighbors in our courtyard or my colleagues at work, that wouldn't be good. Chen Xian's words caused everyone to nod in gratification. This young person not only had high awareness, but also knew what was important. Only Director Hao Daming revealed a strange look in his eyes. He was very clear about the cause and effect of the incident a few days ago where Chen Xian's glass was smashed. As for the people in that courtyard, Chen Xian didn't care about them in the slightest. However, he could also understand Chen Xian's thoughts. Indeed, being too flashy wasn't good, it made it easy to be targeted. Zhou Weilai nodded and said, "All right, then there won't be a public commendation. However, the thank you letter and related materials will still be sent to your subdistrict, and your subdistrict will also include you in the list of key activists for the Public Security Committee. You will be invited to attend any important meetings." Zhou Weilai reached out and took a certificate of merit, handing it to Chen Xian with a solemn face. Chen Xian quickly reached out with both hands to receive it. Printed on the top of the certificate of merit were 8 golden characters: Vigilance, Defend the Motherland. Printed right in the middle were 2 large characters: Certificate of Merit. Comrade Chen Xian. In the work of purging Kuomintang remnant special agents and maintaining social public security, you actively assisted the public security organs, denounced and exposed, and assisted in capturing Kuomintang enemy special agents. Your stance is firm, your performance is outstanding, and your achievements are significant. This certificate is specially issued hereby to encourage you. Issuing Unit, Beijing Municipal Public Security Bureau. August 18, 1956. An officer with a camera hanging on his chest pressed the shutter, capturing a precious photograph. In addition to the certificate of merit, several public security police officers also moved a large pile of daily necessities and some ration coupons from the car. Enamel wash basins, enamel mugs, printed towels, socks, cotton undershirts, on all these items, the words Public Security Model were printed. 50 caddies of food coupons, 5 caddies of cooking oil coupons, and 10 feet of cloth coupons. Finally, a public security comrade smilingly carried 10 caddies of pork belly and placed it onto Chen Xian's tricycle. This huge pile of things made everyone at the recycling station green with envy. Chapter 13. Chen Xian is an enemy agent. Before leaving, Zhou Weilai held Chen Xian's hand and earnestly instructed. "Comrade Chen Xian, you must be very cautious recently. If you find any strangers approaching you or notice any abnormal situations, you can go directly to the nearby police station to report it. Never act rashly, safety first." Chen Xian nodded solemnly. "Thank you for the reminder, Bureau Chief, I will definitely pay attention." Zhou Weilai had a very good impression of this young man. After offering a few words of praise, he left with his people. As for Director Hao Daming, he slapped Chen Xian's shoulder hard several times and said, "Little Chen, if you have any issues in the future, come directly to find your Uncle Hao." Seeing that Director Hao Daming was willing to get close to him, Chen Xian was no fool either. He immediately seized the opportunity and called out Uncle Hao. The reason why Director Hao Daming was so happy was because their police station played an important role in this enemy agent case, and the leaders of the municipal bureau instructed to give them a reward of recorded a major merit. In this era, there was not yet the system of first class, second class, and third class merits from later generations. This recorded major merit was equivalent to the second class merit of later generations. In this era, for a police station to have a collective second class merit was truly not easy. Their Jianmen police station had already been characterized as an advanced combat collective and recorded in the public security system archives. There were also the plaque and silk banner of the advanced combat collective. Director Hao Daming had already thought out how to have someone carry the plaque and get lost, taking a detour around several nearby police stations before coming back. What excited Director Hao Daming the most was that with this achievement, he had a very good chance of being promoted to the branch bureau in the second half of the year to take on a more important position. Chen Xian was truly his lucky star. Looking at the things in the tricycle, the station manager also smiled and stated that he would give Chen Xian a half-day leave to take all these prizes back and properly tidy them up. "Uncle Zhao, I can't handle it by myself. Why don't you help me go back and tidy up together?" Chen Xian called out to Zhao Taizhu. Zhao Taizhu turned his head to look at the station manager, who laughed heartily and said, "Old Zhao, then you go help your apprentice. Consider it a half-day leave for you too. Go on, go." Zhao Taizhu expressed his thanks and sat on Chen Xian's vehicle, and the two left the recycling station. The employees in the recycling station were all restless in their hearts, eagerly discussing what remarkable major event Chen Xian had actually done to receive so many rewards. For those temporary workers, they were so envious that their eyes turned green. He turned regular just like that. You must know that conversion quotas to regular workers in this era were actually not difficult. As long as you had money, you could buy a quota for a regular worker. Just like a regular worker at the recycling station, as long as you gave the station manager 500 yuan, within half a month, the station manager could get you a regular worker establishment slot. However, where would people working as temporary workers get 500 yuan? People who could pull out 500 yuan mostly looked down on the job at this recycling station anyway. A worker quota at the steel rolling mill was only 800 yuan. You brat, you hit it so tightly. No wonder you told me the day that you were going to have good things happen. Zhao Taizhu was smoking a cigarette and reached out to pat Chen Xian on the back. Chen Xian laughed heartily and said, I just happened to run into it by chance. I discovered an enemy agent and quickly went to report to the police station. I didn't expect this enemy agent to be quite valuable. Zhao Taizhu thought for a moment, suddenly slapped his thigh, and said, Right, you haven't read the newspapers these past 2 days, have you? It said that our Dongjing district solved a mega enemy agent case. Could it be because of you, brat? Zhao Tiezhu's voice was even trembling slightly. Passing by a newspaper kiosk, he casually bought a newspaper, and the two huddled together to read it. Chen Xian took one look and knew immediately that this case definitely had something to do with him. He didn't expect so many spies to be caught all at once. No wonder they gave him such a high reward. You brat, you are truly amazing. Zhao Taizhu looked at Chen Xian excitedly and slapped him hard on the shoulder twice. Chen Xian grinned. Why did people in this era all like to pat others on the shoulder? Following Chen Xian to courtyard number 95, a group of chatting aunties and young wives were sitting at the entrance. Upon seeing Chen Xian's tricycle approach, they all shut their mouths. Obviously, the target of their discussion just now was Chen Xian. An old auntie from the opposite courtyard saw Chen Xian, hurriedly stood up, and said, Little Chen, wait up. I have saved quite a bit of waste paper here. How much is waste paper per jean now? The other aunties also stood up, preparing to go back and get waste items out to sell. Chen Xian quickly said, Aunties and sisters-in-law, we are not collecting waste items today. I just came back to tidy up some things. You guys go on chatting. Zhao Taizhu wasn't someone who liked to show off either. Seeing that Chen Xian didn't want to talk much with them, he didn't say anything extra either. He just helped Chen Xian lift the tricycle over the threshold and pushed it toward the middle courtyard. Why did this brat run back instead of going to work? I saw that there seemed to be quite a few things in his vehicle, quite heavy, and that old man even helped him lift it. Could these two people have gone to steal things? Don't talk nonsense, little Chen is not that kind of person. Hard to say, he's like a completely different person now. Do you think he could be an enemy agent? Shoo, can you say things like that casually? It's quite scary. Hey, don't say that, this brat used to be very quiet, but these past few days he has been extremely arrogant. If things go wrong, he really might be an enemy agent. Just as they were spreading rumors outside, the sound of a bicycle came from afar. Everyone turned their heads to look and recognized the middle-aged man leading the group. Oh my, isn't this Director Wang? Why have you come over? Yi Zhonghai's wife, Lu Aimei, stepped forward and asked with an attentive expression. Wang Taizhu got off the bicycle and asked with a smile. Lu Aimei, is Chen Xian from your courtyard at home? Lu Aimei said with some surprise. He's at home. He just came back. Hearing that Chen Xian was at home, Wang Taizhu became even happier and pushed his bicycle as he prepared to enter the courtyard. Jia Zhangshi, who was making shoe soles nearby, suddenly said, Director Wang, I suspect that Chen Xian is an enemy agent. As soon as these words came out, the entire alleyway fell silent. Those aunties immediately distanced themselves from Jia Zhangshi, instantly making Jia Zhangshi stand out prominently. Wang Taizhu also stopped his steps and looked at Jia Zhangshi with a serious expression. Jia Zhangshi didn't expect this group of people to be so unloyal, and immediately said, Hey, what's wrong with you guys? Didn't you also think Chen Xian looked like an enemy agent just now? Why aren't you speaking now? Those aunties immediately shook their heads and waved their hands, indicating that they had never said such a thing nor thought like that, telling her not to drag them into it. Wang Taizhu propped up his bicycle, walked up to Jia Zhangshi with a gloomy expression, and asked coldly. You just said you suspect Chen Xian is an enemy agent. Do you have any evidence? Jia Zhangshi was inherently a master of talking big while being weak underneath. She was fine making a scene and rolling around in the alley, but upon meeting this director of the sub-district office, she wouldn't dare spout nonsense. She could only stutter and say, "Chen Xian has been extremely arrogant these past 2 days, bullying people in the courtyard, and he doesn't even cook meals at home. Now it's working hours, yet he came back accompanied by a middle-aged man, and his tricycle hides goodness knows what. I suspect he is an enemy agent. Shouldn't I?" The more Jia Zhangshi spoke, the more fluent she became, and her expression grew increasingly excited, because the more she spoke, the more she felt that Chen Xian was truly an enemy agent. Chapter 14, The House is Secured. Shut up. Seeing Jia Zhangshi spouting spit as she ranted, Wang Taijun trembled with anger and shouted sternly. This shout scared Jia Zhangshi so much that she almost fell flat on her backside. Everyone else also looked at the furious Wang Taijun with terrified expressions. Usually, this director from the sub-district office was very amiable to the neighbors and didn't like putting on official airs. What was wrong with him today? He was acting like he had swallowed a firecracker. Looking at the officials who came along with Director Wang, who were also glaring angrily at Jia Zhangshi, their hearts felt even more unsettled. Jia Zhangshi, it's one thing for you to talk nonsense, throw tantrums, and roll around on the ground normally, but you even dare to fabricate this kind of matter. It seems impossible not to teach you a lesson. Station Chief Chen Xiaolong, you must arrest this bad element who is spreading rumors about a hero. Director Wang turned his head to look at the middle-aged man wearing a public security uniform, his voice extremely stern. Zheng Xiaolong was the station chief of the Jiadaeku police station. The Nanluo Guxiang/South Luogu Lane area fell under the jurisdiction of the Jiadaeku police station. When Zheng Xiaolong learned that the greatest contributor to this major operation was actually within his jurisdiction, his feelings were quite complicated. To think that bastard director Hao Daming had managed to pick up a meritorious service reward for free, he hadn't been harassed a little by director Hao Daming these past few days. Today, once the notice was issued to the police station and the sub-district, Zheng Xiaolong also wanted to come and see what kind of divine figure this Chen Xian, who had performed such a great service, actually was. He hadn't expected that as soon as he arrived here, he would run into Jia Zhangshi, who dared to spread rumors that Chen Xian was an enemy spy, and Zheng Xiaolong's anger flared up instantly. Zheng Xiaolong immediately ordered the accompanying public security officers to step forward and handcuff Jia Zhangshi. This public security comrade was also furious at the old woman for creating rumors and making trouble, so he used some secret force with his hands, causing Jia Zhangshi to scream like a slaughtered pig from the pain. Lu Aimei on the side might not think much of Jia Zhangshi either, but the relations between the two families were still quite good, so she hurriedly stepped forward to persuade them. Director Wang, Station Chief Zheng Xiaolong, what is the meaning of this? Jia Zhangshi was just suspicious, why put handcuffs on her? Wang Taijun let out a cold snort and said. Lu Aimei, stop talking, or else we'll handcuff and take you away together. Hearing this, Lu Aimei instantly shut her mouth. Wang Taijun glanced around, took a piece of paper from his briefcase, and said with a solemn expression. Listen up, everyone. Just now, the Municipal Bureau and the District Committee simultaneously issued a notice. Comrade Chen Xian from our courtyard number 95 assisted the public security organs in capturing Kuomintang enemy spies and made a great contribution. Now he is a key activist of our sub-district security committee. For this Jia Zhangshi to actually dare to slander Comrade Chen Xian as an enemy spy makes her a downright bad element. Wang Tiejuan's words were like a bomb thrown right into their midst, blasting this group of old women into a daze. What the heck? Assisting public security organs, capturing Kuomintang enemy spies, and making a great contribution. And also a key activist of the security committee. That scrappy Chen. Lu Aimei, lead us inside to meet this anti-espionage hero. Wang Taijun waved his hand, followed by several sub-district office officials. One of the officials was even holding a camera, intending to take photos as a memento. Zheng Xiaolong had the public security officers escorting Jia Zhangshi follow behind them as they walked into the Siheyuan. Lu Aimei's mind was in utter chaos. To think that Scrappy Chen had actually become a key activist of the security committee, couldn't he have usurped her husband's liaison officer position? Arriving at the middle courtyard, they saw that the door of Chen Xian's home was wide open, with a tricycle parked at the entrance, and the things in the cart bed had already been moved inside. Right here. Lu Aimei pointed at Chen Xian's home. Wang Taijun gave a light cough, stepped forward, and called out. Is Comrade Chen Xian in the room? Chen Xian stepped over to the doorway, saw Wang Taijun, and asked with some confusion. Director Wang, are you looking for me? Wang Taijun laughed heartily and extended both hands. Comrade Chen Xian, you are a great hero of our Jayadayaka subdistrict. You assisted the public security organs in capturing Kuomintang enemy spies, rendering meritorious service that cannot be overstated. On behalf of our subdistrict, I have come to extend my regards to you. Zheng Xiaolong behind him also stepped forward and said with a smile. Comrade Chen Xian, I am Zheng Xiaolong, the station chief of the Jayadayaka police station. The documents from above have already been issued, and I am also here to extend my regards to you on behalf of the Jayadayaka police station. Chen Xian said, looking somewhat flattered. Hurry up and come inside to sit. Leading them into the house, he found that the room was terribly cramped, and there were only 2 stools. Hearing that the subdistrict office director and the police station chief had arrived, Zhao Taizhu also hurriedly stood up. Seeing the room where Chen Xian lived, both Director Wang and Zheng Xiaolong froze for a moment. They knew Chen Xian's previous identity was a temporary worker at the Dianmen state-owned acquisition station, but they hadn't expected his living quarters to be so shabby. Zheng Xiaolong gave a light cough and said, Director Wang, we can't let a hero live in a place like this. At the very least, he needs a proper dwelling. Look at this room, it's obviously just a single room partitioned off. Zheng Xiaolong's words instantly woke Wang Taijun up. When Wang Taijun and Zheng Xiaolong saw the documents issued from above, they knew the attention Chen Xian received was out of the ordinary. Ordinarily, this kind of matter would just involve distributing some money, followed by a verbal commendation from the police station. However, this case was too big, so big that it even alarmed the elders' hall. Although the documents issued to the subdistrict and the police station were sent in the name of the municipal bureau, everyone knew that this Chen Xian must be a key figure receiving intense focus from above. How to ensure Chen Xian lived better in the subdistrict had become something Wang Taijun and Zheng Xiaolong needed to handle. First was security. Zheng Xiaolong had already formulated a night patrol plan, increasing patrol personnel from our alley where courtyard number 95 was located, and also planned to plant a plainclothes public security officer inside courtyard number 95. Because the notice issued from above clearly pointed out that in this major enemy spy case, several enemy spies were still at large, and one of them was even an assassination expert. The higher-ups were also worried that the other party would find Chen Xian. If Chen Xian were assassinated by enemy spies, it would be a severe slap to their faces. Wang Taijun nodded and said, Yeah, it really shouldn't be like this. This room was originally meant to be a storage room and was only temporarily allocated for Comrade Chen Xian to live in. Now that houses in courtyard number 95 are also more plentiful, I've decided to allocate all 3 inverted rooms in the front courtyard to Comrade Chen Xian. Later, I'll send people over to help you clean up the rooms, striving to let you move in by tonight. Hearing this, Chen Xian was also overjoyed. He had a vehicle, ration tickets, and now a house. The value of this enemy spy was truly high. Hearing Wang Tiejuan's words, the group of women in courtyard number 95 were all dumbfounded. Because the inverted rooms in the front courtyard faced the street and had very high windows with poor lighting conditions, they had always been used as storage rooms in the courtyard. However, those 3 rooms totaled over 30 square meters. If properly renovated, they would even be better than most families' houses. Unexpectedly, they were all given to Chen Xian. However, seeing Jia Zhangshi being escorted away with her mouth blocked, no one dared to stick their head out at this time. Chapter 15, Jia Dongshu recognizes a godfather. Grandma, what's wrong with you? Let go of my grandma. Because the space inside the room was too small, the police officer holding Jia Zhangshi stood in the courtyard. Hearing the commotion outside, Bang Gung ran out of the room, and seeing his grandma being held, he immediately rushed over like a little tiger. At first, the police officer didn't pay attention, but who would have thought that Bang Gung would rush over, grab the police officer's hand, and bite down hard. The police officer only felt a numbness on the back of his hand, and with a casual wave, he pushed Bang Gung to the ground. Looking up, there were a few bloody little tooth marks on the back of his hand. Needless to say, this kid was fierce enough. Wah wah wah. Bang Gung only felt a sharp pain in his buttocks. A few days ago, he sold out Jia Zhangshi for a piece of candy, and later Jia Dongshu beat his buttocks hard, which still hadn't healed yet. This time, it was an injury on top of an injury. Hearing her son crying, Qin Huairu, who was sewing clothes inside the room, panicked, dropped her clothes, and ran out. Seeing her son sitting on the ground crying bitterly, and seeing her mother-in-law being held by the police officer, she was suddenly at a loss for what to do. The noise outside also allowed the people inside the room to hear it. Station Chief Zheng Xiaolong walked out somewhat displeased and asked, "What's going on?" The police officer said somewhat aggrievedly, Station Chief, this kid ran over and bit me, so I just pushed him a bit without using force. Station Chief Chen Xiaolong saw Qin Huairu holding Bang Gung, and a flash of amazement crossed his eyes. He said coldly, "Watch your child well, don't let him contact this bad element, otherwise, we'll arrest you guys together." This was the characteristic of the era. The police officers of this era simply didn't give you a chance to throw tantrums or act shamelessly. Talk less nonsense, and if you talk more, we'll cuff you all and take you away. Qin Huairu was too scared to say anything, and holding her son, she ran back into the room. A mother-in-law or whatever, how could she be more important than a son? That old hag who caused trouble was better off being arrested and locked up all the time. Qin Huairu suddenly felt a bit of inexplicable pleasure in her heart. A dozen minutes later, Wang Taijun and Station Chief Chen Xiaolong, having finished taking group photos, led people away from Siheyuan. Qin Huairu entrusted Bang Gung to Lu Aimei, took a deep look at Chen Xian, and then strode out of Siheyuan. Her mother-in-law was arrested by the police. No matter how happy she was inside, she still had to go to the steel rolling mill to tell Jia Dongxiu. Arriving at the steel rolling mill, after a short while, Jia Dongxiu, who received the news, ran out. What happened? Jia Dongxiu felt somewhat uneasy in his heart. When going to work today, he had felt palpitations, and suddenly hearing people from the security section say his wife was looking for him at the entrance, Jia Dongxiu rushed out. Qin Huairu wiped the corner of her eyes and said with red-eye rims, "Dongxiu, Mom was arrested by the police." This headless and brainless sentence startled Jia Dongxiu so much that he shuddered. The police arrested his old mother, why? The people from the security section on the side also widened their eyes. This was a good piece of gossip, hurry up and listen. Jia Dongxiu grabbed Qin Huairu's arms with both hands and asked in panic, "What's going on what grounds did the police arrest Mom?" Qin Huairu also told everything she heard from Lu Aimei all over again. Hearing that Chen Xian not only made a great contribution but also took away the 3 inverted rooms in the front yard, Jia Dongxiu's face turned green and white for a moment. When he heard that his old mother was handcuffed on the spot by the police station chief because she slandered Chen Xian as an enemy spy, Jia Dongxiu only felt his legs go soft, and unexpectedly sat down on the ground with a thud. Dongxiu, what happened?" Yi Zhonghai had been busy just now and didn't notice Jia Dongxiu being called out. After finishing his work, hearing that Jia Dongxiu's wife had come to call him out, he immediately felt something was wrong, quickly put down his things, and ran out. Arriving at the entrance and seeing Jia Dongxiu sitting on the ground, he couldn't help being startled in his heart, and then came wild joy. Jia Zhongshi was dead. Yi Zhonghai had long known that he had no reproductive capacity, and had set his goal of providing for his old age early on upon Jia Dongxiu. Jia Dongxiu's father died early, and Yi Zhonghai took him as an apprentice, not only being very attentive in work, but also heavily favoring the Jia family in the courtyard. Jia Dongxiu was a filial child and was very respectful to Yi Zhonghai and his wife. Only with Jia Zhongshi around, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Zhonghai to completely control Jia Dongxiu. You could say Jia Zhongshi was smart, yet she flipped over in many minor matters, but if you said she was stupid, she had long seen through Yi Zhonghai's thoughts. Over the years, Jia Zhongshi relied on Yi Zhonghai to throw her weight around in the courtyard, becoming a notorious tigress far and wide. Seeing Yi Zhonghai, Jia Dongxiu looked like he saw a savior, scrambled up in one motion, and said with a crying face, "Master, hurry up and think of a way to save my mom, she was arrested by the police." Hearing this, Yi Zhonghai was greatly disappointed. Jia Zhongshi wasn't dead, what a pity. "Dongxiu, don't rush, take your time." Yi Zhonghai saw those whispering gate guards at the entrance, pulled the 2 of them to the corner of the entrance. Hearing Qin Huairu tell the whole story again, Yi Zhonghai also gasped a breath of cold air. As a 5-year consecutive advanced worker of the steel rolling mill, Yi Zhonghai's sensitivity to politics was much higher. He had also seen the counter-espionage victory in the newspapers these past 2 days. Associated with the commendation Chen Xian received today, he strongly suspected that the masses assisting the police in the article were very likely Chen Xian. That was the People's Daily. Although his name was not written, this matter reached the very heavens. Jia Zhongshi, this idiot, was simply an idiot fit to enter a museum. Slandering anyone else would be fine, but you went to slander a hero who had just cracked a major enemy spy case. Are you courting death? Looking at Yi Zhonghai's awkward look, Jia Dongxiu's heart sank as well, and with a thump, he knelt directly in front of Yi Zhonghai, crying out, "Master, my mom has never suffered this kind of crime in her life, and that police station is no place for humans. I beg you, think of a way to get my mom out. I will recognize you as my godfather, and in the future, the two of us, along with Bang Gung, will definitely provide for you until the end of your life. Jia Zhangshi had also told Jia Dongxiu about Yi Zhonghai's thoughts long ago. She definitely didn't want her son to be truly hoodwinked away by Yi Zhonghai. Jia Dongxiu was also well aware of this, but Yi Zhonghai was indeed very good to him, so he didn't reject this relationship. Hearing Jia Dongxiu's words, Yi Zhonghai's eyes lit up instantly. In this day and age, a godfather wasn't something you could just casually recognize. Although everyone tacitly understood, once it was spoken out loud, this relationship would be different. Yi Zhonghai reached out to help Jia Dongxiu up and said in a deep voice, "Rest assured, I'll go find the factory director and ask him to step forward. I believe it should be fine." Hearing this, Jia Dongxiu wiped away a tear and said excitedly, "Master, then I thank you on behalf of my mom." Chapter 16, I Can Repair Radios. Uncle Zhao, let's split this meat 50-50. It's so hot now, and I can't finish it all by myself. It would be such a waste if it spoiled. It'll be just right for my aunt and Xiaoman to have a little treat. Chen Xian picked up the kitchen knife, cut off well over half of the Tianjin pork belly, and handed it to Zhao Taizhu. After declining for a long time, Zhao Taizhu finally accepted it with a smile. Never expecting that he could benefit so much from his apprentice, Zhao Taizhu was almost laughing out loud. "Uncle Zhao, let's just grab a quick bite for lunch. Tonight, it's my treat, let's go to Quanjude and celebrate properly." Looking at the high-spirited Chen Xian, Zhao Taizhu initially wanted to dissuade him, but then figured that since this kid had gotten a 300 yuan bonus, he might as well let him foot the bill for a meal. Chen Xian rode his tricycle and sent Zhao Taizhu back home, finally finding time to check his system. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the 10th transportation mission. Reward obtained, Constitution +1, points +10. Since the host has completed 10 transportation missions, the points mall is now unlocked. A mall icon had appeared on the crude panel. Chen Xian clicked on the icon and saw 5 items placed on a shabby counter. The points mall refreshes daily at midnight, refreshing 5 items each time. The host can exchange them using points. Eggs, 1 gene/3 points. White flour, 1 gene/1 point. Peanut oil, 1 gene/6 points. Nylon socks, 1980 model 1 pair/2 points. Junior mechanical repair, 100 points. Chen Xian's gaze fell on the last item, junior mechanical repair. This was quite a useful skill. It was definitely impossible for him to be a waste collector for the rest of his life. If he could acquire this craft, it would still be very popular and in demand in this era. He knew very well that in the Dianmen recycling station, there were many discarded electrical appliances, such as radios, electric fans, old-fashioned telephones, electric kettles, imported record players. Once these things arrived at the recycling station, they were basically dismantled, and what was collected were the valuable components inside, such as copper, aluminum, sheet iron, vacuum tubes, and enameled wires. If he could have a knack for repairing them, perhaps he could turn waste into treasure. In the afternoon, Chen Xian returned to the recycling station and continued to finish his work as if nothing had happened. However, with the status of a regular worker, Chen Xian could also collect waste according to the benefits of a regular worker. "Little Chen, go to Nangwenfang Hutong this afternoon." Zhao Taizhu flipped through the notebook in his hand and arranged a relatively good spot for Chen Xian. Nangwenfang Hutong was close to Shikahai. During the late Qing dynasty and early Republic of China, it was mostly made up of Manchu official courtyards. Nowadays, many of the households there were full of hidden talents or possessed hidden treasures. In a place like this, if he ran into some unappreciative, wastrel descendants, they might just take the good things from home and sell them off as junk. Chen Xian accepted the mission with a smile, gave a greeting, and rode away on his tricycle. Within 2 minutes, Chen Xian arrived at Nangwenfang Hutong. Standing at the entrance of the alley, Chen Xian started shouting out his peddling call. This single shout could even be heard by the family living at the very end of the alley. However, only 3 or 5 households slowly opened their doors, showing no enthusiasm at all, just waiting for Chen Xian to arrive before coming out. Chen Xian didn't mind. Smiling, he rode his tricycle to the doorstep of each household and began to work. When he reached the 3rd household, Chen Xian couldn't help his eyes lighting up. A young girl with twin ponytails walked out, with a gloomy-looking young man standing beside her. The young man was carrying a radio in his hand, and a large chunk of its casing was cracked open, exposing the electronic components inside. "You prodigal son, it hasn't even been a few days since we bought it, and you've already dropped it into such a state." When we sent it for repairs, people said the repair cost would be enough to buy a brand new one. Bai Yuling reached out and knocked Bai Chenghu hard on the head. Bai Chenghu said with a crying face. Sister, I know I was wrong. Quickly sell this broken one, and then buy me another one so Dad won't beat me up when he comes back. Bai Yuling kicked him in the butt and said unhappily. 175 yuan each, do you think your sister is a money printer? I'm not buying it. When Dad comes back, let him beat you to death. Bai Chenghu quickly put down the radio and said with a flattering expression. Sis, just buy me another one, I'm begging you, okay? Bai Chenghu's puppy-like pleading expression made Bai Yuling chuckle despite herself. She jabbed him hard on the forehead with her finger and said. You only know how to waste my money. Seeing that Bai Yuling had agreed, Bai Chenghu immediately grinned like a big fool. Ahem, I can repair this radio. Chen Xian squatted on the ground, looked at the radio, and for reasons unknown, suddenly blurted out these words. Instantly, both Bai Yuling and Bai Chenghu directed their gazes over. Bai Chenghu said with a look of disdain. You're just a scrap collector, do you know anything about radios? Bai Yuling kicked him in the butt once more, her face cold as she said. How did I teach you? Is this how you talk to others outside? Although Bai Chenghu had dared to mess around with Bai Yuling just moments ago, seeing her put on a stern face now frightened him so much that he shrunk like a quail and hurriedly apologized to Chen Xian. Chen Xian waved his hand and said with a smile. It's fine. I am indeed a scrap collector, and you weren't wrong. However, back at our recycling station, there are quite a few broken radios, electric fans, and the like. When I have free time on ordinary days, I also like to tinker with them, so I consider myself familiar with their internal structures. Your radio looks quite miserable, but the important components inside aren't damaged. It just needs some securing and a casing replacement, and that'll do. Chen Xian's composed and unhurried demeanor didn't arouse any suspicion from the Bai siblings. Bai Yuling asked softly. Master, can you really fix it? Chen Xian smiled, stood up, and said with a confident expression. Piece of cake. If you trust me, for 5 yuan, I can fix it for you and deliver it back tomorrow. Hearing this, Bai Chenghu immediately said with a guarded expression. What if you don't show up tomorrow? Then won't my radio be gone? Chen Xian looked at Bai Chenghu as if looking at a fool and said. Do you know how much money we can offer if you sell this radio to our recycling station? Bai Chenghu thought for a moment and said. I bought this for 175, shouldn't you give me around 100 yuan? Upon hearing Bai Chenghu's words, even Bai Yuling couldn't help covering her face. Such a stupid younger brother, whoever wants him can just lead him away. Chen Xian shook his head, stretched out 3 fingers, and said. If you go to our recycling station, this is the most they'll give you. 30. That's way too little. No, it's 3 yuan. What? 3 yuan, are you trying to brush off a beggar? Bai Chenghu's voice instantly rose by an octave, giving Bai Yuling a fright. Annoyed, she kicked him right in the butt. Bai Chenghu covered his butt with a wronged expression, gazing resentfully at his older sister. Chen Xian smiled and said. We are a recycling station, not a second-hand market. If you bring the radio to us, we will just take it as scrap. Besides, we only want the red copper coils, brass knobs, electron tubes, and things like that inside. 3 yuan is about right. Bai Chenghu immediately put on an expression that seemed to say, I didn't go to school, don't try to fool me, and looked toward his older sister. Although Bai Yuling also felt that the price was too low, she still recognized the logic in what Chen Xian said. All right, then take it away and bring it to me tomorrow. Seeing how easily Bai Yuling trusted him, Chen Xian let out a light chuckle and said. Don't I need to leave a deposit? Bai Yuling gave a confident smile and said. I believe you wouldn't dare to lie to me. Bai Chenghu also arched his eyebrows and said. Exactly. If you dare to trick us, even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will still drag you out. Do you know who my dad is? Ow, sis, it hurts, hurts. Before Bai Chenghu could finish showing off, his ear was fiercely twisted by Bai Yuling, and she dragged him right into the courtyard. Get back inside and copy the Zhu Zi family precepts 10 times for me, so you stop swaggering outside every day. Sis, no way. That whole thing is over 500 characters. 10 times is too exhausting, let's make it 5 times. 20 times. Fine. 10 times it is, don't add more, I'm begging you. Standing at the doorway and listening to the commotion inside, Chen Xian couldn't help but develop a strong sense of admiration for this young woman. In this era, being able to not discriminate against others and not show off oneself was certainly not an easy thing to do. Chen Xian placed the radio into the cart. Just now, using the mechanical repair knowledge he had just redeemed, he easily discovered the problem with this radio. It wasn't as simple as he had claimed earlier. The vacuum tube inside had been broken from a fall, and several solder joints on the circuit board had fallen off. When they originally sent this radio to the repair station, the master worker there had been helpless in the face of such an imported radio. Without professional model blueprints, they didn't dare to easily try fixing those solder joints. And as for that vacuum tube, it simply didn't exist domestically. The repair price was indeed very expensive. But for Chen Xian, none of this posed any difficulty. He couldn't fix it himself, but he had the tricycle. With the radar's built-in repair function, let alone a radio, even an aircraft carrier could be fixed. Beep, beep, beep. A medium-value carved Zeton cabinet detected, valued at 300 yuan. Acquisition is recommended. Arriving at the doorway of this house, a young man inside carried out a cabinet that was completely blackened by smoke, obviously smoked like that from being placed in the kitchen. Hey, how many years has this cabinet been sitting there to get smoked all black like this? The young man gave a chuckle and said. Anyway, ever since I could remember, this thing has been sitting in the kitchen. It must be at least 20-odd years old. Since I'm getting ready to renovate the kitchen and picked up a better cabinet, I might as well sell this one. How much can you offer for it? Chen Xian squatted down, opened the cabinet, looked it over inside and outside, and said. This cabinet is basically useless now, and the wood has rotted. It can only be sold as scrap wood. How about this, 50 cents, what do you think? The young man frowned and said. Raise your hand a bit. 50 cents is way too little. Just this wood alone weighs dozens of caddies. Add a bit more. Chen Xian shook his head, gave a wry smile, and said. I really can't add any more. Once this thing is sent back, it will be split directly. Some parts can still be used, but most of it has rotted away and can only be used for firewood. I can't lose money on this myself, can I? How about you think about it some more, and I'll come back later. Chen Xian executed this tactic of retreating to advance with extreme proficiency. As the saying goes, criticisms come from the buyer, while cheers come from the idle onlooker. When someone picks apart your goods, saying this is bad and that is no good, they actually just want to drive the price down. They are definitely a real buyer. As for those who look at your stuff and just praise how good and great it is, they are mostly passers-by. Seeing that Chen Xian was about to leave, the young man hurriedly grabbed him and said. All right, 50 cents it is. Such a heavy thing, spares me the trouble of moving it in and out again. Take it away. Chen Xian smiled with a contrived, honest look, pulled 50 cents out of his pocket to hand over, and then with a single-handed exertion of strength, he lifted the 30-odd caddy cabinet straight into the cart. Master worker, what incredible strength you have. The young man was left dumbfounded. It had taken a lot of effort for him to carry it out from inside the room, yet this scrap-collecting worker lifted it up with just one hand. Collecting scrap really builds one up. Chen Xian also smiled indifferently. The attribute points he had added over the past few times were making his body stronger and stronger. After making a round, Chen Xian tucked both the radio and the cabinet into his storage space. Perform 100% restoration on the Anhui 9-star founding commemorative Tenwen coin. Perform separate repairs on the radio, 80% restoration for the outer shell, and 100% restoration for the interior. Perform 80% restoration on the carved Zeton cabinet. Ding. Restoration in progress. Repair fees collected are 20 yuan, 15 yuan, and 24 yuan respectively. In just a few minutes, looking at the Anhui 9-star founding commemorative Tenwen coin in the palm of his hand that looked brand new, Chen Xian felt a surge of excitement in his heart. The radio's outer shell was intact. If one looked closely, a crack could still be seen, but it no longer hindered normal use. As for that Kong cabinet, it stunned even Chen Xian, someone who came from later generations. Its entire body was fully carved with dragons and phoenixes, lotus flowers, and auspicious patterns, adorned with gold-traced polychrome painting, along with passionflower scrollwork. This was an integration of Western styles. This style should have flowed out of the Qing Imperial Palace. After all, there were dragon and phoenix patterns on the cabinet. However, the dragon was not a 5-clawed golden dragon, but a Qi dragon, which should be the standard specification for an imperial concubine. Once his new house was ready, placing such a cabinet at home would instantly elevate the style. Happily riding his tricycle, Chen Xian continued traveling through the streets and alleys. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Xian returned with a full load. After all, Chen Xian's acquisition prices were fair and he didn't quibble over a cent or two of profit, which led quite a few people to bring out their old hoards. Looking at this cartload of things belonging to Chen Xian, and then looking at what the two of them had collected, those two young regular workers felt somewhat unbalanced in their hearts. They always felt that Zhao Taizhu always arranged the good jobs for Chen Xian every time, while they worked themselves to death every time and couldn't collect many things. Master Zhao, you can't play favorites like this. Look how full Master Chen's cart is every time, while the two of us can't collect anything. Why don't you arrange things properly for us? One of the young men said with a cheeky smile. Zhao Taizhu arched his eyebrows and said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Collecting scrap all depends on personal ability. If you don't have the ability, don't be picky and choosy. Put more heart into your work and stop thinking about so many crooked, roundabout things. Zhao Taizhu had been mingling in this trade since before the founding of the nation. In order to seize territory, he had gotten into plenty of fights with other scrap collectors, and he naturally carried a fierce edge about him. Usually he was all smiles, but with this sudden chilling of his face, it scared those two young men quite a bit, and they turned their heads and walked away. Chapter 18 Huiru deftly applies the beauty trap. Tomorrow is the weekend, and Chen Xian does not have a shift. After getting off work, Chen Xian didn't even care about eating and first returned to the Siheyuan, wanting to see how his new home had been tidied up. Before he even entered the Siheyuan, he heard bursts of cursing sounds coming from inside. So many things, where do you expect us to put all of them? Exactly, and you didn't even say anything in advance. What are we supposed to do with all these sundries in the future? It's going too far, throwing my things out just like that. Is there still any justice left? The legs of my stool even got broken from the fall. One person was allotted 3 rooms, can he possibly live in all of them? Right, a family of 5 of us lives in just 1 room, and the sub-district office doesn't say anything about allotting us another one. Why don't you go catch enemy spies too? By then, wouldn't your home be spacious? Are you saying I can get a house allotted too? No, if you get killed by enemy spies, wouldn't your home be spacious? You turtle grandson, see if I don't bash you to death. When Chen Xian pushed his tricycle into the front courtyard, all the sounds completely vanished. The front courtyard wasn't big to begin with, roughly only a third of the middle courtyard. Nowadays, this front courtyard was piled full of a bunch of messy sundries, all of which were things that the people in the courtyard didn't use on ordinary days and had stuffed into those 3 inverted-facing rooms. After the comrades from the sub-district office arrived today, without saying a word, they directly threw all these things out. Facing Director Wang of the sub-district office, they didn't dare to say anything. Strictly speaking, this could be considered taking advantage of public property. If you dared to make a fuss, Director Wang would dare to deal with you. Director Wang even specially invited Master Zhang, who was in charge of house renovations on the street, to come over and help tidy up the rooms together. These masters were also quick-handed and nimble, and very quickly tidied up these 3 rooms. The dilapidated doors and windows were all replaced with new ones, and the furniture in the rooms was also moved in according to normal regulations. Director Wang had to leave early due to an urgent matter, and this group of old hags immediately started making oblique accusations. Comrade Chen Xian, come take a look, the rooms have all been tidied up for you. See if there is anything else you need. Officer Little Lu walked over with an excited face. For this hero who cleverly captured the lieutenant colonel squad leader of the intelligence unit, he admired him from the bottom of his heart. Chen Xian smiled and pulled out the Pegasus cigarettes he had just bought, directly stuffing them into his hands, and said, "Sorry to trouble you, Officer Lu." Officer Lu felt a bit embarrassed, but seeing that Chen Xian insisted on giving them to him, he had no choice but to accept them. Facing those working masters, Chen Xian treated everyone equally, took out 2 packs of Laodong cigarettes, stuffed them into the hands of Master Zhang who was leading them, and said, "Master, thank you for your trouble. Later on, my house will still need a good renovation. At the very least, a doorway needs to be opened up in the middle, and I'll have to trouble you and the masters then." Master Zhang clutched the cigarettes, smiling from ear to ear. He had originally thought he was just purely coming to help out, never expecting that he could also receive 2 packs of cigarettes. Business wasn't easy for them nowadays. After all, most families' houses belonged to the public, and they only had the right of residence, so very few people were willing to renovate houses. Seeing these 3 inverted-facing rooms, Master Zhang calculated in his heart and was practically overjoyed. At least this month's food expenses wouldn't be a problem. Telling Chen Xian his address, Master Zhang led his people and left. As soon as Master Zhang left, Director Wang hurried over. Seeing Chen Xian, Director Wang asked with a full face of smiles. "Little Chen, how do you feel about the house?" Chen Xian said with a grateful expression. "Thank you very much for the concern from the sub-district office. I only did what an ordinary person should do, yet the leadership values me so much, transferring me to a regular worker and giving me 3 rooms. It is truly so touching. Director Wang, you really lived up to the 5 words serve the people." Chen Xian's bout of flattery made Wang Taijun laugh out loud. He felt that those 3 rooms weren't given away in vain. It was obvious that Comrade Chen Xian was a very sensible and good comrade. "Little Chen, don't be too modest. We all know how important the things you did are. In the future, if you have any needs in Courtyard number 95, you can come directly to the sub-district office to find me. As long as it's something I can handle, I will definitely handle it for you." Watching this like-minded appearance between Chen Xian and Director Wang, these neighbors in the Siheyuan felt as uncomfortable as if they had eaten lemons, turning sour with envy. Middle courtyard. Seeing Qin Huairu with her red and swollen eyes washing clothes alone, Xiaozhu also hurriedly sidled over. "Sister Qin, I heard that first uncle and Dongxiu went to the police station." Qin Huairu was in an extremely bad mood. That old hag was able to come out so quickly, they should have locked her up for a few more days. Qin Huairu couldn't even be bothered to pay attention to Xiaozhu, continuing to wash her clothes minding her own business. Meanwhile, Xiaozhu stood to the side, greedily sizing up Qin Huairu's waist, feeling extreme envy and jealousy toward Jia Dongxiu in his heart. Qin Huairu frowned and said, "Xiaozhu, if you have nothing to do, go back and lie down, or else go to the front courtyard to watch the commotion. Stop hovering around me, it's annoying as hell." Xiaozhu glanced at the front courtyard and said disdainfully, "So what if he caught an enemy spy? Look at how arrogant he's acting, almost forgetting who he is. No matter how awesome he is, isn't he still just a scavenger? Can he compare to a proper chef like me?" Qin Huairu rubbed her clothes while saying offhandedly, "He is a big hero now, after all. Who in Nanluo Guxiang doesn't know that a security pioneer has come out of courtyard number 95? I didn't think much of this fellow surnamed Qin before, but looking at him now, he's becoming more and more pleasing to the eye." Qin Huairu's words instantly bit into Xiaozhu's heart like a venomous snake. Xiaozhu, who had just turned 21 this year, was right at the age where youthful hormones were erupting. Hearing his goddess actually praise another man, Xiaozhu instantly felt that his hair was turning a bit green. Pleasing my ass. He's just a stinking scavenger who got lucky and ran into a fool of an enemy spy, which allowed him to score a merit. If it were me, I'd dare to charge right into an enemy spy's den alone and capture all of them. Sister Qin, do you believe me?" Looking at Xiaozhu, who was like a rutting bull, Qin Huairu sneered inwardly, but said with a completely expressionless face, "Anyway, he's a hero, and you're just someone who only knows how to talk big. If you have the ability, find some time to beat him up. If you can beat him, then you're really something." A phrase like, "you're really something," was definitely a ceiling-level compliment for a man. Xiaozhu instantly felt a surge of hot blood rush to his head, wishing he could charge into the front courtyard right now and have a man-to-man fight with Chen Xian. But he still had some reason left. Director Wang was right outside, and if he went over now, that would be walking right into a trap. "Fine, Sister Qin, just wait and see. Tomorrow is the weekend, see how I thoroughly deal with him." Chapter 19 Mother and Son Swap Positions. Jayadayaku Police Station. "All right, Chief, I understand, goodbye." Station Chief Xing Xiaolong hung up the phone, and the expression on his face instantly turned cold. Little did he expect that someone would actually call the chief of the Dongjing Sub-Bureau just to plead for Jia Zhangshi. Originally, publicly slandering an anti-espionage hero required, according to regulations, being detained in the detention center for at least 7 days. After Xing Xiaolong returned and all the paperwork was already completed, a single phone call from the chief made the matter turn into nothing. The chief also appeared very helpless over the phone. The director of the Red Star steel rolling plant personally begged him, what else could he say? He could only compensate Chen Xian privately. At the entrance of the police station, Jia Dongxiu paced back and forth incessantly, smoking one cigarette after another, and there were already quite a few cigarette butts under his feet. Uncle Dong from the guardroom poked his head out and shouted, "Pick up all the cigarette butts on the ground for me, along with the ash. This is the police station, do you think this is the entrance to your home?" As soon as Uncle Dong heard that these two people were here to pick up Jia Zhangshi, who had slandered Chen Xian, he immediately looked at them with utter disdain. Jia Dongshu was already in a bad mood, and upon hearing this old gatekeeper dare to speak to him like that, he instantly flared up and cursed. "Who the hell are you talking about? I threw them on the ground just like that, what can you do to me?" Yi Zhonghai looked at Jia Dongshu in dumbfounded astonishment, unable to believe the sounds he was hearing with his own ears. "Whose general is this? This is the police station after all, did you really treat this old man as that old gatekeeper from the steel rolling mill?" Before Yi Zhonghai could open his mouth to explain, he saw old Dong leap straight out of the window, rush in front of Jia Dongshu in 2 or 3 steps, and directly pin Jia Dongshu to the ground with a neat grapple. Coincidentally, at this moment, 2 police comrades were leading Jia Zhongshi walking out from the police station. Having been locked up in the interrogation room of the police station for half a day, Jia Zhongshi appeared extremely haggard. It was mainly because the psychological pressure was too great. Locked up in the interrogation room with no one paying attention to her, Jia Zhongshi started letting her imagination run wild, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt she was doomed. When the police comrades came in and said they were letting her go, she had already figured out where she would be reincarnated. Seeing Uncle Dong pinning someone down at the entrance, the 2 police officers couldn't care less about Jia Zhongshi, and immediately rushed over, one of them even drawing his gun. Could enemy agents have come to attack the police station? However, upon hearing that miserable screaming voice, Jia Zhongshi felt it sounded very familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. "Oldie, did you come to save me?" Seeing Yi Zhonghai at the entrance, a wave of warmth instantly welled up in Jia Zhongshi's heart. This Yi Zhonghai, although his skills weren't much and he didn't last long, was really good to her. Seeing that Yi Zhonghai was ignoring her and instead looking anxiously at the person pinned to the ground, Jia Zhongshi instantly felt something was wrong. Yi Zhonghai couldn't have come alone, her son Dongshu must have tagged along. Now Yi Zhonghai is here, where is Dongshu? Looking in disbelief at Jia Dongshu, whose head was being pinned and whose arms were almost about to be twisted off, Jia Zhongshi let out a miserable wail. "Dongshu, what are you doing? Let go of my son." Jia Zhongshi rushed right over, reaching out to beat and claw at the police officers. And that police officer didn't pamper her either, with a kick to her lower back, he sent Jia Zhongshi tumbling over. The people inside the police station also heard the commotion, and 4 or 5 police officers rushed out all at once. Even Station Chief Chen Xian ran out holding his gun. "What is going on here?" Looking at Jia Dongshu, who was screaming incessantly while pinned to the ground, and Jia Zhongshi, who was clutching her waist and groaning, Chen Xian instantly felt like his head was swelling to twice its size. Uncle Dong reached out and patted Jia Dongshu on the head, saying, "Station Chief, this little bastard just cursed at me at the entrance and kept calling himself your father. I suspect his identity." Hearing Uncle Dong say this, all the police officers glared angrily at Jia Dongshu. Uncle Dong was a veteran with illustrious military achievements who volunteered to be a gatekeeper at the police station to shine and heat up. Whoever entered had to politely call him Uncle Dong. How could this little bastard dare to curse at Uncle Dong, and keep calling himself your father? How the hell could this be tolerated? Chen Xian stepped forward and delivered a kick to Jia Dongshu's leg, then looked coldly at Yi Zhonghai and said, "You can take Jia Zhongshi away, but this little bastard must spend the night at the police station. Even if you find the municipal bureau this time, my words remain the same." Glaring fiercely at Jia Dongshu, Chen Xian shouted, "Take him to the interrogation room, cuff him, lock him up for a night, and let him learn his lesson." 2 police officers immediately dragged Jia Dongshu inside. "Mom, save me. Mom, save me." One of the mother and son was lying on the ground while the other was being dragged inside. This scene made Yi Zhonghai feel somewhat disoriented. What on earth did he come here for? He had just rescued one, how did another one get locked up? Watching Jia Dongshu being dragged into the police station, Jia Zhongshi didn't dare to chase after him. She could only struggle to get up through the pain, walk in front of Yi Zhonghai, and question him. "Oldie, what on earth is going on here?" Yi Zhonghai sighed and said, "Isn't it all because of you, spoiling him to be so lawless that he dares to curse at the entrance of the police station? Back in the day, if someone beat him to death on the street, it would have been for nothing." Thinking of the old days, Jia Zhongshi couldn't help shuddering, reached out to grab Yi Zhonghai's clothes, and said with a trembling voice, "Oldie, you have to save Dongshu. You saw how it was just now, I'm afraid they will torture Dongshu in there. That place is really not fit for humans, please hurry and find a way to save him." Yi Zhonghai gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "How do you expect me to save him? To save you, I've already used up all the plant director's favor, How do you expect me to save him now? Jia Zhangshi didn't care about any of that. Right at the entrance of the police station, she grabbed Yi Zhonghai's clothes, sat on the ground, and started making a scene, throwing a tantrum with the expression of, if you don't save Dongshu, I'll die right here for you to see. Do you really treat the police station as the Kong bed in your own home? If you want to flirt, roll back home and stop disgusting people here. Uncle Dong poked his head out of the guardroom window, looked at the two with a disgusted expression, and roared loudly. Hearing this, Yi Zhonghai's old face instantly flushed red. He quickly broke free from Jia Zhangshi's entanglement, but just as he was about to lift his foot to leave, Jia Zhangshi was quick-eyed and nimble-handed, hugging Yi Zhonghai tightly around the thigh with both arms. There were quite a few passers-by around who had long since witnessed this grand spectacle at the entrance of the police station, and within a short while, a crowd had gathered around them. Among them were neighbors from Nanluo who recognized Yi Zhonghai and Jia Zhangshi. Watching these two, entangling, at the entrance of the police station, a series of romantic rumors instantly popped up in the minds of this group of people. Chapter 20, Pants Torn. Jia Zhangshi, let go quickly. So many people are watching. You might not want your face, but I still want mine. Yi Zhonghai did not dare to struggle with force either, because Jia Zhangshi's hand was right on the inner side of his thigh, which was very sensitive. Jia Zhangshi also saw the people around, and her face was burning with shame, but for the sake of her son, Jia Zhangshi threw caution to the wind and growled in a low voice. If you don't find a way to save Dongshu, I won't let go. Let go first, and I'll think of a way slowly. I won't let go. You get Dongshu out first. Seeing more and more people gathering around, Yi Zhonghai hardened his heart and gave Jia Zhangshi a hard shove. With a sharp rip, a large tear was directly ripped open in Yi Zhonghai's pants, exposing the underwear with a hole in the buttocks completely to the surrounding people. Usually at work, Yi Zhonghai wore the work clothes issued by his work unit, which were very sturdy and durable, but not breathable and very sultry. After returning home, Yi Zhonghai would take off his work clothes and change into a set of casual home clothes. This pair of pants was sewn for him personally by First Ant, with fine stitches and very comfortable to wear. Unexpectedly, here today, they were actually torn directly by Jia Zhangshi. Yi Zhonghai felt a chilly draft on his buttocks, and seeing the expressions of the crowd, his old face instantly darkened. Covering his buttocks with his hand, he ran toward Nanluo. Someone recognized Yi Zhonghai. Seeing this scene, he shouted loudly. Master Yi, don't cover your buttocks. Cover your face, and no one will know you are Yi Zhonghai from Nanluo number 95 Courtyard, ha ha ha. This cry caused everyone around to burst into loud laughter. They certainly remembered the name Yi Zhonghai now. Seeing Yi Zhonghai run away, Jia Zhangshi quickly scrambled to her feet and ran after him along the wall. At the entrance of courtyard number 95. The sky was getting a little dark. Most households had already finished eating, and quite a few people were sitting at the entrance enjoying the cool air and chatting. Before long, the content of the chat fell on Chen Xian. Hey, that scavenger in your courtyard has really made it big now. He lives in 3 rooms all by himself. Can he possibly use all of them? 3 rooms isn't even anything. I heard the Public Security Bureau rewarded him with quite a few good things, and the bonus alone is several hundred. True or false? Several hundred in bonuses. Impossible, right? I remember last year that old Zhang in our alley reported an enemy agent, and in the end, he was only rewarded with 50 yuan. What makes him deserve so much? You haven't read the newspaper these past 2 days, have you? It was printed in the newspaper. They smashed a huge enemy agent stronghold entrenched in Dongcheng and caught over 100 people. With such a huge merit, several hundred yuan isn't much. This kid is on a lucky streak. A mere scavenger actually managed to run into enemy agents. Just now I saw Chen Xian go out. What is he going out for so late at night? You better not talk nonsense. Jia Zhangshi was locked up in the police station just because of spreading rumors. I didn't say anything either. Right, I heard Master Yi took Jia Dongshu to the police station. Do you think they can get Jia Zhangshi back? I think it's doubtful. No matter how capable Master Yi is, he is just a level 6 fitter. He can't possibly have any way to fish people out of the police station. Then you are truly ill-informed. The factory director of the steel rolling mill has a life-and-death friendship with Master Yi. If Master Yi begs the factory director, do you think the police station director will give him some face? Oh my, Master Yi has such connections. No wonder around our area, Master Yi is top-notch. The speaker extended a thumb to gesture, looked ahead, and asked with doubt. Hey, look everyone, isn't that person Master Yi? Why does his walk look so awkward? The crowd also turned their heads to look, and sure enough, they saw Yi Zhonghai walking forward with his legs squeezed together, moving step by step, and constantly looking back as if someone was chasing him. Lu Aimei in the crowd saw that Yi Zhonghai was back and hurriedly stepped forward quickly. Seeing Lu Aimei, Yi Zhonghai looked as if he had seen his savior. Pulling her, he said in a low voice. Aimei, block me a bit. My pants are torn. Lu Aimei glanced at Yi Zhonghai's pants and couldn't help frowning. This looked like it had been pulled and torn by someone. What's so big about this? A big man afraid of this. All right, hurry home. Lu Aimei didn't feel embarrassed at all. Pants torn, what a big deal. Old Yi, slow down. Wait for me. Suddenly, a breathless shouting voice caught the attention of the crowd. Turning their heads to look, they discovered that Jia Zhangshi was leaning against the wall not far away, panting heavily. Seeing Jia Zhangshi, the crowd all looked at Yi Zhonghai with looks of admiration. This Master Yi truly has ability. Seeing Jia Zhangshi return, Qin Huairu's expression didn't look good, but she still quickly ran over in a pretentious manner and asked. Mom, you're back. Where is Dongxiu? Why didn't he come back with you? Hearing Dongxiu, sorrow welled up in Jia Zhangshi's heart. Pointing at Yi Zhonghai, she cried out. Old Yi, you must quickly think of a way to save Dongxiu. He is your apprentice, you cannot just ignore him. Hearing these baffling words from Jia Zhangshi, Qin Huairu only felt her heart beating wildly, and she quickly asked. Mom, what happened to Dongxiu? Make it clear. Jia Zhangshi plopped down onto the ground, slapped her thighs, and wailed loudly. Those people at the police station are bullying us and dragged Dongxiu inside again. My life is so miserable, old Jia. I can't live anymore. If Dongxiu is gone, I won't live either. Seeing Jia Zhangshi rolling around making a scene like this, Yi Zhonghai only felt his temples throbbing. He gritted his teeth, pushed Lu Aimei, and wanted to take advantage of the time when everyone's attention was on Jia Zhangshi to quickly hurry home and change his pants first. Hey, Master Yi, why are your pants torn? A sharp-eyed ant spotted the crucial point and shouted it out immediately. Everyone else also scrambled to look over. Pants being torn wasn't fresh news, but Yi Zhonghai's pants being torn, that wasn't something you got to see often. Yi Zhonghai felt that his old face was completely disgraced. Losing face over at the police station was one thing, since anyway there weren't many people who knew him. But this was right at his doorstep, being seen by this group of old hags with his pants torn. He could already imagine that for the next few days, he would become the center of gossip among them. Yi Zhonghai hurriedly covered his buttocks and ran quickly into the Siheyuan. Seeing Yi Zhonghai run away, Jia Zhangshi couldn't care about wailing anymore, she scrambled up and chased after him. Qin Huairu's heart was in a chaotic mess, and she also quickly followed behind, wanting to ask what on earth was going on and how Dongxiu got arrested and dragged into the police station. Wasn't he following first uncle to the police station to fish people out? Jia Zhangshi was fished out, but Dongxiu went in instead. Qin Huairu wished she could go up and bite Jia Zhangshi. How could there be such a mother who shafted her own son like this? Chapter 21 Night Encounter and Ambush. Donglishun Instant Boiled Mutton. The originator of Beijing-style Muslim copperpot instant boiled mutton. After experiencing the growing pains of public-private partnership over the past 2 years, Donglishun instant boiled mutton was booming again. When the public-private partnership first started last year, in order to level out the prices of public restaurants, the superiors implemented a unified price cut. Donglishun selected hand-sliced mutton was priced at 1.08 yuan per gene. With the selling price lowered, costs naturally had to be compressed as well. Consequently, Donglishun started using ordinary sheep meat or frozen mutton. The quality dropped, and the taste wasn't good either, triggering a flood of complaints. In April of this year, the central authorities issued instructions to preserve the craftsmanship of time-honored brands and restore traditional pricing. At 1.28 yuan per gene, the raw materials were restored to the original small-tailed sheep, sliced thinly by hand into 60 pieces, exclusively supplied by a dedicated supply chain. For a time, Donglishun was booming once again. Originally, Chen Xian had planned to treat Zhao Taizhu and his family to instant boiled mutton today. But Zhao Taizhu stated that he had already taken advantage of Chen Xian for such a large piece of pork belly, and bringing his family over to eat as well would be too shameless. For this meal, the two of them ate a full 5 gene of mutton, along with some boiled dishes like Chinese cabbage and tofu. It was as comfortable and satisfying as could be. Chen Xian had a special fondness for Donglishan's sweet garlic, finishing 5 portions all by himself. Finally, each of them had a serving of handmade mixed bean noodles, which concluded this grand feast. With a bottle of Fengjiu liquor each, Zhao Taizhu drank until his tongue was stiff. In the end, Chen Xian sent him home together with his bicycle. Coming out of Zhao Taizhu's home, it was already close to 10 o'clock at night, and there was basically no one left on the road. Just as Chen Xian turned into Mauer Alley where courtyard number 95 was located, he saw 2 figures dart out from the shadows, holding sticks and smashing directly towards his head. Chen Xian's drunkenness instantly cleared by more than half, and he hurriedly urged the tricycle in his mind to accelerate sharply. Those 2 people didn't expect that the tricycle could go that fast, and both sticks swung completely into empty space. "Scrappy Chen, don't you ing run." An exasperated voice rang out, and Chen Xian's heart stirred. Originally, he thought enemy agents were ambushing him, scaring him so much that he only thought of fleeing this place quickly. But listening to this voice, it should be that official second generation named Lu Xue. Although his voice was a bit lisping, some clues could still be made out. Chen Xian looked back and saw that there were only 3 people. The drunkenness that had just been suppressed surged back up. "Enemy agents ambushing me would be one thing, but who the hell do you guys think you are?" Chen Xian immediately stopped the tricycle, jumped down dashingly, hooked his fingers at them, and said, "You remember to eat but not the beating, right? Fine, today I'll let you take a severe beating." Seeing Chen Xian get off the cart, Lu Xue was overjoyed and grinned hideously. "Scrappy Chen, you're ing dead today. Get him, break his legs, smash his mouth, beat him to death for me." The 2 people by Lu Xue's side didn't speak either, they rushed right over with sticks in hand. Seeing the movements of these 2 people, Chen Xian's heart also gave a jolt. Although he didn't know martial arts, he still had a good eye. No wonder Lu Xue only brought 2 people this time. It seemed they came prepared. However, Chen Xian's moves belonged to the unreasonable kind. The person on the left raised his stick and fiercely smashed it towards Chen Xian's shoulder. This stick was a hollow steel pipe. If it hit the shoulder with force, it could definitely break one of Chen Xian's arms. However, before his stick could fall, he felt a sharp pain in his crotch. Even though he was a tough guy who had once been on the battlefield, facing this irresistible physiological pain, he still couldn't help letting out a miserable scream, clutching his crotch as he squatted on the ground. The person on the right also saw this scene, couldn't help but tighten his crotch, and his movements subconsciously slowed down by a beat. As a result, Chen Xian's palm arrived. With a slap across his own face, before the pain even struck, he felt a wave of dizziness and hit the ground with a loud thud. Seeing this, the person on the left still wanted to get up and resist, but Chen Xian slapped him flat onto the ground once more. Seeing this scene, Lu Xue simply couldn't believe his eyes. Those 2 were officers in the district security section, both ruthless men who had been on the battlefield. Seeing his son beaten like this, Lu Xue's father, Lu Jiqiang, was also furious. As the deputy section chief of the security section, he immediately mobilized 2 officers under his command, wanting to teach the scavenger a lesson. This was turning the heavens upside down. A mere scavenger actually dared to beat his son. Was there still any heavenly principle? Was there still any law? However, Lu Xue had always wanted to personally see what Chen Xian looked like when he was beaten, which was why it dragged on until today. Ever since Chen Xian went out to eat at Donglishan, someone had been watching him. Finally waiting for Chen Xian to be alone, Lu Xue blocked Chen Xian, wanting to beat him into a cripple. Unexpectedly, the 2 experts he relied on were knocked unconscious by Chen Xian upon their very first encounter. This scene seemed vaguely familiar. Seeing Chen Xian walking towards him, Lu Xue was so scared that his legs went soft, and there was a damp feeling between his legs. Too terrifying. Just what kind of person was this scrappy Chen? Don't come over. Lu Xue was so frightened that he sat on the ground, frantically scooting backward while screaming. Looking at the wet patch under his buttocks, Chen Xian didn't want to go over anymore. "Who's over there? What's going on?" With a stern shout, several flashlights kept swaying, and footsteps moved quickly toward this side. Hearing the commotion, Lu Xue instantly perked up. He was saved. As soon as Chen Xian heard it, he knew this must be the nearby patrolling police officers or joint defense guards arriving, so he wasn't flustered and stood in place waiting. In a matter of seconds, 7 or 8 people in uniform surrounded them. Seeing 2 people lying on the ground there, dead or alive unknown, another man sitting on the ground clearly frightened out of his wits, and Chen Xian standing there clearly as the assailant. One of the Joint Defense Guards roared at Chen Xian. "Squat down right now." As he spoke, he walked over with a stick. The flashlight flashed twice across Chen Xian's face, making Chen Xian somewhat unhappy, so he spoke up and said, "Don't misunderstand, I am Chen Xian from Courtyard number 95. These 3 people tried to highway rob me tonight, and I subdued them." Hearing that it was Chen Xian, that group of people stirred. A police officer walked over, shined the light of the flashlight, and indeed recognized Chen Xian, saying with a smile, "So it's Comrade Chen Xian. What on earth is going on here?" Chen Xian shook his head and said, "I don't know either. I was just sending my master home. When I turned the corner, I saw these 3 people rushing up with sticks in their hands, looking like they wanted my life. Fortunately, I learned some kung fu before and knocked those 2 guys out. Do you think they could be enemy agents coming to take revenge on me?" Chen Xian's last sentence was spoken in a very low voice, audible only to the police officer in front of him. Instantly, that police officer's eyes lit up. Chapter 22 Seeing the Bai family siblings again. Jayadayaku Police Station. When he heard that Chen Xian had been ambushed on his way home at night, and that it was obvious 2 of them were former soldiers, Station Chief Chen Xiaolong, who had been woken up from his bed, already concluded that this was a counterattack by an enemy spy organization and immediately launched a surprise interrogation. However, looking at the results of the surprise interrogation, Station Chief Chen Xiaolong felt as if his intelligence had been deeply insulted. Lu Xuwei, a junior high school graduate, was currently a minor official at the Dongqing district government. His father, Lu Jiqiang, was the deputy section chief of the district government security section. According to Lu Xuwei's confession, it was simply because Chen Xian had beaten him that he brought 2 security section officers to ambush Chen Xian. After sobering up, those 2 security section officers refused to say a word, and their attitude was extremely tough, stating that they were people from the district security section and that the police had no right to try them. Station Chief Chen Xiaolong directly made a phone call to the director of the Dongqing District Public Security Branch and reported the matter upward. Zhou Weilai rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said with a stern expression, "Investigate this thoroughly for me to find out what on earth is going on. At a time like this, there must absolutely be no omissions." After hanging up the phone, Zhou Weilai thought for a moment and dialed another number. "Old Su, I have some news here that should be useful to you." Chen Xian had long since gone home to sleep soundly, while many others did not sleep a wink all night. Early the next morning, a 3-box black GAZ-12 sedan bearing the license plate 1000168 drove into the district government compound. Half an hour later, in front of all the leaders, a pale-faced Lu Jiqiang was taken away. Vice District Mayor Su Ming looked at Vice District Mayor Kong Lin, who had an ugly expression, and flashed a smug, subtle smile. This Lu Jiqiang had been promoted single-handedly by Kong Lin, and he had high hopes of becoming the new section chief of the security section at this year's standing committee meeting. Zhou Weilai placed Lu Xuwei's confession before the district committee secretary and the district mayor, and the 2 leaders, who had originally wanted to handle the matter internally, fell silent. Under the great memory restoration technique, Lu Xuwei honestly confessed his conflict with Chen Xian. Especially the words he had said to Chen Xian at the breakfast stall back then. Looking at the sensitive words in the confession, the district committee secretary and the district mayor also chose to protect themselves. "With such a pitfall of a son, you deserve to be out of luck, Lu Jiqiang." After reading the confession, Vice District Mayor Kong Lin also completely piped down. "Too stupid. To actually let a garbage collector get hold of such a big handle. What an idiot worthy of entering a museum." The stupidest of all was naturally Lu Jiqiang himself. Since he was doing something, he didn't even make a clean job of it, actually letting the other party knock out the people he sent. Who would still dare to use such a stupid person as the section chief? Even if this matter ultimately failed to find any connection between Lu Jiqiang and enemy spies, his political career was basically finished. Chen Xian knew nothing about these messy and absurd matters. He rode his tricycle to Nangwenfang Hadong and knocked on the heavy gates of the Bai family's residence. Bai Chenghu, who had been waiting anxiously for a long time, hurriedly ran out to open the door. Seeing Chen Xian, he asked curiously, "Hey, how come I didn't hear you hawking your wares today?" Chen Xian smiled and said, "Today is the weekend, I have to rest for a day too." Seeing that Bai Yuling didn't come out, Chen Xian felt somewhat regretful. He reached out and took the radio out of the cart bed, saying, "I have fulfilled my mission. I glued the shell for you, even if you look closely, you won't see the cracks, and the components inside are all fixed. You can take it inside and give it a try. Bai Chenghu reached out and took the radio, looked at it with wide eyes, and said with an admiring expression, "Master, you have great craftsmanship. This gluing is really meticulous. If I hadn't dropped it with my own hands, I would have thought you replaced it with a new one for me." "All right, then I'll go inside and try it, you come in too." "I won't go in. Remember to come out and pay after you've tried it." Chen Xian's words made Bai Chenghu laugh heartily, and he said, "All right, as long as it works fine, I'll definitely pay." Bai Chenghu hugged the radio and walked quickly back into the courtyard. Before long, a clear and powerful voice came from inside. "Dear listeners, 1956 is a year of earth-shaking changes and renewal for our new China. Following the great victory of national agricultural collectivization, private industry and commerce across all major cities and various trades and professions are vigorously and enthusiastically carrying out joint state-private ownership across entire industries. The voices emitted by broadcasters nowadays all appeared very powerful, giving people a vibrant and upward-flowing feeling when heard." Just as Chen Xian was immersed in this cross-era sound, he heard a voice come from beside his ear. "Hey, you're that master from the recycling station yesterday, right? Judging by this sound, the radio must be fixed." Chen Xian turned his head to look, and Bai Yuling was carrying a bamboo basket in her hand, filled with some vegetables. Clearly, she had gone out to buy groceries. Chen Xian smiled and said, "Yeah, since I made a promise to you all, I had to fix it overnight. Being a person, putting credibility first is very important." Hearing Chen Xian's words, Bai Yuling's heart stirred as well. From meeting yesterday, it could be seen that this waste collection master was not the kind of boorish fellow, but instead carried an unusual temperament on him. Especially when speaking, it always gave Bai Yuling a feeling of making startling remarks. "Don't wait outside. Come on, let's go inside the house. Having a sip of water and resting your feet is good too." Naturally, Chen Xian would not refuse Bai Yuling's invitation. Putting his tricycle by the entrance, Chen Xian followed Bai Yuling into the courtyard. Passing the screen wall and looking at this quiet and elegant small courtyard, Chen Xian couldn't help but sigh. As expected, the style of wealthy people was simply different. Bai Chenghu was holding 5 yuan in his hand and had just walked out of the room door when he saw Chen Xian entering with Bai Yuling. He said with some surprise, "Hey, master, why did you come in?" Hearing Bai Chenghu's words, Bai Yuling's eyebrows immediately stood up. Putting the bamboo basket in her hand aside, she directly grabbed the broom leaning against the wall and said aggressively, "How are you talking? I was wondering why master was outside, turns out you didn't let him into the courtyard. Come here, let me teach you a lesson." Bai Chenghu said with a wronged expression. "Sis, I didn't. I just invited him in, and he said he wouldn't come in." "Master, tell her clearly." Chen Xian hurriedly said. "Yeah, that's right, your brother did invite me in just now." "Ha ha ha, it's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Hearing Chen Xian's words, Bai Yuling reined in her temper and said with annoyance, "Since he wasn't coming in, couldn't you have pressed him a bit more? Master fixed the radio for you, wouldn't it hurt to let him come in for a sip of water? You don't understand any manners at all." Bai Yuling turned her head to look at Chen Xian and said gently, "Master, wait a moment, I'll go pour you a glass of water. There are stools over there, sit down and rest for a while." "Right, master, have you eaten yet?" Chen Xian hurriedly waved his hands and said, "No need for the trouble, I still have things to attend to. Today happens to be the weekend, and I plan to purchase some household daily necessities, so I won't stay much longer." Bai Yuling thought for a moment and went back into the room. Before long, she came out carrying a craft paper box in her hand, then snatched the 5 yuan from Bai Chenghu's hand, handed both over to Chen Xian together, and said with a smile, "5 yuan is definitely not enough. The comrades at the repair station all said this was hard to fix, and since you could fix it, that's your skill. Here is a box of freshly made pastries from Daxiankan, take them home for the elders and children to eat." Chapter 23, Sha Zhu's Challenge. Leaving the Bai family, Chen Xian rode his tricycle, turned back to Nanluoguxiang/South Luogu Lane, and found the home of Master Zhang, who had cleaned up his house yesterday. Seeing Chen Xian visiting, Master Zhang's face showed a look of joy. "Comrade Chen is here, please sit down quickly. Old woman, brew some tea for Comrade Chen, use the jasmine flowers in my box, hurry up." Master Zhang instructed his wife to make tea for Chen Xian, while quickly pulling out a stool for Chen Xian to sit down. Although this was just a compound shared by multiple households, whether it was the layout of the courtyard or the furnishings inside the house, it was very different from ordinary families, especially those pieces of furniture, which looked quite aged. "Comrade Chen, what brings you to my place?" Master Zhang took the tea from his wife's hands, placed it on the table in front of Chen Xian, and asked impatiently. Chen Xian smiled and said, "Master Zhang, you also saw my 3 reversed rooms yesterday. I want to fix them up nicely. Do you have any ideas?" Master Zhang's eyes lit up, he rubbed his hands and said, "Comrade Chen, to be honest with you, I had an idea as soon as I came back yesterday. Look and see if this will work." Master Zhang took out paper and a pen, writing and drawing on it, explaining to Chen Xian while writing. Gradually, the general decoration style also took shape in Chen Xian's mind. "All right, Master Zhang, just decorate it according to what you said. About how long will it take, and what is the cost?" Seeing Chen Xian being so straightforward, Master Zhang was also very happy. He pinched his fingers to calculate and said, "I have a few apprentices and can also contact a small engineering team. It can be completed in 10 to 12 days. If you trust me, including labor and materials, it's 80 yuan, and I guarantee the quality will have no problems at all." After Master Zhang finished speaking, he looked at Chen Xian nervously. This 80 yuan was no small sum, it was about the salary of an ordinary worker for 2.5 months. Because Chen Xian's 3 reversed rooms had been in disrepair for a long time and were used as a storage room since the founding of the nation, many places were either letting in wind or rain, and they had to be heavily renovated. 80 yuan, including labor and materials, Master Zhang was already very righteous. Chen Xian thought for a moment and said, "Master Zhang, I'll give you 100 yuan. Today next week, I want to move in. Guaranteed quality and quantity, can you do it?" Hearing Chen Xian's words, Master Zhang couldn't help but gasp a breath of cold air. With 20 yuan more, the construction period had to be shortened by 1/3, but Master Zhang didn't even think about it and immediately agreed. Finding a few more laborers and speeding up the progress somewhat should not be a problem. "Comrade Chen, I guarantee to complete the mission." Master Zhang's firm gaze was just like someone about to join the party. Chen Xian pulled out 10 5 yuan renminbi notes from his pocket, placed them on the table, and said with a smile, "This is the deposit. When I move in next week, I'll give you the remaining 50 yuan. Master Zhang grinned widely, reached out to grab the 50 yuan in his hand, clutching it tightly, while saying, "The employer is righteous, and also a great hero recognized by the government. Even Director Wang praises you, so what else is there for me not to trust? Just wait to move into the new house today next week." Master Zhang immediately went to call his apprentices and contacted the engineering team. By afternoon, a bustling group rushed into courtyard number 95. Even Director Wang was alarmed. Since Master Zhang and his team as well as the engineering team were registered under the neighborhood committee, they still had to report this task to the neighborhood committee. Upon learning that Chen Xian was going to renovate his house, Director Wang also put aside matters at hand and came personally to inquire. "Little Comrade Chen, are you preparing for a major renovation?" Chen Xian smiled, handed over a cigarette, and said, "These 3 rooms are indeed not small, but they have been in disrepair for a long time, letting in wind and rain. Taking advantage of this time to thoroughly renovate them will make moving in feel secure." Director Wang said somewhat guiltily, "I didn't expect this house to be so dilapidated at the time, and the neighborhood committee also bears responsibility. How about this, you won't be responsible for the subsequent money. When it's finished, our neighborhood committee will settle that 50 yuan with Master Zhang and the others, consider it as compensation to you." Hearing this, Chen Xian chuckled softly, declined a couple of times, and seeing Director Wang insist, he didn't say much more and could only thank Director Wang for her good intentions. Director Wang mentioned again the incident where he was attacked last night, cryptically indicating that official second generation's father was probably done for. Chen Xian smiled slightly, he was not surprised at all by this result. Because he deeply understood a principle, no matter how big your official position is, you will always have enemies around you. Although you hold a high position and heavy power, as long as you reveal even the slightest trace of a clue, you won't even need others to make a move, the people around you will proactively pull you down into the water. Especially the words he said loudly at the breakfast shop back then, as long as they were heard by someone with ulterior motives, at a time like this, it would be the final straw that broke the camel's back. Chen Xian walked to the middle courtyard. This house was originally prepared by the neighborhood committee to be reclaimed, but now that Chen Xian was renovating his house and had nowhere to live, the neighborhood committee let Chen Xian live here first. Chen Xian, come over here, let's spar a bit. Xiaozhu stood at his doorway, looking at Chen Xian with displeasure on his face. Early in the morning, Jia Zhongshi had dragged Di Zhonghai out to find a way to save people, and Qin Huairu was also worried about Jia Dongshu suffering, secretly wiping tears at home. Xiaozhu felt both heartbroken and distressed seeing this. Seeing Chen Xian grandly coming back to renovate his house and once again becoming the focus of the Siheyuan, it made Xiaozhu feel even more that Chen Xian was just showing off and rubbing salt into Sister Qin's wounds. In the world of a bootlicker, the goddess was his only true god. Therefore, seeing Chen Xian return, Xiaozhu disregarded the strange looks of others and initiated a duel between men. Chen Xian glanced at Xiaozhu, frowned, and said, "If you have nothing to do, go to the front courtyard to be a laborer, move bricks, and mix cement, you can still make a few dimes a day. I don't have time to play house with you." Seeing Chen Xian look down on him so much, Xiaozhu instantly became furious. Since childhood in this Siheyuan, he had beaten up all the children of his generation. Even those a few years older than him dared not provoke him. Scrappy Chen, such trash hadn't even caught his eye before. "Who the hell are you looking down on, who is playing house with you? I want to have a one-on-one showdown with you. If you lose, you'll go kowtow and apologize to Sister Qin." Chen Xian stopped in his tracks and sneered. "What, Jia Dongshu is not here, is it your call now in the Jia family?" As soon as these words came out, the neighbors in the courtyard who came to watch the commotion upon hearing the noise burst into laughter. Qin Huairu, who was eavesdropping intently in the room, instantly wore a flushed face, cursing Xiaozhu inwardly as good for nothing, wondering why he had to bring her up at a time like this. Xiaozhu was also laughed at until his face turned completely red, and he said viciously, "I don't care, you bullied Sister Qin, and I can't stand it. Do you agree or not, kid?" Chen Xian stood there with an uneven stance and chuckled. "You only talked about me needing to apologize if I lose, but what if you lose? If I lose, I'll kowtow and apologize to you, how about that?" Chen Xian shrugged his shoulders and said, "Since you want to kowtow so much, what more is there for me to say? But there's one thing I must state in advance, I only know two moves, one is kicking the groin, and the other is slapping the face. Moreover, my hands and feet are ruthless. If I hurt you, don't blame me." Hearing this, Xiaozhu broke into a wide smile. This scrappy Chen really was a big fool, he actually blurted out his own skills. Aren't they just kicking the groin and slapping the face? They were all kids' tricks. Alright, then let's do it. Chapter 24, Heavy Hands and Ruthless Feet. Although Xiaozhu looked a bit foolish on the surface, he was definitely a person with a crystal clear mind, his appearance was merely a protective coloration. Facing Chen Xian, although he spoke dismissively, deep down he took the opponent very seriously. After all, Chen Xian was a model pioneer who bravely fought against enemy special agents, definitely not some small fry. In the open space in the middle of the middle courtyard, Chen Xian and Xiaozhu stood facing each other, while the neighbors all stood under the adjacent veranda eaves, folding their arms and watching with great interest. Even Qin Huairu leaned close to the window, watching this battle with an expectant look on her face. After all, these two men were fighting for her. For some inexplicable reason, a fire ignited in Qin Huairu's heart. Chen Xian stood there with a slack and sloppy posture, not looking like a martial arts practitioner at all. As for Xiaozhu, he wore an old man's undershirt and struck a wrestler's stance. Indeed, when Xiaozhu was little, he had genuinely practiced serious wrestling with others at Tianqiao for 2 years, which counted as having a foundation from childhood. Circling around Chen Xian once and finding that Chen Xian made no move at all, Xiaozhu instantly developed a sense of contempt. His circling was not just as simple as circling around, but a kind of attacking probe, yet Chen Xian showed no reaction at all. This was clearly a greenhorn. He had been fooled. Growing somewhat angry, Xiaozhu stopped probing, lunged forward with a stride, and reached out to grab Chen Xian's lapel, preparing to give him a hand block sweep. The hand block sweep meant grabbing the opponent's collar or sleeve, turning around to trip the opponent's supporting leg with one's calf, and executing an overhead throw cleanly and neatly. This move had extremely formidable lethality. In wrestling competitions, people were often thrown directly into unconsciousness. Right then, Chen Xian suddenly raised his right hand, stirring up the sound of wind, and fiercely slapped Xiaozhu across his left cheek. Seeing this, Xiaozhu revealed a trace of a wise smile and said, "I've been waiting for you." As he spoke, Xiaozhu directly reached out to grab Chen Xian's right hand. However, when his hands touched Chen Xian's right hand, he discovered that the strength in the opponent's right hand was unimaginably great. Grabbing Chen Xian's arm with both hands still couldn't prevent that slap from landing on his face. Xiaozhu only felt his vision go dark, and he lost consciousness. Yet the next moment, taking advantage of Xiaozhu falling backward with his head up, Chen Xian directly flew out with a kick, striking right between his legs. Even Xiaozhu, who had already fallen into unconsciousness, subconsciously reached out to cover his crotch with his hands. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but squeeze their legs together. Too brutal. Chen Xian was truly too brutal. Well kicked. In the crowd, someone suddenly shouted out in approval. When everyone turned their heads to look and saw it was Su Damao who lived in the back courtyard, they immediately understood. This Su Damao was a mortal enemy of Xiaozhu in the courtyard. The two could be said to have fought from childhood to adulthood. Of course, Su Damao was the one who frequently got beaten. Seeing Su Damao's excited expression of having his deep revenge fulfilled right now, the neighbors couldn't help but want to laugh. Because besides wrestling, Xiaozhu also liked to kick Su Damao's crotch. Several times, Su Damao had been kicked directly unconscious in the crotch by Xiaozhu. That Su Damao could live to this day and still have his lower parts functioning truly made people sigh with deep emotion. Brother Chen, well kicked. This Xiaozhu simply deserved it. Of all people to provoke, how dare he provoke a great hero like you who bravely fought against enemy special agents? He simply doesn't know whether to live or die. That kick was so satisfying. No, I have to come and give him a kick too. Su Damao, you bad seed, what do you want to do? Just as Su Damao was speaking excitedly and wanted to go up to deliver an extra kick, he felt his back get heavily struck by someone. Originally intending to turn back and curse, upon hearing the voice of the deaf old lady, he instantly withered, turned his head while cursing in a low voice, and ran back to his own room. Who did it? Who hit my good grandson? Seeing Xiaozhu lying on the ground, the deaf old lady asked, feigning ignorance, but those malicious eyes stared fixedly at Chen Xian. When everyone else saw the deaf old lady, their spirits perked up. With this person coming out, it seemed Chen Xian was going to be in big trouble this time. Chen Xian stood there with his arms folded, watching unconcernedly as he looked at this extremely mysterious old lady in the Siheyuan novels. You must know that in the later generations of Siheyuan novels, this old lady's identity was all-inclusive and varied. Whether it was a dormant enemy special agent, a Manchu princess, or a family member of a Red Party martyr, all kinds of identities had draped a layer of mystery over this ordinary-looking little old lady in the TV series. Yet, in his own memory, when he first moved in back in 1948, he still had to address this deaf old lady as second concubine Long. According to the people around at that time, this second concubine Long was the second concubine of a certain minor warlord, kept here. And that minor warlord had already taken his family and fled to the south before the arrival of the Red Party. For the sake of livelihood and self-protection, second concubine Long selected some familiar and easily manipulable people to rent out rooms to them, covering her identity. Over the years, this second concubine Long had been living in the back courtyard. Although everyone called her the deaf old lady verbally, in reality, she was only in her early 50s, and even her graying hair was something she intentionally dyed. After the founding of the nation, second concubine Long was extremely smart and directly turned this house over to the state, keeping only the two main rooms in the back courtyard for herself, while the neighborhood committee also granted her the status of a guaranteed 5 household. In this Siheyuan now, the only people who knew second concubine Long's true identity were Yi Zhonghai and his wife, Jia Zhongshi, Su Damao's parents, and Chen Xian. Looking at Chen Xian, the deaf old lady was also greatly infuriated in her heart. Back then, seeing that this child endured hardships and worked hard on the streets while having no one to rely on, the deaf old lady had let him rent a place to live here, and even wanted to take him in as an adoptive grandson to provide for her in her old age. However, Chen Xian had never agreed. He firmly believed that his parents were still alive and wanted to earn more money, then take advantage of the end of the war to go find his parents. Yet over the years, the government's control was too strict. Without an introduction letter, it was simply impossible to move an inch, so Chen Xian could only continue living here. Chen Xian, did you beat Xiaozhu? Seeing Chen Xian remain indifferent, the deaf old lady directly opened her mouth to ask. Chen Xian smiled and said, Old lady, everyone can testify for me. It was Xiaozhu who said he wanted to fool around with me, and I even warned him beforehand that my hands are heavy and my feet are ruthless, telling him to pay attention. As a result, goodness knows why, he didn't care at all, and wasn't he knocked unconscious by me just like that? But it's fine, his physique is very robust, look, isn't he awake already? Everyone looked over successively, and sure enough, Xiaozhu slowly opened his eyes, was dazed for 3 seconds, and then arched his body like a big shrimp, clutching his little brother with both hands while wailing in agony. Chapter 25, Simp Xiaozhu. Seeing Xiaoju's painful expression, deaf old lady felt deeply distressed as well. Xiaoju's father ran off to Baoding with a widow a few years ago, leaving Xiaoju and his younger sister in the Siheyuan. Seizing the opportunity, deaf old lady acknowledged Xiaoju as her adoptive grandson, intending for Xiaoju to support her in her old age. Deaf old lady filled the void of longing for elders in Xiaoju's heart, and all along, he had been extremely filial to deaf old lady. With Xiaoju around, deaf old lady was not afraid of anyone daring to bully her, not to mention having Yi Zhonghai as her backing. Back then, Yi Zhonghai was originally a street punk. The men of Second Madame Long took a fancy to him and sent him to learn the craft of a fitter. With this connection of goodwill, Yi Zhonghai was extremely respectful to deaf old lady in the Siheyuan, and even fabricated some mysterious backgrounds for deaf old lady both openly and secretly. For example, deaf old lady had delivered straw sandals to the Red Party back then. Deaf old lady's son sacrificed his life in the anti-Japanese war. Slowly, everyone seemed to believe these lies, and deaf old lady's status in the Siheyuan grew higher and higher. "Grandson, are you all right?" Deaf old lady asked, bent over with a concerned expression on her face. Xiaoju was in so much pain now that he couldn't even speak. Beads of sweat as big as soybeans oozed from his forehead and rolled down continuously, as if only in this way could he relieve some of the pain. "Chen Xian, your kick is way too ruthless. If anything happens to Xiaoju, you will definitely face a lawsuit." Deaf old lady pointed at Chen Xian and shouted sternly. Chen Xian picked his ear, sneered, and said, "This is already enough for a lawsuit. Then Xiaoju doesn't even know how many lawsuits he should have faced over the years." Damao in the back courtyard was kicked unconscious by Xiaoju several times. "Why didn't I see you stand up and speak out back then?" So it turns out only Xiaoju is allowed to kick others, but when someone kicks him, it's a lawsuit. Do you think the Public Security Bureau is run by your family? Chen Xian's words made deaf old lady roll her eyes in exasperation. The surrounding neighbors were also deep in thought. Su Damao in the back courtyard wiped away his tears in deep emotion. Finally someone spoke up for me. "Chen Xian, from now on you are my own brother." After rolling on the ground for more than 10 minutes, Xiaoju still gritted his teeth and stood up. After all, he was a real man of the capital, he cared about his face. Holding his crotch, Xiaoju turned his head and wanted to go home. "Xiaoju, did you forget something? What did we say earlier? If you lose, what are you supposed to do?" Chen Xian's words made Xiaoju's steps halt. The surrounding neighbors instantly perked up. "Oh, this Chen Xian is really a stickler for details." Deaf old lady supported Xiaoju and shouted sternly. "Chen Xian, are you ever going to finish? Don't you understand the principle of sparing others where possible? Do you really have to tear off all pretense?" Deaf old lady's words resonated deeply with many neighbors, and they all felt that Chen Xian was going a bit too far. Chen Xian laughed out loud and said with an angry expression, "Spare others where possible. Tear off pretense. Deaf old lady, let me ask you, did I start this matter? Who wanted to tear off pretense, and who is being unforgiving? Ask him if these words even exist in Xiaoju's brain. When he demanded that I kneel to Sister Qin if I lost, did he ever think about sparing others where possible? Deaf old lady, a person can't be too double-standard. Since you chose to tear off pretense, don't blame me for beating a dog in the water. Xiaoju, if you don't kowtow today, it doesn't matter, but from now on stop calling yourself a real man of the capital, because real men of the capital care about their face." Chen Xian's words were like venomous needles, piercing fiercely into Xiaoju's heart. Although the pain in his crotch was hard to endure, thinking about going out in the future and being pointed at by others, Xiaoju felt that life would truly be unlivable. Xiaoju gently pushed deaf old lady away, looked at Chen Xian with a face full of fury, endured the pain, slowly knelt down, and gave a loud kowtow. Raising his head, his eyes were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth and asked, "Are you satisfied now?" Chen Xian smiled casually and said, "Don't act like I forced you. Remember one thing from now on, before doing anything, consider the consequences. Being a simp will never end well, and what's most terrifying is that you can't even simp properly. People use you as a gun, and you actually dare to step up. Look at yourself, after all this time, has your sister Qin come out to take a single look at you? You're truly an embarrassment." With the victorious attitude of a winner, Chen Xian cursed a few more times before turning around and walking straight into his own room. Hearing Chen Xian's words, deaf old lady felt a sense of gratification rise in her heart. Ever since the Qin Huairu married into the Jia family, this Xiaoju had been like a lost soul. his eyes practically glued to someone else's wife. Deaf old lady was genuinely worried that Xiaoju would do something out of line, so over the past 2 years, she had constantly been arranging for Xiaoju to find a wife. However, every match she found failed to catch Xiaoju's eye, as if in this world, no one could compare to his sister Qin. On ordinary days, deaf old lady didn't scold Xiaoju any less, but Xiaoju just smiled and didn't take it to heart at all. But this time, Chen Xian's words sparked a glimmer of hope in deaf old lady's heart. Perhaps this time Xiaoju could turn misfortune into a blessing, see through Qin Huairu's true face, cut off this delusional thought once and for all, find a wife to live a good life with, and she herself could live a good life too. Xiaoju was somewhat dazed by Chen Xian's tirade. Although he didn't quite understand what a simp meant, he could roughly guess it from the context. Was I used as a gun by Sister Qin? No, this matter was clearly something I was willing to do myself. What does it have to do with Sister Qin? Sister Qin didn't come out to take a look at me. Impossible. Just now, I clearly saw Sister Qin from the window. Sister Qin still cares about me, she just couldn't be too open about it. Chen Xian's words are complete bullshit. He's just jealous of me. Right, jealous of me. Xiaoju got up, spat towards the doorway of Chen Xian's room, limped towards the entrance of the Jia family, and said guiltily. Sister Qin, I let you down. I didn't perform well today. In a couple of days, once my injuries heal, I will definitely beat this kid up and avenge you. Hearing this, deaf old lady rolled her eyes in anger, let go of Xiaoju, leaned on her walking stick, and walked quickly toward the back courtyard. Such a stupid grandson, deaf old lady really didn't want him anymore. The surrounding neighbors also revealed looks of disdain. This term simp invented by Chen Xian was simply too fitting for Xiaoju. Everyone's mind conjured up the image of a pug, sticking out its tongue and looking at Qin Huairu with a flattering expression, yet Qin Huairu completely ignored it. It was simply too vivid. In a short while, Chen Xian walked out of his room holding a pack of cigarettes and a bottle of white liquor, came to the front courtyard, walked up to Yan Bugui with a smile, and said, Teacher Yan, my house is right next to yours. These days, it'll probably disturb your family. Please accept these few things as an apology, and I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on it for me and prevent the kids in our courtyard from getting close, just in case any accidents happen. Yan Bugui reached out and took them with a pleasant surprise, patting his chest to guarantee that everything would be foolproof. Chapter 26, The Comatose Human Cub. Not only Yan Bugui's family, but Chen Xian also personally delivered gifts of apology to all the other households in the front courtyard one by one. For a moment, everyone's perception of Chen Xian underwent a dramatic change. This kid certainly knows how to handle himself. As for the conflicts with the Jia family and Xiaoju, anyone with discerning eyes could see that it was simply the Jia family and Xiaoju making unprovoked trouble. Living in the Siheyuan, which family hadn't been cursed at by Jia Zhangshi, and whose child hadn't been beaten by Xiaoju. Everyone simply lacked the courage to voice their anger. Now, with Chen Xian acting as a hero bold enough to lead the way, everyone suddenly felt a sense of security. After settling everything, Chen Xian didn't stay at home. Instead, he hopped onto his tricycle and prepared to go out for a stroll. Ever since arriving in the capital of 1956, he hadn't really wandered around the streets much yet. Leaving Nanluo Guxiang, he quickly arrived at Wangfujing Street, the busiest street in the capital. Today was the weekend, and Wangfujing Street could be said to be a bustling sea of people. Although most people dressed very plainly, or even frugally, everyone's face carried a happy smile. Ever since 1644, the common folk at the bottom had been pressed into the mud just to scrape by. Simply staying alive was already no easy feat. They had finally waited for the clouds to part and the fog to clear, as a red sun in the east drove away all the monsters, demons, and evil spirits. The entire Huaxia had once again returned to normal. The common people also felt the changes in their lives, finding something to strive for and harboring hope. Naturally, the smiles on their faces grew more frequent. Looking at this crowd, Chen Xian felt a deep sense of emotion rise within his heart. Riding his tricycle, Chen Xian saw an older woman ahead holding a child in her arms and carrying a large bundle, walking forward with great difficulty. Chen Xian felt a pang of sympathy and wanted to step forward to ask where the older woman was headed, so he could just give her a direct ride there. Anyway, his tricycle didn't need gas money, and he could just consider it doing a good deed. However, just as Chen Xian's tricycle drew close, he heard the warning sound of his radar. Chen Xian had already muted the radar's reminder function. After all, coming out like this, people were packed shoulder to shoulder, that radar's constant alerting sound would rattle Chen Xian's brain to pieces. However, the alert function for special items and special circumstances had not been turned off by Chen Xian. Beep, beep, beep. Detected one chemically sedated human cub, breathing slowly, life in danger, emergency, emergency. When Chen Xian passed by the woman, he glanced at the child in her arms. The limbs were limp, the breathing was extremely shallow, and the rhythm was unstable. This did not look like a child sleeping normally at all. That woman looked entirely harmless and innocent. Who could have imagined that beneath this seemingly honest and genial face was hidden a heart as vicious as a scorpion's? Chen Xian squeezed out a smile and asked, "Auntie, where are you headed? How about I give you a ride for a stretch? Look at you, sweating all over, carrying a bundle and holding a child in this scorching weather. If the child overheats, it won't be good. Don't worry about money, I'm not running a passenger taxi, I'm a scrap collector from nearby. I happen to have the day off today, so I'll just consider this doing a good deed." Zhang Xiaomei looked somewhat warily at the overly enthusiastic young man before her. As a veteran human trafficker, she certainly didn't believe anyone could be so kind-hearted. "No need, thank you." Unwilling to invite extra complications, Zhang Xiaomei smiled politely and walked around the tricycle. With a flip of his wrist, a folding knife materialized in Chen Xian's palm, and with lightning speed, he slashed a cut across the other person's bundle. Zhang Xiaomei felt the bundle grow slightly slack. The moment she exerted a bit of force, she heard a ripping sound as the bundle split open at the seam, and the clothes inside spilled out. Zhang Xiaomei's heart sank. She hurriedly turned her head to look, and upon seeing the clothes on the ground, she immediately grew somewhat flustered. With people coming and going like this, if she got held up here, someone would probably track her down very soon. Chen Xian hurriedly got off the vehicle and said with an ingratiating expression, "Auntie, look at this, you can't walk like this anymore. Why don't you get on my vehicle and I'll take you there? I really don't want your money. I'm just following Lei Feng to do a good deed. Look, this is my work ID, I'm really not a bad person." To prove his identity, Chen Xian even handed over his work ID. Zhang Xiaomei took the work ID and looked it over, confirming Chen Xian's identity. Only then did she say with some embarrassment, "Comrade, I'm sorry. I don't often go out and am afraid of running into bad people." "Then thank you so much." Chen Xian helped Zhang Xiaomei pick up all the clothes from the ground and put them into the cart bed. Zhang Xiaomei also climbed aboard, sitting in the cart bed while organizing her clothes. Chen Xian straddled the tricycle, turned his head to glance back, and said with a smile, "This child of yours sure can sleep. Such a big commotion and he still can't be woken up." Zhang Xiaomei's heart tightened, but she said with a completely placid face, "My grandson just loves to sleep. He doesn't like to sleep at night, but once he falls asleep during the day, you can't wake him up. It's enough to worry a person to death." "Haha, I see. By the way, where are you planning to go?" "Just drop me off at the Yongdingmen long-distance bus station. I'm taking my grandson to the countryside to stay for a couple of days." "Oh, Yongdingmen Station, got it. Sit tight." Chen Xian pedaled the tricycle, wove through the crowd, made a turn, and headed south. Seeing that Chen Xian was indeed heading towards Yongdingmen, Zhang Xiaomei's heart relaxed. It seemed she really had bumped into a living Lei Feng today. Zhang Xiaomei lowered her head and single-handedly tidied up those clothes. When she saw the ripped spot on the bundle, a trace of suspicion flashed through her eyes. That gap, why did it look like it had been sliced open by a sharp weapon? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaomei felt her heart beat violently. She raised her head to look forward, locking eyes right with Chen Xian's gaze, which burned with a hatred for evil. "You, what do you want? You thieving hag, you stole this kid, didn't you? I despise human traffickers more than anything in this life. Screw you." Without another word, Chen Xian slapped her across the face directly. Without any time to react, Zhang Xiaomei was knocked unconscious by that slap right away. Chen Xian picked up the child from her arms, immediately steered with one hand while the tricycle sped forward, and arrived at the nearest Red Star hospital. Grabbing Zhang Xiaomei by the collar with one hand and holding the child with the other, Chen Xian rushed briskly into Red Star Hospital. Once inside, Chen Xian immediately shouted, "Doctor! Is there a doctor? Come quickly and take a look at this child. He was drugged unconscious by human traffickers and is now in a deep coma. Hurry up and examine him." Chen Xian's words immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. Several doctors hurried over, glanced at Chen Xian, and then looked at the child. Their expressions all changed dramatically. One of the doctors stepped closer, sniffed the child's mouth and nose, and sternly barked. It's ether. Damn traffickers, where on earth did they get ether? Quick, send him to the emergency room. Chapter 27, Meeting the Beauty Again. Two comrades from the hospital's security section also rushed over immediately, surrounding Chen Xian and Zhang Xiaomei. Holding batons, they looked at the two with a vigilant expression. Chen Xian also knew the situation was urgent. He immediately pulled his work ID from his pocket, threw it on the ground, and said, "My name is Chen Xian, and I'm an employee of the Dianmen State-Owned Acquisition Station. You can make a call to verify this, but you must call the police station right now. This woman might be the leader of a human trafficker ring. There is quite a bit of money and gold bars in her bundle, and she is definitely not an ordinary human trafficker." Chen Xian had long used his radar to scan this woman from inside out. In that bundle, besides clothes, there was also a small bag hiding several hundred yuan and 3 small yellow krokers. Most importantly, there were 2 bottles of ether inside. This was definitely not wealth that an ordinary human trafficker could possess. Most likely, there was a massive organization behind her. And ether, in this era, was definitely not something just anyone could get their hands on. Those 2 comrades from the security section glanced at Chen Xian's work ID, nodded, and told one of them to hurry and call the police station. Ding, detected that the host personally captured the cross-province human trafficker ringleader. Reward obtained, 3-dimensional attributes +2 each, merit points +500. Ding, detected that the host completed the 20th transportation mission. Reward obtained, points +20, passive ability, never gets drunk. Cross-province human trafficker ringleader. As expected, another big fish. Never gets drunk. Good grief, what use does this thing have in this era? A few minutes later, the sound of bicycle bells rang outside, and 7 or 8 fully armed public security officers rushed straight in. Seeing Chen Xian, the leading public security officer asked with a chuckle, "You are Comrade Chen Xian who was commended by the Municipal Bureau a few days ago. My name is Lu Dahu, and I am the head of the Wangfujing Police Station." Director Lu, hello, I am Chen Xian. Upon hearing that Chen Xian was actually commended by the Municipal Bureau, the surrounding medical staff and ordinary people all wore expressions of admiration. "Comrade Chen Xian, take a look at this photo. Is this the child?" Lu Dahu pulled Chen Xian into a corner, took out a black and white photo, handed it to Chen Xian, and wore a look of anticipation on his face. Chen Xian took the photo and glanced at it, immediately recognizing that this was the child who had just been drugged and knocked out. Although his eyes were closed, his facial contours weren't too different. Especially the mole right between his eyebrows, which was very conspicuous. "Yes, Director Lu, I'm sure. This is the child in the photo." Hearing Chen Xian's confirmation, Lu Dahu excitedly grabbed Chen Xian's hand and said with agitation, "Comrade Chen Xian, you've made a great contribution again. This child is the little grandson of the theater command deputy commander. This afternoon, when his mother and aunt took him out to play, he accidentally got lost. I didn't expect you to find him. Ha ha ha, you truly are my lucky star." Lu Dahu was so excited he was almost incoherent. Such a wonderful thing had fallen upon his head, and he could hardly wait to plant a kiss on Chen Xian. To be safe, Lu Dahu still went to take a look in person to confirm the child's appearance and condition. He heard from the doctor that the child inhaled ether, but the dosage wasn't large, and it was discovered early. After treatment, the child should be out of danger. Lu Dahu quickly called both the Municipal Bureau and the Branch Bureau, telling the leaders that the human traffickers had been caught, the child had been rescued, and he was under observation at the hospital. More than 10 minutes later, a burst of hurried footsteps came from outside. "My Jojo, my Jojo." A plump and beautiful woman ran in a panic. The young woman beside her was comforting her, and several leaders wearing public security cadre uniforms followed closely behind, their faces extremely solemn. After Bai Yuling entered, her eyes unintentionally swept toward Chen Xian sitting there. Although somewhat surprised, she merely nodded at him without speaking. Meanwhile, the branch bureau director Zhou Weilai behind her strode forward, reached out to grip Chen Xian's hands, and said excitedly, "Comrade Chen Xian, I didn't expect it would be you again helping us catch the human traffickers and rescuing the child. Thank you so much." The beautiful woman who had already wanted to rush inside immediately turned her head to look at Chen Xian upon hearing these words, her eyes full of shock and gratitude. Bai Yuling, who was supporting her, also widened her eyes, staring at Chen Xian in utter astonishment. She never expected that the hero who saved her little nephew would actually be him. "Oh my, comrade, I thank you so much. Thank you for rescuing my son back. That is the root of my life, I thank you. The beautiful woman rushed over, grabbed Chen Xian's hand, and thanked him repeatedly. Chen Xian smiled somewhat awkwardly and said, "You're welcome. This is all what I should do. When encountering bad people, one must bravely step forward, especially with these human traffickers, everyone has the right to execute them." Chen Xian's words made several leaders very satisfied. This comrade Chen Xian, just as Director Zhou said, was indeed a good comrade with high awareness. Sister-in-law, let me say the words of thank you for you. Go check how Zhou is doing first. Bai Yuling's words brought the beautiful woman back to her senses. She smiled at Chen Xian, then followed the doctor toward the ward. The several leaders also hurriedly went over. Bai Yuling stayed in place, looking at him with great interest. Comrade Chen Xian, thank you for saving my nephew. I heard you also caught an enemy spy previously. How can you be so amazing? Hearing Bai Yuling praise him so bluntly, Chen Xian felt a little elated inside and grinned. It was just good luck running into it. I can only say this child is greatly blessed and has great fortune. Bai Yuling pursed her lips in a smile and said, Your contribution is your contribution. This time our family must properly thank you. Zhou is the apple of our Bai family's eye. If he really couldn't be found back, I wouldn't dare imagine what would happen. Bai Yuling couldn't help but shiver, a look of fear arising in her eyes. Chen Xian also understood that families like theirs viewed the inheritance of descendants with utmost importance. If the child really couldn't be found back, the mother would definitely become the target of public criticism, and even her family would become the Bai family's enemy. Judging by that beautiful woman's temperament, her family background definitely wasn't bad either. By then, if these two families fought on, the loss would still be the country's. Don't think too much about it. Right, is there anything wrong with that radio? Chen Xian quickly changed the subject. Bai Yuling felt her emotions were a bit chaotic, and said ungraciously. Your way of changing the subject is a bit too rigid. It's fine, the radio is very good, you can't tell at all that it was broken before. Comrade Chen Xian, you are so strange. Hearing this, Chen Xian couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat, and asked with feigned incomprehension. Strange, what is so strange about me? Bai Yuling looked him up and down and said. Look at you, you can catch secret agents, catch human traffickers, and fix radios. Someone so formidable, how can you be an employee of a recycling station? I don't mean to look down on acquisition workers, I just feel that someone like you shouldn't be buried here like this. Chapter 28 Major General Deputy Commander Bai Shan. A person like me. Chen Xian instantly had an indescribable feeling. A person like me, if I didn't have a golden finger, I'd probably still be that scrappy Chen in everyone else's eyes. It's not as amazing as you make it sound. Fixing radios is just something I've seen a lot at the recycling station, and practice makes perfect. As for catching spies and human traffickers, those were just coincidences. If you really made me face a spy head-on, I might not dare to actually go for it, since spies all have guns after all. Chen Xian's words didn't dispel Bai Yuling's curiosity, instead, they made her even more interested in the men in front of her. Xiaoling, come take a look, Zhou is fine now. Lin Jimin hugged Zhou and shouted to Bai Yuling. Bai Yuling also walked over with a joyful expression, looking at Zhou cautiously with tears welling in her eyes, and said softly. Zhou, are you okay? Zhou looked at Bai Yuling with a somewhat evasive gaze, and quickly threw herself into Bai Yuling's arms, not daring to raise her head. Bai Yuling looked at Lin Jimin in astonishment and asked. Sister-in-law, what's going on? Why is Zhou like this? Lin Jimin hugged Zhou tightly, tears streaming down continuously. The doctor on the side quickly said. Comrade, please don't be nervous. Because the child should have been frightened at the time, and ether-like substances still have some impact on a child's mind. Fortunately, the child was sent here early, and the effect of the ether had not fully taken hold. After our treatment, there is no major issue. You just need to go back and recuperate quietly, spend more time accompanying the child, let the child forget the bad memory, and everything will be fine soon. Hearing the doctor's words, Lin Jimin and Bai Yuling turned to look at Chen Xian with faces full of gratitude. If it weren't for Chen Xian's timely rescue, even if the child could be found later, who knows how severely the child might have been harmed. Jimin, Yuling. Outside, a middle-aged man in a military uniform strode in with powerful steps. Chonglong. Seeing this man, Lin Jimin's inner grievance and lingering fear all burst forth at once. Bai Chonglong walked over quickly and reached out to hug the child, only to find that the child completely ignored him and buried the head even deeper. Bai Yuling quickly repeated what the doctor had just said, making sweat break out all over Bai Chonglong's forehead. Seeing the child lying in his wife's arms unwilling to raise the head, Bai Chonglong felt as if his heart was being twisted by a knife. He turned to look at Chen Xian, stepped forward with a grateful expression, and shook his hand. "Comrade Chen Xian, you are truly our family's great benefactor. Say nothing more, you must come over to our house to sit for a while today so we can properly thank you." Unable to decline, Chen Xian could only be escorted onto the car, while someone naturally rode his tricycle behind them. After exchanging brief pleasantries with Bai Chonglong, several leaders from the municipal bureau and its sub-bureaus left one after another. Sitting in the car, Lin Jimin asked curiously, "Yuling, why do I feel like you and Comrade Chen Xian already knew each other before?" Bai Yuling smiled and said, "Yeah, Comrade Chen Xian even helped our family fix a radio before. It was the radio Dad bought for Xiaohu. Before it was fresh for 2 days, that prodigal son broke it. Just as Comrade Chen Xian happened to pass by our house, he fixed it." Hearing this, Bai Chonglong also said with a joyful expression, "It seems our two families are really destined to be connected. By the way, is Comrade Chen Xian from a repair station? That radio is not easy to fix." Lin Jimin patted him lightly on the shoulder and said dismissively, You've brought your habits into daily life again." Those leaders from the municipal bureau and sub-bureaus just said that Comrade Chen Xian not only caught the human traffickers and rescued our Zhozhou this time, but in the previous enemy agent case, Comrade Chen Xian was the one who made the great contribution. Upon hearing this, Bai Chonglong said in surprise, "Oh, so that person was you? That is truly amazing. Later when we get back, you must tell me all about it. That spy you caught is no simple character." Chatting all the way, the car drove into a heavily guarded military region compound. Despite Bai Chonglong's high rank, everyone had to get out of the car to register upon entering here, and Chen Xian in particular was questioned for a few moments. After getting back in the car, Bai Chonglong said apologetically, "Comrade Chen Xian, I'm sorry. Living here is just inconvenient. Normally we don't even come here, but today with this incident happening, if I didn't come over, the old men would definitely storm over to my house." Chen Xian chuckled and said, Understandable, understandable. Everyone living here is a veteran and a great hero of our republic. Any strict screening is entirely appropriate, and it is my supreme honor to be able to come here." Both Bai Chonglong and Lin Jimin felt that Chen Xian spoke very skillfully, while Bai Yuling felt the more she looked at him, the more mysterious this person seemed. The car arrived in front of a secluded courtyard, where an energetic old man was standing at the entrance waiting for them. Seeing this old man, Bai Chonglong instinctively tensed up all over, quickly slammed on the brakes, pushed open the door, and got out. As soon as he walked up to the old man, he saw the old man fly into a kick right onto Bai Chonglong's thigh. With a bang, Chen Xian was so startled that his whole body shuddered. The force of this kick was almost a match for his own lengthy kick. "Get lost. Seeing you annoys me." Deputy Commander Bai Menshan roared angrily, and Bai Chonglong quickly gritted his teeth and retreated to the side. Lin Jimin hugged the child and got down, saying with a guilty expression, "Dad, it's my fault for not watching Zhozhou well." Bai Yuling also said, "Dad, it was us who didn't watch Zhozhou well. If you want to punish someone, punish me." Deputy Commander Bai Menshan glanced at them and said, "All of you, learn your lesson. Don't think that just because you have status, others won't dare to target you. Hurry up and take the child inside, don't let the wind catch them." Seeing Chen Xian step out of the car, Deputy Commander Bai Manchan's stern face immediately melted like ice and snow as he broke into a smile and said, "You must be little Chen. What a young hero. Not only did you capture the enemy intelligence group leader with brute force, but this time you bravely caught human traffickers. You brat really have some skills. Can you drink? Care to share a couple of drinks with this old man later?" Although Chen Xian felt a bit flattered, he still said neither humbly nor arrogantly, "Being able to drink with an old hero is my honor. As for me, I love listening to stories of our Red Party fighting in wars the most. Later, can you tell me all about how heroically you fought back then?" Chen Xian's words instantly left Bai Chonglong and the others dumbfounded. Good grief, they had seen people sucking up, but never anyone sucking up like this. How did he know that the old man's favorite thing to do on ordinary days was to brag to others about how heroically he fought back then? When he was awarded his rank last year, he even felt that the rank of Major General was a bit too small. Ha ha ha, all right, young man, I'm not boasting to you, back in my day. Deputy Commander Bai Minshan was hit right in his sweet spot by Chen Xian. Disregarding his children's shocked expressions, he directly put his arm around Chen Xian's shoulder and walked into the courtyard on his own accord. Chapter 29, An Old Veteran Suppresses Evil. Strangely enough, Zhou, who hadn't dared to leave Lin Jimin's arms outside, raised her head the moment she entered the room, and her spirit had clearly recovered a lot. Seeing Zhou's change, everyone was overjoyed, and even Deputy Commander Bai Minshan, who had been pulling Chen Xian aside to brag about his past heroic deeds, hurried over. Seeing Deputy Commander Bai Minshan, Zhou actually reached out her hands and shouted. "Zhou is scared, Grandpa, hold me." Seeing this scene, Deputy Commander Bai Minshan, who had not shed a single tear his entire life, felt his eyes turn red. The others also wore expressions of astonishment. Because Deputy Commander Bai Minshan had been a soldier since his teens, spanning over 50 years of a military career, the fierce aura about him was so strong that even his own sons and daughters didn't dare to get close to him. Little Zhou, in particular, always hid whenever she saw him. From childhood to now, he had never held Zhou even once. Needless to say, this was also his biggest regret in life. Yet today, Zhou was actually not afraid of him anymore and even reached out for him to hold her. How could this not bring tears to the old man's eyes? Deputy Commander Bai Minshan hurriedly wiped his hands on his clothes, cautiously reached out, and took Zhou into his arms. Zhou smilingly wrapped her arms around Deputy Commander Bai Minshan's neck and pressed her little face right against him. This chubby little thing instantly filled Deputy Commander Bai Minshan's heart. "Grandpa, Zhou likes Grandpa." Zhou's childish words immediately made Deputy Commander Bai Minshan straighten his back. "Ha ha ha, Grandpa likes Zhou too, Grandpa likes Zhou the most. Come, let Grandpa give you a kiss." Giggle, giggle, Grandpa's beard is prickly, tee-hee. After being kissed, Zhou giggled non-stop from the prickly stubble. "Bai Chonglong, go get my razor and shave off all of this old man's beard." Hearing this, Bai Chonglong was completely stunned. The old man's full facial beard was something he took great pride in. Whenever he saw the brothers Bai Chonglong shaving their beards clean, he would say they lacked hair on their lips and could not be trusted with tasks, forcing even Bai Chonglong to grow a thin stubble. Today, this old man actually wanted to shave off his own beard. Truly, for the sake of his grandchild, he was throwing all principles out the window. Seeing Zhou so happy, everyone was overflowing with joy, yet they were quite puzzled as to why the child suddenly became so close to her grandfather. Chen Xian pondered for a moment and said, "It's estimated that Zhou suffered a fright and has some psychological shadow, while the old man is upright in character and full of righteous spirit. Although young children don't understand much, they know best how to avoid harm and seek benefit." Southwest she grew close to the old man. Chen Xian's words caused everyone to suddenly understand, and they couldn't help but look at Chen Xian in a new light. Deputy Commander Bai Minshan proudly carried Zhou around the room, thoroughly enjoying the thrill of being a grandfather. Outside, there was the ringing of a bicycle bell followed by a loud crash, clearly a bicycle falling to the ground. Like a gust of wind, Bai Chonghu bolted straight in, scanned the surroundings breathlessly, and upon seeing Zhou, his legs went soft and he flopped straight onto the floor. Seeing her younger brother like this, Bai Yuling felt deeply distressed. She helped him up, made him sit on a stool, brought a towel to wipe his sweat, and said, "You're already such a big person, yet you still do things so rashly." Panting heavily, Bai Chonghu said, "I took that group of brothers to search all afternoon, and as soon as I heard Zhou was found, I galloped right back without stopping. Thank heavens, Zhou has been found." Bai Yuling pressed Bai Chonghu's head, turning it toward Chen Xian's direction, and teased, "Stop thanking the heavens, go thank Comrade Chen Xian instead. If it weren't for him catching the traffickers, our family's Zhou would have been in danger." Seeing Chen Xian sitting there, Bai Chonghu was completely dumbfounded. In his impression, Chen Xian was merely a scrap collector with some minor skills. After all, even Chen Xian could fix that radio. He had even suspected back then that the people at the repair station wanted to scam him out of his money. Never had he expected to see Chen Xian here, and his sister even said that Zhou being found was thanks to him. Bai Chonghu took a deep breath, walked up to Chen Xian, knelt on one knee, cupped his hands, and said, "The third son of the Bai family, many thanks, Comrade Chen Xian." This action startled Chen Xian into quickly getting up, supporting Bai Chonghu up with both hands, and smiling wryly as he said, "Comrade Bai is too polite, please don't bow so deeply, this isn't practiced anymore." Seeing Bai Chonghu's action, Deputy Commander Bai Minshan was also very satisfied and said, Xiaohu, later you and your eldest brother should properly toast little Chen with 2 drinks. He is our family's great benefactor. Bai Chenghu turned his head to look at his old man, and just as he was about to speak, he felt that something was off with his old man. Why was Zhou in the old man's arms, and since when had this grandfather and granddaughter become so close? No, wait, where did the old man's beard go? Deputy Commander Bai Menshan glared at Bai Chenghu with a strange look in his eyes, scaring Bai Chenghu into lowering his head in a hurry. As for Zhou, she giggled and laughed, as if Grandpa's glare wasn't scary at all, but rather quite funny. Not long after, little Lu the cook came in and asked if the dishes could be served. Deputy Commander Bai Menshan gave a wave of his hand and immediately had people set up a banqueting feast. Deputy Commander Bai Menshan pulled Chen Xian to sit by his side and said with a smile. Today is a family banquet, and there aren't that many rules. Just sit by this old man's side, eat when you want to eat, drink when you want to drink, and don't stand on ceremony at all. Chen Xian gave a free and easy smile and said. Since Commander Bai has said so, then I won't be polite. Hey, why call me Commander Bai, call me Uncle Bai. I'm definitely older than your dad, calling me uncle won't shortchange you. Hearing this, Chen Xian felt a bit flattered and immediately seized the opportunity, saying. Then I'll just consider that my dad made an older sworn brother. Hello, Uncle Bai. You rascal, you really know how to talk. Little Chen, come and try this braised venison. Normally you can't eat this outside, it was just hunted on the mountain this morning and is still fresh. Deputy Commander Bai Menshan smiled with gratification, picked up his chopsticks, and placed 2 pieces of red meat into Chen Xian's bowl. Venison, let alone in this era, even in later generations not everyone has eaten it. Chen Xian picked up a piece and put it in his mouth, coated in a bright red, thick sauce. The venison was soft, sticky, and smooth, completely free of any greasy taste. As he chewed, the rich fragrance of meat suddenly burst in his mouth. Delicious. Seeing Chen Xian's satisfied look, Deputy Commander Bai Menshan was also extremely proud. Toward this great benefactor of his family, the more Deputy Commander Bai Menshan looked at him, the more he liked him. Before Chen Xian arrived at the house, his dossier had already been delivered to Deputy Commander Bai Menshan's desk. After reading it, Deputy Commander Bai Menshan had only one thought: this kid is a real talent. Having fled as a refugee to the capital with his parents back then, and after getting separated from them, he actually managed to survive alone in the capital and even managed quite well. Do not underestimate Chen Xian's previous position as a temporary worker at the recycling station. For someone like him who fled to the capital as a refugee, wanting to find a temporary job was, if not harder than ascending to heaven, at least something not everyone could achieve. It's just that the dossiers from the past few days made this person seem a bit special. First conflicting with the Jia family, then beating Lu Shui at the breakfast shop, and later personally capturing an intelligence team's lieutenant colonel leader. Following this thread, the Public Security Bureau directly cracked the largest enemy spy case in nearly 2 years. The dossier on capturing the human traffickers today hadn't been sent yet, but based on these alone, it was enough to prove that this young man was no simple person. Little Chen, come, let's have a drink. This is Fengjiu liquor I've stored for 20 years, taste it and see how it is. Chapter 30, I'm willing. Deputy Commander Bai Menshan held Zhou in one arm and a wine glass in the other. Right now, this little fellow wouldn't let go of him even when held, and even when Lin Jimin reached out, she couldn't take him away. This made the old man immensely proud and pleased. However, seeing the old man so happy, the Bai family members were also extremely joyful. Ever since their mother passed away 5 years ago, the old man had rarely smiled in front of them. What surprised them the most was that the old man seemed to hit it off extremely well with Chen Xian, and the two of them chatted very happily. Especially when the old man talked about his heroic deeds back in the day, Chen Xian's appropriate comments and flattery made the old man more and more delighted. That beaming expression of excitement was something they had never seen in their entire lives. The 3 siblings were dumbfounded, and instantly admired Chen Xian to no end. Where on earth did this kid learn so many bootlicking phrases? Chen Xian, don't you guys browse Xiaodo? The people in there talk especially sweetly. After a banquet filled with laughter and chatter, the old man was thoroughly drunk, and Zhou couldn't stand the smell of alcohol anymore, reaching out for mother. The 2 brothers of the Bai family hurriedly helped the old man to the bedroom, while outside, Bai Yuling accompanied Chen Xian as they sat there drinking tea. Looking at Chen Xian's completely sober appearance, Bai Yuling looked skeptically at the 4 wine bottles placed on the floor. For caddies of Baijiu, aside from Lin Jimin who didn't drink, all the members surnamed Bai had gone into battle. Chen Xian had drunk about 2 bottles of Baijiu all by himself. Although it wasn't a huge amount, he didn't show the slightest reaction at all. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Aren't you drunk at all? If not, act tough now. When? Chen Xian took a sip of tea and said with a smile. I seem to be naturally not very allergic to alcohol, no matter how much I drink it's all the same. Anyway, I've never been drunk. Hearing this, Bai Chonglong, who walked out of the room, instantly lit up in the eyes. Being able to drink and not getting drunk, what a goddamn talent. The logistics department where he worked was exclusively in charge of the full chain supply for all garrison troops in the capital. Whatever it was, military supplies, ordnance, transportation, fuel, or barracks, the logistics department had the final say on all of it. Every year, those garrison troops would rack their brains to come to the logistics department to cry poor. No matter how ironclad his defenses as the head of the logistics division were, he couldn't face the wine and meat offensive of this group of old veterans. Not only him, but the section chiefs under him also fell in battle one after another, and several times they were dragged off to have their stomachs pumped. For this matter, superiors held meetings multiple times and explicitly banned such practices. However, for every policy from above, there are countermeasures from below. It's impossible to guard against. Seeing today how well Chen Xian could drink, an idea suddenly formed in his heart. Hey, little Chen, come have a cigarette. Yuling, go keep your sister-in-law company. I have a few words to say to little Chen. Looking at Bai Chonglong's smiling face, Bai Yuling frowned and said, Don't you go corrupting Chen Xian. Bai Chonglong said teasingly. Nothing's even happened yet, and you're already defending him. As soon as these words came out, Bai Yuling's face instantly flushed red, and she slapped Bai Chonglong right on the arm, making Bai Chonglong grimace in pain. Nonsense, completely lacking any proper form. I'm going to tell your sister-in-law. Bai Yuling didn't even dare look at Chen Xian, looking rather like she was fleeing in panic. Chen Xian sat there drinking tea, not daring to lift his head either. Goodness gracious, this brother-in-law, cough cough, this eldest of the Bai family was quite interesting. Little Chen, I'm a person with a straightforward temper and don't beat around the bush when I speak. I want to ask you something, see if you're willing or not. When Bai Chonglong said this, he even turned his head to glance in the direction of the bedroom. This action instantly gave Chen Xian a feeling of accelerated heartbeat. Damn, is the brother-in-law about to entrust his sister to me? Bai Yuling was pretty, her conduct and dealing with people fit well with his own, not to mention her family background. Being able to marry her would save 30 years of hard work. Do you want to come to our logistics department? I'm willing. Before Bai Chonglong even finished his words, Chen Xian's "I'm willing" slipped out of his mouth. However, when he heard Bai Chonglong's words clearly, a huge sense of loss instantly arose in his heart. So he didn't want to be his brother-in-law, but rather his boss. Ha ha ha, little Chen, you really are straightforward. To tell you the truth, our department, in principle, does not recruit outsiders. However, you are a special case, and you have the merit of catching secret agents and also caught human traffickers. Later on, write a party membership application letter, and I will be your referrer. Once you have the status of a party member, entering our logistics department will have institutional guarantees. Listening to Bai Chonglong's arrangements, Chen Xian secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. It's easy to get things done when you have connections in high places. Just with these few words, he had arranged everything for him crystal clear. Of course, Chen Xian wasn't a fool, such a great opportunity was naturally one he had to seize. Joining the party, and on top of that getting such a great job, only a fool would refuse. Brother Bai, won't this put you in a difficult spot? Please don't let my affairs affect you. Otherwise, maybe I shouldn't go. Chen Xian also deeply understood the tactic of retreating to advance, putting on an appearance of, I'm doing this all for your consideration, which prompted Bai Chonglong to burst into laughter and pat his chest to guarantee. You don't need to worry about that, your background is clean, and you've rendered meritorious service. Your political background check will definitely be without problems. As long as you can become a probationary party member, entering the logistics department will have no obstacles. With your status, within 2 months, I guarantee I can make you a probationary party member, and within half a year, I can recommend you to join the party. Bai Chonglong spoke these words with absolute resolution, and of course, this also pushed the theoretical fastest approval speed to the limit. After the founding of the PRC, the evaluation for party membership applications became extremely strict, and the observation period for party activists was at least half a year. Based on the other party's performance in life and work, the organization would also conduct multiple talks, inquire with surrounding masses, perform political background checks, and require participation in party lectures and organizational activities. This wasn't even considered difficult, the most difficult part lay in the approval process. For an ordinary person wanting to join the party, from the report submitted by the lower-level branch, level-by-level review by the general party branch, district committee, or county committee, file investigation, to external political background checks, a huge amount of time was required. Chen Xian was quite lucky. It was currently June, and the regulations for joining the party were still primarily based on the previous rules. After the 8th National Congress was held in September, regardless of one's background, a legal minimum of 13 months was required to fully complete the entire process from application to becoming a full party member. As long as Chen Xian could become a probationary party member before the 8th National Congress, the process of joining the party would still follow the previous procedures. Then I'll have to trouble brother Bai. What trouble is there? Once you get to the logistics department in the future, I'll still have to trouble you. Chen Xian looked at Bai Chonglong with some confusion. Bai Chonglong gave a chuckle and said, "You brat, honestly tell me, just how well can you drink and how many bottles of Baijiu can you handle?" Hearing this, Bai Chonghu, who was fiddling with an old-style radio, also looked over. Chen Xian thought for a moment and raised his index finger. 1 bottle. Impossible, he had just drunk 2 bottles. Then that meant a whole case. 12 bottles. Bai Chonglong's eyes instantly lit up and he said, "A case of 12 bottles, can you really finish them all?" Chen Xian shook his head and said, "No, my meaning is that I can keep drinking." Chapter 31, Bai Chonghu causes trouble. With a clatter, before Bai Chonglong could speak, Bai Chonghu's hand shook on the other side, and that old-fashioned radio box crashed to the ground. Turning his head, Bai Chonglong was just about to scold him, but when he saw the smashed radio box on the ground, his face turned pale. "Little Hu, how could you smash the old man's radio box? Do you not want to live anymore?" Bai Chonghu's face was even paler than his. With trembling hands, he didn't even dare to pick up the radio box on the ground. Hearing the commotion, Bai Yuling walked out. Seeing the radio box shattered to pieces on the ground, she also drew in a sharp breath of cold air. That radio box had been with the old men for more than 20 years, and it was even bought by their late mother, making its significance extraordinary. "Little Hu, you." Bai Yuling only felt that this younger brother was simply a disaster bringer, and she didn't even know what to say anymore. Chen Xian stood up, walked over quickly, took the radio box into his hands, and looked at it carefully. His heart sank as well. This radio box was too old, and many of its internal parts were severely aged. With this fall, not only were several parts broken, but even the main electron tube was shattered. A radio box damaged to this extent had basically lost any necessity for repair. In the recycling station where Chen Xian worked, such radio boxes were all dismantled, and their parts were classified and stored accordingly. Seeing Chen Xian's actions, Bai Chonghu was like grabbing at a straw of life, and quickly said, Brother Chen, you must save me. This radio box is our family's old man's beloved possession. If I broke it, the old man would probably beat me to death." The eyes of the 3 Bai siblings all fell on Chen Xian, filled with expectant expressions. Chen Xian put on an act of thinking for a moment and said, "Although the damage is a bit serious, the key components are not broken. Tomorrow I will go to the recycling station. We have many such parts there. I'll look for them and repair it. I guarantee there will be no problem." Hearing Chen Xian's guarantee, Bai Chonghu immediately beamed with joy. The more he looked at Chen Xian, the more pleasing to the eye he found him, and he almost wanted to go up and kiss Chen Xian hard. Not only did he save his nephew, but now he had saved him as well. "Brother Chen, when can it be fixed?" "Tomorrow afternoon, I will send it to Nangwenfang Hadong. Remember to wait at home." "Rest assured, Brother Chen, tomorrow I won't step out of the house even a single step." After this incident, Chen Xian didn't stay at the Bai residence any longer, and the sky outside was already late. Originally, Bai Chonglong wanted to drive to send Chen Xian off, but Chen Xian insisted on riding his tricycle back himself. Bai Chonglong moved 2 boxes of Fengjiu liquor, over a dozen cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes, and a large piece of venison from the old man's storeroom, shoving them forcibly into the tricycle's cart, and only then let Chen Xian leave. Coming out of the military region compound, Chen Xian distinguished the direction and rode towards Nanluo-Guxiang. In the afternoon, the municipal bureau conducted a sudden interrogation of Zhang Xiaomei. Originally, Zhang Xiaomei still wanted to muddle through, but in the face of the great memory restoration technique and the evidence of those ethers, she still confessed to her criminal facts. A human trafficking network spanning 5 provinces appeared before the eyes of the investigators. This Zhang Xiaomei, known as Aunt Mei, was one of the most important core personnel in this human trafficking network. the women and children abducted through her hands reached up into the hundreds. From 1945 to now, over these dozen or so years, their group had committed hundreds of consecutive crimes across the 5 northern provinces. Most ordinary traffickers used folk remedies. When drugging women and children into a stupor, they often couldn't control the dosage well, leading to resistance and shouting from the abducted victims. As for their group, they had a clear division of labor, and even had a doctor from the provincial hospital providing them with a knockout drug like ether. Possessing such a highly efficient anesthetic as ether made them increasingly experienced and skilled in the process of abducting women and children. However, the potency of ether was too overpowering. Some children with weaker constitutions would die due to adverse drug reactions during transportation. After obtaining Zhang Xiaomei's confession, the municipal bureau immediately reported it to the Central Committee. The authorities attached great importance to it and immediately dispatched a special investigation team to rush to the 5 provinces to capture this group of unconscionable beasts. And the name Chen Xian appeared once again in the eyes of many high-level officials. Early the next morning, after washing up, Chen Xian pushed his tricycle and went out. Master Zhang and the others also arrived early in the morning, working away with great enthusiasm. Chen Xian took out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, handed one to Master Zhang, and asked, "Master Zhang, have you eaten?" Seeing that it was a Zhonghua cigarette, Master Zhang quickly took it with both hands. Not willing to smoke it, he held it to his nose and sniffed it, then carefully tucked it behind his ear and said with a smile, "Eaten, eaten. The boss is going to work, huh? Rest assured, I guarantee to hand over the house to you on time. With Master Zhang here, of course I'm at ease. Then you guys stay busy, I'll be leaving first." After Chen Xian left, Master Zhang took down that Zhonghua cigarette again, sniffed it, and his expression became somewhat solemn. It wasn't that he had never smoked Zhonghua cigarettes before, but the one Chen Xian handed him just now was completely different from what he had smoked previously. As an old smoker, with just a sniff of his nose, he could tell the difference in the tobacco shreds. These tobacco shreds were definitely not the same thing as the Zhonghua cigarettes sold on the market. Special supply. These 2 words suddenly popped up in his heart. Master Zhang's heart beat violently. In this era, someone who could smoke special supply Zhonghua cigarettes had to be at least a cadre at the section chief level or above. It seemed that this boss's background was rather profound. With this thought, Master Zhang no longer had the slightest crooked thought of taking advantage in his heart, and immediately called everyone to work enthusiastically. For large meat buns plus a bowl of mutton offal soup made Chen Xian call it an absolute treat. A wealthy life was truly comfortable. For ordinary families, the monthly grain coupons were rationed. Not to mention eating out like this, many families didn't even have enough food by the end of the month. How could they be like Chen Xian, spending several taels of grain coupons every day to splurge? It was truly one person eats full, the whole family is not hungry. Of course, Chen Xian wouldn't stubbornly eat at just one breakfast shop, that would be too easy to expose. Anyway, along the way from Nanluo Guxiang to Dianmen, there were at least dozens of breakfast shops. Eating at one per day would take more than a month. Little Chen is here. The station chief was riding a bicycle and met Chen Xian at the entrance of the recycling station, greeting Chen Xian affably. "Hello, station chief." Chen Xian also greeted him politely. Although he would be reporting to the Garrison Command Logistics Department in a month or 2, he still had the sense of responsibility to fulfill his duty to the very end. "Right, Little Chen, I heard you also know a bit about repair skills. Why don't you stop going out on field work? In our warehouse at the back, see if there is anything worth repairing. Turning waste into treasure by then is a very good thing." Chapter 32, Collecting Recyclables right outside the door. Hearing the station chief's words, Chen Xian was momentarily stunned, and looked at the station chief with a puzzled gaze. Only the Bai family knew about his ability to repair things, so where did the station chief hear about it? The station chief noticed Chen Xian's confusion, smiled, and said, "Our family has a good relationship with the Bai family. My son is a classmate of Bai Chenghu. Yesterday, when he came back, he mentioned that Bai Chenghu's radio was fixed by a recycling station worker. As soon as I heard the name, I guessed it was you. Looking at your expression, I must have guessed right." Chen Xian scratched his head somewhat awkwardly and said, "Station chief, this is a work-related issue of mine. I repent, and I will never do this again in the future." Indeed, strictly speaking according to the regulations of the recycling station, this was already a serious violation by Chen Xian. That radio could be recycled for at most 3 to 5 yuan. After arriving at the recycling station and being disassembled, the value of the things inside would be completely different. But by doing this, Chen Xian not only collected repair fees from it, but also caused the recycling station to lose a sum of money. Using public office for private gain. This was by no means a small offense. Especially since Chen Xian did not purchase any radio parts from the recycling station. How did he repair the radio? Could there be a possibility of stealing public property in this? This kind of matter didn't even need an investigation. The station chief was qualified to fire Chen Xian directly, and could even send him to the police station. However, the station chief was no fool. He had heard about the major event of the Bai family losing their grandson yesterday, and even found out that the person who saved the Bai family's grandson turned out to be Chen Xian. The station chief didn't sleep well all night, considering how to make use of this Chen Xian in the future. He also knew that with this layer of relationship between Chen Xian and the Bai family, wanting to leave the recycling station would be a matter of mere minutes. However, before he left, the station chief felt that he must establish a good relationship with Chen Xian. Perhaps this would become a deep bond like fish and water in the future. Oh, these are all small matters. I just didn't expect you to have this skill. In the future, you can stay in the back warehouse and specially manage these discarded radios. If you can assemble usable ones out of them, I will give you a commission. For every radio sold, I will give you a 15% cut. A second-hand radio in the flea market was worth about 50 to 80 yuan. Anyway, the parts in the warehouse weren't worth much, so it could just be considered practice for Chen Xian. If he could really repair one out, that would be considered his ability. Mainly, going to the warehouse meant not having to go out on field assignments every day, exposed to wind and sun. How great would that be? However, Chen Xian was unwilling to stay in the warehouse. His transportation task still had to be carried out every day, as he knew that this tricycle was his foundation for establishing himself in this era. Station Chief, thank you very much for your high regard. However, I just happened to fix that radio by chance, and I haven't undergone professional training either. Let's forget about this kind of thing. Going out on field assignments every day to collect some things gives me peace of mind. Seeing that Chen Xian really didn't seem to be just exchanging polite pleasantries, the station chief didn't force the matter anymore. Anyway, as long as he expressed his friendly attitude, that was enough. Alright then, if you have any difficulties at work, come directly to me. Go ahead and get busy. The station chief patted Chen Xian on the shoulder and walked into his office. Looking at the station chief's back, Chen Xian was filled with emotion. This capital city truly was crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Who could have known that the chief of such a small recycling station could actually establish a connection with the deputy commander's family? In order to prevent those two young acquisition workers from throwing tantrums, Chen Xian took the initiative to request that every time tasks were assigned, they should just draw lots directly. Zhao Taizhu was initially unwilling, but he also knew this was Chen Xian looking out for him. After all, if those two young people really made a fuss all the way to the station chief, it wouldn't look good for anyone. Those two young people also wore smug expressions, feeling that they had outdone Chen Xian this time. Chen Xian opened the slip of paper and saw the address on it, Mauer Alley in Nanluo Guxiang. What a coincidence, it was right home. Zhao Taizhu glanced at it, frowned as well, and asked, "Do you want to switch one?" Chen Xian smiled and said, "No need to switch. Collecting recyclables right outside the door is even more convenient, and I know all the roads and people well." Having received the task, Chen Xian rode his tricycle leisurely to Mauer Alley. Scrap collection. With this single shout from Chen Xian, the entire alley was instantly woken up. Many people came out to take a look and saw that it was actually Chen Xian. Instantly, everyone's eyes lit up. Over these past few days, Chen Xian's reputation in this alley had truly become illustrious and resounding. Even the children knew that a great anti-espionage hero had come out of their alley. Who would have thought that this great hero would actually come to collect recyclables right outside their door today? This mismatched feeling made everyone's mood somewhat complicated. Neighbors, stop staring. I'm here to collect recyclables. If you have any inventory at home, hurry up and bring it out. We're all our own people, and I'll give you the highest price. As soon as Chen Xian said these words, everyone's eyes lit up even more. Who wouldn't want to take advantage of a bargain? As Chen Xian indeed gave a high price to the first family, the entire alley boiled over with excitement for a moment. Little Chen was not only a great hero, but also a great philanthropist. Some knowledgeable people calculated that Chen Xian was practically making no money at all and working for free. Good heavens, what kind of quality was this? Serving others exclusively and never benefiting oneself. Truly a good comrade. While praising Chen Xian for his righteousness, the neighbors also haggled with Chen Xian over the scale measurements. Chen Xian didn't care about a fun or two at all. Chen Xian, what I want is goods. As long as there are enough goods, I can complete the task. As for money, that's just a minor detail. Looking at the wealth worth over 1,000 yuan in his storage space, Chen Xian felt extremely secure at heart. This was the confidence brought by financial freedom. Soon, Chen Xian arrived at the entrance of courtyard number 37. Speaking of this Siheyuan, it used to house a very famous woman. This large courtyard was the ancestral home of the Manchu Guabila clan. The builder was Guabila Changshan, and later it was passed down to his son Guabila Rongyuan. Folk custom commonly called this courtyard the Rongyuan Mansion. Wanrong was born in this mansion and lived here for the next 16 years. In 1922, the 16-year-old Wanrong was instated as Puyi's empress. According to ritual regulations, the empress's father was elevated to a Duke of Grace of the 3rd class, and this place consequently became the mansion of the Duke of Grace. The common people at that time commonly called it the Imperial Consort Mansion. After the founding of the PRC, this place had already been split into 2 courtyards, becoming employee family dormitories for a certain government agency. Nowadays, a dozen or so households lived inside, and it had long since lost the glory of the original mansion of the Duke of Grace. Master Little Chen, come in for a moment. I have a bit too many things here, could you help me move them? A middle-aged woman wearing blue work clothes looked at Chen Xian with a smile and spoke. Hey, elder sister Zhou, what good things did you dig up this time? The neighbors in the courtyard also asked curiously. Hey, didn't I want to tidy up the storage room a few days ago? Who would have known that the back wall collapsed, and underneath it, goodness knows who hid a whole pile of books. Our families loudly took a look, and they're all useless thread-bound books, plus some account books, letters, and the like. Leaving them around is quite an eyesore, and since little Chen happened to come, selling them for a bit of money is good too. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes. Books hidden inside a wall, this was definitely not a simple matter. Perhaps he could pick up a bargain right at his doorstep today. Chapter 33, Encountering National Treasures Again. Chen Xian followed Zhou Yufang into the Siheyuan. This Siheyuan was similar to courtyard number 95, but there weren't many residents. Each household lived either in the main rooms or the wing rooms, connecting several rooms together, making it quite spacious to live in. Although this Siheyuan was already a bit shabby, one could still tell its former luxury, especially the eaves of the corridor. The patterns on them looked much more affluent than those in courtyard number 95. The left wing room of the middle courtyard, the outermost side room. Coincidentally, it happened to correspond to the room where Chen Xian lived. It's just that the side room where Chen Xian lived was only half, which, combined with the Jia family's kitchen, made up the entire side room. Following Zhou Yufang inside, they saw that more than half of the back wall had collapsed. At the corner, a large pile of various books was thrown there, and some account books and unopened letters were also casually strewn on the ground. Aunt Zhou, let me make it clear to you first. For this kind of book paper, our recycling station pays 5 cents per caddy. If you are willing, I'll start moving it out. Zhou Yufang smiled and said. When other scrap collectors come, they all offer 3 or 4 cents. Only you give a high price, so I'll sell it all to you. However, you'll have to move it yourself, I can't carry it. Hearing this, Chen Xian gave an honest smile and said. Of course, you don't need to lift a finger. Just watch the scale later, I guarantee it will be high. Seeing Chen Xian moving things out trip after trip, the neighbors asked and learned that this book paper actually sold for 5 cents per caddy. Their eyes lit up instantly, and they rushed home to find all the useless book paper, with some even carrying out quite a few books. Chen Xian became more and more enthusiastic as he worked, because among these books, he really managed to hunt down some good stuff. Detected low-value Ming Dynasty books, Hangu Jingyun, Shuo and Jizi, Lushu Jingyun. Detected medium-value Ming Dynasty books, Nanjing Imperial College edition of Shiji, Hanshu, Sangguozi. Detected medium-value Ming Dynasty books, De Ming Lu, De Ming Huadian. Detected low-value Ming Dynasty books, Yutang Tsongyu, Wanli Yehua Pian. Moving to the end, Chen Xian also saw several bundles of large-format books wrapped in craft paper, and his heart was filled with some anticipation. When Chen Xian placed these books beside the tricycle, sure enough, a series of heart-pounding notification sounds blew Chen Xian's mind. Detected high-value Ming Dynasty book, the early Wanli edition of Ben Chao Gongmu. Detected high-value Ming Dynasty book, Qi Jiguang's autograph, Lianbing Shiji. Detected high-value Ming Dynasty books, 15 volumes of the Jiajing copy of Yongle de Dian. Looking at the stack of books sealed tightly with oiled paper that he had just moved over, Chen Xian's heart beat wildly and uncontrollably. Li Shixian's Ben Chao Gongmu, and it was even an early Wanli edition. Qi Jiguang's autograph, Lianbing Shiji. That aside, there were actually 15 volumes of Yongle de Dian. As a person from later generations, Chen Xian naturally knew what Yongle de Dian represented. Even in later generations, there were only 303 volumes on the surface nationwide, and even on a global scale, it was just a little over 400 volumes. And as recorded in the veritable records of Emperor Taizong of Ming, the complete set of Yongle de Dian should have 11,095 volumes. In 1900, during the Qingzi foreign invasion, a massive fire broke out at the Hanlin Academy. A large number of the Jiajing copies were burned, plundered by foreigners, and stolen by officials to be scattered among the folk. During the wars of the Republic of China, these books suffered damage once again. Even after the founding of the People's Republic, many people who owned fragments of Yongle de Dian had no idea what they were. Because the paper of these books was very sturdy, many people even used them for shoe patterns and paper-cut art, which was quite common in this era. Suppressing his inner euphoria, Chen Xian began weighing them with calm composure. Zhou Yufang originally thought that some of these books had already caught moisture, and Chen Xian would use this excuse to drive down the price. However, Chen Xian didn't try to cheat or cut corners at all, giving her a full 25 yuan with accurate weight. 500 caddies of book paper were dumped all at once into the cart bed by Chen Xian. Those precious books had long been put away by Chen Xian into his storage space. Those were national treasures. And as for those letters, although the radar indicated they were all valueless, Chen Xian didn't just throw them away casually either. Instead, he put them all into a large bag. Letters, in this era, were an important way for ordinary people to communicate with each other. In these unopened letters, some interesting things might appear. Chen Xian was also a guy with a mischievous mentality, wanting to see how people of this era wrote letters to their family members, lovers, or friends. Little Chen, your cart bed is quite sturdy. Can it withstand so many things? Don't let it crush your cart. Aunt Zhou got more than half a month's salary, and her heart was also extremely happy. This was like picking up money for free. It's fine, my cart bed has been reinforced, there's no problem. Coupled with the 100-odd caddies of book paper from other neighbors, Chen Xian's cart bed was already packed full. Chen Xian didn't want to attract too much attention either, so he rode his bike and prepared to return to the recycling station. Seeing that Chen Xian was about to leave, the neighbors who had been waiting for a long time were unhappy. But seeing that the cart bed really couldn't hold any more, they could only urge Chen Xian to come back quickly. Just in case Chen Xian didn't come today and someone else was sent tomorrow, this price wouldn't be available anymore. Wouldn't that be equivalent to losing 100 million inside and out? Seeing that Chen Xian had collected another cartload of things, Zhao Taizhu instantly felt proud and elated. Look, my apprentice is truly capable. This time I didn't open the back door for him, didn't he still return with a full load? Chen Xian put those books down first and said, Uncle Zhao, don't archive these books yet. Wait until I come back at noon to settle the accounts together. There are quite a few books here that I think look pretty good, and I want to buy them back to dress up the facade. Zhao Taizhu laughed heartily and said, All right, just put them here for now, we'll talk later. Deal. Before noon, Chen Xian pulled back another cart of scrap. This time, there weren't many valuable things inside, but there were a few bronze and pewter wares, which could offset some non-ferrous metal quotas. Little Chen, come on, go back with me for lunch at noon. Your aunt will make zhajiangmian for you. Unable to decline, Chen Xian could only ride his tricycle and follow them to Zhao Tieju's house for a free meal. With the few caddies of meat you gave us, the family has been eating until their mouths are oily these past few days. There was a bit of meat left over, and it's just right to make bean paste today. Little Chen, you must eat 2 more bowls. Zhao Tieju's wife saw Chen Xian coming and hurriedly greeted him. Feeling the sincere warmth, Chen Xian smiled and said, Then I won't be polite. Aunt, don't blame me for having a huge appetite. Just eat as much as you want, your aunt's family will make sure you're full today. The aroma of meat drifting out from the Zhao family also made the neighbors in the courtyard swallow their saliva continuously. In this era, an ordinary family eating meat once a week was considered improving their standard of living. The Zhao family had been eating meat for several days straight, it really made them green with envy. It's just that Zhao Taizhu had stated as soon as he came back that this meat was a gift from his apprentice, so there was nothing they could do even if they were envious. Chapter 34, The Final Letter Incident. In the afternoon, Chen Xian did not go out to collect scrap. He had already finished today's quota in just one morning. Chen Xian picked out the valuable ones from those books, which totaled just over a dozen, and bought them all for 50 cents. Then, Chen Xian sat in a shady spot and opened all those letters. Anyway, once these letters arrived at the recycling station, they had to be opened, and the contents inside needed to be reviewed to prevent any letters mixed with enemy spy information from being transferred out through this method. Therefore, no one suspected Chen Xian's actions at all. Opening several letters in a row, they were all standard family letters reporting safety. However, Chen Xian read them with great relish. The affection expressed between the lines could never be expressed by WeChat or emails in later generations. Suddenly, Chen Xian saw a final letter, and his expression instantly turned solemn. Father, Mother, Zhener. A decisive battle is approaching. Your son volunteered to join the suicide squad, fearing there is no date of return. My deepest guilt in my heart is being unable to fulfill my filial duties. I hope the two elders take good care of your health and do not grieve excessively. If my beloved wife Zhener finds it hard to support herself, you do not have to wait in hardship. Just raise our son, tell him that his father died for the country, a death well deserved, and let him grow up to be an upright person, never forgetting the national hatred. Today, I sacrifice myself and rush to death for the country, for the two elders, and also for my wife and child. I only ask for peace for the people of my hometown, and that my parents, wife, and child are safe and sound. If your son dies, he will have no regrets. Final words from your unfilial son, Zhou Jingnan. 2nd Squad, 3rd Company, XXX Regiment, XXX Division. Written on the 7th day of the 7th lunar month in the 32nd year of the Republic of China. After reading this letter, Chen Xian only felt a suffocating ache in his chest. The 32nd year of the Republic of China was 1943, exactly when the war of resistance against Japanese aggression was fought most fiercely. This senior named Zhou Jingnan truly put life and death aside, willingly joining the suicide squad to resist the Japanese invaders. This fearless spirit deeply struck Chen Xian's heart. This letter was an unsent final letter. Perhaps his family did not know the news of his death in battle yet. Maybe they were still looking forward to the day when their child, husband, or father could return to his hometown. With a heavy heart, Chen Xian stuffed the letter back into the envelope, preparing to figure out a way to see if this letter could be delivered into the hands of his parents, wife, and child. Of course, it was impossible for him alone, but the old man of the Bai family was a deputy commander-in-chief. He should be very willing to help with such a matter. However, as Chen Xian continued to open letters, his expression became increasingly ugly. Because more than a dozen consecutive letters were all final letters, and they were all final letters from the 3rd Company of this XXX Regiment, XXX Division. In Chen Xian's mind, some rules of the recycling station that the station chief had once mentioned suddenly emerged. Regarding letters, the recycling station needed to pay extra attention to them, especially valuable revolutionary literature, which must be reported immediately. And such final letters from Red Party soldiers were undoubtedly valuable revolutionary literature, not to mention that more than a dozen consecutive final letters from the same company might uncover a hidden history. Chen Xian immediately took these envelopes and found the station chief. Hearing Chen Xian's words, the station chief immediately stood up, inspected them with a solemn expression, and then picked up the phone to dial superiors. A dozen minutes later, Dongqing Sub-Bureau Director Zhou Weilai and several leaders from the cultural and educational departments came to the recycling station together. Seeing Chen Xian, Zhou Weilai said with a solemn expression, "Comrade Little Chen, I really did not expect it to be you again." Several leaders from the cultural and educational departments stepped forward to inspect these final letters. After more than half an hour of verification, they unanimously determined that these final letters were genuine and valid, and they even called to inquire about the contents with the leaders of this division and regiment at that time. When the division and regiment leaders received this call, they were also extremely excited. Because the combat environment at that time was simply too harsh, the final letters left behind by most soldiers simply could not break through the Japanese invaders' blockade. More final letters were either destroyed on the battlefield or hidden by communications soldiers. As a result, the communications soldiers died, and the final letters that could be successfully delivered out were extremely few. These 13 final letters could be said to be major revolutionary literature, which had great significance for the posthumous conferment of martyrs and the comfort of martyrs' families. Before long, a military vehicle drove in from outside. When Chen Xian saw the old man stepping down from the military vehicle, his eyes widened in shock. Deputy Commander Bai Minshan. Deputy Commander Bai Minshan had a heavy expression, ignoring the support of the guard beside him, and walked in quickly. Deputy Commander Bai Minshan spotted Chen Xian at a glance, walked over, slapped Chen Xian heavily on the shoulder, and said, "Kid, you did well." Chen Xian asked with some puzzlement. "Bai. Deputy Commander Bai, why are you here?" Deputy Commander Bai Minshan put on a stern face and said, "What commander, call me uncle." Chen Xian grinned and said, "Uncle Bai. Yeah, when I was fighting the little Japanese devils back then, I was the regimental commander of the XXX regiment. The letters you found this time were all written by my soldiers back then. You tell me, should I not come?" This was truly coincidence opening the door for coincidence. It was a coincidence to the extreme. Deputy Commander Bai Minshan looked at the unfolded letter paper, picked up one of them, took a look, and his eye rims instantly turned red. "This is the Deputy Company Commander of the 3rd Company. He was the soldier I valued most. Facing the encirclement and suppression by the Japanese invaders, it was he who led the suicide squad to tightly bite onto Sakata's company, allowing the main force of our XXX regiment to safely retreat." Chen Xian stepped forward, and amidst the surprised gazes of the crowd, he said, "History will remember them, and the common people will remember them too. For Huaxia, they shed blood and sacrificed their heads. Some people did not even leave behind their names, but we will always remember what they did for Huaxia. Unknown to the world by name, yet eternally remembered by mountains and rivers for their loyalty." Chen Xian's last sentence exploded thunderously in everyone's hearts like the morning bell and evening drum. Deputy Commander Bai Minshan turned his head to look at Chen Xian, his eyes full of appreciation and admiration. Being able to say such words showed that deep in this child's heart, he was truly filled with reverence and respect for these martyrs. Those leaders from the cultural and educational departments treated these words like a rare treasure. This remark could not be more appropriate as praise for those nameless heroes. Even unknown to the world by name, yet eternally remembered by mountains and rivers for their loyalty, with these words, I believe my old comrades can also rest in peace. Deputy Commander Bai Minshan said with deep emotion. "Kid, you have made a major contribution again. Speak, what reward do you want?" The people around all looked at Chen Xian with envy. This was the deputy commander of the garrison command, an absolute figure of authority whose word carried immense weight. A single sentence could change a person's destiny. Chen Xian looked seriously at Deputy Commander Bai Minshan and said word by word, "If possible, Uncle Bai, can you let me personally go and deliver these final letters into the hands of their families, allowing someone like me who enjoys this peaceful world to pay them the highest respect?" Chapter 35, Dongshu, your house was ransacked. Hearing this, Deputy Commander Bai Minshan felt deeply shocked in his heart. People who enjoy the peaceful world, this sentence deeply stung him. That's right, he was also someone who enjoyed the peaceful world. Although he had rendered great military service for Huaxia and was quite proud of it, when he thought of the martyrs who had shed blood and sacrificed their lives for Huaxia without even leaving their names, what was he compared to them? Looking into Chen Xian's firm gaze, Deputy Commander Bai Minshan reached out, slapped him firmly on the shoulder, and said, "These letters belong to major and precious revolutionary literature. According to regulations, the originals cannot be handed over to their families. However, we will make photocopies and deliver the copied letters into their hands. Special personnel will handle these matters. I can understand your feelings, but I cannot break this rule for you. This is discipline." Although Deputy Commander Bai Minshan spoke sternly, his eyes were full of gratification and appreciation. How could a young man with such thoughts not make him grow fonder the more he looked at him? Chen Xian's gaze also dimmed. His sudden idea had also stemmed from a desire to go out and look around, but his respect for the martyrs was absolute and without any reservation. Seeing Chen Xian's dejected look, Deputy Commander Bai Minshan also felt a pang in his heart. He patted his shoulder and said, "All right, little Chen, you have done well enough. I will have them help convey your regards. I have also kept your contributions in mind. These letters still need to be filed and processed, so I will take my leave first. Remember to come over to my house for dinner sometime." After this group of people left, the station director said with a beaming smile, "Little Chen, you are truly the hero and lucky star of our recycling station. Since there's nothing much this afternoon, you can leave early, go back and have a good rest to restore your energy, and come back to work tomorrow." When he saw Deputy Commander Bai Minshan earlier, Chen Xian had thought of that old-fashioned radio. This time, Chen Xian certainly didn't foolishly make it look 80% new. To maintain the texture of this radio, Chen Xian chose to make it 50% new, both inside and out. Things with such meaning didn't need too good a texture. If it were 80 or 100% new, it would instead make the radio lose its proper meaning. Riding his tricycle, Chen Xian detoured to Nanguanfang Hudong. From afar, he saw Bai Chenghu pacing back and forth at the entrance. Seeing Chen Xian's tricycle, Bai Chenghu moved like a fleeing rabbit, sprinting over and asking with an excited expression. "Brother Chen, how is it? Is it fixed?" Chen Xian hurriedly stopped the vehicle, took the radio out of the cart bed, and said, "I have lived up to the trust. Take a look and see how it is." Bai Chenghu excitedly took the radio, examined it carefully, and the excitement in his eyes grew thicker and thicker. "Awesome, Brother Chen. This is exactly the same as the original. Your craftsmanship is simply marvelous. You'd be more than capable of opening your own repair station." Hearing the commotion, Bai Yuling in the courtyard also walked out and shouted, "Chen Xian, come in and have a sip of tea." Seeing Bai Yuling, a smile involuntarily appeared on Chen Xian's face. He acknowledged her and rode the tricycle over. Bai Chenghu was still standing in place, foolishly grinning at the radio, not even noticing that Chen Xian had already left. By the time Chen Xian followed Bai Yuling into the courtyard, Bai Chenghu belatedly realized that there was no one in front of him. "Hey, Brother Chen, wait for me." Jiadayaku Police Station. Yi Zhonghai and Jia Zhangshi strained their eyes looking out from the entrance, and then they saw Jia Dongshu's figure walking out of the big gates. A police officer followed him to the entrance, gave him a few stern warnings, and only then let him out. Jia Dongshu looked up at the sky and greedily breathed in the outside air, feeling that freedom was truly wonderful. He had been locked up in the interrogation room for 2 days. Although no one beat him, the handcuffs made it impossible for him to squat down or stand up straight. He had to stay hunchbacked, which was agonizing to death. In 2 days, he had only eaten 2 corn buns and had a few mouthfuls of water. He felt like he could swallow an entire ox right now. "Dongshu." With a miserable cry, Jia Dongshu shuddered all over, and then he saw a dark figure crash into his arms. Stumbling under his feet, Jia Dongshu was directly knocked flat on his back by this dark figure, which smashed heavily onto his body. Jia Dongshu felt as if all the bones in his body were about to break. Looking down, he saw that it was actually his old mother. Overcome with both anger and hunger, he rolled his eyes and passed out cold right on the spot. Jia Zhangshi whimpered for a long time before realizing that her precious eldest son had passed out, and she let out another round of wails. A police comrade came out to inquire about the situation, and Uncle Dong said impatiently, "This old hag headbutted her own son unconscious. Who knows what kind of grudge or enmity these two have?" Hearing this, the police officer shouted, "Stop howling like someone died. Call a vehicle and send him to the hospital yourself. Don't wail at the entrance of the police station, or else should I send both of you inside." The police officer's words frightened Jia Zhangshi into shutting her mouth immediately. She lowered her head and pressed her fingers hard onto Jia Dongshu's philtrum, causing Jia Dongshu to slowly wake up. "Dongshu, hurry up and get up, let's go home." Yi Zhonghai at the side was also somewhat exhausted. Over the past few days, he had been pestered by Jia Zhangshi to the point of going mad. He could only brazenly go find the factory director again, asking him to figure out a way to get Jia Dongshu out. Upon hearing that Jia Dongshu had actually cursed the police at the entrance of the police station, the factory director slammed the table. After much persuasion from Yi Zhonghai, the factory director managed to suppress his anger, stating that after all, this was an employee of their factory, and if something really went wrong, it wouldn't look good for the factory either. The factory director regulated his breath and ultimately made a phone call. "Yi Zhonghai, this is the last time." The factory director's words also made Yi Zhonghai feel extremely uncomfortable inside. However, thinking of how Jia Dongshu would kneel on the ground and call him godfather after this matter was over, Yi Zhonghai instantly felt that he had something to look forward to. A small noodle shop on the street. Looking at the 4 empty bowls in front of Jia Dongshu, Jia Zhangshi drooped with envy and kept swallowing her saliva. She wanted to eat too, but Yi Zhonghai refused to buy her any, saying he hadn't brought that many ration coupons, which made her furious. Jia Dongshu felt that he had finally come back to life. Belching softly, the 3 of them came out of the noodle shop and walked towards courtyard number 95. "Make way, please." A shout came from behind, sounding like a tricycle. The 3 of them turned around to look, and a cold look instantly flashed across their eyes. Seeing the 3 of them, Chen Xian also smiled and said, "Dongshu has come out too. This can be considered a family reunion for you guys, which is really great. Oh right, Dongshu, you probably don't know yet, but yesterday while you weren't home, that punk Shaju actually challenged me in the name of his sister Qin, saying that if I lost, I would have to kneel and apologize to his sister Qin. As a result, I knocked that punk down. I must say, that Xiaoju kid is truly close with your family, genuinely willing to stand up for you. Look at your popularity, it's truly remarkable. Chen Xian's sarcastic and weird tone made Jia Dongshu feel as if his hair suddenly changed color. Fuming with anger, he shook off Yi Zhonghai and Jia Zhangshi and rushed towards the courtyard in quick strides. Chen Xian, you are simply a troublemaker who fears the world won't be in chaos. Yi Zhonghai cursed and hurriedly chased after him in quick strides. Jia Zhangshi glared fiercely at Chen Xian, but didn't dare to say much else. She could only trot behind, calling out Jia Dongshu's name. TSK, a gentleman takes 10 years to exact revenge, but Buddy takes revenge from morning till night. Chapter 36 Jia and He, Harmony Brings Wealth. Chen Xian pushed his tricycle into the courtyard, first greeted Master Zhang who was working, and then headed toward the middle courtyard. As soon as he entered the middle courtyard, he heard Qin Huairu's crying and Jia Dongshu's scolding coming from the Jia family. You bitch, while I wasn't home, you went off flirting with other people. Why are you so cheap? When Qin Huairu saw Jia Dongshu return, she happily went forward to greet him, never expecting that what awaited her was Jia Dongshu's merciless slap. Clutching her head, Qin Huairu hurriedly squatted down on the ground and wailed. Dongshu, who on earth did you hear this from? I haven't even stepped out of the house these past 2 days, you're wronging me. Bang Gung was also so frightened by Jia Dongshu that he burrowed deep into the bed, signaling that since he had already beaten Mommy, he definitely couldn't hit him anymore. Standing at the doorway, Yi Zhonghai growled in a low voice. Dongshu, how can you even believe Chen Xian's words? He just wants to make your whole family restless. How could you trust him? Although Jia Zhangshi usually felt that her daughter-in-law did not observe women's virtue, at this moment she still had to step out and say something. Exactly, Dongshu. Huairu is not that kind of person. Don't fall for that brat's trick. As soon as Qin Huairu heard this, she understood, this was all Chen Xian's mischief, and inwardly she cursed Chen Xian for not being human. However, Qin Huairu didn't dare to retort. It was indeed true that she had instigated Xiaoju to arrange a fight with Chen Xian. Who would have thought that Xiaoju was a true bastard who actually used the banner of avenging her, leaving her in an extremely awkward position now. Brother Dongshu, you're back. Just at this moment, Xiaoju's voice came from outside. In fact, Xiaoju had seen Jia Dongshu return. Just as he wanted to go out to greet him, he saw Jia Dongshu start punching and kicking Qin Huairu the moment he entered the room, which utterly broke Xiaoju's heart with anguish. Sister Qin is such a good woman, why don't you know how to cherish her? Hearing Yi Zhonghai's words again, hatred toward Chen Xian rose once more in Xiaoju's heart. Sister Qin was beaten precisely because that wicked seed Chen Xian instigated it from the middle. Therefore, he hurried out, wanting to explain things properly to Jia Dongshu. Who would have known that Jia Dongshu's emotions, which had already been placated, would be reignited once again upon hearing Xiaoju's voice. Jia Dongshu walked out of the room, looked at Xiaoju with a gloomy expression, and said, Xiaoju, stay away from Qin Huairu from now on. If I see the two of you making eyes at each other again, I'll chop you up. Xiaoju was also a reckless hothead. Hearing this, his eyes immediately widened, his mouth curled, and he said disdainfully. Jia Dongshu, who the hell are you trying to scare? If you've got the guts, come spar with your grandpa Zhu. If I don't beat the shit out of you, count yourself lucky. Hearing this, Yi Zhonghai also felt a splitting headache and hurriedly reprimanded. Xiaoju, say no more, go back quickly. Xiaoju's temper had already been provoked, and he couldn't take in Yi Zhonghai's words. He tilted his head and looked at Jia Dongshu with an expression that said, come on over, you bastard. Jia Dongshu's face was sinking. He really wanted to go up and punch Xiaoju to the ground, but he also knew the gap in their strength, going up himself would definitely be courting humiliation. However, the surrounding neighbors were all watching. He had dropped a harsh threat only to be rebuffed by Xiaoju. If he didn't show something now, how could he continue to mix in the courtyard in the future? Turning his head, Jia Dongshu saw Chen Xian standing at the doorway next door, smiling and watching the commotion, and said with a mocking expression. Xiaoju, you only know how to throw your weight around in front of me. I heard that yesterday someone in our courtyard was beaten to their knees begging for mercy and even called someone else daddy. Is that true? Hearing this, Xiaoju trembled slightly. The two words, daddy, were a taboo for him. In 1951, his father He Daqing ran off with a widow. That year, he was 16 years old, and his younger sister He Yushui was 7 years old. Back then, he took his younger sister and ran to Baoding to look for He Daqing. Not only did they fail to see the person, but they were also scolded by that widow and driven out, almost dying on the road. Ever since that day, in Xia Zhu's heart, his father He Daqing was already dead. No matter who dared to mention He Daqing in front of him, he would flip out. Jia Dongshu, do you fucking want to die? Seeing Xia Zhu charging toward him like a wild bull, Jia Dongshu was also dumbfounded. Originally, he wanted to use this rhetoric to provoke conflict between Xia Zhu and Chen Xian, but he didn't expect it to backfire, causing Xia Zhu to come at him instead. Yi Zhonghai was quick-witted and fast-handed. He hurriedly hugged Xia Zhu around the waist, barely managing to stop him. Taking advantage of this moment, Jia Dongshu turned his head and bolted into the room, casually latching the door shut. Xia Zhu, calm down, Dongshu didn't mean that. Feeling the brute force coming from Xia Zhu's body, Yi Zhonghai was also struggling to hold on and could only roar through gritted teeth. Zhuzi, come back. Just at this moment, an aged voice sounded, and Yi Zhonghai felt the brute force on Xia Zhu gradually disappear. Everyone turned their heads to look, only to see the deaf old lady standing in front of the vase gate between the middle courtyard and the back courtyard, looking at Xia Zhu with a kind expression. Xia Zhu took a deep breath, pushed Yi Zhonghai away, and walked silently to the side of the deaf old lady, lowering his head just like a wronged child. The deaf old lady reached out, stroked his hair, and softly said, "Child, you've gotten through all these years. Don't distress yourself over that heartless fellow anymore. You are a pillar of a man now and can prop up the He family all by yourself. In a few days, Grandma will find you a good wife so you can live a good life of your own, all right?" A wave of heartache also welled up in Xia Zhu's heart, and he nodded, saying, "Grandma has the final say, I'll listen to you." Watching this wild bull turn into a sheep in the hands of the deaf old lady, everyone felt a wave of admiration in their hearts. "All right, go on home. In the future, keep less company with the Jia family, there isn't a single good thing in that family." These words were spoken very softly by the deaf old lady, and only Xia Zhu could hear them. Xia Zhu first helped the old lady back home, then returned to the middle courtyard with a gloomy face, glared fiercely at the Jia family's window, and only then went back into his room. Yi Zhonghai let out a deep breath, feeling utterly exhausted. These past few days had completely worn him to pieces. As soon as he came back, he ran into this kind of thing again. Yi Zhonghai turned his head to look at Chen Xian, who was smiling and cracking melon seeds, and said through gritted teeth, "Chen Xian, can you just give it a rest? Look at what kind of state the compound has been ravaged into by you these past 2 days." Chen Xian spat out a melon seed shell and said with a look of disdain, "Yi Zhonghai, your skill of calling a deer a horse is far more formidable than Zhao Gao of the Qin dynasty. Are the problems in this courtyard caused by me? For so many years, everyone in our courtyard knows full well what the Jia family is like. If someone hadn't always been shielding them, could things have reached today? Why are the front courtyard and back courtyard safe and sound? It's because second uncle and third uncle are fair and just in their dealings, unlike someone whose butt is almost leaning crookedly onto other people's beds. You call me a troublemaker? If you ask me, you are the biggest troublemaker in courtyard number 95. Chen Xian's words left Yi Zhonghai rolling his eyes in exasperation. The surrounding neighbors' eyes lit up, and the way they looked at Yi Zhonghai became strange. Chen Xian had voiced out exactly what was on all of their minds. Not to mention the middle courtyard, in the entire courtyard number 95, the number of people who hadn't been wronged or bullied by the Jia family could be counted on one hand. And whenever there was a conflict with the Jia family, in the end, either the Jia family took advantage of it, or it was left unsettled and swept under the rug. Relying on his status, Yi Zhonghai blatantly shielded the Jia family, and the neighbors didn't dare to say anything. However, accumulated grievances like these would not slowly dissipate with time. Instead, they piled up more and more in people's hearts. Today, Chen Xian directly laid out everyone's accumulated grievances over the years, and for a moment, everyone felt extremely exhilarated. Seeing Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongshu enter the police station one after another over the past 2 days had already made these people rejoice countless times in private. Today, Yi Zhonghai was cursed so badly that not a single person stood up to say a word for him. Yan Bugui in the front courtyard and Lu Haizhong in the back courtyard both wore smiles on their faces. After all, Chen Xian had spoken very highly of them in his words. It seemed that the eyes of the masses were still discerning. There was only one bad element in the courtyard, and that was Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai looked around and found the indifference and disdain in everyone's eyes, stirring some anger in his heart. Over the years, how much had he sacrificed and given for the honor of the entire courtyard? Had these people forgotten all of it? Making a big fuss over a minor issue of his was simply alarmist and malicious. This Chen Xian was the biggest troublemaker, and he must be driven out of the courtyard as soon as possible. Suddenly, Yi Zhonghai looked toward the front courtyard, his eyes brightening slightly. Right, why should he lower himself to argue with someone like him? In at most a dozen days, Chen Xian would move to live in the front courtyard, and by then, the unlucky person would be Yan Bugui. My character as Yi Zhonghai is obvious to everyone. Whether at work or in the courtyard, I have a clear conscience. Over so many years, what I have done cannot be obliterated by a word or two from certain people. Justice dwells in people's hearts, not on your tongue. Chen Xian, courtyard number 95 has always been a civilized courtyard. I don't hope to lose this honor because of you. I hope you will reflect on yourself and behave. Having said these words, Yi Zhonghai turned his face and went back home. Chen Xian keenly perceived that the expressions of the neighbors had undergone a noticeable change. He knew this was caused by Yi Zhonghai's final trump card, the civilized courtyard. The so-called civilized courtyard was not just an honorary title, it also came with substantial material rewards. Every quarter, residents of the civilized courtyard would receive a small amount of extra ration coupons for cloth, soap, kerosene, and hygiene products. During festivals and holidays, peanuts, melon seeds, and fine grains would be distributed in full with priority, and struggling households would receive additional subsidies. Besides these practical rewards, there were also hidden benefits. For instance, manual work arranged by the street office, such as pasting paper boxes and sewing, could be prioritized for the civilized courtyard to supplement household expenses. If there were struggling households with widows, orphans, disabled members, or many children in the courtyard, the street office's relief grain, coal briquettes, and old clothes would be distributed to the civilized courtyard first. Over the past 2 years, courtyard number 95 had always been Nanluo Guxiang/South Luogu Lane civilized courtyard. No one could deny this point that Yi Zhonghai mentioned. Originally, everyone felt that what Chen Xian had done over the past few days was wonderful. He dealt with the Jia family and countered Yi Zhonghai, venting their pent-up anger. However, if these matters caused them to fail to be selected as a civilized courtyard this year, these neighbors would immediately turn their spearheads toward Chen Xian. This was human nature. Chen Xian also understood this point, but he wasn't flustered at all. Courtyard number 95 would 100% get approved as a civilized courtyard this year, and there was even a possibility of it being a district-level civilized courtyard. After all, not only had he made a great contribution on the counter-espionage front, but he had also captured a human trafficker leader. As long as those public security officers weren't derelict in their duties, they would definitely catch quite a few traffickers this time and rescue the trafficked women and children. Just these 2 major contributions were enough for his courtyard to win the title of a civilized courtyard. Yet, Chen Xian didn't want to publicize these matters. Keeping a low profile and making a fortune in silence was what he wanted to do most after coming to this era. Returning to his room, Chen Xian took out paper and a pen, starting to prepare his application for party membership. In his past life, Chen Xian had also been a party member, so writing a party membership application was second nature to him. However, arriving in this era, Chen Xian's mindset had undergone quite a bit of change. In later generations, he did it to find a better job and have better choices. But in this era, joining the party was a tremendous honor. Especially after reading those desperate letters, the passion in Chen Xian's heart became even more fervent. Bai Chenghu had just walked out of the old man's room when he saw Deputy Commander Bai Menshan walking in from outside looking somewhat exhausted. Seeing Bai Chenghu, Deputy Commander Bai Menshan frowned and asked, "Why are you here? Have you eaten?" Bai Chenghu had held deep off for his old man since childhood, and normally didn't even dare to come to the military region compound. Today, just to return the radio, upon learning that the old man was not home, did he dare to come. Unexpectedly, he was cornered inside the room by the old man. "Dad, I came to see you." I've eaten. My sister is still waiting for me at home to eat, so I'll be leaving first." Bai Chenghu's incoherent appearance made Deputy Commander Bai Menshan even more displeased. Toward this youngest son of his, Deputy Commander Bai Menshan also felt a sense of disappointment for not living up to expectations. Bai Chenghu had just graduated from high school this year and failed to get into college, so Deputy Commander Bai Menshan planned to arrange for him to go into the military to gain some experience and toughen up. As a result, this kid stubbornly refused to go, saying he couldn't endure the hardship. Deputy Commander Bai Menshan beat him fiercely, only to find that this kid simply wouldn't relent, leaving him completely helpless. "Did you take away that radio in my room?" Deputy Commander Bai Manchen's words instantly glued Bai Chenghu's feet to the ground. Bai Chenghu hadn't expected that the radio, which the old man rarely listened to on ordinary days, would be discovered missing so quickly. "You brat, you didn't break it, did you?" No one knows a son better than his father. Deputy Commander Bai Manchan suddenly felt a surge of anger rush to his heart, and he reached out to pull the belt from his waist. "Dad, I got it fixed for you, really, it's fixed. I had Brother Chen fix it personally. Go take a look, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it." Bai Chenghu swooshed and ducked behind the sofa, looking at Deputy Commander Bai Manchan with a terrified expression. Hearing his son mention Chen Xian, the anger on Deputy Commander Bai Manchan's face dissipated quite a bit, and he said coldly, "If you ever dare to mess with my things again, watch out for your skin. Get lost quickly, you annoy me just by looking at you. Stop hanging around with those fox and dog friends of yours in the future. If you've got nothing to do, go communicate more with Brother Chen and gain some insight." Scram. Hugging the wall, Bai Chenghu carefully walked out of the room, hopped on his bicycle, and bolted. Chapter 38 A Divine Song. South Guanyang Hutong. "Sister-in-law, sister, is dinner ready yet? I'm almost starving to death." Bai Chenghu clattered his bicycle against the wall and pushed open the door to enter the dining room. "Brother, why are you back? Are you resting today?" Seeing Bai Chonglong eating by the dining table, Bai Chenghu asked in surprise. "Where did you run off to, coming back so late? There is food in the pot, serve yourself." "I went to deliver the radio box to the old man, and ran right into him coming back. It almost scared me to death." Looking at Bai Chenghu's cowardly expression, the family members all burst out laughing. "Serves you right for having itchy fingers. Why did you have to go touching that radio box when you had nothing better to do?" Bai Yuling rolled her eyes at him, full of disgust. Bai Chenghu scooped a bowl of rice porridge, reached out to tease Zhou, who was eating, and said with a smile, "You guys didn't see it, but the old man came back full of anger today. I don't know who provoked him, but good thing I mentioned Brother Chen, otherwise my bottom would have blossomed." Bai Yuling frowned and asked, "Why did you mention Chen Xian?" "When the old man saw the radio box was gone, he guessed I broke it. I had to fish Brother Chen out by saying he had already fixed it. You wouldn't believe it, but Brother Chen really has a lot of face in front of our old man. He even instructed me to hang out more with Brother Chen when I have time." Now Bai Chenghu kept calling him Brother Chen, admiring Chen Xian to no end. This Brother Chen can not only catch spies and human traffickers, but can also drink, fix radios, and most impressively, make the old man laugh. He's a total talent. How wonderful would it be if he were my real brother? Bai Chonglong smiled and said, "Little Chen is indeed not bad, capable and politically conscious. I plan to bring him over to our logistics department, and in the future, he will be a key commander in our logistics department." Bai Yuling snorted coldly and said, "You probably just fancy his drinking capacity so he can block wine for you. Pay attention and don't let any real problems happen." Bai Chenghu said with an excited look, "Sister, you don't know, the other day my brother asked Brother Chen how much he could drink. Guess what Brother Chen said?" Lin Jimin and Bai Yuling were watching Zhou at the time and didn't hear their conversation, so they couldn't help looking over with some curiosity. Mimicking Chen Xian with a smug look on his face, Bai Chenghu raised the index finger of his right hand, shook his head, and said, "Guess what Brother Chen means by this?" "I guarantee you can't guess." Lin Jimin frowned and said, "It definitely can't be one bottle. Could it be a case?" "Goodness, 12 bottles." Bai Yuling shook her head and said, "Impossible. Look at that smug look of his, it's definitely not a case. Hurry up and tell us, keep beating around the bush and watch out or I'll beat you up." Bai Chenghu chuckled, cleared his throat, imitated Chen Xian's demeanor by raising an eyebrow, put on a look of contempt for the world, and said, "Keep drinking." Looking at Bai Chenghu's punchable expression, Bai Chonglong almost spat out the porridge in his mouth. What it means to make a clumsy imitation, this was the prime example. Lin Jimin and Bai Yuling were also giggling at Bai Chenghu's antics. However, mainly because those 3 words, "keep drinking," were simply too unexpected. When it was time to sleep at night, Bai Yuling lay in bed, Chen Xian's face appearing in her mind. Then, imitating Chen Xian's manner, she said with a smile, "Keep drinking." Must say, Bai Yuling nailed Chen Xian's smug little look much better than Bai Chenghu. Several days passed consecutively, life was peaceful and stable, and Chen Xian's transport tasks were proceeding as usual. The items refreshed in the Points Mall every day were basically just food, drinks, and daily necessities, holding no temptation for Chen Xian at all. But today's points mall gave Chen Xian a pleasant surprise. Divine Song Wish, complete lyrics and music, 150 points. Seeing this song refreshed, Chen Xian's heart felt as if it had been heavily struck. In later generations, this song was absolutely the best tribute to the martyrs who sacrificed themselves for China. The line, "You once tasted my bitterness, I am willing to live as your wish," directly made countless compatriots burst into tears, coupled with the smiles of countless revolutionary martyrs in the music video. It was definitely a tear-jerking divine artifact. Without saying another word, Chen Xian bought the song in full. In the corner of the recycling station, looking at the lyrics and humming the tune in his mouth, before he knew it, Chen Xian's face was covered in tears. "Chen Xian, what is wrong with you?" Holding the paper with the music written on it, Chen Xian looked up blankly, only to see Zhao Taizhu and Bai Yuling standing right in front of him. Zhao Taizhu widened his eyes, looking at Chen Xian crying like a child, his face full of shock. Bai Yuling stood there even more cautiously, her heart full of doubts. According to the investigation, Chen Xian should be alone now, and his parents were lost before the founding of the country. Could it be that what he was holding in his hand was a letter from his parents? Chen Xian reacted instantly feeling awkwardly like digging his toes into the floor. Being caught while moving oneself emotionally was simply like singing naked at home and being seen by visiting relatives and friends. Don't ask me why I used this metaphor. If you ask, it's just being clueless. "Ah, Sister Yuling, why are you here?" Chen Xian quickly wiped his tears and stood up in a flurry. This flustered look made Bai Yuling feel extremely amused. It was the first time she saw Chen Xian at such a loss. "Little Chen, are you okay?" Zhao Taizhu asked with some concern. Chen Xian waved his hand and said with a wry smile. "I'm fine, really fine." "All right then, you guys chat." Zhao Taizhu gave Chen Xian a wink and then walked away. Such a great beauty like Bai Yuling appeared at the recycling station, and even came looking for Chen Xian. The employees who weren't out on field duties were all watching from afar. Uncle Zhao, isn't this Master Chen's partner? She's way too pretty." Exactly. "Uncle Zhao, tell us about it, who is this woman?" Zhao Taizhu put on a stern face and said. "Stop talking nonsense, don't talk recklessly, or you'll scare her away. Get lost quickly." Those few people chuckled and laughed, but they didn't go far, continually peeking over stealthily. After all, who wouldn't be willing to take a couple more glances at a beauty? "What were you looking at just now? Why did you cry so sadly? Is it news from family members?" Bai Yuling was simply too curious and asked straight out. Chen Xian was first stunned, then said with a bittersweet smile. "Where did you get that from?" "No, it's just a song. I was just struck with emotion and made a fool of myself in front of you." Bai Yuling heard this, her eyes lit up, and she said. "A song? What song, a folk song or a movie soundtrack? It could actually sing you to tears." Chen Xian said embarrassedly. "I wrote it myself. Thinking of those unknown heroes who sacrificed themselves on the battlefield, I was moved with emotion." Chapter 39, Crying Like a Dog. Hearing Chen Xian say that he wrote a song himself, Bai Yuling instantly widened her pretty eyes. "You wrote it yourself, really?" Chen Xian was indeed somewhat worried that she would add another sentence like, "I don't believe you," so he smiled and handed over the paper, saying, "It's not written well. Help me take a look to see what parts can be polished." Bai Yuling looked at that piece of paper, feeling somewhat dismissive in her heart. No matter how well Chen Xian had performed previously, songwriting was something that, for Bai Yuling, could only be done by cultured people, and top-tier cultured people at that. Ever since the founding of the PRC, pop music focusing on romance and urban entertainment had been completely banned. Nowadays, what everyone was familiar with was basically folk songs, or theme songs and intermezzos from movies. For example, My Motherland was an intermezzo from the movie Shanganling. Playing My Soil Pipa was an intermezzo from the movie Railway Gorillas. And Youth Friendship Waltz, since its release last year, had taken youth dances and campuses by storm, becoming the most popular dance music among young people nowadays. These pieces of music were all written by famous cultured people. Bai Yuling unfolded the paper, looked at the vigorous and powerful characters on it, and slowly read on. On this paper, there were only lyrics, no musical score. After all, for a procurement officer to be able to write lyrics was already quite exaggerated. If he were to also compose the score, Chen Xian wouldn't even know how to make up for it. After reading it once, Bai Yuling also felt a surge of agitation and sorrow in her heart. She was someone who had walked through that era and knew what had happened back then. Seeing these texts, some images immediately surfaced in her mind. However, without a musical score or a performance, just looking at the lyrics made it difficult to give someone that kind of impact. The lyrics are really well written. However, can you sing it? This still needs a score, right? Do you know how to compose music? Bai Yuling asked with some doubt. Chen Xian shook his head and said, I don't even read sheet music, how could I compose music? But I can sing it out. Bai Yuling said in surprise. Can you really sing it? Chen Xian smiled and said, Of course. If I couldn't sing it, how could I move myself? Bai Yuling said with an expectant expression. Then sing it for me to hear. I know how to compose music, and I can help you write down the numbered musical notation. If it really works, I can help you recommend it to the higher-ups. Chen Xian took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, and slowly closed his eyes. Those last letters floated up in his mind, and instantly, a wave of emotion surged into his heart. You are the distant road. A light in the mountain wilderness's heavy fog. I am a child, walking within your gaze. Chen Xian's voice was very soft and slightly out of tune, but his emotional voice instantly captured Bai Yuling's heart. Those few colleagues who were watching the commotion also quieted down, turning their ears and listening motionlessly. You are the bright moon and clear breeze. I am the dream you care for. Meeting or not meeting is a lifetime, embracing you. Following 2 consecutive sections of a cappella-like whispers in a dream, it had already deeply touched everyone's heart. Although the others didn't know the inner meaning of this song, Chen Xian had already touched them with his emotional singing. Bai Yuling held the paper in both hands, her eyes filled with shock and emotion. And I will love the world you love. Wishing for the smiling face you desire. Your hand, which I staggeringly hold. Please take me to tomorrow. If you have ever tasted bitterness through my sweetness, I am willing to live as your wish. May it not be in vain, may we forge ahead bravely, every single day of this prosperous age. During this section of lyrics, Chen Xian's voice choked. His mind was filled with those figures rushing fearlessly toward the enemy's positions under the charge bugle. The expressions on their faces were so steadfast, so young. Bai Yuling also cried, tears streaming down her face on the spot. She also understood the content in Chen Xian's lyrics and was deeply moved by his singing. As for the others, although their eyes were red, they were only driven by Chen Xian's emotion. They didn't know the origin of the song, so naturally they couldn't empathize fully. However, they were extremely shocked that Chen Xian could sing so well. Chen Xian fetched his towel from the cart bucket and fiercely wiped away his tears. As a result, Bai Yuling came up and snatched his towel away, wiping her face without caring at all. This scene stunned everyone else, and even Chen Xian was frozen in place. After Bai Yuling finished wiping her face, she came to her senses, but put on a bold front and said, We are all revolutionary children, we don't fuss over such trivial matters. Right, you sang really well, I'm going back right now to write down the numbered musical notation for you. Bai Yuling turned around and left, her pace getting faster and faster. When she was about to reach the door, Bai Yuling paused in her steps, turned her head back, walked up to Chen Xian, and said, My brother said to hurry up and write a party membership application letter. He's planning to submit it for you in the next few days and hurry up with the procedure. Chen Xian hurriedly said, I've already written the application letter, you can just take it. Bai Yuling widened her eyes, looking at the party membership application letter in her hand, somewhat not knowing what to say. You really are proactive. Returning to Nangwenfang Hudong, Bai Yuling immediately came to the backyard side room and saw Lin Jimin playing with Zhou, saying excitedly, Sister-in-law, I have an exceptionally amazing song here. Lin Jimin chuckled softly and said, Yuling, is there another good movie? Later when your brother comes back, let's go watch it together. Bai Yuling shook her head, walked to Lin Jimin's side, took out that piece of paper, and said with a serious expression, Sister-in-law, take a look at these lyrics, how are they written? Seeing her sister-in-law's solemn appearance, Lin Jimin put aside her playful mood and reached out to take the paper. After reading it once, Lin Jimin couldn't help but gasp. Great lyrics. Just looking at these lyrics, one could feel the author's utmost sincerity and loyalty. Lin Jimin was no ordinary person, coming from a family of scholarly heritage. Her aunt's husband was the 7th of the 8 talents of the Li family, Li Jingguang. Li Jingguang's second older brother was Li Jinhui, the founding pioneer of Chinese pop music. Li Jingguang was also the most important successor of the Li School of pop music and one of the most powerful composers of the Republic of China era. Lin Jimin had been influenced by Li Jingguang since childhood, possessing a full set of musical cells. She graduated from the National Conservatory of Music, which had been officially renamed the Shanghai Conservatory of Music in 1956, that is, the musical temple in Shanghai of later generations. Just by looking at these lyrics, she could see the power behind this song, and a large number of notes burst forth in her mind, wanting to match up with these words, but she always felt something was slightly lacking. Is there a score? Lin Jimin looked at Bai Yuling with an expectant expression. Chapter 40, Weeping in Each Other's Arms. I don't have the sheet music, but I can sing a section for you. Bai Yuling was also full of confidence. She was, after all, the pillar of the military region cultural and art troupe. Having just heard Chen Xian sing it once, she already remembered most of it. Lin Jimin looked at her expectantly, almost saying, please begin your performance. Bai Yuling composed her emotions, then looked at the lyrics and gently began to sing. Her ethereal voice instantly caught Lin Jimin's ears. Lin Jimin felt goosebumps rising all over her body. How amazing! Lin Jimin didn't just think her sister-in-law sang well, rather, this song was truly incredible, the lyrics and melody were a perfect match. Especially when Bai Yuling reached the chorus, Lin Jimin felt as if magma had erupted in her heart. That intense emotion instantly brought tears streaming down her face. When it came to the emotions in music, Lin Jimin was even more sensitive than Bai Yuling. Zhou felt drops of water falling on his face. He touched his face in confusion, licked it, and found it a bit salty. Looking up, he saw his mother crying her eyes out. Immediately, his little mouth puckered, and he burst into loud wails. Zhou's wailing instantly interrupted Bai Yuling's singing. Bai Yuling's tears were also flowing endlessly. The two women held Zhou and wept bitterly together. Bai Chonghu had just returned from outside. As soon as he stepped into the house, he heard bursts of crying coming from the backyard. This Siheyuan was slightly smaller than courtyard number 95. Bai Chonglong's family of 3 lived in the backyard. Bai Yuling lived in the middle courtyard by herself, while Bai Chonghu lived in the front yard. After all, he was an adult. He couldn't very well live in the same courtyard as his sister-in-law and sister. Hearing the commotion, Bai Chonghu didn't think twice and immediately rushed to the backyard. Reaching the door, he heard not only his sister-in-law and the child crying, but even his own sisters crying. Instantly, Bai Chonghu's mind went haywire. What major disaster had happened? He couldn't care less. Pushing the door open, he rushed inside and roared. What's wrong? Did something happen? However, what greeted him were 2 pairs of eyes as red as a rabbit's, followed by 2 angry roars. Get out! Terrified out of his wits, Bai Chonghu scrambled and crawled his way out. Standing in the middle of the courtyard, his face was filled with worry. After a long while, the crying inside subsided. Lin Jimin and Bai Yuling looked at each other. Seeing that both of their faces were cried out like little kittens, they burst into laughter at the same time. This crying one moment and laughing the next left Bai Chonghu completely bewildered. Did something happen, or is everything fine? My head is spinning. After a while, Bai Yuling, having composed herself, came out and said with a stern face. Get lost, and don't go talking nonsense outside. Everything is fine at home. Bai Chonghu was utterly baffled, but facing his sister who could explode at any moment, he obediently beat it. Back inside, Lin Jimin stared at the piece of paper, her eyes filled with admiration and wonder. Seeing Bai Yuling, she asked impatiently. Tell me quickly, which master's masterpiece is this song? It will definitely be passed down for generations. Seeing Lin Jimin praise the song so highly, for some reason, a hint of pride swelled up in Bai Yuling's heart. Sister-in-law, Chen Xian wrote this. Hearing this, Lin Jimin's eyes widened more and more, and she asked in astonishment. Chen Xian. Do you mean the Chen Xian who saved Zhou? Seeing her sister-in-law nod, Lin Jimin suddenly had an absurd illusion. A waste collector could actually write such a soul-stirring song. Has the world really become like this now? Bai Yuling also smiled wryly. I didn't believe it either, but if you saw him singing, you would. He sings this song from the heart. Just now, I barely brought out 30% of its potential. Lin Jimin felt like her head was about to explode. She simply couldn't fathom how Chen Xian had written this song. After all, the matter of the suicide note had not been made public yet, so they didn't know Chen Xian's motivation for writing this song. Bai Yuling suppressed the excitement in her heart and asked. Sister-in-law, do you think if this song is performed in the cultural and art troupe, it could become a nationwide hit? Lin Jimin saw through Bai Yuling's thoughts, nodded slightly, and said. This song has such a solid foundation that whoever sings it will become famous. However, you must first get Chen Xian's consent. Do not let this matter affect your relationship. Secondly, I want to meet Chen Xian. I'm really too curious about this song, I want to know the story behind it. Bai Yuling said somewhat bashfully. Sister-in-law, what are you talking about? Who has a relationship with him? Lin Jimin was instantly speechless. She had said so much, yet Bai Yuling only heard the single sentence, and still claimed she had nothing to do with him. As someone who had been through it, Lin Jimin had noticed the subtle relationship between the two of them last time. Seeing Bai Yuling easily obtain this song destined to sweep the nation today, Lin Jimin knew that Chen Xian also had ulterior motives toward her sister-in-law. Alright, stop squirming in front of me. Leave the lyrics here so I can take another good look. Now, hurry along out. Feeling abandoned by her sister-in-law after serving her purpose, Bai Yuling was also very annoyed. Upon reaching the front yard, she kicked Bai Chenghu hard on the buttocks to vent her frustration. Bai Chenghu looked at Bai Yuling in bewilderment and asked. Sis, can I ask why? Bai Yuling said with a stern face. What, do I need a reason to kick you? Bai Chenghu shrank his neck and said. No, as long as you've stopped crying. With that, Bai Chenghu took off running outside, laughing as he ran. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Bai Yuling chased after him in a flash. Bai Xiaohu, you just wait. If I catch you, I'll skin you alive. Just as Chen Xian was about to get off work, Bai Chenghu came limping over. Upon seeing Chen Xian, he immediately called out. Brother Chen. Seeing Bai Chenghu in this state, Chen Xian asked in confusion. What happened to you? Did you go out and get into a fight? Where are you hurt? Bai Chenghu waved his hand and said. Me get beaten up in a fight. I'm always the one doing the beating. This was from my sister, hee. Looking at this shameless guy, Chen Xian said speechlessly. What did you come to find me for? Don't tell me you want me to go to your sister to get revenge for you. I wouldn't dare. What are you talking about? It's only natural for my sister to hit me. My sister-in-law and sister said they wanted to see you, so they specifically sent me to invite you over for dinner. This time we're going to Nangwenfang Hutong, not the compound. That place is too terrifying. Your sister-in-law and sister want to see me. Why? How should I know? You'll find out when you get there. Hurry up, let's go. Chapter 41, The land is safe, everyday life is peaceful. Nangwenfang Hutong. Once again arriving at the Bai family's courtyard, this time, Chen Xian was finally able to step inside their home. The main hall of the middle courtyard. As soon as Zhou saw Chen Xian, he immediately ran over with open arms, asking for a hug. Chen Xian chuckled and lifted him up with one hand. Giggles immediately echoed throughout the middle courtyard. Little Chen is here, sit down. Lin Jimin greeted Chen Xian with a smile, while Bai Yuling, on the other hand, was a bit bashful. After a sumptuous dinner, the table was cleared, and they sat together drinking tea and chatting. After sitting down and chatting for a bit, Lin Jimin realized that Chen Xian indeed didn't know much about music theory. However, Lin Jimin did not doubt that the song was written by Chen Xian. Because there are too many people in this world who don't need music theory and can't read sheet music at all, yet are still able to create breathtaking masterpieces. During the Republican era, such people were countless. For instance, famous Peking opera masters like Mei Lanfang, Zheng Yanqiu, and Zhou Xinfang did not know how to read musical notation, yet they created their own unique singing styles. There was another in the music world, Wang Xian, the songwriter of Ode to the Motherland. He couldn't read music notation at all. In his early years, he collected folk songs, humming and mastering all the melodies by heart, and then asked friends who knew music theory to help write them down. That was how Ode to the Motherland was written. The most legendary representative is Abing the Blind. He was blind and had never received any musical education, yet he was the greatest creator of folk music during the Republican era. Little Chen, can you tell me how you wrote this song? I'm really so curious. Seeing Lin Jimin pull out his piece of paper, Chen Xian glanced at Bai Yuling. Bai Yuling turned her head away in embarrassment, not daring to look at him. Actually, this matter is somewhat related to Uncle Bai. Chen Xian smiled and told them about the 15 farewell letters from yesterday. When I finished reading those 15 letters, it felt like a volcano erupting in my heart. That emotion made me unable to resist wanting to write something. I'm not afraid of sister-in-law laughing at me, but I've liked listening to songs since I was a child. In the past, when I drove customers to dance halls, I would linger at the door for a while just to listen to the singing inside. If you ask me how I wrote this song, it's really hard for me to describe. The more Chen Xian said this, the more Lin Jimin believed that he had written the song. She had always believed that those classic songs that could be sung for 100 years were born from the author's genuine feelings. A fleeting moment of inspiration is far better than sitting there racking your brains. Can I hear you sing it once? Lin Jimin looked at Chen Xian with a face full of anticipation. Chen Xian nodded, glanced at Zhou, who was still in his arms, and an idea suddenly popped into his head. Chen Xian stood up, took Zhou's hand, and walked out the door. The three of them, including Lin Jimin, followed him out. By this time, the sky outside had already darkened, and a few lights in the courtyard made it seem very quiet and peaceful. Holding Zhou's hand, Chen Xian walked to a spot where the light couldn't reach. Having read the lyrics, Lin Jimin and Bai Yuling seemed to understand Chen Xian's intention, and they were instantly struck with awe. This young man seems to have very creative ideas. You are the distant road. The lamp in the heavy fog of the wild mountains. I am a child, walking in your eyes. Slowly, Chen Xian softly sang as he led Zhou's hand, walking from the darkness into the light. Zhou raised his head, gazing up at Chen Xian in a daze, perfectly conveying the artistic mood of the song. You are the bright moon and the cool breeze. I am the dream you watch over. Whether we meet or not, I will embrace you for a lifetime. To Lin Jimin's ears, Chen Xian's singing was full of flaws, his breath was unstable, and his pitch was off, but the suppressed emotion bursting forth made her forget all the imperfections. Although this wasn't the first time Bai Yuling had heard it, her eyes still turned red with emotion. She covered her mouth with her hand, afraid of making even the slightest sound that might disrupt this breathtaking scene. With tears in his eyes as well, Chen Xian looked down at Zhou, slowly squatted down, and continued to sing. And I will love the world you love. And wish for the smiles you wished for. I stumble as I hold your hand. Please lead me to tomorrow. If you have suffered for my sweetness, I am willing to live as your wish. May it not be in vain, may we bravely press forward. Every single day of this prosperous era. Looking at the innocent Zhou before him, Chen Xian had a feeling as if he were one of those people in the farewell letters, and Zhou was himself. This song was actually written from Zhou's perspective as a gift to those who sacrificed their lives in the war to defend China. You are the long river of time. The sky lit by sparks of fire. I am the one looking up, so I sing you into a song. Cradling Zhou in his arms, Chen Xian looked up at the sky and continued singing. Lin Jimin and Bai Yuling embraced each other, feeling the soul-stirring impact of the song. Both women were already streaming with tears. Bai Chonghu also stood there dazed. He finally understood why his sister-in-law and sister had cried like that in the afternoon. He reached up to wipe his face, only to find that he, too, had become covered in tears without even realizing when it started. You are where I come from. And where my heart belongs. All paths in the world will meet you. And I will love the world you love. And wish for the smiles you wished for. I stumble as I hold your hand. Please lead me to tomorrow. Chen Xian's emotions had peaked, and his reverence for his predecessors completely burst forth. Under the quiet night sky, many people taking walks near Shikahai were involuntarily drawn to the singing, and quite a few had already gathered outside the door. Those living next door even came up to the wall, listening quietly. This kind of singing seemed so different in this era, and the content of the lyrics struck a heavy chord in their hearts. The land is safe, everyday life is peaceful. Is this the view you wished for as you gazed into the distance? Children, sleep peacefully in your dreams. Just the way you deeply loved. Chen Xian's forced high notes made his voice sound a bit hoarse and distorted, but the more it was like this, the more it made people's tears flow uncontrollably. For the earlier lyrics, many people didn't quite understand what was being sung, only thinking it sounded beautiful. But this single line, the land is safe, everyday life is peaceful, instantly shook everyone to their core. It had only been 7 years since the founding of the nation, but for the common people, these 7 years were the happiest days of their lives. There was no war, no turmoil, no fear of not returning after going out, and no fear of someone inexplicably rushing into their homes to burn, kill, and plunder. Being able to go out for a stroll after dinner every day, this kind of life was something most Chinese citizens wouldn't have dared to dream of. The land is safe, everyday life is peaceful. These 8 simple words perfectly express the most fundamental truth of China's 5,000-year civilization. Chapter 42, This is my brother-in-law. The moon at the edge of the sky, the longing in my heart. You are always by my side. A promise with you, a pure and clear life. Like your youthful face. Chen Xian tightly hugged Zhou, as if holding his younger self, letting his tears gush out uncontrollably. And Zhou didn't burst into tears like she did in the afternoon upon seeing Chen Xian cry. She was very quiet, reaching out to wipe away Chen Xian's tears, saying, Xian, don't cry, Zhou won't cry either. Zhou's innocent words made Chen Xian chuckle despite himself. Although he smiled, the 3 crybabies over there couldn't hold it in any longer. Bai Chenghu saw his sister-in-law and sister weeping bitterly in each other's arms and wanted to go over to comfort them, only to be kicked back by Bai Yuling. Supporting each other, the 2 women quickly went back to their rooms to clean themselves up. Bai Chenghu was crying like a total fool, almost gasping for air. Chen Xian walked up to Bai Chenghu, patted him on the back, and said, Take a deep breath. Inhale deeply, exhale slowly. Bai Chenghu took a few deep breaths following his advice and finally managed to catch his breath, saying with a sob, Brother Chen, how are you so amazing? You know how to do everything. This song is incredible, the lyrics went straight to my heart, boo-hoo. Right then, a knock sounded at the door. Bai Chenghu quickly wiped his face and went to open the door. Surprised to see that it was all nearby neighbors, he asked, What's wrong? Why are you all gathered at my doorstep? Who's he, who was singing in your house? It sounded so beautiful, it actually made me cry. Yeah, sing it again. It's so wonderful. Was it written by your sister-in-law? As expected of a talented graduate from the music conservatory, the lyrics are fantastic. Aya, this is the best song I've ever heard in my life. It wasn't you who sang it just now, was it? Come off it. Don't you know Huzi is completely tone-deaf? He even sings military songs out of tune. It definitely wasn't him. If it wasn't Huzi, and it was a man. Chonglong isn't back either, so who could it be? Suddenly, the topic shifted directly from music to the mystery man. The people living here all knew about the Bai family situation. This was the old Bai family residence. Nowadays, apart from the 2 brothers Bai Chonglong and Bai Chenghu, no outside men had ever visited. Gossip glinted in the eyes of many. Without thinking, Bai Chenghu blurted out, Brother Chen is my future brother-in-law, he's super amazing. The moment those words left his mouth, Bai Chenghu felt a chill down his spine. He turned around to see a pair of furious eyes glaring at him. I'm screwed, what did I just say? But he failed to notice that within those furious eyes was a touch of shyness and evasiveness. Bai Chenghu, if you talk any more nonsense, I'll rip your mouth off. Close the door. Bai Yuling roared, holding back her shyness and annoyance. Ignoring the gossiping neighbors outside, Bai Chenghu hastily slammed the door shut. Chen Xian was also a bit embarrassed. This brother-in-law-to-be was far too blunt. Nothing was even settled yet, and he was already taking it as a done deal. Sister-in-law, Yuling, it's getting late. I should head back now. Lin Jimin smiled and said, You'd better wait a bit. There are probably still plenty of people at the door, and it'll be a hassle if they pull you aside to ask all sorts of questions. Sit down, have a cup of tea, and calm your mind. That song shouldn't be listened to too much, it's too emotionally draining. I'll head back to rest first. If you have anything to say, talk to Yuling and Xiaohu. Carrying Zhou, Lin Jimin walked toward the backyard. Zhou waved at Chen Xian reluctantly and said, Goodbye Xian, Zhou is going to sleep. Goodbye Zhou. After Lin Jimin left, the courtyard fell into an awkward silence once more. Bai Chenghu also sensed something was off with the atmosphere and subtly shifted his feet, wanting to make a run for it. Hold it right there, Bai Chenghu. Have I not beaten you in the last couple of days, so your skin is itching again? What kind of nonsense were you spouting to outsiders just now? Hearing her call him by his full name again, Bai Chenghu grimaced and said, Sis, I was wrong. I wasn't thinking at all just now, I don't know why I suddenly said Brother Chen was my brother-in-law. You're still saying it. Hearing Bai Chenghu say that right in front of Chen Xian, no matter how generous Bai Yuling usually was, she couldn't take it anymore. She grabbed a stick nearby and charged straight at Bai Chenghu. Watching the siblings play fighting, no, rather, the sister's one-sided massacre of her brother, Chen Xian felt his mood improve significantly. Indeed, as Lin Jimin had said, this song was too powerful and emotionally draining. Even though Chen Xian had received multiple attribute boosts making his physical fitness far exceed an average person's, he still felt exhausted after these two emotional outbursts. While beating her brother, Bai Yuling stole glances at Chen Xian's reaction. Seeing him looking a bit tired, she quickly dropped the stick, walked over, and asked, "What's wrong? Are you too tired?" Chen Xian smiled and said, "I'm all right. Sister-in-law was right, this song is too emotionally draining. It shouldn't be sung or listened to too often." Taking the opportunity from his words, Bai Yuling sat down, tucked away a strand of messy hair, and softly said, "Do you have any plans for this song?" Chen Xian shook his head and said, "I'm just an ordinary person, what plans could I have? If you could submit it so that everyone could hear this song, that would be even better." Bai Yuling nodded and said, "Do you think I could sing this song?" Chen Xian looked at the somewhat nervous Bai Yuling and said, "Of course. A female voice can actually express the emotion in this song better, and your voice is very suitable." Although he hadn't heard Bai Yuling sing before, Chen Xian felt her voice bore a slight resemblance to Fei Wang's from later generations, so she should be a great fit for this song. Getting Chen Xian's permission, Bai Yuling felt a surge of joy in her heart. Without even realizing it herself, her eyes when looking at Chen Xian already held a trace of admiration. Who knows which philosopher once said that when a woman starts to admire a man, she isn't far from falling for him. Just as the two were gazing at each other, Bai Chenghu sneaked over and said excitedly, "Brother Chen, the neighbors outside have all left. You can go home now." Instantly, two pairs of displeased eyes landed on him, scaring Bai Chenghu into taking several steps back. Chen Xian coughed softly and said with a smile, "It really is getting late. I won't disturb your rest any longer, I'll be taking my leave. Let me talk to you again when we get a chance." Bai Yuling gave Bai Chenghu a fierce glare before saying reluctantly, "All right, then let me walk you out. Sis, let me see Brother Chen off. Get lost." "Sure thing." Chapter 43, Hooligans blocked the door. In the alley, Chen Xian pushed his tricycle while Bai Yuling walked beside him. Neither of them spoke as they kept walking like this. Just as they reached the entrance of the alley, Bai Yuling suddenly said, "Don't take what Xiaohu said to heart." Chen Xian looked up at Bai Yuling. Seeing her staring down at her toes, not daring to meet his eyes, his heart sank. His voice sounded somewhat bitter as he said, "I understand. There is a huge gap in our status, I wouldn't dare reach above my station. No, that's not what I meant. I didn't." Hearing Chen Xian's words, Bai Yuling quickly looked up to deny it nervously. But when she caught the sly look in his eyes, her pretty face flushed red. She spat softly and said, "You're no good person either." After saying that, Bai Yuling turned around and started walking back. "A promise with you, a life pure and clear. Just like your youthful face." Chen Xian suddenly sang the last line of Wish a cappella. Under different circumstances and in a different mood, this line carried a completely different expression. Bai Yuling seemed to understand his meaning, and her pace quickened. Only after hearing the sound of Bai Yuling shutting her door did Chen Xian mount his tricycle with a satisfied look, humming a tune as he left Nangwenfang Hadong. In the courtyard next door to the Bai family, someone pulled back their shocked gaze. The Bai family's precious daughter actually ended up with a ragpicker. What kind of move was this? You had to know, which family in this neighborhood didn't have their eyes on Bai Yuling. At 24, Bai Yuling was getting a bit older, but that couldn't beat the fact that she had a great father. Whoever married Bai Yuling would see their family rise like a rocket, straight into the upper echelon of society. Nobody expected Bai Yuling to choose a ragpicker of all people. Early the next morning, when Bai Yuling walked out, she noticed many neighbors looking at her with very weird expressions and pointing behind her back. Bai Yuling was somewhat puzzled, but she didn't pay much mind to it. She decided to relax during her 2 days off. Once she got to the military cultural and art troupe, her tasks would likely be assigned. Bai Chenghu stretched his arms as he walked out of the courtyard, only to see a childhood friend running over, asking with a gloomy face, "Who's he? What's going on with your sister?" Passing on those of us who grew up with her to pick a ragpicker, isn't that a slap in the face to us men? Hearing this, Bai Chenghu's expression darkened as well, and he asked, "Where did you hear that from? Who told you?" "Never mind who told me. I'm just asking if it's true. I heard yesterday you recognized that kid as your brother-in-law right in front of everyone. You hit it pretty well, didn't you? Are we fucking brothers or not?" Bai Chenghu also had a fiery temper. Seeing how aggressive the other guy was, he snorted coldly and said, "Lucy, how the fuck are you talking? Who my sister wants to be with is her damn business. What the fuck does it have to do with you? I'll lay it straight right here today, whoever my sister chooses as my brother-in-law, it'll never be fucking you. Why don't you take a piss and look at your reflection? A toad wanting to eat swan meat, are you out of your mind?" Hearing this, how could the other guy endure it? He immediately swung a punch at Bai Chenghu. Bai Chenghu was already prepared. He blocked the punch with one hand and slammed his rear fist right into his stomach. The guy was knocked down in a single move, clutching his stomach in pain as he rolled on the ground. Besides the old man and my sister, who has Bai Chenghu ever been afraid of? From now on, you go your way and I'll go mine. Don't fucking come looking for me again. Bah, what trash. Bai Chenghu spat on the ground, turned around, and went back home. The man who was knocked down looked at the Bai family's gate with cold, sinister eyes. Gnashing his teeth, he got up and staggered away. After returning from collecting scrap, Zhao Taizhu pulled Chen Xian aside and whispered, "Keep your eyes open lately. Today, several slippery hooligans were asking around about you. I'm not sure if anyone leaked your address. Could it be enemy spies seeking revenge? Should we report it to the police?" Chen Xian frowned and said, "It definitely can't be enemy spies, that would be far too deliberate. I must have offended someone. Here's what we'll do, Uncle Zhao. Go out in a bit and head to the police station. Go straight to the chief and tell him about this. We'll set a trap and see who's trying to target me." "All right, I'll go shortly. You be careful yourself." Around 3 in the afternoon, over 20 people swarmed from all directions at the entrance of the recycling station. Everyone was holding bricks, wooden clubs, carrying poles, poker hooks, and some even had bicycle spokes, swaggering aggressively as they blocked the gate of the recycling station. "Chen Xian, get your ass out here." The leader was none other than Lu Xiaofei, who had been punched by Bai Chenghu that morning. Lu Xiaofei had his shirt unbuttoned, a matchstick dangling from his mouth, posing with a deliberate viciousness. Resting one foot on the gate railing, his eyes darted around constantly. The other hoodlums were all grinning smirkily, constantly showing off the weapons in their hands, grinning so wide their mouths practically reached their ears. Hearing the commotion, the station master walked out with a dark expression. "Who are you people, and what are you doing at the recycling station? Get out of here right now, or I'm calling the police." Lu Xiaofei glanced disdainfully at the station master and said, "Old man, this has nothing to do with you. Don't try to act like an elder here, or you might throw your back out. Which one is Chen Xian? Get the fuck out here." Ignoring the warning glances from Zhao Taizhu and the station master, Chen Xian patted the dust off his pants, walked over, and said calmly, "That's me. Who are you?" Seeing Chen Xian's attitude, Lu Xiaofei instantly flew into a rage. Didn't he see the mob brought along behind him? Every single one of them was holding a weapon. "Aren't you scared at all?" Feeling Chen Xian's contempt for them, a hot-headed youth behind Lu Xiaofei lunged forward with a brick in hand, aiming a fierce strike straight at Chen Xian's head while cursing. "What the fuck are you acting so tough for, damn it?" Zhao Taizhu and the station master both turned pale and shouted, "Stop. Watch out." However, the next moment, a crisp slapping sound echoed. Everyone saw clearly that Chen Xian's slap landed first, striking the hothead squarely on the face. The young hothead stumbled back 2 steps and collapsed headfirst right at Lu Xiaofei's feet. Instantly, the scene fell dead silent. Zhao Taizhu and the station master both stood with mouths agape, suddenly remembering that this guy was a ruthless character who had fought enemy spies hand to hand. Dealing with a bunch of punks was frankly overkill. The other staff members were equally shocked. In their eyes, Chen Xian's previous achievements had been pure dumb luck that he happened to stumble into. But that slap just now didn't just knock out the hothead, it completely woke them up as well. Chapter 44, Underhand Substitution. Lu Xiaofei looked at his lackey who had been slapped unconscious at his feet, and couldn't help but gulp. Did this scrap collector really have such immense strength? He was also an experienced fighter, so he knew exactly how powerful that slap was. The looks the other lackeys cast at Chen Xian also became much clearer. "You fucking dare to lay a hand on us? Brothers, get him. Break his legs. Tonight, we'll have an all-you-can-eat feast at Donglishan." Lu Xiaofei also felt the shift in his lackey's morale. In for a penny, in for a pound, he immediately waved his hand. Hearing their boss say he would treat them to Donglishan tonight, the lackeys' mouths immediately watered. They excitedly raised their weapons and rushed forward. This immediately terrified Zhao Taizhu and the station master. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, and even a hero cannot withstand a crowd. However, Chen Xian did not panic. Taking advantage of the spaciousness of the recycling station, he moved his feet quickly, giving them no chance to surround him. With Chen Xian delivering a kick or a slap every now and then, the opponent's numbers dwindled instantly. Watching his men either rolling on the ground clutching their crotches or falling unconscious one by one, a bad feeling welled up in Lu Xiaofei's heart. Could this guy really take on more than 20 people by himself? In the delinquent circles of the capital, he had never seen such a fierce guy. Whose subordinate was this? Seeing that over a dozen men had already fallen, Lu Xiaofei knew that if he didn't make a move now, the rest of them would probably flee in terror. Lu Xiaofei roared, unexpectedly drawing a dagger directly from his pocket, and rushed over with a sinister expression. A knife was drawn. The nature of the situation instantly changed. Since the founding of the country, the government had completed the preliminary transformation of the capital. To purge the remnants of the Kuomintang and ban the sects of the old society, they had conducted door-to-door confiscations of firearms and controlled knives, greatly increasing public security efforts. Generally, fights among small-time hoodlums in the capital did not involve knives, they would just use weapons like bricks and clubs. Once knives were involved, the public security would investigate thoroughly, and the punishment would be extremely severe. Seeing that Lu Xiaofei actually dared to pull out a dagger, the station master could no longer stand by. He quickly turned and ran back to his office, intending to call the police station immediately. Zhao Taizhu was also in a panic, but he didn't dare to get too close. Once these hoodlums got worked up in a fight, they wouldn't care about anyone else's life or death. Little Chen, watch out. He has a knife. Keeping his eyes and ears open to everything around him, Chen Xian had already spotted the dagger in Lu Xiaofei's hand, and his gaze instantly turned sharp. Lu Xiaofei was also an experienced fighter. Instead of rushing in immediately, he circled around Chen Xian, trying to find his blind spot. Chen Xian's physical fitness far exceeded that of ordinary people, and his reflexes were extremely fast. While tangling with the others, he never gave Lu Xiaofei an opening. However, Chen Xian did not know martial arts after all. Relying solely on his physical fitness and the kick and slap granted by his cheat, he was gradually forced into a corner. That was also where Chen Xian's tricycle was parked. Surround this bastard. Pin him down, and let me bleed him. Lu Xiaofei raised his dagger with a look of excitement. Seeing Chen Xian forced near the tricycle by 3 to 5 men and about to be pinned down, a cruel grin appeared on his face. Chen Xian desperately knocked down 2 men, but the remaining few had completely lost their heads. Throwing away their weapons, they used their own bodies to tackle and hold Chen Xian down. Although Chen Xian was stronger than them, after fighting for so long, his stamina was severely depleted. The Lingxi kick and Ma Dong Sik Palm were satisfying to use, but they also consumed a lot of energy. By now, Chen Xian was at the end of his rope. With a perverted look of excitement, Lu Xiaofei actually stuck out his tongue and licked the dagger. Walking over quickly, he said through gritted teeth. You bastard, you fucking dared to act tough with me. Today, I'm going to bleed you and let you know that Lord Lu's woman isn't someone you can just touch. With that, Lu Xiaofei raised his dagger and stabbed it fiercely toward Chen Xian's thigh, intending to pierce clean through it. Chen Xian desperately broke free from one person and slapped outward with all his might. Unexpectedly, due to physical exhaustion, this slap didn't have much effect. Instead, the dagger slashed a deep gash across his arm, and blood gushed out instantly. Just then, the sound of bicycles came from outside the gate. The station master ran over and bellowed. Director Hao, quick, come inside. These people are trying to kill Chen Xian. Hearing this, Director Hao Daming, who was leading 7 or 8 public security officers, instantly saw red. Drawing their guns directly, he roared. Everyone stop. We are the public security. Anyone who moves again will be shot. Hearing that it was the public security, the hoodlums holding Chen Xian immediately let go. Turning around to see the dark muzzles of the guns, they very consciously squatted down with their hands over their heads, their movements so practiced it was almost pitiful. Lu Xiaofei had already lost his mind to bloodlust and was completely deaf to the public security's warnings. He had only one thought in his mind now, which was to make Chen Xian suffer the consequences of fighting over a woman with him. He raised his dagger and stabbed down again. Because Lu Xiaofei was standing right next to Chen Xian, and Chen Xian's body blocked half of Lu Xiaofei's, the officers did not dare to fire easily. Just as Lu Xiaofei thought the strike was guaranteed to hit, Chen Xian mustered all his remaining strength, grabbed his wrist, turned sideways, and threw Lu Xiaofei over his shoulder, slamming him hard into the flatbed of his tricycle. Chen Xian fell in right after him. The next moment, a ruthless smile appeared on Chen Xian's face. Squeezing Lu Xiaofei's right hand which held the dagger, he made a mental command, swapping the folding dagger he had previously obtained from the enemy agent leader into Lu Xiaofei's hand, while Lu Xiaofei's original dagger appeared inside his storage space. Since this bastard is so ruthless, don't blame me for digging up his family's ancestral grave. You're going to have to fucking explain this dagger very carefully. Seeing Chen Xian subdue Lu Xiaofei, Director Hao Daming immediately rushed forward, pulled out handcuffs, and forcefully cuffed Lu Xiaofei's hands behind his back, making him roar in pain. You fucking dared to handcuff me. Do you know who my dad is? In fact, Director Hao Daming also recognized Lu Xiaofei. After all, he was a famous street punk in this area, and going to the police station was like a routine occurrence for him. However, the target of Lu Xiaofei's attack today was Chen Xian, who was specifically designated by the Municipal Bureau as a key target for protection. Looking at the blood on Chen Xian's arm, Director Hao Daming felt an urge to strangle Lu Xiaofei to death. Little Zhang, Little Li, you two quickly take Comrade Chen Xian to the hospital. Don't delay. The two public security comrades immediately responded and helped Chen Xian walk out. Director, look at that dagger. Something's a bit off about it. One of the sharp-eyed officers shuddered when he saw the style of the folding dagger. Folding daggers were not uncommon in this era, but this particular folding dagger was exquisitely crafted, with very sophisticated patterns and accessories. They had confiscated this type of folding dagger when they captured high-level enemy agents before, so they recognized it instantly. Director Hao Daming also widened his eyes, looking at the dagger in disbelief. He grabbed Lu Xiaofei and demanded. You with the surname Lu, where did you get this dagger? Lu Xiaofei didn't even look at the dagger, sneering. It's my own, my dad gave it to me. What, you got a problem with that? Go find my dad then. Seeing Lu Xiaofei acting so arrogantly, Director Hao Daming also grinned savagely and said. All right, you bastard, it's fine as long as you admit it. Men, take him back and interrogate him thoroughly to see what connection his family has with enemy agents. Chapter 45, Overt and Covert Struggles. Hearing the words, enemy agent, Lu Xiaofei shuddered. Flustered and enraged, he cursed. You bastard named Hao, you fucking dare to frame me. Who gave you the goddamn nerve? Hearing Lu Xiaofei spouting profanities, the young comrade beside him slapped him across the face and shouted angrily. Watch your mouth. You already admitted this dagger was given to you by your dad. What else is there to quibble about? Lu Xiaofei was stunned by the slap. Dagger. That dagger was captured by his grandfather from a Japanese officer on the battlefield back in the day. He had stolen it from his dad and often carried it around to show off. Lu Xiaofei looked down at the dagger held by the young officer, suddenly freezing in shock. This dagger wasn't his. Lu Xiaofei wasn't stupid. His brain spun frantically, and he roared loudly. This dagger isn't mine. This isn't my dagger. My dagger doesn't look like this. In the eyes of Director Hao Daming and the others, his denial was nothing more than a deathbed struggle. Not yours. Then whose could it be? We interviewed the staff at the recycling station and your accomplices, and they all agreed that you were the only one holding a dagger, and this was the only dagger at the scene. If you say it's not yours, tell me, whose is it? Director Hao Daming looked at Lu Xiaofei sternly while pondering in his mind, could there really be an enemy agent hidden in Lu Xiaofei's family? As far as he knew, Lu Xiaofei's grandfather was a hero of the anti-Japanese war who had died before the founding of the PRC. Lu Xiaofei's father was currently a section chief in a ministry, with a bright future ahead of him. Director Hao Daming also found this matter extremely tricky. However, since it involved enemy agents, no matter what, it had to be reported to the branch bureau and the municipal bureau. Whether to investigate further would depend on the higher-ups. Nevertheless, Lu Xiaofei injured someone with a weapon, and the victim was a counter-espionage hero. This crime was by no means minor. If any other issues were uncovered during the investigation, even Lu Xiaofei's father might be ousted. Ignoring Lu Xiaofei's terror, Director Hao Daming took all the hooligans involved in the brawl to the police station and immediately reported to the branch bureau and the municipal bureau. Upon learning of this, the municipal bureau immediately paid high attention to it. A ministry section chief implicated in an enemy agent case was not something the Public Security Bureau could handle at this stage, so they immediately briefed the ministry on the case. The ministry's 5-person panel immediately launched an investigation. Lu Jingfang was also called in for questioning, his files were reviewed, and his past background and social connections were thoroughly investigated. Lu Jingfang was completely baffled by the questioning, but upright and fearless, he did not panic at all and answered every question honestly. In the end, indeed no issues were found with Lu Jingfang, so they informed him that his son, Lu Xiaofei, had stabbed a counter-espionage hero with a dagger specifically used by high-ranking enemy agents. Lu Jingfang felt like his head was about to explode. Since the Lu family only had this one child, he had been spoiled from a young age and grew up to be a good-for-nothing slacker. Lu Jingfang was extremely busy with work and had no time to discipline him, thinking the boy was merely fooling around. He never expected him to get tangled up in such a serious matter. "Can I see my son?" "No, not at this stage. Your son's issue is very serious. Comrade Jingfang, if the origin of that dagger cannot be clearly explained, this matter will be very difficult to resolve." Lu Jingfang leaned back in his chair, his eyes a bit dazed. How could his son have a dagger specifically reserved for high-ranking enemy agents? Bought from the black market? Stop joking, how could such a thing ever leak onto the black market? Picked it up somewhere. Why don't you go out and try picking one up for me to see? Where on earth did that dagger come from? Speak. Where did you get that dagger? Inside the interrogation room of the Ministry Security Section, two security officers with stern expressions looked coldly at Lu Xiaofei. 2 days had passed since he was transferred here from the police station's interrogation room. Lu Xiaofei had never suffered such torment before. Without enough food or sleep, and grilled on the same few questions every day, he was on the verge of a breakdown. Just then, a middle-aged man in a cadre uniform pushed open the door and walked in. The two security personnel quickly stood up and shouted, "Chief!" Chen Xian, chief of the security department, nodded and said, How is it? Has he confessed?" "No, he just says he doesn't know where the dagger came from." Chen Xian pondered for a moment and said, "You two step outside for a bit. Let me question him." Without any hesitation, the two security personnel gathered their things, turned, and walked out of the interrogation room. Chen Xian lit a cigarette, stuffed it into Lu Xiaofei's mouth, and said with a smile, "Xiaofei, this matter isn't all that serious. It's just a dagger. Your grandfather was a hero of the anti-Japanese war, and your dad is a section chief in the ministry with a prominent status. As long as there's no evidence, no one can touch him. As long as you pin this on your father, you won't have to suffer anymore." Lu Xiaofei greedily took a few puffs of the cigarette, feeling much more energized. Looking at the chief of the security department in front of him, who usually had a good relationship with his father, he asked in a raspy voice, "Uncle Shen, is that true? As long as I admit it, I can get out, and my dad won't get into trouble either." Chen Xian chuckled and said, "Don't worry, absolutely nothing will happen to him. Just say what I tell you to say, and I guarantee it'll be fine." "All right, Uncle Shen. I'll say whatever you tell me to say. I don't want to stay here anymore, I'm going crazy." Looking at the excited Lu Xiaofei, a smirk touched the corner of Chen Xian's mouth. Soon, a complete confession was placed in front of the ministry's 5-person panel. After reading it, the deputy secretary, who served as the panel leader, lit a cigarette, leaned back against his chair, narrowed his eyes, and asked, "What do you all think?" The other 4 looked it over, their brows furrowing deeply as well. The deputy secretary looked at one of them and asked, "Xian, you're an expert specializing in enemy agent cases. What's your take on this matter?" Chen Xian looked up at the deputy secretary and said with a grave expression, "Judging from the confession, this matter is indeed very suspicious. Based on Lu Xiaofei's confession, we've investigated Lu Jingfang's whereabouts during that period, and there are indeed unaccounted for time periods. Though saying Lu Jingfang is connected to enemy agents solely based on this is quite forced, since this involves an enemy agent case, I feel we must still be exceedingly cautious." The other 3 also nodded slightly, fully agreeing with Chen Xian's opinion. When it came to enemy agent cases, as long as there were suspicious points, one could not let their guard down. The deputy secretary pondered for a long moment, then turned his gaze toward the director of the personnel department and asked, "Old Su, what's your opinion?" Su Guizhu took off his glasses and said in a heavy voice, "Based on our background check on Lu Jingfang, we indeed found nothing suspicious. As for Lu Xiaofei's confession, we cannot dismiss it entirely, nor can we fully trust it. Given the current situation, I suggest we first suspend Comrade Lu Jingfang from his duties, and then Chief Chen Xian, Deputy Director Zhou Ping, and I will conduct a formal investigation into Lu Zhengfang. The deputy secretary nodded and said, "That's all we can do. Let the 2 deputy section chiefs below him handle Comrade Lu Zhengfang's duties for now. We'll decide after his issues are cleared up. That will be all for today then." A faint smile appeared on the corner of Chen Xian's lips as he packed up his belongings and left the meeting room. Chapter 46, Scrap God of War. Nanluo Guxiang number 95 Courtyard. Middle Courtyard. Many neighbors were standing in the middle courtyard, looking toward Chen Xian's room with gossip-hungry eyes. Inside the room, Chen Xian sat on the bed with a smile, while Bai Yuling sat on the only stool. Bai Chenghu stood behind her, looking around Chen Xian's tiny, dilapidated room in surprise. "Brother Chen, you actually live here? This place is way too small. Is it even fit for a human?" For his blunt mouth, Bai Chenghu was immediately rewarded with an elbow jab from the eldest young lady of the Bai family, clutching his stomach as he backed off. Chen Xian chuckled and said, "I'm on my own, so it's decent enough. Besides, the sub-district office allocated me some rooms in the front courtyard, those reverse-facing rooms. They're currently being renovated, so I can move in after a few days." Bai Chenghu's eyes lit up, and he said, "So those are your new rooms? I've got to take a look. You two keep chatting, I'm going to check them out." Bai Chenghu turned around and ran out. With only Chen Xian and Bai Yuling left in the room, the atmosphere instantly turned ambiguous. "How is your arm? Does it still hurt?" Bai Yuling looked at Chen Xian's tightly wrapped right arm, a look of worry showing on her face. Chen Xian moved it twice and said, "It's fine. Just a few stitches, it'll heal in a few days. It looks worse than it is, just a superficial injury. Besides, it gives me a few days off with pay. Pretty sweet." It was the first time Bai Yuling had heard the term paid leave, and she found it quite novel. She smiled softly, but then her expression turned guilty as she said, "It's all because of me. That bastard Lu Xiaofei actually went looking for you. Thank goodness you're okay, otherwise I..." Bai Yuling choked up, unable to finish her sentence. Chen Xian quickly said, "A good maiden has many suitors, I can understand where he was coming from. But his behavior is unacceptable. It's a new society now, so how could we act like in the past with a martial tournament for a bride's hand? Stop talking. What tournament for a bride's hand? How absurd. If you keep talking like that, I'm leaving." Chen Xian's words made Bai Yuling's face flush completely red. Although she was in her 20s, she had never been in love before, so she couldn't quite handle such a direct approach. Knowing when to stop, Chen Xian smiled and dropped the subject. Bai Yuling stole a glance at him, her heart beating wildly in her chest. That kid Bai Chenghu had been praising Chen Xian to the skies over the past couple of days. Fighting over 20 people all by himself, and every one of them was a punk wielding a weapon. Right now on the streets, Chen Xian's name was ringing loud and clear. Scrap God of War. No one knew who came up with it first, but this moniker was now recognized by all the punks in the area. His battle record was verified. Slowly, as word spread, everyone in the capital's street brawling circles knew that Dongqing had birthed a scrap God of War, who fought over 20 men alone. It was likely that Chen Xian would receive quite a few challenge letters in the coming days. The prominent bird gets shot first. What street thugs loved to do most was suppress newly rising figures to show off their own abilities. You should be careful lately. I heard from Xiaowu that quite a few street thugs want to test their skills against you. You must let me know when it happens, I'll bring Xiaowu along to cheer you on. A strange look of excitement appeared on Bai Yuling's face. After all, she had never actually seen Chen Xian fight, so she was feeling quite eager to see it. Chen Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes and said in annoyance, "You just want to watch the show, and you call it cheering me on." Having her thoughts exposed, Bai Yuling didn't feel embarrassed at all and giggled softly. The neighbors outside could see through the open door that the two inside were sitting properly with no improper behavior, but they still couldn't suppress their curiosity. This junk collector really had come up in the world, such a beautiful woman coming to his door. Could she be Chen Xian's girlfriend? Qin Huairu had also caught a glimpse when Bai Yuling walked in, and she was instantly shocked by her looks and demeanor. She used to think she outshone everyone in courtyard number 95, but seeing Bai Yuling now made Qin Huairu feel like an ugly duckling looking at a swan, filled with self-conscious inferiority. Listening to Bai Yuling's laughter next door, Qin Huairu felt like sitting on pins and needles, a thorn in her back, a fishbone in her throat. If this woman married into the courtyard, would there still be a place for her? Just then, a commotion came from outside. A middle-aged woman with a fierce expression barged into the middle courtyard accompanied by two stern-faced guards, heading straight for Chen Xian's home. Bai Chenghu, who was in the front courtyard watching Master Zhang work on the renovations, heard the disturbance. Sensing trouble, he immediately rushed into the middle courtyard as well. "This is that Chen fellow's house. Search it for me." The middle-aged woman barked domineeringly. The two guards responded and were about to rush into the room. "I'd like to see who dares." With a sharp shout, Bai Yuling stepped up to the door, her face covered in frost as she coldly glared at the middle-aged woman giving orders. Seeing Bai Yuling, the middle-aged woman showed a look of surprise, which quickly turned into venomous hatred as she sneered. "Bai Yuling. If it weren't for you, how could my Xiaofei have been framed by this junk collector? And my husband Old Lu wouldn't be under isolated investigation either. It's all because of you, you little slut. Get the hell out of here, or I'll deal with you too." This middle-aged woman was Lu Xiaofei's mother, named Jing Yunfeng. Her family background was also very formidable, no weaker than that of the Bai family. "Bullshit. If you dare lay a finger on my sister, I'll chop your son's head off." Bai Chenghu charged to the front of Bai Yuling and roared with wide eyes. "Ignore the two of them. Rush in, drag him out, and search his house for everything. Don't any of you dare. I'll chop down anyone who steps forward." Bai Chenghu grabbed a piece of firewood from the side and pointed it at the lead guard without showing an ounce of fear. However, the two guards were not going to listen to him and immediately stepped forward to push inside. Bai Chenghu's eyes turned bloodshot, and he swung the firewood straight at the guard's head. The guard simply sidestepped, snatched the firewood from Bai Chenghu's hand with a swift swipe, and gave him a push, sending him tumbling onto his buttocks. Bai Yuling stood motionless in front of the door, staring cold-eyed at them. The two guards knew Bai Yuling's identity, but having orders to follow, they braced themselves and stepped forward to pull her aside. At that moment, Bai Yuling felt someone hug her from behind, pulling her inside the room, and in front of her stood a broad, solid pair of shoulders. The Chen family doesn't need a woman to step out and handle trouble. Chen Xian's words made Bai Yuling blush furiously. She almost kicked him right then and there. "Who's a woman of your Chen family, you shameless thief?" Seeing Chen Xian standing in front of the door, the two guards no longer needed to tread carefully, they lunged forward, reaching out to grab him. Chapter 47, A Noble Lady with Quite a Background. Neither of these two guards was an ordinary figure, and their skills were exceptionally sharp. Coupled with the fact that Chen Xian's arm was wrapped in thick bandages, both of them underestimated their opponent to some degree. Chen Xian seemed frozen with fear, standing completely still as he watched the two approach him, their hands practically reaching his collar. Quiet as a maiden, swift as a fleeing hare, no words could describe Chen Xian more perfectly. Down below, he unleashed a Lingxi kick straight into the groin of the guard on the left. Up above, he launched a Ma Dong Sik palm, slapping the guard on the right across his left cheek. With a dull thud and a sharp crack, both strikes connected simultaneously. The left guard's face immediately turned pale as bean-sized beads of sweat burst out on his forehead. Clutching his legs together and gritting his teeth, he took a step back. Meanwhile, the guard on the right was hit so hard by the slap that a wave of intense dizziness washed over him. He barely held on for 2 seconds before crashing heavily to the ground, knocked out cold. Seeing this, the left guard's eyes widened in disbelief. How was this possible? A single slap had knocked out a battle-hardened, heavily trained guard. Was he a tiger or something? The next moment, Chen Xian stepped forward again and feinted a kick. Terrified, the guard scrambled to block below with both hands. That previous hit had already caused him excruciating agony. If he took another kick there, he could kiss his future happiness goodbye. However, he didn't expect that Chen Xian's kick was merely a fake. The true killer blow came from his bandaged right hand. Looking at the two guards sprawled out on the ground in a spread eagle shape, Chen Xian grinned and turned his gaze to Jing Yunfeng. Jing Yunfeng could hardly believe her eyes. These two were the formidable guards under her father's command, and one of them was even a top martial artist who took third place in the all-military combat tournament. Who would have thought they would both be brought down by a ragpicker with a couple of slaps? Looking at Chen Xian, Jing Yunfeng subconsciously took a step back. Seeing Chen Xian so heroic, Bai Yuling couldn't help holding onto the doorframe, her eyes filled with admiration and excitement. Although she didn't recognize these two guards, her grandfather had men like them too, experts capable of taking on 10 opponents at once. She hadn't expected Chen Xian to deal with them both so effortlessly. "Brother Chen, you're awesome." Bai Chenghu leaped up and shouted at Chen Xian. From his perspective, Chen Xian really looked like a peerless master straight out of a novel. his strikes were deceptively simple yet overwhelmingly effective, knocking out both experts with just 2 slaps. The scrap god of war, truly terrifying to behold. That shout snapped Jing Yunfeng back to reality. She glared at Chen Xian and spat through gritted teeth. "You little beast, don't think I don't know what you did. You framed my son with that dagger to ruin our family forever. Keep dreaming. I advise you to surrender yourself right now and explain every detail about that dagger. Otherwise, it's war to the death between us." Chen Xian narrowed his eyes at Jing Yunfeng. It seemed there was someone sharp standing behind this woman after all. They had actually guessed that he swapped it. But there was zero evidence left to verify it. That intelligence team leader had already been executed by firing squad. Even if the physical evidence back then didn't include a dagger, who could prove this dagger belonged to him? These daggers had no serial numbers or special markings, they were standard issue for mid to high level enemy spies. Most importantly, Lu Xiaofei's dagger was hidden inside his portable storage space. Even if they turned Chen Xian's house upside down, they wouldn't find a single trace. Without finding that dagger, the claim that he swapped it was completely baseless. I was wondering why Lu Xiaofei was so arrogant and domineering. It turns out he has an even more arrogant mother backing him up. What, do you want to invert black and white, call a deer a horse, and trump up charges against me? Do you think you can cover up the heavens in the capital all by yourself? Hearing Chen Xian spew out idioms one after another, Bai Yuling almost burst out laughing. Are you preparing for college entrance exams or something? Chen Xian's words made Jing Yunfeng tremble with rage. This time, she had gone behind her family's back, forged an order, and brought these 2 guards here specifically to force a breakthrough through Chen Xian. Because Shen Songshan told her that Lu Jingfang's situation was very troublesome now. Without new evidence, even if Lu Jingfang could resume his work, he would likely be demoted to an unimportant desk job. Jing Yunfeng recalled her old man muttering to himself yesterday after hearing about the incident, "Is it possible that someone swapped the dagger at that time?" Those words opened up a whole new line of thought for Jing Yunfeng, and she became convinced that Chen Xian was the culprit. According to her investigation, Chen Xian had personally captured an enemy spy lieutenant colonel team leader before, so he could very well have taken that lieutenant colonel's dagger. She had been very cautious, specifically checking the evidence list of that enemy spy team leader from back then, and found that there indeed was no dagger listed. Overjoyed by this discovery, she immediately brought men to confront Chen Xian, planning to threaten, bribe, or torture a confession out of him. As a result, she hit a solid iron wall. Don't think you can pull the wool over everyone's eyes. That dagger belonged to that lieutenant colonel team leader, didn't it? You must have taken his dagger out of greed back then, and later, while fighting Xiaofei, you swapped the dagger in his hand. Am I right? Chen Xian couldn't help applauding Jing Yunfeng in his heart. He really had underestimated the world's heroes, or rather, heroines. Feigning a helpless bitter smile, Chen Xian turned to the Bai siblings and asked, "Who is this noble lady? Is she some kind of novelist? Just listen to her, the story is so detailed and convincing, I'm almost starting to believe it myself." Bai Yuling sneered and said, "Ignore her, she's completely lost her mind, making up such illogical and groundless nonsense on the fly. But I'd like to ask you, if that's really what happened, where is Lu Xiaofei's dagger? There were over a dozen police officers present at the time. Did that dagger just vanish into thin air?" Jing Yunfeng sneered. Naturally, it was taken away by Chen Xian. At the time, he was escorted to the hospital by 2 officers, he had both the time and the ability to dispose of that dagger. Bai Yuling turned to Bai Chenghu and said, "Go call Dad and ask him how this should be handled. Since when can guards be used as tools for the powerful to bully common citizens?" Bai Yuling's words made Jing Yunfeng's face darken as she said coldly, "Bai Yuling, don't lecture me or blow things out of proportion. I don't buy that nonsense." "Then what do you buy?" "Jing Yunfeng, I think you've gone mad." Suddenly, a fierce roar sounded out, and an elderly man with hawk-like eyes stepped inside. Seeing this old man, Jing Yunfeng's face turned pale instantly, and she stammered, "Dad, why are you here?" Chapter 48, Questioning Chen Xian. Major General Jing Zhongxin said with a cold face and a deep voice, "If I hadn't come, who knows how big of a mess you would have caused." Major General Jing Zhongxin glared angrily at his daughter, exasperated by her failure to live up to expectations. She actually dared to forge orders to his guards. If word of this got out, he might as well resign from his position as Deputy Chief of Staff. When he saw the 2 men lying on the ground, his heart surged with rage and astonishment. These 2 guards were top-tier martial arts experts in the military, in hand-to-hand combat, over a dozen ordinary men couldn't even get near them. Who would have thought they would now be lying on the ground like this, clearly knocked unconscious? Looking at the opponents, he knew full well the skill levels of the brother and sister pair, Bai Yuling and Bai Chenghu. It seemed this young man named Chen Xian was even more mysterious than described in the reports. "Young man, did you knock these two down all by yourself?" Major General Zheng Zhongxin's eyes gleamed sharply. Anyone stared down by him couldn't help but feel a chill in their heart. Chen Xian, however, remained exceedingly calm and said softly, "It was me. Just one slap each and they fell." Major General Zheng Zhongxin's lips twitched. Do young people like to boast this much? However, seeing that Jing Yunfeng had no reaction, Major General Zheng Zhongxin couldn't help but narrow his eyes. So it was true. Did this kid really have that much force in his hands? If brought into the military, he would definitely be a king among soldiers. For a moment, Major General Zheng Zhongxin even felt a desire to recruit him. "You've got quite some skill, young man. Any interest in developing a career in the military?" Major General Zheng Zhongxin's voice softened a bit. Bai Yuling immediately stepped forward and said with a smile, "Uncle Zheng, Chen Xian isn't interested in the military, so there's no need for you to worry about it." Major General Zheng Zhongxin gave an insincere smile and said, "Girl of the Bai family, this is no place for you to speak. Move aside, don't make me say it twice." Major General Zheng Zhongxin's overbearing aura made even Bai Yuling feel a bit intimidated. Though he was currently a Major General and Deputy Chief of Staff, back in the day, he had been an ace division commander in the main combat forces, decisive, ruthless, and decorated with numerous battle achievements. It was only because of his bad temper, which offended many people, that he had become somewhat marginalized now. Even so, Major General Zheng Zhongxin still had many disciples and former subordinates in the military. Even Deputy Commander Bai Minshan had been his deputy back then. In comparison, although Deputy Commander Bai Minshan held a rank equal to his now, Deputy Commander Bai Minshan possessed real power, whereas he was merely a Deputy Chief of Staff with a hollow title. "Brother Zheng, why is your temper still so hot after all these years?" Deputy Commander Bai Minshan walked in with a smile, followed by three people, the three-man investigation team from the ministry. Seeing these three people, Jing Yunfeng's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, "Did you trace it back to this little beast? That dagger was framed on my son by him. Quick, go search his house, you'll definitely find it." Major General Zheng Zhongxin remained silent. Given his position, it wasn't appropriate for him to say anything at this moment. Although he was a Deputy Chief of Staff, he couldn't really speak up in front of these figures with actual authority. After all, the ministry wasn't part of the military system. Deputy Commander Bai Minshan sneered and said, "Brother Zheng, your daughter's mouth is filthy, and yet you don't discipline her. She's 40 years old, calling people little beast left and right. Where are her manners? By the way, if that brat of yours dares to harass my daughter again, watch out, or I'll geld him." "You dare?" Major General Zheng Zhongxin glared with hawk-like eyes and barked furiously. Deputy Commander Bai Minshan snorted coldly and said, "Try me. A little hoodlum dares to mess with my daughter. The fact that I didn't beat him to death was already giving you face. Do you really fucking think you're still the old Jing the Tiger?" Major General Zheng Zhongxin felt his whole body trembling. He stared fixedly at Deputy Commander Bai Minshan and said through gritted teeth, "Good, good, good. Let's see how long you can remain so smug. Sooner or later, your day will come too. Xiaofeng, let's go." Major General Zheng Zhongxin turned and walked away, and Jing Yunfeng quickly followed suit. The two accompanying guards stepped forward, lifted the two unconscious guards, and left the courtyard. "I don't know if my day will come, but you certainly won't live to see it." As they walked out of the middle courtyard, Deputy Commander Bai Minshan's sarcastic voice drifted out, making Major General Zheng Zhongxin so angry he nearly stumbled and fell. With the attitude of a victor, Deputy Commander Bai Minshan said with a smile, "Chen Xian, let me introduce you. This is Director Su of the Ministry's Personnel Department, this is Director Zhou of the office, and this is Chief Shen of the Security Department." Chen Xian greeted them one by one, neither humbly nor arrogantly, mentioning that his arm was injured so he wouldn't shake hands with the leaders. Hearing this, the Bai siblings almost burst out laughing. "Good grief, when you were slapping people's faces just now, we didn't hear you say your arm was hurt." Sharp-eyed, Bai Yuling noticed blood seeping through the bandage on Chen Xian's arm and rushed forward to ask about his condition. Chen Xian moved his arm slightly, tested how it felt, and said, "It's fine, just the stitches came loose. Going to the hospital later for a couple of stitches will fix it." Don't worry about this for now. The leaders came to see me, so they must have important business. Let's attend to official matters first. Bai Yuling was still relentless, so Deputy Commander Bai Minshan said helplessly. Xiaoling, stop making a scene. Let the comrades from the ministry finish asking their questions first. Later, I'll personally take him to the hospital. Seeing her father pull a stern face, Bai Yuling couldn't say much more and could only stand aside with a solemn expression to show her dissatisfaction. Seeing this, the trio from the ministry secretly marveled in their hearts at the kid's good fortune in love. He had actually plucked Bai Yuling, the unattainable flower of the cultural and art troupe. Over the years, who knew how many people had worn out the threshold of the old Bai family just to propose a match for Bai Yuling. However, Deputy Commander Bai Minshan had only one condition: his daughter had to like the men. From 18 until now, Bai Yuling had been on matchmaking dates at least 80, if not 100 times, but unfortunately, none had caught her eye. Gradually, a lot of unpleasant rumors spread around. Things like Bai Yuling didn't like men, Bai Yuling was mentally ill, Bai Yuling had a medical condition. 2 years ago, Bai Yuling joined the military region's cultural and art troupe and became a prized flower of the military region. Countless promising young men wished to bring this flower back to their own homes. Who could have imagined that this fine flower would end up planted in Chen Xian's pile of cow dung? Seeing the crude and simple state of the room, the three exchanged glances and felt that this questioning was merely a routine formality. Comrade Chen Xian, we are here on behalf of the ministry to inquire about a few matters with you. Don't be nervous, just answer truthfully. Su Guizhu, director of the personnel department, smiled very kindly and amiably, looking like a thoroughly good-natured man that made anyone feel instantly warm toward him. Chen Xian nodded and said, Director Su, I understand. Ask whatever questions you have, and I will tell you everything I know without reservation. Hearing Chen Xian's words, Deputy Commander Bai Minshan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What a clever kid, tell everything without reservation. Those 4 words were truly deliberate. Chapter 49, Innate Super Strength. The 3-person team chimed in one after another, questioning Chen Xian about the fight at the recycling station, interspersed with some casual small talk. It was quite obvious they were trying to fish for information from Chen Xian. Deputy Commander Bai Minshan sat to the side, neither speaking nor expressing any stance. The mere fact that he could sit here today was a stance in itself. Questioning Chen Xian was fine, but they could not act recklessly. Behavior like that of Zheng Yunfeng was absolutely not tolerated. Bai Yuling and Bai Chong, who stood outside the door, eavesdropping on the conversation inside, feeling extremely worried in their hearts, terrified that Chen Xian would fall into the traps of these 3 old foxes. Right, Comrade Chen Xian, do you still remember what the dagger Lu Xiaofei used to injure you looked like? Shen Songshan suddenly asked such a question. Chen Xian blinked, feigning cluelessness, thought about it carefully, then let out a bitter smile and said, Director Shen, I am sorry, I really cannot remember. The scene at that time was too complicated, and I did not notice many things. I only saw that he was holding a dagger, gripping it very tightly. As for what it actually looked like, I really did not notice, and I cannot just talk nonsense. Shen Songshan smiled and said understandingly. That is understandable. There were indeed too many people at the time, and some oversight is normal. However, Comrade Chen Xian, where did you learn this kung fu of yours? Beating so many people all by yourself, and even knocking several of them unconscious, I am just purely curious, your kung fu is quite impressive. Hearing this, Chen Xian could not help chuckling and saying, You all must have misunderstood. I do not know any kung fu, I simply have great strength and fast reactions. If you investigate, you will know that all I do is kick people in the groin and slap them across the face. What kind of kung fu is that? Shen Songshan said with an incredulous look. Comrade Chen Xian, it is not like we are trying to probe your background. Not only did you capture the enemy spy team leader alive, but those 2 guards just now were also knocked down by you, right? Beating up minor punks is one thing, but guards are no ordinary people. Chen Xian let out a bitter smile and said, I really just simply have great strength. Otherwise, let me demonstrate it for you. Xiaohu, come in for a second. Without asking for their opinions, Chen Xian directly called Bai Chonghu in. Hearing this, Bai Chonghu darted right in and asked with an excited look. Brother Chen, any instructions? Bai Yuling also took the opportunity to walk in, standing by the window and watching Chen Xian with curiosity. Chen Xian walked over to Bai Chonghu's side and said, Squat down, hug your knees with both hands, and copy this posture of mine. Chen Xian made a pose, and Bai Chonghu followed along. The others were all completely baffled watching this. The next moment, Chen Xian grabbed Bai Chenghu's body with both hands and hoisted him up abruptly, saying aloud, "Hold this pose, do not move around, trust me." Bai Chenghu was startled at first, but then became very excited, maintaining his previous posture while feeling Chen Xian's strength. Chen Xian slowly released his right hand, supporting Bai Chenghu's body with only his left hand, looking completely relaxed and at ease. "Leaders, I was born with supernatural strength, so slapping people makes it very easy to knock them unconscious. I truly do not know any kung fu." While holding Bai Chenghu aloft, Chen Xian walked over in front of them with such an effortless feeling, as if the Bai Chenghu in his hands were merely a lump of dough. Seeing this scene, the members of the three-person team were startled and quickly said, "All right, Comrade Chen Xian, we already know your strength. Hurry up and put him down, do not let him fall." Bai Chenghu, on the other hand, said with a smug look, "Brother Chen, what other tricks do you have? Keep them coming, bro is going all out to accompany the gentleman today." Hearing this, Deputy Commander Bai Manchen's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and he desperately wanted to pull out his belt and reward him with a beating. Chen Xian did not continue to act up either. He gave a casual toss, then caught Bai Chenghu with both hands and set him down on the ground. After landing, Bai Chenghu still looked unsatisfied, but upon seeing Deputy Commander Bai Manchen's face, he immediately turned his head and walked out very consciously. Bai Yuling pretended to look outside the window and did not follow him out. The three-person team exchanged glances, then stood up and said with a smile, "Comrade Chen Xian, we really have troubled you. Today's investigation ends here. If there are any questions in the future, we will come looking for you again. You should hurry to the hospital to get patched up, and we will be taking our leave first." The three-person team greeted Deputy Commander Bai Manchan and hurried away. Without avoiding suspicion, Bai Yuling immediately grabbed Chen Xian and went out the door to take him to the hospital to get stitches. Watching his own daughter act like this, Deputy Commander Bai Manchan also smiled faintly. At 24 years old and still unmarried, Deputy Commander Bai Manchan was naturally very anxious inside. Now that Bai Yuling finally had someone she liked, Deputy Commander Bai Manchan naturally had to give his full support. Most importantly, he found Chen Xian quite pleasing to the eye as well. The Jing family's claim that Chen Xian swapped the dagger is completely untenable. There is no need to discuss this point any further. Upon returning, during the meeting of the five-person team, Su Guozhu put forward his own view. Shen Songshan also nodded and said, "Indeed, this matter is far too bizarre." When the wounding incident occurred, the comrades from the police station protected the scene at the very first moment. As for the two public security comrades who accompanied Chen Xian to the hospital, they can also guarantee that Chen Xian did not make any strange movements at the time. The possibility of such a dagger swap simply should not exist. The deputy secretary nodded and said, since everyone is in agreement, we will not discuss this issue anymore. I will notify the Jing family of this decision, and let us continue to discuss the next topic." After getting restitched and bandaged up, looking at Bai Yuling's heartache-filled face, Chen Xian smiled and said, "Are you busy this afternoon? Let the two of us go stroll around Beihai Park." Hearing this, Bai Yuling felt a bit shy on her face, but feigned composure as she said, "Your arm has stitches and you still refuse to behave. You had better go home and rest." Sensing that her words did not match her true feelings, Chen Xian readily went along and said, "Very well then, I will go back." Watching Chen Xian walk away without even looking back, Bai Yuling stamped her feet in furious vexation. Chen Xian rounded a corner into the alley ahead and happened to see Bai Chenghu standing there covered in sweat, with Chen Xian's tricycle parked nearby. When they went out earlier, Chen Xian had instructed Bai Chenghu to ride his tricycle out, and now it came in handy. "Brother Chen, where are you planning to go? Take me along. I am taking your sister to stroll around Beihai Park. Do you want to go too?" Bai Chenghu was not a completely dense guy. Upon hearing this, he immediately beamed with joy and said, "You and my sister are really dating now. That is fantastic. With you as my brother-in-law, I am 110% satisfied. In the future, with the scrap god of war watching my back, who in this East District would still dare to mess with me?" Chen Xian had been smiling, but upon hearing the four words, "scrap god of war," he instantly lost it, grabbed Bai Chenghu by the collar, and glared at him as he asked, "What did you just say?" "Scrap god of war, this cannot be my nickname, right?" Bai Chenghu nodded with a look of adoration and said, "Brother-in-law, how domineering is this nickname? Right now, your reputation in the pugilistic world is huge." However, seeing Chen Xian's increasingly dangerous gaze, Bai Chenghu was so frightened that he quickly broke free, turned around, and bolted, shouting as he ran. "Brother-in-law, take good care of my sister. No need to come back too early tonight." Chen Xian angrily mounted the tricycle, and just as he rounded the corner, he saw Bai Yuling standing there gracefully, looking at him with a playful expression. "Hee hee, what a coincidence, beauty. Want a ride? Stinky scoundrel, let's go." Chapter 50, The Scrap God of War's Great Fame. Beihai Park. 10 minutes later, Chen Xian arrived at the entrance of Beihai Park, riding his tricycle with Bai Yuling on the back. Many onlookers were stunned by Bai Yuling's beauty on the tricycle, but when they saw Chen Xian riding it, they couldn't help but feel a sense of a beautiful flower stuck in cow dung. After all, in this era, a tricycle was nothing to boast about, a bicycle was the standard equipment for picking up girls. "Princess, please step down." Bai Yuling held onto Chen Xian's hand and jumped down from the tricycle, spitting at him in playful embarrassment. "Don't talk nonsense. It won't be good if others hear you." Indeed, mentioning the word princess in this era could easily cause unnecessary trouble. With tickets costing 5 cents each and Arctic Ocean sodas costing 20 cents, with a 5-cent refund for returning the bottle, they spent a total of 50 cents. Each holding a bottle of Arctic Ocean soda, they walked into Beihai Park, chatting and laughing. The scenery of Beihai Park in this era was not much different from that of later generations. The former royal garden had long lost its solemn and forbidding atmosphere, and it had now become the favorite spot for the young people of Beijing. From afar, one could see the white pagoda on Qianghua Island, standing firmly in the middle of the clear green water. Sipping their sodas, the two strolled along the shaded path, feeling the gentle breeze blow, which made them feel completely relaxed and refreshed. So comfortable. "I haven't visited Beihai Park in a long time. What about you? Have you been here before?" Bai Yuling tilted her head and looked at Chen Xian. Chen Xian shook his head and said, "I used to be so busy every day that my feet barely touched the ground. How could I have time to look at the scenery? This is my first time visiting a park, and it will definitely be a beautiful memory for me in the future." Bai Yuling widened her eyes and asked, "Why do you say that?" Looking at Tai Lake as a gentle breeze blew, causing ripples to rise and fall, Chen Xian said with a smile, "My first time visiting a park is with such a beautiful girl. Of course it's the best memory. I'll even have something to brag about to my kids in the future." Bai Yuling narrowed her eyes and asked with a slight change in her voice, "Brag about what?" Chen Xian glanced at Bai Yuling, cleared his throat, and said, "Tell my kids, back when your mom and I visited the park for the first time, your mom fell for me at first sight." At these words, Bai Yuling's face flushed with shyness. She punched Chen Xian on the back and said crossly, "Nonsense, who fell for you?" Chen Xian feigned surprise and said, "Hey, I didn't say it was you. I was talking about my children's mother." Bai Yuling burst into laughter, turning away in embarrassment and walking off. Chen Xian quickly quickened his pace to walk side by side with her. "Scoundrel, don't follow me. If I don't follow you and you get lost, it'll be too late for me to cry." Chen Xian's continuous direct pitches caught Bai Yuling completely off guard. She turned her head away, pretending to ignore him, but her heart was filled with sweet joy. Bai Yuling. Suddenly, a surprised female voice came from ahead. The two looked up and saw a girl in a pink dress, holding the arm of a long-haired young man, followed by 6 or 7 ruffian-looking punks. Seeing this girl, a flash of disdain crossed Bai Yuling's eyes. Only when they got close did she greet her. "Liao, you're out here having fun too." Liao looked at Chen Xian and Bai Yuling in surprise, wondering who this Chen Xian was to be able to stroll around Beihai with Bai Yuling. In this era, a man and a woman going out together basically meant they were dating. Liao was Bai Yuling's high school classmate. In class, both of them were pursued by many. Liao had always tried to compete with Bai Yuling in everything. After greeting her, Bai Yuling intended to walk around them, but the long-haired young man blocked her path and said with a grin, "Yuling, what's this? You see your big brother here and you don't even say hello." Seeing this, Chen Xian immediately stepped in front of Bai Yuling, glared at the guy with sharp eyes, and said coldly, "Stop acting so familiar. Yuling, let's go." Chen Xian very domineeringly took Bai Yuling's hand, squared his shoulders, and bumped past the long-haired young man to leave. "Who didn't tie their pants tight enough to let a son of a bitch like you slip out? You dare bump into me? Boys, get him." The long-haired young man spewed profanity as he kicked at Chen Xian's lower back. Chen Xian half-turned, shielding Bai Yuling behind him. His right leg kicked out from a bizarre angle, and the long-haired young man immediately clutched his crotch, squeezed his legs together, fell to the ground, and began to twitch continuously. The punks who were about to rush forward shuddered at the sight of Chen Xian's kick, involuntarily squeezing their own legs together. A spark of realization flashed through one of the punks' minds, and he asked, You aren't the scrap god of war, are you?" At these words, the group of punks froze, looking at Chen Xian with terrified eyes. According to the rumors circulating in their circle, that scrap god of war only used 2 moves in a fight. One was a crotch kick from a bizarre, unavoidable angle. The other was a slap of immense strength that was impossible to block, and anyone hit by it would have an extremely good night's sleep. This man's crotch-kicking skill just now forced them to associate him with the scrap god of war. Hearing this title, Chen Xian's face turned extremely sour, while Bai Yuling beside him doubled over with laughter. Seeing the expressions of these two, the punks guessed with 90% certainty that he was the real deal. They quickly bypassed Chen Xian, helped up the long-haired young man, and called out to Liao to run. Liao didn't know what was happening either, but seeing her backer fall, she had no choice but to flee in panic with them. Watching the group flee, Bai Yuling couldn't help but squat on the ground, clutching her stomach and laughing with pure joy. Chen Xian was incredibly embarrassed. What kind of situation was this? Other people's nicknames were things like, Treader of the 3 Mountains, Roamer of the 5 Peaks, He who laments that heaven has no handle and earth has no ring, Administrator of Tianjin and its surrounding counties, a true great hero, titles like that sounded so domineering. But his own title, Scrap God of War, sounded so damn deflating. If I ever find out who gave me this nickname, I swear I won't beat him to death. Looking at Chen Xian's helpless rage, Bai Yuling laughed so hard she couldn't even stand up. Bai Yuling would definitely not tell Chen Xian that this nickname was spread by Bai Chonghu. In Bai Chonghu's eyes, Chen Xian had taken on over 20 people by himself. With that kind of combat power, the title, God of War, was absolutely well-deserved. Usually, powerful people had geographical locations added to their nicknames, such as Lord Tiger of the East City or Brother Bao of the South City. Bai Chonghu felt that Chen Xian's job was very unique, and adding his job attributes would make it even more eye-catching. Recycling Station God of War didn't sound good. Waste God of War didn't sound good either. In the end, he settled on the Scrap God of War. When he first told Bai Yuling, she laughed uncontrollably, saying that Chen Xian would definitely hate it. But Bai Chonghu felt that his brother Chen would definitely understand him, and that brother Chen would surely love this nickname. And so, the nickname was spread just like that. Chapter 51, Rowing a Boat and Smashing the Oar. With this small episode, the relationship between the two seemed to have drawn even closer. At the small pier of the 5-Dragon Pavilion, a few wooden boats were docked. When the two walked here, they stopped in unison and exchanged a glance. Chen Xian smiled and said, "Can you row a boat? Can you teach me?" Bai Yuling tossed her braid and chuckled. "Rowing is too simple, let's go." Under the simple shed of the pier, an old man sat, and seeing someone coming, he lazily said, "Rowing a boat costs 25 cents. Bai Yuling took out 25 cents a step ahead and placed it on the table. Chen Xian didn't compete with her. He followed her to the edge of the pier, chose a boat, and sat inside. There were 2 oars on the boat. Bai Yuling picked one up, and with familiar ease, gave a gentle stroke, causing the small boat to obediently head towards the center of the lake. Chen Xian indeed didn't know how to row. He imitated Bai Yuling's movements and tried it out, but it only made the small boat start spinning in circles in the middle of the lake. Bai Yuling giggled and said, "Don't row in my direction. Do the opposite, and don't use too much force." Gradually, Chen Xian's movements became proficient, and their cooperation seemed to have developed a tacit understanding as they slowly rowed toward the depths of the White Pagoda's reflection. "Let us sway our twin oars." The little boat pushes away the waves. The surface of the water reflects the beautiful White Pagoda, surrounded all around by green trees and red walls. Bai Yuling was in high spirits, rowing the boat while singing this well-known song. This song, "Let Us Sway Our Twin Oars," was the theme song of the children's movie, Flowers of the Motherland, released last year. This song described the scenery of Beihai Park. Ever since this movie was released, not only did this song become a hit, but even Beihai Park became overcrowded. Listening and listening, Chen Xian couldn't help laughing out loud. Interrupted in her mood by the laughter, Bai Yuling wrinkled her nose and asked snortingly, "What are you laughing at? Is what I'm singing not sounding good?" Chen Xian hurriedly waved his hands and said, No, it's just that I thought of a small misunderstanding I had the first time I heard this song." Hearing this, Bai Yuling instantly became interested and asked. What small misunderstanding? Tell me about it. Suppressing his laughter, Chen Xian said with a straight face. When I first heard this song, it sang, "The surface reflects the beautiful white pagoda." I was very puzzled at the time. How could the water surface reflect white sugar, and even beautiful white sugar at that? Just how beautiful could this white sugar be? After hearing this, Bai Yuling was stunned for a moment, and then she clutched her stomach and began to laugh. Some things could not bear scrutiny. Originally, Bai Yuling felt that the artistic conception of this song was very wonderful, describing the scenery of Beihai Park, especially that beautiful white pagoda. Now in her mind, there was only beautiful white sugar. How could you think of that? Ha ha ha, white sugar, you're killing me with laughter. The more Bai Yuling thought about it, the funnier it felt. Chen Xian was also somewhat speechless. This girl's laughter threshold was simply too low. While laughing heartily, Bai Yuling accidentally loosened her grip, and that oar slipped out of her hand, dropped into the lake, and drifted away with the current. Oh no, the oar! Bai Yuling shouted with an anxious look on her face. Chen Xian didn't know what he was thinking at the time. He actually threw the oar in his hand directly across. Indeed, it hit the other oar, but the next moment, the two of them watched dumbfounded as the two broken oars gurgled and sank into the lake. Bai Yuling looked at Chen Xian in disbelief, and Chen Xian also belatedly looked at his own hand, showing an embarrassed expression. The next moment, Bai Yuling clutched her stomach and started laughing again. Chen Xian, how can you be so stupid? You actually used an oar to smash it. What on earth were you thinking? You're really going to laugh me to death? Chen Xian scratched his head and said speechlessly. I don't know what I was thinking either. I guess I was just busy looking at you and my brain stopped working. This sudden, direct remark caught Bai Yuling off guard, and the atmosphere on the boat also became somewhat ambiguous. For a full 5 minutes, neither of them spoke, quietly sitting in the boat and letting it drift slowly in the center of the lake. Chen Xian turned his head to look around and said somewhat uneasily. Without the oars, how are we going to get back? Bai Yuling tucked a lock of hair behind her ear and said with a smile. It's fine. A patrol boat will come over in a while, and we can just ask them to bring 2 oars over. However, we'll have to pay them for the oars. Chen Xian patted his chest and said. I'll pay for this money. After all, my brain short-circuited, and I actually thought of using an oar to smash an oar. Sorry for ruining your mood. Forcibly holding back her laughter, Bai Yuling narrowed her eyes and said. How is that ruining the mood? I'm very happy. Facing Chen Xian's slightly fervent gaze, Bai Yuling still averted her eyes. Not long after, a small sampan rowed over from not far away, and Chen Xian hurriedly waved at them. After asking and understanding the situation, the staff fetched 2 new oars for them and escorted them back to the pier. Each oar cost 50 cents, so Chen Xian forked out 1 yuan. Moreover, he accepted the staff's criticism and left with a sheepish smile. Standing to the side, Bai Yuling watched Chen Xian bowing and scraping while being scolded, and she laughed so hard she couldn't straighten her back. Today, being with Chen Xian, Bai Yuling didn't know how many times she had laughed. Her cheeks were even sore from laughing. Leaving the pier, the two walked shoulder to shoulder toward the Kowloon Wall. Here at the Kowloon Wall, people were packed tightly together, and quite a few people were taking photos here to commemorate the occasion. Chen Xian pulled Bai Yuling to stand in front of him, while he protected her from behind. Feeling the heat radiating from Chen Xian's chest, Bai Yuling felt a sense of reassurance in her heart. Suddenly, Chen Xian felt as if a hand had reached into his pocket. His right hand lunged out like lightning, and with a miserable cry of "ouch," everyone around looked over. Bai Yuling turned her head to look and found that Chen Xian was grabbing a young man's wrist. The young man was half kneeling on the ground, crying incessantly that his hand hurt. There were park staff right nearby, and seeing this scene, they hurriedly ran over and asked, "What's going on?" Before Chen Xian could speak, that person shouted, "I don't know either. This guy is a lunatic, suddenly grabbing my wrist. Let go quickly, it hurts to death." Seeing the other party actually turn things around and make false accusations, Chen Xian smiled disdainfully and said, "Your hand already reached into my pocket. Could I possibly just watch you steal my money?" Hearing this, the staff understood, this person was a thief. The other tourists also showed looks of contempt, some even hurriedly checked whether their own money and belongings were lost. Bullshit. I'm just out having fun. What right do you have to say I'm a thief? What did I steal from you? The thief also clamored arrogantly with an arrogant expression. As the saying goes, catch an adulterer in bed and a thief with the stolen goods. The thief didn't have anything in his hands. On what grounds could you say he was a thief? Many people's gazes toward Chen Xian also became a bit strange. Chapter 52, All Beings Are Equal. Chen Xian didn't bother to explain. He squatted down and reached right into the thief's pocket. The thief tried to stop him, but with a slight exertion of force from Chen Xian, the thief let out a miserable scream and dared not move again. Chen Xian pulled out 2 handkerchiefs wrapped around money from his pocket, along with some miscellaneous cash and tickets. One of the handkerchiefs was pink, with the name Zhang Yaowan embroidered on it. Chen Xian picked up this handkerchief and asked with a smile. You're a grown man, yet your mom named you Zhang Yaowan. Quite dainty, aren't you? The thief stiffened his neck and said. My name is Zhang Yaowan, is it any of your business? This is all my money, you. Before he could finish, a woman rushed over angrily, spat right in his face, and cursed. You rotten thief, your great-aunt here is Zhang Yaowan. You stole my money and even dared to impersonate my name, see if I don't scratch you to death. This young woman was fiercely hot-tempered. She immediately unleashed 2 strikes of the 9-yin white bone claw, and several bloody scratches instantly appeared on the thief's face. Comrade, comrade, stop scratching, stop scratching. The staff members on the side shouted lively warnings, but didn't step forward to stop her at all. For thieves like this, they all wanted to go up and kick him a couple of times. If someone lost things in Beihai Park, the ones getting cursed at afterward would definitely be them. Naturally, they harbored bitter hatred for these thieves. As for Chen Xian, he tightly gripped the thief's wrist to prevent him from fighting back, and pushed him right into the woman's attack range. Within a dozen seconds, the thief's face was unwatchable, covered entirely in bloody claw marks. All right, big sister, take a break too. Don't hurt your fingernails, check and see if the money in the handkerchief is missing any. Seeing that Zhang Yaowan was clearly getting tired, Chen Xian hurriedly called a stop. Zhang Yaowan took the handkerchief and said as she unfolded it. There isn't much money, but there's a picture of my husband inside, just this one. If this were lost, I'd have to go jump in the river. After opening it, sure enough, there was a double portrait inside. Zhang Yaowan reached out and stroked it, glaring hatefully at the thief as she cursed. You rotten thief, you all should be shot by firing squad. You're so young, why not do anything else instead of being a thief, bah. At this point, the comrades from the security section of the park also rushed over upon hearing the news and took custody of the thief. When the thief saw the comrades from the security section, it was like seeing his own biological father, and he cried out for help non-stop. This man's grip was too strong, he felt like his right hand had lost all feeling. That woman was even more ferocious, how could he ever go out in public with this face in the future? The comrades from the security section showed no politeness whatsoever toward the thief. They stepped up, kicked him sprawling with a single blow, grabbed the handcuffs to cuff him from behind, and forced him to kneel on the ground. In this era, when dealing with this group of bad elements, there was no such thing as human rights. The common folk just ate this up. Looking at the thief kneeling there, everyone wanted to go up and give him a kick. After recording Chen Xian's name and work unit, the comrades from the security section thanked Chen Xian for his righteous intervention. Bai Yuling had been standing aside, watching Chen Xian without a word, feeling a sense of shared glory. At the Kowloon screen, Chen Xian and Bai Yuling not only got to take pictures for free, but each was also given a cream popsicle. Although it wasn't expensive, it was still a gesture of goodwill, considered a reward for Chen Xian catching the thief. Eating their popsicles, the two walked onto a shaded path, their arms bumping into each other from time to time, holding a special kind of romantic charm. Suddenly, 2 gloomy-faced men appeared ahead to block their path, and hurried footsteps came from behind as well. Chen Xian's expression changed slightly. He reached out to pull Bai Yuling behind him, turned sideways to look at the 4 people sandwiching them from front and back, and asked in a deep voice. What's the meaning of this? The ringleader sneered. Brat, you beat up my man and even handed him over to the security section. Today, Grandpa is going to cut your tendon for sure. Hearing this, Chen Xian understood, this group must be the thief's accomplices. How arrogant can they be? Although this place was relatively secluded, the main road was not far away. As long as Chen Xian shouted, someone would come over very quickly. The other side also knew this situation, so they immediately swarmed forward, holding knives and daggers, looking utterly ferocious. Chen Xian wrapped one arm around Bai Yuling's waist and rushed quickly into the nearby woods. Facing these 4 knife-wielding thieves, Chen Xian wasn't too afraid, but with Bai Yuling by his side, he always felt somewhat constrained. After him. Chop off his paws for me. the ringleader shouted in a deep voice from behind. The woods weren't dense, but Chen Xian was very fast. Bai Yuling only felt the trees beside her flashing backward rapidly, and before long, they had already rushed out of the woods. Go to the main road and call for help. I'll hold them off, don't worry, they can't hurt me. Bai Yuling wasn't the dilatory type either, she turned her head and ran toward the main road. Chen Xian was also immensely gratified. What he feared most was Bai Yuling pulling his hand at this time and saying she wanted to fight side by side with him, then he would have no choice but to take her and run away directly. Seeing Bai Yuling run onto the main road, the four breathless chasing thieves were also furious. Finding that Chen Xian didn't run and was even looking at them with a smile, it instantly enraged the ringleader. He felt insulted. You really don't take this master seriously at all. Charge, cripple him. Hurry up, that woman went to call for help. At the order, all four immediately rushed forward. Although Chen Xian didn't know kung fu, these four men were also utter amateurs, probably usually just holding knives to scare people, two of them even almost crashed into each other. Facing such mob of rabble that weren't even as good as the punks Lu Xiaofei brought, Chen Xian didn't use the Ma Dong Sik Palm. One kick for each man, all beings are equal. By the time the comrades from the security section ran over, they saw the four thieves clutching their crotches and wailing on the ground. Meanwhile, Chen Xian leaned against a nearby big tree, quietly admiring his own masterpiece. Looking at the four gleaming daggers on the ground, the several comrades from the security section all gave Chen Xian a thumbs up. Are you all right? After the comrades from the security section escorted all the thieves away, Bai Yuling asked with some concern. Chen Xian chuckled and said, just a bunch of thieves, not some enemy spies. Their skills are sloppy as hell, they couldn't even get close to me. You already know what I'm capable of. Bai Yuling wrinkled her nose, let out a hum, and said, don't try to be a hero in the future. Safety first, when you encounter this kind of thing, we run and let the professionals handle them. Hearing this, Chen Xian put on a serious face, gave an unorthodox salute, and said, all right, I'll listen to everything you say from now on. If you tell me to beat a dog, I'll beat a dog. If you tell me to chase a chicken, I'll chase a chicken. I'll obey your commands in everything. Bai Yuling's pretty face flushed red, and she said with a smile. Of course I have to command you. You're so utterly stupid that you actually used an oar to smash and break the oar. Oh, you're something else, hee hee hee. Didn't we say we wouldn't bring that up anymore? I want to, and I'm going to bring it up for the rest of my life. A lifetime. That sounds wonderful, I wouldn't mind listening to you bring it up for a lifetime either. Stinking scoundrel, I'm hungry. Let's go get something to eat. All right, what do you want to eat? I'll take you to eat something delicious. Chapter 53 Heiying Alien Race. Fang's Han Restaurant. By the lake on the north shore, right next to the weeping willows on the bank, stood an old-fashioned gray brick bungalow with front and back courtyards. As soon as one stepped through the entrance, the ground was paved with gray bricks, and a pair of bluestone-carved lions stood on both sides of the courtyard gate. The double doors with black-painted frames were split left and right, and the two golden characters Fang's Han were extremely eye-catching. These two characters were inscribed by Mr. Lao Shi. In the courtyard stood two begonia trees, enclosed by a bamboo fence, along with several open-air tea tables where guests could sit by the lake, enjoy the scenery, and eat small pastries. Following Bai Yuling into the main courtyard, the style of this Fang's Han restaurant was very plain, lacking the imperial aura it had after moving to Elan Hall later on. Seeing the two of them enter, a waiter stepped forward and led them to a table for two. The waiter picked up the menu and handed it to Chen Xian, who waved his hand and said, "Ladies first, let this beautiful lady order." Hearing this, the waiter also smiled slightly and handed the menu to Bai Yuling. Bai Yuling did not stand on ceremony either, taking the menu and starting to look through it. Fried pork tenderloin, quick-fried fish slices, epine tofu, chestnuts braised with Chinese cabbage, and mushroom chicken soup. Take a look and see what else you want. You call the shots. Bai Yuling chuckled softly and said, "Let's add 2 minced meat sesame flatbreads." "That's it, thank you." Chen Xian looked around and sighed with emotion. It's called Fang's Han Restaurant, yet the interior decoration is so low-key and plain. It really has a sense of returning to simplicity. Bai Yuling smiled and said, "Actually, this place was originally a small tea house called Fang's Han Tea House. It was nationalized last year and renamed Fang's Han Restaurant. In the past 2 years, our country has been practicing frugality and does not allow large-scale construction. Besides, this place cannot be extensively renovated. However, the chefs here are amazing. They are all former imperial chefs from the Qing dynasty's imperial kitchen. Especially the head chef, Wang Yushan, who holds the title of the King of Quick Frying. You'll know once you taste it later. Chen Xian nodded slightly, not expecting such hidden talents to be tucked away in this small Fangshan restaurant. After a short while, the waiter served the 4 dishes and 1 soup, along with 2 steaming, aromatic minced meat sesame flatbreads. Don't look down on this minced meat sesame flatbread. It was invented by Zhao Qingshou, the back kitchen's pastry chef-in-chief. Back when he was in the Qing dynasty palace, this minced meat sesame flatbread was particularly favored by Empress Dowager Cixi, and he was even rewarded with a peacock feather plume because of it. Come, try this quick-fried pork tenderloin first and see if it suits your taste. Bai Yuling picked up a piece of quick-fried pork tenderloin with her chopsticks and placed it into Chen Xian's bowl. Chen Xian took a bite and immediately felt it was exquisitely delicious, giving Bai Yuling a thumbs up repeatedly, which coaxed a muffled giggle out of Bai Yuling. As the two of them ate and chatted about everyday matters, a large crowd suddenly streamed out from the back courtyard. Chen Xian curiously turned his head to look, only to see a group of men and women with obvious Japanese characteristics walking out while chatting and laughing. Listening to that gibberish foreign tongue, Chen Xian's brows furrowed tightly. This was not later generations, the country had just been founded, and everyone kept the deep, irreconcilable hatred between Huaxia and the little Japanese devils deeply engraved in their hearts. On an official level, the Japanese devils did not recognize Huaxia and had no official contact with Huaxia, only recognizing the regime on that small island. What was the background of this group of Japanese devils? Sensing Chen Xian's confusion, Bai Yuling softly said, "This should be a song and dance troupe from Japan. They've been very common these past 2 years. Ever since Mr. Mei Lanfang led a Peking opera troupe to visit Japan last month, troops and dance troupes from Japan have constantly been coming to the capital to perform these past few months, and they are usually arranged to stay here." Chen Xian didn't bother to judge the significance of what Mei Lanfang did, anyway, as long as he himself would never forget that blood debt, that was enough. After eating for a dozen minutes or so, the meal was mostly finished when Chen Xian's expression suddenly turned gloomy. He tossed down his chopsticks and said softly, "Call Grandpa Bai. I've discovered a Japanese devil spy. It's hard to explain in a sentence or two, I'm going to go follow him first." Dropping these words, Chen Xian strode quickly toward the outside of the door. Bai Yuling was stunned for a moment, then immediately got up, walked to the front desk, and borrowed the telephone here. Chen Xian ran all the way to the entrance of Beihai Park and saw a few beaming Japanese devils standing next to his tricycle. Chen Xian's gaze quickly fell upon a pomade-slicked, powdered male Japanese devil. That male Japanese devil held a round fan in his hand, looking greasy and powdered. When he spoke, he liked to use his fan to block his face, and when he smiled, it was with that kind of effeminate air. "Beep beep beep, a Heiying alien race spy has been detected approaching the vehicle, please be careful, host. Medium value gold necklace detected. Medium value jade ring detected. Medium value hawksbill turtle shell hairpin detected. High value cloisonné enamel button detected, hollow inside, containing microfilm. High value mechanical wristwatch detected, containing a modified micro pinhole camera inside. Low value cyanide pill detected, hidden in the right collar, melts upon contact with the mouth." Chen Xian only felt his anger burning like fire. These Japanese devils truly harbored thoughts of destroying China unceasingly. They actually interspersed spies even within these literary and art performance troupes. Because the opponent had poison in his mouth, Chen Xian didn't dare to act rashly. Who knew if there were others behind this person? He absolutely could not let him die so easily. Pretending to come out for a smoke, Chen Xian lit a cigarette, walked over to the wall, squatted down there, and scanned that person's direction from time to time with his gaze. After chatting with the others for a couple of sentences, Matsuda Chuchi beckoned for a tricycle and left a step ahead. Seeing that Bai Yuling had not come out yet, Chen Xian couldn't wait any longer, so he immediately rode his tricycle and followed closely behind. Hanging far back, Chen Xian didn't dare to get close, as he wasn't sure if the spy possessed any anti-tracking skills. Sure enough, Chen Xian saw from afar that Matsuda Chuchi kept turning back to look around, appearing extremely vigilant. "There are very few people on the road here at night, huh?" Matsuda Chuchi sat on the vehicle, looked around left and right, and feigned casual chit-chat. The rickshaw puller was a very honest middle-aged man. Although he knew this person was a Japanese devil, there was no need to offend him. While riding the vehicle, he smiled and said, "Indeed, it gets much quieter here as soon as it turns dark. This place is either barracks or government office compounds, and with strict management, naturally there are fewer pedestrians. Matsuda Chuchi's eyes lit up slightly, and he continued to ask. Then, is it convenient for cars to pass through? Tomorrow night I might need to take a car back. Are the roads and bridges here easy to travel on? Easy to travel on. Newly paved asphalt roads, and the sturdy bridges. No one stops you at night, both cars and tricycles can pass through. That's good, that's good. Thank you for your hard work, master. It's not hard work. Sit tight, we'll be at the Dongjio Mingxiang guest house in a jiffy. With just a few words, Matsuda Chuchi obtained some useful information, leaned back against the backrest with satisfaction, and hummed a hometown tune. Chapter 54 Deputy Commander by Menshan is my father-in-law. Dongjio Mingxiang guest house. After getting off the vehicle and paying the fare, Matsuda Chuchi politely thanked the driver, which actually made the driver develop some favorable impression of the little Japanese. Standing at the entrance, Matsuda Chuchi looked around and didn't walk into the guest house, but instead headed towards the alley next door. Riding a tricycle, Chen Xian gave chase. When passing by that alley, he slowed down but didn't turn in directly. Sure enough, as he passed by the alley, Chen Xian saw that Matsuda Chuchi was standing right at the alley entrance, his hawk-like eyes sweeping over him. Chen Xian didn't look at him, but continued riding forward at the same speed, slowly disappearing from Matsuda Chuchi's line of sight. As a senior spy sent by the military department this time to blend into the art troupe, Matsuda Chuchi still had very strong counter-reconnaissance capabilities. He vaguely felt that someone seemed to be following him, so he decided to wait and see, wanting to check if someone was truly following behind him. He waited for about 10 minutes and didn't find any suspicious personnel walking into this alley, so only then did he walk towards the depths of the alley with peace of mind. This time, everyone in the art troupe stayed in this guest house, and there was a residence here that served as a stronghold for Japanese spies. Matsuda Chuchi intended to hand over the intelligence obtained in the past few days to the liaison officer here. After Matsuda Chuchi entered this small courtyard, Chen Xian's head poked out from the other side of the alley. He carefully came to the side of that small courtyard, made out the house number, and then left in quick strides. Chen Xian ran to the guest house, wanting to use the telephone here, but was stopped by two stalwart comrade public security officers. Who are you, and what are you doing here? The Dongjio Mingxiang guest house was a foreign-facing guest house, basically entertaining only foreign guests, and registration was required for entering and exiting. Chen Xian's attire, coupled with the bandage wrapped around his arm, instantly caught the attention of these two stationed public security officers. Chen Xian didn't explain either, and said coldly. My father-in-law is Deputy Commander by Menshan of the Garrison Command. I now have extremely important intelligence to report to him, which cannot be delayed. Let me make the phone call first, this is of vital importance. Looking at Chen Xian's making a fuss appearance, and upon hearing that the other party's father-in-law was actually a deputy commander, these two public security officers did not dare to stop him. Chen Xian immediately dialed the phone number at Deputy Commander by Manchan's home. It rang once, and the other side picked up. Hello, who is it? Uncle Bai, I am at the Dongjio Mingxiang guest house. Hurry up and bring people over, the sooner the better. All right, watch your safety, we'll talk after I arrive. Deputy Commander by Menshan was extremely prompt and decisive. After hanging up the phone, he immediately ordered the garrison command troops, who had long been prepared, to set off. Upon learning that the phone call was made by Chen Xian, Bai Yuling also breathed a sigh of relief. Standing in the courtyard motionless, she waited for the good news to be transmitted back. Hearing Chen Xian shout, Uncle Bai, on the phone, these two comrade public security officers also knew they had been tricked. This fellow was simply not Deputy Commander by Manchan's son-in-law. Have you ever seen anyone call their father-in-law uncle? However, being able to call Deputy Commander by Menshan Uncle Bai was not something they could afford to provoke either. Comrade, what is your name, where is your workplace, and what exactly is your relationship with Comrade by Menshan? Looking at the serious-faced comrade public security officers, Chen Xian said somewhat apologetically. I'm sorry, I really had an emergency just now and borrowed a powerful banner. My name is Chen Xian, an employee of the Dianmen State-Owned Acquisition Station. As for my relationship with Comrade by Menshan, it's indeed a bit complicated and hard to explain. Hearing the other party's name, both comrade public security officers felt it sounded somewhat familiar. One of the public security officers' eyes suddenly lit up and asked. Are you that Chen Xian who captured the enemy spy cell leader? It's me. Oh my goodness, it really is you. Then what is this today? Well, there is indeed a situation, but I can't say. Guard this place well, make sure not to let those little Japanese out, and don't let them make phone calls either. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two public security officers turned serious. They understood Chen Xian's implication. It seemed that among this group of little Japanese, unclean people had mixed in. Then can we report this to the station chief? Chen Xian gave a bitter smile and said. You'd better not. Someone will come to take over this place immediately. Just guard the front gate and the telephone well, and don't create any extra complications. If anything goes wrong, you won't be able to bear the responsibility. Chen Xian's words broke the two comrade public security officers out in a cold sweat. They had only been thinking about whether they could make a contribution, but didn't expect that if something went wrong, their futures would probably be finished. Before long, the sound of a car came from outside. Chen Xian hurried out in quick strides and happened to see Deputy Commander Bai Menshan in the car. Beijing Tushio, number 35 Courtyard, there should be contact personnel inside. Chen Xian stated the information in one breath. Deputy Commander Bai Menshan nodded and immediately gave the order to seal off several nearby alleys, personally leading men to charge into Beijing Tushio alley. Chen Xian didn't have any desire to play the hero. With so many fully armed soldier brothers around, if he still needed to make a move himself, it would be too insulting to them. After a while, Chen Xian saw a group of soldier brothers escorting 3 people wearing black hoods walking out. Deputy Commander Bai Menshan beckoned to Chen Xian. Chen Xian hurried over. Without even needing to remove the hood, Chen Xian's finger pointed directly at Matsuda Chuchi. This exaggerated attire, coupled with the irrepressible scent of perfume on his body, made it obvious from 800 miles away that it was him. Deputy Commander Bai Menshan looked at the radio station, various surveying instruments, and hundreds of photos searched out from that room, wore a grim smile at the corner of his mouth, then looked at Chen Xian, patted him firmly on the shoulder, and said, "Good lad, how did you figure out that he was a spy?" Chen Xian smiled and said, "I'm not clear either, it's just a feeling. It's as if whenever those bad guys pass by me, I can smell the scent of scum on them. At that time, Yuling and I were eating when I smelled the scum scent on this fellow, so I followed him all the way and found him sneaking over here. I'm certain he is definitely not a good thing." Deputy Commander Bai Menshan and the others looked at each other, all feeling extremely shocked. There was actually someone who could smell the scent of bad guys. Then wouldn't this person be the nemesis of enemy spies, the terminator of spies? All the little Japanese artists living in the Dongjio Mingxiang guest house were detained and taken back for interrogation to see if anyone was connected with Matsuda Chuchi. Those 2 comrade public security officers were also questioned. When asked about Chen Xian making the phone call, Chen Xian's heart cried out in alarm that it was bad, and he turned his head wanting to run. "Where are you going?" "You still have to go back with me to write the report later." The more Deputy Commander Bai Menshan looked at Chen Xian now, the more pleasing to the eye he found him. He reached out and pulled him, preparing to leave. Unexpectedly, the voice of a comrade public security officer came from behind. Just now, that comrade Chen Xian rushed in and said that Deputy Commander Bai Menshan of the Garrison Command was his father-in-law, and that he had important intelligence to report. Not daring to delay, we immediately let him make the phone call. Chapter 55 Vehicle Upgrade. Military Region Compound. Chen Xian, sitting in the living room, appeared exceptionally well-behaved with his legs pressed together and hands placed on his knees in a very standard posture, yet his eyes did not dare to meet those of Deputy Commander Bai Menshan. Deputy Commander Bai Menshan's expression was quite peculiar. There was a smile on the corners of his mouth, but 3 parts of displeasure remained in his eyes. Even though he wanted his daughter to date Chen Xian, this behavior of boarding the train first and buying the ticket later still made him, as a father, rather hot-tempered. Especially when it was blurted out in front of so many people that this kid claimed to be his son-in-law, making his old face quite embarrassed. Seeing how peculiar her father's and Chen Xian's expressions were, Bai Yuling was also very curious. "Dad, what is wrong with you two? Was the person caught?" Deputy Commander Bai Menshan moved his gaze away from Chen Xian, and upon seeing his flower-like and jade-like daughter, a sense of reluctance suddenly arose in his heart. Caught, and very smoothly. This kid did a good job. Tomorrow you are returning to the cultural and art troupe, so chat with him a bit more. Hearing this, Chen Xian's eyes widened instantly. Disregarding his embarrassment, he looked at Bai Yuling with a face full of surprise. Deputy Commander Bai Menshan got up and walked outside. He still had to go and supervise the interrogation of the Japanese spy. Over the past 2 years, the Japanese devils had frequently sent literary and artistic troops to tour Beijing. At first, the public security and the military were very strict in their screening of them. However, during this period of time, due to the large-scale arrival of literary and artistic troops performing in China, coupled with the grim domestic situation, the screening of them had relaxed slightly. Unexpectedly, there were truly Japanese spies hidden within them, and they were hidden very deeply. They actually planted an agent near the guest house. This was playing right under their noses. After Deputy Commander Bai Menshan went out, Chen Xian hurriedly asked, "You are returning to the cultural and art troupe tomorrow. Why is it so fast?" Bai Yuling said with a slight apology. "Sister-in-law asked me to recommend your song to the leaders of the cultural and art troupe. After reading it, the leaders immediately decided to let me go back and prepare for the performance. Party founding day is coming right up, and this song can be used as a tribute to our party. Therefore, tomorrow morning, I am returning to the cultural and art troupe." A trace of disappointment flashed in Chen Xian's eyes, and he said with some regret, "If I had known, I would have spent more time with you today." Bai Yuling stepped forward, looked at his face, and said, "You caught a spy for the country, which is a matter even more worth rejoicing over. It is all right, when I come back, we will have a long time ahead of us." Hearing this, Chen Xian immediately grinned. As soon as these words came out, it meant that Bai Yuling had already tacitly accepted the relationship between them. Chen Xian tentatively reached out his hands, and this time Bai Yuling did not dodge, obediently allowing him to clasp her tender hands. Chen Xian only felt as if he had grasped a lump of warm jade, and a fire ignited in his heart. At this moment, Chen Xian seemed to have found an anchor point in this era, and his unsettled heart seemed to have found a sustenance. "Then I will wait for you at home." Chen Xian gently applied force and pulled Bai Yuling into his embrace. Bai Yuling first struggled slightly in slight discomfort, and then leaned contentedly against Chen Xian's chest. "Am I coming back at a bit of a bad time?" Suddenly, a teasing voice sounded at the doorway. Bai Yuling, like a startled rabbit, instantly pushed Chen Xian away, her face blushing like an apple. Chen Xian turned back somewhat displeased, just in time to see Bai Chonglong's mischievous smiling face, and said with a wry smile, "Brother Long, since you know it is a bad time to come back, could you just not speak?" Bai Yuling embarrassedly and angrily punched Chen Xian, and then hid inside her own room. Bai Chonglong stepped forward, reached out to grab Chen Xian, and said with an excited face, "You kid are something else, letting you score another merit. No, I must hurry up, you kid are almost becoming a popular commodity now." Chen Xian was somewhat bewildered. A popular commodity, what did that mean? "You probably don't know yet, but what you said before about being able to smell the scent of bad people, many departments have taken it seriously and want to transfer you to their side. The Political Security Bureau, the Ministry of Public Security, and even the Ministry of Foreign Affairs have all called my place." Hearing these names, Chen Xian immediately got a headache. At that time, he had been bragging a bit. If that Japanese devil hadn't approached his tricycle, he wouldn't have been able to discover him at all. It seemed that in the next step, he must upgrade the radar monitoring. A detection range of 1 meter was no longer enough. However, upgrading the radar monitoring required 500 points, and right now he only had less than 300 points. It seemed that during these days, he would have to work harder and make an extra effort. After chatting with Bai Chonglong for a while, Chen Xian bid farewell and left. Bai Yuling personally escorted him to the door outside, took the initiative to give Chen Xian a hug, and then turned around and ran back into the compound. Feeling the body temperature of his beloved, Chen Xian revealed a brilliant smile. "Hurry up and leave, do not linger at the door." Seeing this scene, the two guards outside the compound gate were also furious. They did not expect that this Bai Yuling would actually be plucked by this kid, and their tempers flared up instantly. TCH, the impotent rage of a defeated dog is not worth mentioning. Chen Xian disdainfully rode his tricycle and slipped away. After all, both of those green-eyed fellows had rifles on their shoulders. Ding, detected that the host reported the traces of a Heiying alien race spy and uprooted a Heiying alien race intelligence stronghold. Rewards obtained, merit points plus 1,000, points plus 100, Japanese proficiency, vehicle level upgrade. Name, nuclear-powered vehicle Sanyuan chariot, intermediate model. Basic data, 3 meters long, 1.5 meters wide, hopper length 1.8 meters, height 1.5 meters, ordinary load capacity 2,000 caddies. Nuclear power data, exquisitely packaged lead shell microfission reactor, upgradable, 30 centimeters in diameter, 40 centimeters in height, external double lead layer shielding shell, hidden underneath the seat, average speed, 160 km per hour, mountain road surface, 80 km per hour. Hidden data. 1. Regardless of appearance or internal essence, to outsiders, this is just an ordinary cargo three-wheeler. All paperwork is complete and can withstand inspection. Only the host can activate it, and even when nuclear-powered is activated, there will not be any changes to the appearance. 2. Infinite range. The reactor in the nuclear-powered tricycle can operate at full load for 1,000 years. Additional installation data. 1. Maximum load capacity is 5,000 caddies, storage space expanded to 2 meters * 2 meters * 2 meters. 2. Armored vehicle mode, can be modified into armored vehicles of later generations 2026 model, 2056 model, 2256 model, 2556 model, and 2956 model, not activated. 3. Three-dimensional radar, range of 10 meters, if precisely locking onto a certain person or thing, the range can be as high as 100 meters. 4. Vehicle transformation, primary can choose a vehicle of the same type as the current vehicle to modify its appearance. There is only one chance for appearance modification, and the host can switch the vehicle appearance at any time. Returning home and lying on the bed, Chen Xian looked at today's harvest, a joyful expression showing on his face. Not bad, not bad. After catching a spy, the human-powered tricycle actually turned into a motorized three-wheeler. Isn't this a bit too cool? The radar detection range that he had been yearning for the most also expanded to 10 meters. Riding this on the street, he could discover the traces of enemy special agents or spies at any time. The storage space had also expanded to 8 cubic meters, allowing him to hold even more things. It was a pity that this armored vehicle mode was not upgraded for him for free. It seemed that this thing must be very powerful. This last vehicle transformation, however, made Chen Xian's eyes light up. Although it didn't matter to him, riding a motorized three-wheeler to take Bai Yuling out on a date looked somewhat out of place. If it turned into a bicycle, there shouldn't be any problem. Turn into a bicycle for me. Ding, sorry, host, you must own a bicycle belonging to yourself before the vehicle transformation can be completed. Damn. Chapter 56, Reporting to the Logistics Department. Within this week, Chen Xian underwent 2 rounds of questioning by the party branch, establishing his status as an active party applicant. Once all procedures were completed, he would become a probationary party member. It was mostly because Chen Xian's contributions were simply too hardcore. The situation discovered after wiping out the enemy spy den that night shocked the Central Committee. Over the past 2 years, the deployment map of Beijing's Western Hills, the exact arrival and departure times of nighttime military trains, half of Beijing's city defense maps, and even the travel schedules of some high-ranking leaders had leaked from here. This case drew high attention from the higher-ups, and even some leaders were implicated and stepped down. Inside and outside the capital, there was quite an atmosphere of tension and panic. Chen Xian, having made such a massive contribution, received a roll call commendation from the highest level. Upon learning of Chen Xian's eager desire to join the party, the leaders spoke out, allowing the procedural time to be significantly reduced at their discretion. Deputy Commander Bai Menshan had been brimming with self-satisfaction these days. Originally, he was just a lower-ranking commander in the garrison command, specifically responsible for the lower-level militia and local armed forces construction. Because of this national security incident, the first deputy commander was transferred away from the garrison command and banished to another military region to serve as an idle deputy commander. As for him, he leaped to become the second deputy commander, and the authority in his hands became even greater. Externally, Deputy Commander Bai Menshan now high-profilely announced that Chen Xian was his son-in-law and that by the next end of the year, he would hold a wedding for the 2 children. Those leaders who knew of Chen Xian's contributions were somewhat envious and jealous of that old rascal Deputy Commander Bai Menshan, who not only had a capable eldest son, but now even had such an awesome son-in-law. Recycling station. The station chief looked at Chen Xian with a face full of emotion, reached out to shake his hand, and said, "Aya, Comrade Chen Xian, I didn't expect you to transfer away so soon. I really hate to see you go. However, I am also glad to see you go to a place more suited for you to shine and contribute. In the future, you must never forget us old colleagues." Toward this station chief, Chen Xian did not have any strong ill will. He was just an ordinary leader of this era with some minor flaws, but his stance remained firm. "Station chief, thank you for your care over the years. Rest assured, I definitely will not forget the station chief's cultivation." Upon hearing this, the station chief grinned so widely it looked like he was about to bite someone. He never would have thought that a waste collection worker at his recycling station could actually end up becoming the Bai family's son-in-law. Truly, the affairs of the world are unpredictable. "Uncle Zhao, when I get married, you must come. You know, in the capital, you are the only elder I have left. Zhao Taizhu was so happy that his mouth couldn't close, and patting Chen Xian on the shoulder, he said somewhat embarrassedly. All right, as long as you don't mind your uncle making a fool of himself for you then. What's there to be ashamed of? My wife's family are not that kind of people. Having completed the transfer procedures at the recycling station, Chen Xian drove his beloved three-wheeler leisurely to the logistics department of the garrison command. While driving the three-wheeler, Chen Xian noticed one thing: all the people related to him subconsciously ignored the process of his tricycle turning into a three-wheeler, simply feeling that he had upgraded his equipment, and did not probe into the root of it. The system is awesome. Taking out his job transfer procedures and verifying his identity, Chen Xian finally came to Bai Chonglong's office accompanied by a comrade from the security department. Regiment Commander Bai, the person has been delivered to you. Good, thank you Xiaohu, go ahead and get busy. Looking around this simple office, Chen Xian grinned and said, Brother Long, how is this place like a minister's office? Our recycling station chief's office is even better than yours. Bai Chonglong smiled slightly, brewed a cup of tea for Chen Xian, sat on the sofa, stretched, and said, As the minister of the logistics department, if my lifestyle were extravagant, I reckon I would have been arrested long ago. The old man told me one thing: as a person, you must be worthy of your conscience. As for this office, it's just a place to work, why would you need it to be so luxurious? Bai Chonglong's words filled Chen Xian with deep respect. Many leading cadres of this era had only the 5 words, serve the people, in their hearts, and their demands for personal material desires were extremely low. Of course, it was not ruled out that some cadres were habitually extravagant and engaged in hedonism, but these people would definitely not come to a good end. Right, this is your work ID. From now on, you will be in the transportation section. I found a master for you, he's my dad's old subordinate and an expert at driving. You should follow him to learn driving properly, and once you've learned enough, you can start working. Chen Xian took the work ID, looked it over, and said, Brother Long, are there usually any ordinary transport tasks that I can deliver with my three-wheeler? I'm the kind of person who just can't stay still. If you don't let me work, I feel so uncomfortable I panic. Bai Chonglong looked at Chen Xian with a strange gaze and found that the other party's eyes were full of sincerity, instantly giving him a feeling of neither whether to laugh nor cry. What kind of temper does this kid actually have? However, thinking of Chen Xian saying he could smell enemy spies, his heart stirred as well. If this kid were allowed to stroll around various departments of the garrison command, wouldn't it be a great thing if he happened to discover enemy spies? Then how about this: our garrison command has 4 institutional canteens that need regular and punctual delivery of ingredients every day. Can your kid handle that? Hearing that there was actually work to do, Chen Xian instantly perked up, stood at attention, and saluted, expressing that he would definitely complete the mission. Let's go, I'll take you to meet your master first. Your master has a somewhat eccentric temper, so make sure you don't argue with him, just go along with him. He likes smoking and drinking, but isn't picky, any brand of cigarettes and alcohol will do. Do you understand, kid? Rest assured, Brother Long, I guarantee I'll make my master 110% satisfied with me. Following Bai Chonglong to the transportation office, Office Director Su Dai was already waiting there. Dai, this is Comrade Chen Xian, from now on he is your soldier. Little Chen, this is Transportation Office Director Su Dai, your immediate supervisor. If you have any matters in the future, you can find him. Director Su Dai quickly reached out his hand, smiled, and said, Comrade Chen Xian, I've heard of you for a long time. In the future, let's get closer. If you need anything, just come find me. Section Chief Su is too polite. I am just a soldier under your command. In the future, whatever tasks you have, just give the order. Seeing that Chen Xian didn't have the slightest intention of flaunting his power, Director Su Dai felt a sigh of relief in his heart. When he first learned that this ruthless person was coming to his transportation office, Director Su Dai was 100% unwilling in his heart. For a ruthless person like Chen Xian, he should either go to the combat troops or the office, why come to his tiny transportation office? This fellow was also Bai Chonglong's brother-in-law. On the surface, he was his immediate superior, but the guy's brother-in-law was his own immediate superior. If something happened, would he dare to discipline him? However, seeing Chen Xian's attitude, Director Su Dai's heart finally felt a little more settled. Right, Dai, Comrade Chen Xian just came to our transportation office and immediately wants to join the work. How about this, you can hand over the task of delivering vegetables to our various institutional canteens every day to him. At that time, send someone to follow him to learn the route, and he can be responsible for this matter from now on. Hearing this, Director Sude quickly nodded and said with an appreciative look. Comrade Chen Xian truly loves his work. All right, I'll handle this matter and guarantee that Comrade Chen Xian will familiarize himself with the route and procedures as soon as possible. Bai Chonglong glanced at his watch and said. All right, I still have matters to attend to. You take him to meet Master Zhou, and I'll be leaving first. Chapter 57, Becoming Zhou Li's Apprentice. The transport team of the Garrison Command covers an area of over 10,000 square meters. In the garage, there are more than 20 GAZ, 51 trucks and a dozen ordinary Willis Jeeps. This is the Garrison Command, and the transportation office is organized at the battalion level, with Director Sude serving as the major battalion commander. Watching those soldiers carrying out daily maintenance on the trucks, everyone was working with great enthusiasm. Director Sude led Chen Xian to a corner, where a middle-aged man was squatting and smoking. Seeing Director Sude approach, Zhou Li stood up unhurriedly, saluted Director Sude, and then cast his gaze toward Chen Xian. Master Zhou, this Comrade Chen Xian will be your apprentice from now on. Get along well with each other, and communicate more if you have any questions. Little Chen, I will be leaving first. Director Sude turned around and left immediately, as if he was unwilling to have too much contact with this guy surnamed Zhou. Chen Xian and Zhou Li stared at each other with big eyes for a minute. After finishing his cigarette, Zhou Li took out a box of economy cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out, and just as he was about to light it, he saw a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes handed out right in front of him. Master Zhou, smoke this one. Zhou Li glanced at the Zhonghua cigarettes, unhurriedly lit the economy cigarette in his hand, and said slowly. This cigarette has no kick, smoking it is boring. Hearing this, Chen Xian immediately clenched his right hand, actually crushing the pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. The tobacco inside slowly drifted down through the gaps between his fingers, instantly making Zhou Li's heart ache. This little brat was truly a prodigal son. A pack of these cigarettes cost at least 60 or 70 cents outside, and it was just destroyed like this. I also think this cigarette has no kick. Since it has no kick, then I won't smoke it. Try this one. Chen Xian took out another pack of Pegasus cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Li. Zhou Li didn't even lift his eyelids and said in a muffled voice. I won't accept favors I haven't earned, I don't like smoking other people's cigarettes. Hearing this, Chen Xian directly took the cigarettes back and put them into his own pocket. Seeing this scene, Zhou Li frowned and said. Why didn't you crush this pack of cigarettes? Chen Xian smiled and said. Because this pack of cigarettes was bought with my own money, while that pack of cigarettes was given by someone else. Chen Xian's words instantly stunned Zhou Li, who looked Chen Xian up and down and suddenly laughed out loud. You kid, you're quite interesting. Chen Xian grinned and said. Master, you're also quite interesting. When two interesting people like us bump into each other, wouldn't it be even more interesting? Hearing this, the smile on Zhou Li's face grew broader and broader, and finally he burst into hearty laughter. This laughter made everyone around look over. When they saw that it was Zhou Li who was laughing, everyone almost dropped their jaws in shock. This master's status in the transportation office was extraordinary. Not only was his identity special, but his driving skills were also top-notch. No one in the entire transport section was unconvinced. It's just that this master's temper was far too eccentric. Every time an apprentice was assigned to him, they ended up running back crying to complain. Unexpectedly, today's newcomer was actually able to make this master laugh. He's got some skills. Director Sude, who was observing from not far away, also widened his mouth. Little Chen Comrade was truly formidable, truly living up to being deputy commander by Manchin's son-in-law. Zhou Li smoked the Zhonghua cigarette and said with an expression of enjoyment. Are you squad leader Bai's son-in-law, kid? Chen Xian was stunned for a moment before reacting. So this guy had been following Bai Manchin since the time he was a squad leader. He truly was an old subordinate. Yeah. Master Zhou, when you were fighting in the wars back then, were there any exciting stories? I just love listening to those. Zhou Li sneered and said. Want to hear them? Go find your father-in-law. He likes talking about that, but I don't. Not everyone is willing to brag about their achievements. Hearing this, Chen Xian said with a solemn expression. Master Zhou, that's where you're wrong. If no one knows about your achievements, it will cause future generations to forget those wars back then. If you don't talk about it, Grandpa Bai doesn't talk about it, and everyone else doesn't talk about it either, how will future generations know how much effort we put in back then for victory and for the liberation of Huaxia? Master Zhou, this isn't bragging, this is history, real history. We must let future generations know. Chen Xian's words plunged Zhou Li into deep thought. All along, he never wanted to recall the things that happened back then. Every time he closed his eyes, he could see the comrades who died in battle back then. On the bloody battlefield filled with smoke and fire, that feeling of helplessness was truly tormenting. Over the years, his personality had become increasingly antisocial and isolated. No matter who wanted to get close to him, they would be driven away by the cold indifference radiating from him. However, Chen Xian's words today gave him a feeling of sudden enlightenment. If future generations really forgot this war and forgot those heroic souls who died on the battlefield, he simply dared not imagine what terrible consequences that would cause. Little Chen, what you said makes sense. It was I who was being extreme. However, my own affairs aren't worth mentioning. Those comrades who sacrificed themselves are the true heroes. Chen Xian said with a serious expression. Master Zhou, they are true heroes, but you are also a hero. They no longer have any way to tell their stories. Only you can truly bring them back to life in our hearts. Zhou Li only felt as if his chest had been struck by a scorching bullet, and his eye rims instantly turned red. After a long while, Zhou Li said in a somewhat choking voice. Your eloquence is really good, kid. You shouldn't have come to the transportation office, you should be doing political work. You could probably talk a dead person back to life. Chen Xian chuckled and said. What I admire most are combat heroes like you. I truly regret not having been born a few years earlier. Looking at Chen Xian's sincere expression, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Zhou Li's mouth. Then his expression straightened, and he said. All right, chatting time is over. Get ready to learn from me. If you can't keep up with my rhythm, even if you are squad leader by son-in-law, I'll still slap you across the face. Hearing this, Chen Xian immediately stood straight and said deadpan. Master Zhou, don't worry. I will strictly obey your orders. If there is even the slightest problem, you won't even need to do it, I'll slap myself across the face. In your dreams. Zhou Li raised his foot and gave him a gentle kick on the buttocks, then started leading him over to the trucks to begin teaching him how to drive. Chen Xian was also somewhat excited. He had a driver's license in later generations, but the cars of this era were completely different from those of later generations. Under Zhou Li's introduction, Chen Xian distinguished what the engine, electrical circuit, oil circuit, clutch, brakes, and transmission were. In this era, the first step to learning how to drive was to understand the vehicle. You must know that in this era, there were no auto repair shops to be found everywhere. When a car had a problem on the road, the driver had to know how to repair it. If you wanted to learn how to repair a car, the first step was to know the internal structure of the car. Generally, an apprentice had to wait at least a month before they could touch the steering wheel. Meanwhile, Chen Xian's learning speed greatly shocked Zhou Li. Photographic memory, drawing inferences about other cases from one instance. The officers and soldiers around gathered over, watching Chen Xian easily and comfortably reassemble the parts that Zhou Li had just disassembled accurately. What shocked them the most was starting the engine with a manual crank. For them, this was the hardest physical labor when they first started learning to drive. But in Chen Xian's hands, that crank handle was like a straw, effortlessly starting the truck manually. This group of officers instantly developed a strong curiosity toward this newcomer. Chapter 58, The Boomerang has arrived. By the time off work in the afternoon, Chen Xian had already gone through all the steps before driving. Those officers who were watching the commotion were dumbfounded. They even suspected that Chen Xian knew how to drive and came specifically to mess with them. However, Zhou Li knew very well that Chen Xian didn't even know what the brakes and accelerator were at first, knowing how or not knowing how couldn't be faked. Could it be that he had run into a genius apprentice? In the end, Director Su Dai was even alerted. Watching Chen Xian's skillful movements in installing auto parts, anyone who didn't know better would have thought he was a veteran driver with 10 years of experience. During these days, the attribute rewards Chen Xian had obtained played a huge role at this moment. Physical strength, brain power, and agility were all several times that of an ordinary person. It was a pity that the recent transport missions only rewarded him with some daily necessities and points, rarely rewarding him with attributes anymore. He guessed that his attributes had already reached a critical point and needed more valuable transport missions to stimulate them. Garrison Command was the place where he would strive. Director Su Dai pulled over an old man who looked very honest and said to Chen Xian. Little Chen, this is Master Zhang. Tomorrow morning at 6:30, you need to come here. Master Zhang will take you to deliver vegetables once, and the task of delivering vegetables will be handed over to you in the future. Master Zhang looked at Chen Xian with a full smile, reached out to shake his hand, chuckled, and said, "It would be great if Comrade Little Chen takes charge. That saves me from having to make a trip every day." "Thank you, Comrade Little Chen. Master Zhang is too polite. If there is anything you need me for in the future, just say the word." After all, this was someone else's job, and he had snatched away someone else's work as soon as he arrived. Regardless of whether the other person had any lingering resentment in their heart, Chen Xian decided to say polite words first. Hearing this, Master Zhang's smile obviously became even more sincere. Looking at the three-wheeler Chen Xian was driving, Director Sude pulled out 10 gas coupons from his pocket and said, "This three-wheeler of yours will probably use about this much gas in a month. Use it sparingly. Fuel is tight across the whole army right now, and we can only spare this much for you each month. If it's not enough, you'll have to figure it out yourself." Seeing Director Sude being so generous, Chen Xian also returned the favor by taking a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket and stuffing it into his hand. Director Sude was also an old chain smoker, and he couldn't bear to smoke this kind of cigarette. Overjoyed, he put it into his pocket and said with a smile, "All right, you should hurry home now. Don't be late tomorrow, the dining hall of our office is waiting for you to start serving meals." Chen Xian acknowledged, kicked the three-wheeler to start it, and left with a put-put-put sound. Garrison command was in Xiqing, which was a straight-line distance of about 10 kilometers from Nanluo Guxiang where Chen Xian lived. Along the way, the three-wheeler attracted the attention of quite a few people. This wasn't like the previous tricycle where no one cared or even looked down on it. This one burned gas, and moreover, these types of three-wheelers were all publicly owned, very few individuals could own one. Chen Xian's ride was truly one of a kind. Hearing the put-put-put sound approaching, the neighbors in Mauer Alley all knew that Chen Xian was back. Many neighborhood children excitedly ran after the three-wheeler, and some bold ones even reached out to touch it, wanting to run along while holding on. Chen Xian didn't scold them either. After all, in this era, children loved to join the fun when they saw novel things, which was only human nature. When he reached the entrance of courtyard number 95, Chen Xian got off, locked the car, and looking at the group of children staring longingly at the three-wheeler, said with a smile, "Go up and play, but be careful and don't fall." Chen Xian's words immediately provoked cheers from the group of children, who scrambled to crawl into the cargo bed in the back. In this era, if a child really fell from the cargo bed, the parents wouldn't go make trouble for Chen Xian. Instead, they would give the crying child a thorough beating. Even if they fell and bled, just wiping a little plant ash on it would do. Seeing Chen Xian come in, Master Zhang said with a proud look, "Boss, the renovation of this house can be finished tomorrow. Let it air out for a night, and you can move in the day after tomorrow." Chen Xian poked his head in to look at the layout of the room and couldn't help nodding. Since it was an inverted room facing the street, the windows facing outside were very high, and the lighting was very poor. However, Chen Xian was willing to spend money to have them make the windows bigger and aligned in a row. Although they were a bit high, the lighting inside the room was much better. The ceiling and walls of the room were newly painted, pure white from top to bottom, clean and refreshing. The bed and furniture for the house had already been ordered by Chen Xian in Wangfujing, and they could be delivered tomorrow afternoon. Once put inside, it would be wonderful. "Master Zhang, tell the rest of the masters that tomorrow night at the state-run restaurant at the alley entrance, it's my treat. Family members can be brought along, and there will be all you can eat." When these words reached the ears of the laborers working there, they immediately became interested. This boss was truly so righteous. They really wanted to follow such a boss and work for him for a lifetime. Master Zhang also had a look of emotion. For so many years, he really had never seen such a generous boss. "Chen Xian, you get out here." Suddenly, Jia Zhengshir's voice came from outside the courtyard gate, accompanied by the noise of children arguing. Chen Xian was somewhat surprised. What wrong medicine had Jia Zhengshir taken today to dare to come and provoke him? His young master's Lingxi kick was feeling a bit itchy. Jia Zhengshir walked in aggressively, but after seeing Chen Xian's half-smiling face, she unconsciously swallowed her saliva and took half a step back. Quite a few people saw this scene and immediately couldn't help laughing out loud. Who had ever seen Jia Zhengshir act so cowardly? This half-step back was simply a dark spot in Jia Zhengshir's entire life. Jia Zhengshir also felt a bit embarrassed, but she braced herself and shouted, "Chen Xian, anyone can go up and play on that three-wheeler of yours. Why don't you let Bang Gung go up?" Hearing this, Chen Xian understood what was going on. This was also the rule Chen Xian had set for the children who climbed onto his three-wheeler to play. Anyone could go up and play, even Yan Bugui's 4-year-old daughter Yan Jiti, but Bang Gung alone could not. Chen Xian had also put out word that if he saw Bang Gung climb up, no one would be allowed to go on this three-wheeler in the future. For these children, having finally gotten a three-wheeler that could climb high and low and was exceptionally cool to play with, they basically regarded Chen Xian as their children's leader. Therefore, just now when Bang Gung wanted to climb up, he was pushed down by the children on top. Although he didn't fall down, Bang Gung was furious and went crying to find his omnipotent grandma. When Jia Zhangshi learned that her precious grandson was being squeezed out by others, and it was even Chen Xian who issued the order, she couldn't possibly beat up all the children in this cart. So, acting on a hothead, she rushed in and poured a torrent of abuse on Chen Xian. Jia Zhangshi, if your brain is still intact, a few days ago in front of all the neighbors in the middle courtyard, you said not to let my car break your family's Bang Gung. Am I not doing things according to your wishes? My car, Bang Gung cannot go near it. By not going near it, won't he be unable to fall? Chen Xian's words made Jia Zhangshi roll her eyes in anger. She really had said those words, and not just once either. She hadn't expected the boomerang to come back so fast. Chapter 59, Zhou Yu beats Huang Gai. Back in his own room, listening to Bang Gung throw a tantrum outside demanding to play on the motorized tricycle, Chen Xian couldn't help bursting into laughter. Bang Gung might not have desperately needed to go up there, but this feeling of being isolated by the other kids made him extremely unhappy. Jia Zhangshi was about to have her brains driven crazy by Bang Gung's noise. Suddenly, a figure darted out from the Jia family house, holding a feather duster and lashing it straight at Bang Gung's backside. Bang Gung sprang up as if he had been electrocuted. Seeing Jia Dongshu's gloomy face, he was so terrified that he forgot to even cry, diving straight behind Jia Zhangshi's backside. Jia Zhangshi glared with wide eyes and barked. Dongshu, put that down. Why are you hitting the child? What did the child do wrong? It's all because of certain black-hearted people who even bully little kids. They are truly shameless. Jia Zhangshi's earlier words were still very loud, but by the end, her voice became so soft that only she could hear it. Especially the last sentence, it felt like it just passed through her throat without even making a sound. Seeing his old mother blocking him, Jia Dongshu's anger flared up even more. He threw the feather duster onto the ground and strode out toward the courtyard. It's time to eat, where are you going again? I'm going to the latrine. Jia Dongshu's muffled voice came back. As soon as Jia Dongshu left the courtyard, Bang Gung, who had been holding it in for so long, finally wailed out loud. Jia Zhangshi anxiously pulled down Bang Gung's pants, and seeing a bloody welt on his backside, her eyes instantly turned red. That scoundrel. To hit his own biological son so ruthlessly. Don't cry, Bang Gung, Grandma will rub it for you. Jia Zhangshi hugged Bang Gung and went back inside. Huairu, who had finished cooking, hurriedly stepped forward to check. Seeing the bloody welt on his backside, the mother's heart was about to break. Huairu's heart was now filled entirely with hatred. She hated Chen Xian. Why should a junk collector be able to live so well now? She hated Jia Dongshu, a good-for-nothing who only knew how to take out his frustrations on her and their son every day, beating them up whenever something displeased him. She also hated Xia Zhu. Even trash like Xia Zhu actually had the qualification to fancy her. It was simply intolerable by heaven. Sister Qin, what's wrong? Bang Gung is crying like a slaughtered pig. Xia Zhu walked in from outside holding a lunchbox. Hearing the commotion at the Jia family, he curiously walked over and asked. Seeing the lunchbox in Xia Zhu's hand, Huairu's eyes couldn't help but light up. She walked up to Xia Zhu and asked softly. Zhuzi, what's inside your lunchbox? Seeing Huairu being so gentle, Xia Zhu felt his world spinning. The goddess smiled at him. There was a reception at the factory today. This is a chicken leg and braised pork belly I held back in advance, planning to have a drink tonight. Sister Qin, smell it, isn't it fragrant? Xia Zhu opened the lunchbox and eagerly leaned in front of Huairu. Looking at the plump, tender chicken leg and 7 or 8 glistening pieces of braised pork belly inside, Huairu couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Watching Huairu swallow, Xia Zhu felt a sudden wave of heat all over his body, and his gaze became somewhat hazy. Zhuzi, can you give this lunchbox to sister? Sister hasn't eaten meat in a long time. Seeing Huairu acting like a wronged young wife, Xia Zhu's chauvinism instantly flared up. With a nonchalant expression, he shoved the lunchbox into Huairu's hands, casually brushing his fingers against hers in the process. It was as thrilling as an electric shock. Sister Qin, look at what you're saying. Just take it and eat. It's fine if I miss a meal or half, I just don't want you to starve. Feeling Xiaoju's fingers touch her hand, Huairu felt a sense of disgust in her heart, but she smilingly took the lunchbox, shut the door casually, and said, "Zhu, then you should go back. Later, once I wash the lunchbox clean, I'll send it back to you." Watching the Jia family's front door close, Xiaoju instantly felt a sense of loss. However, Xiaoju brought his right-hand fingers to the tip of his nose and sniffed them. It seemed as though a faint fragrance still lingered, which made his heart flutter, and he walked home unsteadily on wobbly legs. When he got home, he saw his younger sister, Yushui, doing her homework there. Being in the 5th grade of primary school, her schoolwork was pretty decent. Seeing her older brother return, Yushui's eyes lit up. She immediately stood up, ran over, grabbed her brother's hand, and said excitedly, "Brother, where's the lunchbox? Didn't you say there would be braised pork belly to eat tonight? I've been waiting for ages." Yushui's words made Xiaoju extremely embarrassed. Especially looking at Yushui's skin and bones appearance, Xiaoju felt a bit heartbroken. To say that Xiaoju didn't care about his sister wouldn't be right either, it's just that he was essentially a big kid himself. What ability did he have to take care of a child? Over the years, pulling Yushui up as she grew, Xiaoju had indeed put in a lot of effort, but his mind wasn't that meticulous. Seeing the expression on her older brother's face, the smile on Yushui's face slowly faded bit by bit. Seeing that Yushui was sniffling and about to cry, Xiaoju scratched his head anxiously. He couldn't possibly run over to Sister Qin's house and demand that lunchbox back now, could he? After all, he was a real man of Beijing, he had his pride. Xiaoju patted his pockets, gritted his teeth, and said, "Little sis, let's go. Brother will take you out to eat noodles." Yushui said between sniffles. "Brother, our family's grain coupons aren't even enough each month, and you still want to go out to eat noodles. What are we going to do when the end of the month comes?" Xiaoju put on a stern face and said, "When we get to the mountain, there will be a path, you don't need to worry about that. Let's go, come eat noodles with brother." Although Yushui felt bad about the grain coupons, thinking about eating chewy noodles made her drool uncontrollably. Passing by the doorway of Chen Xian's home, they caught a rich, savory aroma. Xiaoju twitched his nose and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. This seemed to be the smell of beef. Chen Xian's door wasn't closed. Standing outside, one could see a plate of bright red beef sitting on the table, and next to it was an open can box. Canned braised beef. Xiaoju took a glance and hurriedly pulled Yushui away. If he didn't leave now, his drool really would start flowing from the corners of his mouth. Chen Xian happily ate a bite of beef, washing it down with a bite of minced meat xiaobing. When Chen Xian passed by Beihai Park today, he specifically bought 10 minced meat xiaobing and put them in his spatial storage so he could eat them whenever he wanted. Placed in this era, this standard of living was undoubtedly the treatment of a high-ranking cadre. Next door, the Jia family was also exceptionally lively today. This lunchbox that Huairu had traded her looks for, she herself only ate one piece of braised pork belly, and the rest was completely devoured by the 3 members of the Jia family. Huairu could only use a cornmeal bun to wipe the lunchbox clean, and eating it with that little bit of leftover vegetable soup left her only half full. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Jia Dongshu looked at the lunchbox and said discontentedly, "In the future, keep less company with Xiaoju. That kid doesn't look like any good thing." It was a classic case of eating one's fill and then cursing the cook. Huairu didn't dare talk back, and silently went off to wash the dishes. Chapter 60, Nighttime Theft. Jia Dongshu sat at home for a while, said he was going out to smoke a cigarette, grabbed his clothes, and went out. Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu watched Jia Dongshu leave, letting out a sigh in their hearts. For several days in a row, Jia Dongshu would go out right after finishing dinner in the evening, and wouldn't return until 3 or 4 in the morning. When he came back smelling of smoke, either excited or irritable, they could both tell that Jia Dongshu had gone out to play cards. Jia Zhangshi had said a couple of words about it before, but Jia Dongshu didn't take it to heart at all. Since Jia Dongshu was the only one earning money in the family, they didn't have much say either and could only wait silently at home. Opposite the Jia family, Yi Zhonghai watched Jia Dongshu's figure leaving through the window, a strange expression on his face. Towards the Jia family, Yi Zhonghai felt both anger and disappointment in his heart. Earlier, Jia Dongshu had said that if he rescued Jia Zhangshi, he would acknowledge him as his godfather and provide for his old age. But until today, this matter was never brought up again, and the Jia family acted as if it had never happened. Although Jia Dongshu still called him master every day, Yi Zhonghai could never quite get over it in his heart. He had exhausted his connections with the factory director for the sake of that mother and son, yet he ended up getting nothing out of it. Over the past few days, he had hinted at it both overtly and covertly, but the mother and son of the Jia family simply played dumb and completely ignored his cues. Over the past 2 days, Yi Zhonghai noticed that Jia Dongshu kept dozing off at work, and as soon as he had a break, he could fall asleep standing right there. When he asked him about it, Jia Dongshu didn't give a direct response, only saying that he was tired at night. For the past 2 days, Yi Zhonghai had been observing Jia Dongshu's whereabouts at night, and sure enough, he discovered that shortly after finishing dinner every day, Jia Dongshu would go out. It wasn't until the second half of the night that Jia Dongshu would quietly return home. Eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling, it seemed Jia Dongshu was either whoring or gambling. With a woman of Qin Huiru's looks at home, the probability of Jia Dongshu going out to whore was low. It seemed he must have gone to gamble. Yi Zhonghai didn't make a fuss. Back in the day, he had also roamed the streets and understood the shady tricks behind these gambling dens all too well. People say that 9 out of 10 gambles lead to a loss, but if you've ever frequented gambling dens, you would know that in a real casino, it's 10 losses out of 10, there is simply no possibility of you winning. Yi Zhonghai let out a cold sneer, returned to his bed, lay down, and prepared to sleep. He was going to wait for Jia Dongshu to take a massive tumble this time, and then step in as a savior to pull him up. But this time, he would first make Jia Dongshu kowtow to acknowledge him as his godfather before talking about saving him. A fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. Past 3 in the morning. Jia Dongshu returned with bloodshot eyes from losing, accompanied by a ferocious-looking dark-skinned giant. Brother Bao, I will definitely give you this money. Look at how late it is, waking up all the neighbors would look terrible. Could you be magnanimous and give me 2 more days? Brother Bao slapped the back of Jia Dongshu's head and said impatiently. Jia, you brat have owed a lot of money at our casino. Every time it's, I'll pay in a couple of days, I'll pay in a couple of days. Now, with the compound interest, it's over 300 yuan. If I don't see the money today, I'll break your legs. Brother Bao shoved Jia Dongshu as they arrived at the entrance of courtyard number 95. Jia Dongshu dawdled, reluctant to knock on the door, but Brother Bao's gaze was drawn to the motorized tricycle parked at the entrance. How could there be a motorized tricycle in a place like this? Brother Bao's eyes lit up slightly. Hooking Jia Dongshu by the neck, he came over to the motorized tricycle and asked. Whose vehicle is this? Jia Dongshu blurted out. Chen Xian, a scavenger. Brother Bao slapped him across the head, lowered his voice, and cursed. If you *****ing spout nonsense to me again, this kind of vehicle, besides the military, only state-owned transport teams have it. A scavenger. Do you believe I'll slap you to death? Jia Dongshu was almost crying. Brother Bao, believe me, everything I said is true. This kid has some connections, and I don't know where he managed to get this motorized tricycle. Seeing Jia Dongshu's expression, which didn't look fake, Brother Bao asked in a deep voice. Is the owner of this vehicle really a scavenger? Jia Dongshu nodded and said. How could this be fake? He lives right next door to me. 2 years ago, he became a temporary worker at the Dianmen state-owned acquisition station, riding a trishaw at the time. Recently, he's had some good luck and reported an enemy spy, so the Public Security Bureau rewarded him with quite a bit of money. I guess he just exchanged it for this motorized tricycle. Hearing this, Brother Bao's mind started working. If this motorized tricycle were stolen away, it could easily be exchanged for several hundred yuan. This was free money. After all, the vehicle owner was just a scavenger. Even if he had connections, could they be harder than the connections of his own backer? Follow me and push this motorized tricycle away. I won't calculate the interest you owe anymore. How about that? Hearing this, Jia Dongshu's eyes couldn't help but light up. If Brother Bao took Chen Xian's motorized tricycle away, the blow to Chen Xian would be absolutely fatal. During these days, his family had been thoroughly screwed over by that grandson, and today he finally had a chance for revenge. Let's do it. However, when Jia Dongshu saw an iron chain hanging on the wheel of the tricycle with a lock on it, his heart instantly deflated. Brother Bao let out a cold sneer, pulled a piece of wire out of his pocket, bent it into an arc, and under Jia Dongshu's shocked gaze, picked the lock. Brother Bao, you're awesome, truly amazing. Jia Dongshu laid on the flattery thick. Brother Bao waved his hand with a pretense of modesty and said. These are all minor matters. Hurry up, push from behind, and let's seize the time to push the vehicle away. Where are you planning to push it? Suddenly, a man's voice came from the quiet alley, startling Brother Bao so much that his whole body shuddered. Looking up, he saw that the gate of courtyard number 95 was open, and a young man stood there with his arms crossed, looking at them with an amused expression. Brother Bao, he is Chen Xian. Jia Dongshu naturally recognized Chen Xian at a glance and quickly snitched on him. Brother Bao let out a ferocious grin, pulled open his clothes to reveal a sheathed dagger tucked into his trousers, and said coldly, "Kid, your grandpa has taken a liking to your vehicle. Be sensible and roll back to sleep, and we'll have no issues. Otherwise, with one slash down, the white blade goes in and the red blade comes out, so watch out for your life." Brother Bao's words scared Jia Dongshu so much that his whole body trembled, and he could barely stand by holding onto the motorized tricycle. As for Chen Xian, he walked out from the door without a shred of fear, chuckling lightly. "Come on, let me see how awesome you can be. Stab me with a knife and try." Seeing Chen Xian speak like this, Brother Bao felt a bit hesitant inside. Normally, as long as he said something like that, the person opposite him would lose their nerve with high probability. This grandson wouldn't be an idiot, would he? Chapter 61 Stealing a Military Vehicle. "Brother, where are you from? State your background." Brother Bao was also a bit unsure of Chen Xian's identity, so he wanted to size Chen Xian up. Seeing that Brother Bao didn't even dare to make a move, Chen Xian knew this fellow wasn't anyone formidable, he was just all talk. So, Chen Xian directly delivered a kick straight to his crotch. Brother Bao reacted as if he had been shot, clutching his crotch as he collapsed to the ground. A wail squeezed out from the depths of his lungs instantly echoed throughout the entire alley. Jia Dongshu was so startled by Chen Xian's sudden kick that his whole body shuddered, and unable to hold his bladder, he wet his pants entirely. Following that wail, half the people in the alley were woken up. Even the public security joint defense team patrolling near the alley entrance heard the commotion. Hearing that it came from Mauer Alley, the deputy station chief in charge of today's patrol also sank his expression, directly pulled out his handgun, and shouted, "Quick, follow me in." Sure enough, when they ran over, they found that trouble had occurred precisely at courtyard number 95, where Chen Xian lived. However, the scene already looked to be under control. A tattooed punk was lying on the ground, continuously clutching his crotch and moaning, while another familiar-looking young man squatted on the ground, shivering, with a suspicious puddle of water at his feet. Seeing the deputy station chief arrive, Chen Xian quickly stepped forward to greet him and said, "I drank a bit too much water yesterday and got up to use the restroom at night. I heard people talking outside, and feeling a bit curious, I came out. Who would have thought that as soon as I came out, I saw Jia Dongshu from our courtyard colluding with outsiders to steal my motorized tricycle. I went up and kicked that thief right over. As for Jia Dongshu, I didn't touch him at all, he's purely a coward." Chen Xian explained it very clearly. Hearing this, the deputy station chief also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't retaliatory actions by enemy spies, it was fine. "Deputy Station Chief Chen, my motorized tricycle is a military vehicle after all. They stole a military vehicle, which is no small matter." However, Chen Xian leaned into his ear and whispered a few words, instantly making the deputy station chief shiver. "A military vehicle? Are you kidding me? How could there possibly be a military vehicle here?" Chen Xian pulled Deputy Station Chief Chen into his home, took out his work ID, handed it over, and said solemnly, "Deputy Station Chief Chen, I won't report this matter to the bureau. I hope our station can give me an explanation. Otherwise, if the bureau has to step in, it won't look good for anyone." Looking at the red stamp on Chen Xian's work ID that read, Garrison Command Logistics Department, Deputy Station Chief Chen felt his scalp go numb. They at the station were well aware that Chen Xian had rendered a great service and was bound to rise to prominence in the future. But no one expected that he had already flown up to the Garrison Command Logistics Department now. This was not a place just anyone could enter. "All right, Comrade Chen Xian, rest assured. We will handle this matter strictly and will definitely not let you down." Chen Xian nodded slightly and said, "Right, if you trust me, thoroughly investigate that fellow called Brother Bao. This guy must be running a gambling den. You can raid their nest and let the comrades below have a good holiday." Hearing this, Deputy Station Chief Chen's eyes lit up involuntarily. Raiding gambling dens was precisely the kind of thing their police station loved to do most. It was just that most of their energy was currently focused on purging secret agents and spies, so they hadn't paid too much attention to these lower-level public security issues. After all, their energy was limited. Investigating and mapping out gambling dens required a lot of time and personnel, and more often than not, they would end up hitting empty air and wasting police resources. However, this time, they had already caught someone from the gambling den. As long as they interrogated him to find out where the den was, the entire station mobilized could at least confiscate all the stolen loot. 30% of the stolen goods belonged to the police station. If it amounted to tens of thousands of yuan, then their police station would be able to spend Army Day this time, as well as the upcoming Party Founding Day and Mid-Autumn Festival, in a very decent manner. Deputy Station Chief Qin immediately had people take Brother Bao and Jia Dongshu away, and the others yawned and went home to sleep. This group of neighbors in courtyard number 95 was overwhelmingly excited. Goodness gracious! Jia Dongshu colluding with outsiders to steal Chen Xian's motorized tricycle, that was simply too explosive. What was funniest was that with all the commotion outside just now, not a single person from the Jia family came out, they slept soundly. Because the Jia family's relations with others were truly terrible, no one went to notify them either. Everyone just went back home to sleep, believing that when everyone woke up tomorrow morning, the courtyard would definitely explode with gossip. Lying in bed, Yi Zhonghai wore a satisfied smile on his face. He hadn't expected Jia Dongshu to be stupid to this extent. It seemed that Jia Dongshu wouldn't be able to come back for a short while. This time, no matter how much Jia Zhongshi begged him, he would not easily relent. At 5:30 in the morning, Chen Xian woke up on time. When he came out to wash up, the courtyard was dead quiet without a single soul. After finishing washing up, Chen Xian closed his door and walked out of the courtyard. Arriving at the entrance, he kick-started the motorized tricycle, and the chugging sound echoed through the quiet alley. Quite a few people were awakened by the commotion. Rubbing their eyes and seeing that it wasn't even 6 o'clock yet, curses immediately rang out. This commotion also woke up both Jia Zhongshi and Qin Huairu. The two sat up, their minds still somewhat muddled. After a long while, they noticed something was wrong. Last night, Jia Dongshu actually hadn't returned. Qin Huairu's expression was somewhat complicated. Although Jia Dongshu had previously come back in the middle of the night, he had never stayed out all night. Could it be that he didn't just go gamble? The more Qin Huairu thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and leaning against the head of the bed, she began to sob softly. Jia Zhongshi said coldly. Crying early in the morning, what are you crying for? So what if he didn't come back for one night? What's the big deal? Dongshu is a man who accomplishes great things. Stop holding him back here and hurry up and cook. Dongshu will probably be back soon, so have him eat quickly so he can sleep for another half an hour. Scolded like this by her mother-in-law, Qin Huairu could only swallow her anger and go out to cook. Who would have thought that as soon as she stepped out, she heard the neighbors discussing how Jia Dongshu and an outsider had teamed up to steal Chen Xian's motorized tricycle last night. Qin Huairu froze for a moment and looked toward the few people chatting away. Seeing Qin Huairu come out, those few people awkwardly smiled and turned back to do their own things. Qin Huairu only felt her heart beating wildly. The words they just said were like a poisonous thorn, piercing fiercely into her heart. First Aunt, what happened last night? Seeing First Aunt walking out of the house carrying a urine basin, Qin Huairu couldn't care about anything else. She stepped forward and grabbed First Aunt's arm, nearly knocking the urine basin over. First Aunt looked at Qin Huairu and said with a wry smile. Something really did happen. Your family slept like the dead last night. Yesterday, Dongshu teamed up with an unfamiliar person to steal Chen Xian's motorized tricycle, and as a result, he was caught by the police. Qin Huairu felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her feet stumbled back 2 steps, and she almost collapsed onto the ground on her backside. Arrested by the police again. Chapter 62, Furious Yi Zhonghai. Lu Aimei, what the hell kind of dog shit are you talking about? You eggless old hen, how dare you curse our family's Dongshu like that? Are you even human? Hearing Lu Aimei's words, Jia Zhongshi rushed out of the room like a wild boar, pointed right at Lu Aimei's nose, and let loose a string of foul curses, spraying her stinky, foul-smelling spit all over Lu Aimei's face. Lu Aimei never expected this Jia Zhongshi to be so brazen and boorish, and for her words to be so ugly. Her chest tightened involuntarily, she rolled her eyes, and fell flat on her back onto the ground. Seeing that Lu Aimei had fainted, a trace of surprise appeared on Jia Zhongshi's face, but she still said unforgivingly. Don't put on an act here. Get up and make yourself clear to me. Make it clear. How do you expect me to make it clear? Yi Zhonghai walked out of the room briskly like a furious lion, looked coldly at Jia Zhongshi, and said through gritted teeth. You shrew, you old hag. If Aimei suffers any misfortune, I swear I will make sure your family is ruined and destroyed. Jia Zhangshi was so frightened by Yi Zhonghai's appearance that she retreated step by step. Having known Yi Zhonghai for so many years, she had never seen him lose such a huge temper. Accustomed to acting arrogantly on ordinary days, Jia Zhangshi subconsciously said, "What? Your wife is talking nonsense, and you're not going to do anything about it." With a crisp sound of "pa," everyone looked at Yi Zhonghai in shock. That slap was truly crisp. Jia Zhangshi never expected that Yi Zhonghai would actually strike her. Staggering on her feet, she fell to the ground. Before she could start making a scene and rolling on the ground, Yi Zhonghai bent down, picked up Lu Aimei, and walked out of the courtyard. Lu Aimei had a heart disease and had always been taking medicine. Yi Zhonghai was terrified that Lu Aimei might just pass away like that. He called a flatbed cart from the neighboring courtyard and rushed with Lu Aimei toward the hospital. In the middle courtyard, Jia Zhangshi stopped making a scene and rolling on the ground, because she sensed that something was wrong. "Aunt Zhang, is what Lu Aimei said true?" Jia Zhangshi grabbed a middle-aged woman who was getting ready to go home and cook, and asked. Aunt Zhang was a bit afraid of her and said with a bitter face, "I don't know. There really was commotion outside last night, but I didn't go out. Why don't you ask someone else?" Aunt Zhang struggled hard to break free from Jia Zhangshi's grip, hurriedly ran back home, and shut the door tight. Seeing the people in the courtyard looking at her as if she were a plague, Jia Zhangshi felt a burning rage blazing in her heart. If no one else, the courtyard elders definitely couldn't escape. Jia Zhangshi ran to the front courtyard, stood at Yan Bugui's doorway, and asked. "Ruihua, come out. What on earth happened last night?" Third Aunt Yang Ruihua stood at the doorway with a helpless look on her face and said softly. "Last night, your family's Dongshu didn't know who he was with outside the door trying to steal Chen Xian's motorized tricycle, and as a result, he was discovered by the Public Security Joint Defense and was taken away directly. We aren't clear on the exact details either, so you'd better go to the police station and ask for yourself." After saying that, without waiting for any reaction from Jia Zhangshi, Yang Ruihua closed the door and went back inside. Jia Zhangshi stood in place, unable to stop her whole body from trembling. "It's Chen Xian again. Why is it this little bastard again?" Qin Huairu stood to the side, looking like a grieving widow, quite moving. "Sister Qin, what's wrong with you? Who bullied you?" Seeing Qin Huairu standing in the front courtyard, Xia Zhu walked over with some curiosity. When he saw Qin Huairu's tear-stained face resembling pear blossoms drenched in rain, his heart instantly almost shattered. Seeing Xia Zhu, Qin Huairu's eyes lit up. There was no man at home right now, and even if they wanted to go inquire about news, it wouldn't be convenient for two women to go. "The bootlicker is here. Zhuzi, sister is begging you. Sister will kneel down for you." Without saying what the matter was first, Qin Huairu put on a full act of supplication and made a gesture as if she were about to kneel down. How could Xia Zhu let his goddess kneel? He hurriedly reached out with both hands to support Qin Huairu, feeling that her arms were tender and soft, and holding them in his hands felt wonderfully intoxicating. Jia Zhangshi also saw Xia Zhu's infatuated and soul-captivated expression, and inwardly cursed Qin Huairu for being shameless. However, she really needed Xia Zhu right now, so she pretended not to see it and turned her head away. "Sister Qin, what are you doing? If you have something to say, just spit it out. No matter what it is, I can help you." Xia Zhu instantly felt a sense of masculine responsibility surge into his heart. A good man, how can he let his person cry? Qin Huairu said with a choked voice. "Last night, your brother Dongshu was taken away by the public security for some unknown reason. Help sister out and go to the police station to ask what on earth is going on, okay?" Hearing Qin Huairu's words, Xia Zhu immediately patted his chest and said. "Hey, I thought it was something major. Just this. All right, I'll ask for leave in a bit and go to the police station to ask. How did brother Dongshu get taken away by the public security in the middle of the night? It must be a misunderstanding." Qin Huairu didn't dare tell the truth. She could also tell that this guy had no idea what happened last night either. After washing up, Xia Zhu asked a fellow worker to ask for leave for him at the factory, and then headed toward the police station. Chen Xian arrived at the logistics department at 6:10, and after waiting for a while, Master Zhang finally arrived tardily. "Little Chen, you must have waited anxiously." "Not at all, not at all. I just arrived a moment ago." "Have you eaten yet, Master Zhang?" "I have some minced meat sesame cakes from Fangshan here that I bought last night. Would you like one?" Looking at the minced meat sesame cake handed over by Chen Xian, Master Zhang couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Unable to resist Chen Xian's enthusiasm, he took it, but instead of eating it, he found a piece of newspaper to wrap it up neatly, planning to take it home for his little grandson to eat. With this minced meat sesame cake paving the way, it was obvious that Master Zhang's attitude toward Chen Xian had become unusual, and he began to talk a lot more. Little Chen, our garrison command has 4 canteens. The first one is the employee canteen, where ordinary office cadres and service personnel eat. There is also a medium-range cadre canteen, where cadres at the regimental and battalion levels eat. There is also a special small-range leader canteen, which entertains cadres at the divisional level and above. Besides these 3, there is also a halal canteen, which is the place where those ethnic minority officers and soldiers eat. Listening while attentively taking notes, Chen Xian noted that the ingredients required by each canteen every day were different. After all, every cadre had their own food standard, and mistakes must never be made. Seeing that Chen Xian's motorized tricycle was extremely clean, Master Zhang nodded in satisfaction and said, "Remember, the vehicle must be kept clean and hygienic every day. These are all meals for responsible cadres, and not a single mistake can be made." Putting vegetables, meat, eggs, rice, flour, oil, and other items into the hopper of the motorized tricycle, Chen Xian rode the tricycle and began delivering vegetables trip after trip following Master Zhang. "Yo, old Zhang, who is this? How come you brought an apprentice along today?" "Hi, what apprentice?" "This comrade is called Chen Xian. From now on, delivering vegetables to your canteen will be handled by this young man, and I won't come anymore." "You old rascal, sneaking off to enjoy some leisure again, are you?" "Comrade Chen Xian, right? Good, from now on, I'll have to trouble you with delivering the vegetables." "It's no trouble at all, it's no trouble at all. It's all what I should do." Chapter 63, Meeting Enemy Spies Again. Beep, beep, beep. Kuomintang remnants detected approaching the vehicle. "Host, please exercise caution." Because the ingredients for the halal canteen had to be completely prevented from cross-transporting with ingredients from other canteens, this final trip used a different tricycle, ridden by Master Zhang, with Chen Xian following behind driving a 3-wheeler. Master Zhang reminded Chen Xian that he must remember never to use the same vehicle to transport ingredients for ordinary canteens and the halal canteen. Chen Xian stated that there was no problem, he had another tricycle that could be used exclusively to transport ingredients for the halal canteen. Master Zhang further reminded Chen Xian that the halal ingredients must be guaranteed to be absolutely clean, and there were certain taboo topics that must never be brought up in front of them. Chen Xian accepted the advice one by one and kept it all in mind. When they arrived at the halal canteen, the radar's warning sound kept ringing, immediately exciting Chen Xian. Fortunately, he had come over riding his 3-wheeler, otherwise, he wouldn't have discovered this fellow. Holy crap, this was the garrison command. For a Kuomintang secret agent to be able to hide here, what a heavy price it must have cost. You must know that every single person here had to go through countless rounds of layered vetting, and their family background had to be absolutely clean before they could enter. If it weren't for Chen Xian repeatedly making great contributions earlier and receiving special instructions from the higher-ups, it would have been impossible for him to enter so easily. Chen Xian quietly jumped off the vehicle and watched Master Zhang talking to the burly head chef opposite them, while his eyes inadvertently swept toward a blank-faced middle-aged man standing behind the head chef. "Come, Chen Xian, let me introduce you. This is Master Ma from our halal canteen, who has brilliant culinary skills. Old Ma, this is Chen Xian. From now on, the task of delivering vegetables to your canteen will be handed over to him. Rest assured, this kid is very smart and especially reliable, and there will definitely be no problems." Ma Yukue looked Chen Xian up and down, nodded slightly, and said, "Since the leaders can trust this comrade to deliver vegetables, there is certainly no problem. Comrade Chen Xian, you can call me Old Ma from now on. If you want to eat halal food, just let me know in advance, and I guarantee it will satisfy you." This Ma Yukue was no fool either. Don't look down on the matter of delivering vegetables to the canteen. This was related to the basic safety of all officials and service personnel in the entire organization. If he weren't someone absolutely trustworthy, how could he possibly be allowed to do it? Chen Xian's background was definitely extraordinary, something Ma Yukue knew very well in his heart. Saying a couple of nice words that cost nothing was only natural. Master Ma is too polite. In the future, I kindly ask for Master Ma's guidance. I dare guarantee that the vegetables I deliver are definitely clean and will not have any problems. Ma Yukue laughed out loud and said, "I definitely believe that. Old Wang, help unload the car. Old Wang behind him didn't say a word, stepping forward to move the vegetables. Master Wang, take it easy, let me help you. Chen Xian quickly walked over and helped Wang Changyu move vegetables, meat, oil, and other ingredients. The vegetables of the halal canteen were no different from ordinary canteens, but the meat had absolute differences. Meat and non-staple foods related to pigs must definitely not appear among them. Even meat such as beef, mutton, chicken, duck, goose, and fish had to be fully bled and required halal certification markers. Meats had to be purchased separately and delivered separately. The vehicles and turnover boxes used for transport had to be completely separated from pork-related ones to eliminate cross-contact. Chen Xian and Master Zhang had retrieved them from another separate warehouse. After all the ingredients were moved inside, Ma Yukue exchanged a few polite pleasantries and quickly went inside to prepare cooking. Little Chen, let's go. Today's task can be considered completed, and I'll have to trouble you from now on. Chen Xian smiled and said. Master Zhang is joking. We are all serving the people, what trouble is there? Right, that Master Wang just now didn't seem to talk much. At first glance, he looks like an honest person. Master Zhang rode the vehicle and said with a smile. You're talking about old Wang. He is an old employee of the halal canteen. He was there when the halal canteen was established. Don't look at the fact that he is of the Han ethnicity. Back in the capital, he once ran a halal restaurant. Later, he was specially invited to join our garrison command. That braised mutton of his is simply exquisite. As Master Zhang spoke, he couldn't help wanting to drool. Due to this era, the core of military discipline was respecting the customs and habits of ethnic minorities, and there were no regulations prohibiting Han officers and soldiers from eating at the halal canteen, but it wasn't encouraged either. After all, the beef and mutton allocated separately for the halal stove were limited. If Han officers and soldiers ate at the halal canteen for a long time, it would squeeze the food supplies of ethnic minorities. Of course, in this era, there wouldn't be tactless people who insisted on running to someone else's halal canteen every day. Listening to Master Zhang endlessly introduce the delicacies of the halal canteen, Chen Xian also chimed in with agreement. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the 60th transportation mission. Reward obtained, points plus 100, driving mastery, 3-dimensional attributes plus 1 each. Upon returning to the transportation office, Chen Xian began following Zhou Li to review the knowledge learned yesterday. When Zhou Li discovered that Chen Xian had completely mastered all the information about trucks, he didn't stick to convention and directly let Chen Xian get into the vehicle to prepare for practical operation. Gradually, an expression of envy appeared on Zhou Li's face. This kid's strength was truly immense, he was so suited for driving. You must know that cars in this era did not have hydraulic or mechanical steering assistance. Turning the steering wheel in place and making low-speed U-turns basically relied entirely on the strength of both arms. Some drivers with slightly less strength even had to get out of the car to manually adjust the angle of the wheels, with 2 people joining forces to wrench the steering wheel. But as for Chen Xian, there was simply no need for that. Zhou Li didn't even find any feeling of exertion from this guy. Whether turning the steering wheel in place or making a low-speed U-turn, the muscles on Chen Xian's arms didn't feel like they were bulging, clearly showing he hadn't even exerted strength yet. Little Chen, just how much strength do you have? Zhou Li finally couldn't hold back and asked. Chen Xian shook his head and said. I've never tested it either, who knows? Anyway, my strength isn't small. With a single slap of mine, I can often knock someone dizzy. Zhou Li's mouth twitched. What kind of practical combat effect was that? After getting off the car, Zhou Li brought Chen Xian to the training ground in the back. This was the place where the officers and soldiers of the transportation section trained daily. One could see quite a few officers and soldiers wearing camouflage uniforms undergoing strength and speed training. A strong aura of male hormones rushed toward them. Hot-blooded and passionate. Zhou Li brought Chen Xian to the strength training area. Looking at the polished bluestone blocks on the ground and the smooth grindstones that had been worn down from constant handling, Chen Xian couldn't help but secretly praise the officers and soldiers of this era. If there are no conditions, create conditions and push forward. Seeing Zhou Li bringing Chen Xian over, the company commander in charge of training asked curiously. Old Zhou, what are you trying to do? Zhou Li pointed at Chen Xian and said. My apprentice here thinks that none of you have as much strength as him. How about it, want to have a contest with him? Chapter 64, My disciple is unconvinced. Hearing this, Chen Xian's smile instantly vanished as he looked at Zhou Li in shock. Master, act like a human being, will you? The company commander, who had still been smiling, instantly let his expression sink and cast an unfriendly gaze at Chen Xian. The surrounding officers and soldiers who were training their strength also walked over, their muscles bulging so much that they looked like they were about to burst through their camouflage uniforms. "Old Joe, what do you mean by this?" Zhou Li said dismissively. "I just mean it literally. We'll know after a competition, won't we? Kids are ignorant and always think they're number one in the world. Give him a lesson so that it'll be easier for me, his master, to discipline him in the future." The company commander sneered and said. "Fine, old Joe, then don't blame us if we play too rough. Speak, how shall we compete?" Zhou Li looked back at Chen Xian and said. "My disciple can do anything. You guys decide. Just use your most formidable skills against him, and don't hold back at all. This kid is extremely arrogant." Chen Xian wore an expression of utter despair. To encounter such a master was truly his fortune accumulated over 3 lifetimes. However, Chen Xian had no intention of backing down in his heart either. He actually wanted to see just where his limits truly lay. Zhou Li's words instantly infuriated the officers and soldiers who usually had nowhere to vent their overflowing strength. Was this newcomer really this arrogant? Just looking at his figure, which was like a scrawny chick, he actually dared to compete with them in strength. When the time came, they could crush him to death with just a single little finger. "Fine, since you've said so, let's see the real deal. We'll choose 3 items: lifting stone locks, lifting stone barbells, and flipping stone rollers. Any objections?" Zhou Li glanced at Chen Xian and said. "My disciple doesn't even want to speak, which means he has no objections. Let's do it this way." Zhou Li's words thoroughly pissed off this group of people, and they successively volunteered to come and deal with Chen Xian. The surrounding officers and soldiers who were in the middle of training also swarmed over. With a good show to watch, who could still have the heart to train? The company commander selected 3 people and, along with Chen Xian, walked over to those homemade bluestone stone locks. "Comrade Chen Xian, you choose. What we use are all 60 gene stone locks. If you can't lift them, then just directly admit defeat." Chen Xian had now completely let himself go. Anyway, Zhou Li had already established his persona as someone who looked down upon everyone, so even if he pretended to be modest now, nobody would care. In the military camp, the strong are king. As long as he displayed sufficient strength, it wouldn't matter how arrogant he was. Chen Xian walked up to that 60 gene stone lock, bent down, grabbed it with one hand, straightened up abruptly, and hoisted the stone lock high above his head. This crisp and neat movement caused the officers and soldiers who had originally intended to watch a joke to rein in their expressions. A 60 gene stone lock, anyone who could lift it with one hand could be considered an elite in the battalion-level grand competitions. The 3 people selected by the company commander could also lift this 60 gene stone lock over their heads, but they couldn't do it as effortlessly as Chen Xian. "This is nothing much after all," Chen Xian muttered under his breath. The next moment, everyone watched in shock as Chen Xian put the stone lock down, then casually tossed it upwards, causing the stone lock to vertically smash toward his head. Just as someone cried out in surprise, Chen Xian's left hand reached out and steadily grabbed the handle of the stone lock. His body only sank slightly to dissipate the force, and after that, he tossed it upwards once more, catching it steadily with his right hand. Tossing it continuously 7 or 8 times, that company commander watched with his eyes flashing brilliantly, his mouth unable to close from excitement. Chen Xian's skill was definitely on par with the top strongmen in the military. In the whole army's annual grand competitions, there were always some beast-level existences. Let alone a 60 gene stone lock, even an 80 gene one could be tossed and caught just like Chen Xian did. However, those kinds of beasts were few and far between across the entire army. Never had they expected that this newcomer, who looked like he didn't have 2 ounces of flesh on his body, was actually a hidden strongman. Was this innate divine strength? Those 3 soldiers who had originally wanted to let Chen Xian witness what true men's strength was all looked at him with eyes full of worship. When a person's strength only slightly surpassed yours, you would still feel unconvinced, but when a person left you far, far behind, you could only look up to him in awe. Chen Xian's performance had thoroughly conquered them. Zhou Li, standing to the side, couldn't help grinning. He had guessed that Chen Xian's strength was great, but he hadn't expected it to be this outrageous. Chen Xian casually tossed the stone lock aside, stirring up a cloud of dust. Only then did everyone react and realize that the thing fluttering up and down in Chen Xian's hands just now was a 60 gene stone lock. That company commander walked over excitedly, his eyes glowing as he reached out to touch Chen Xian's arm, only to be dodged by Chen Xian with a look of utter disgust. What was a big grown man doing fumbling around like that? Old Joe, this disciple of yours is truly capable. Such strength, you couldn't find anyone like him even if you searched our entire regiment. Right at this moment, an unconvinced voice came over. Company commander, he only has great arm strength, it doesn't mean his comprehensive strength is strong. I want to compete with him in lifting stone barbells. The crowd turned their heads to look, and couldn't help revealing joy on their faces. Standing at 1.95 meters tall, with a fan-shaped build, his two arms looked even thicker than Chen Xian's legs. Standing there, he looked just like a small hill. The company commander's eyes also lit up as he looked at Chen Xian and said, "This is Bat, a warrior of the Mongolian ethnic group and the strongest soldier in our regiment at lifting stone barbells. In weighted shuttle runs, he once achieved a fantastic result of second place in the grand competitions of the entire army. Comrade Chen Xian, do you dare to compete with him?" Bat strode up in front of Chen Xian, lowered his head to look down at him, his eyes filled entirely with fighting spirit. "Comrade Chen Xian, I am convinced by your skill in lifting stone locks. Are you willing to compete with me in lifting stone barbells to test our strength?" In the eyes of everyone, Chen Xian standing beside Bat looked just like a child. The difference in body size between the two was somewhat too obvious. Lifting stone barbells and lifting stone locks had completely different logics. Lifting stone locks relied on wrist strength, finger strength, single-arm explosive power, as well as bodily coordination, and core waist and abdomen capability also needed to be strong enough. But lifting stone barbells contended precisely with whole-body comprehensive strength, as well as the load-bearing capacity of the lower limbs and lower back. Chen Xian looked into Bat's eyes, which were brimming with fighting spirit, grinned, and said, "All right, I also want to compare strength with the eagle of the grassland, so that you can understand that when it comes to strength, the men of the Central Plains are not inferior to you guys at all." Chen Xian's words also made the hearts of all the officers and soldiers warm up. I don't know when, but the outer perimeter was already surrounded by leaders who had come to watch the battle. Even Bai Chonglong, who had just returned from a meeting at the military region, ran over out of curiosity. He knew that his prospective brother-in-law had great strength, but just how great it was, he couldn't figure out. However, upon learning that Chen Xian had unexpectedly and effortlessly tossed that 60-gene stone lock around like a sandbag during the stone lock lifting, he instantly couldn't sit still anymore. Chapter 65 Rescuing Bat. The so-called stone barbell was actually similar to a modern barbell. It was just a stick with symmetrical round stone wheels fixed on both sides. Bat stood in front of these stone barbells, a confident expression showing on his face. Chen Xian might have astonishing arm strength, but judging by his build, he definitely wouldn't cut it in this kind of weight-bearing competition. "You pick a weight." Bat looked at Chen Xian with confidence, letting him choose first. Chen Xian just smiled and said, "Brother Bat, you should choose first. Just pick the weight you are most confident in, so you won't say I bullied you later." Chen Xian's words made Bat's eyes turn red with anger. He was way too arrogant. The other officers and soldiers also wore expressions of watching a good show, wondering if this kid really had skills or was just plain arrogant. Bai Chonglong in the crowd was even more shocked. Was this still his usually humble and polite prospective brother-in-law? Could it be that coming here had activated some kind of gene in his personality? Although Bat was furious, he didn't lose his sanity and chose the weight he was most confident in, 180 gene. Several officers and soldiers came over and quickly prepared a pair of 180 gene stone barbells for both of them. Looking at the huge stone wheels on both sides, quite a few people felt their waists starting to ache. 180 gene, most officers and soldiers could barely hoist the stone barbell onto their shoulders, but they wouldn't be able to move an inch. Bat knew that Chen Xian had powerful arm strength, so he didn't compete with Chen Xian in lifting the stone barbell. Instead, they would compete in carrying the stone barbell for a 100-meter round-trip run, and the one with the shortest time wins. Back then, Bat had achieved a great result of second place in the entire military in this competition, just 1 second behind first place. The company commander held a watch in his hand, with a whistle stuffed in his mouth, and said, "Stone barbells on shoulders, get ready." The camouflage uniform on Bat's body was already the largest size, but worn on him, it was like a tight-fitting garment, and his muscles were almost bursting out. He walked up to the stone barbell, took a deep breath, grabbed it with both hands, and shouted, "Ha!" With an exhale and strength in both arms, he directly hoisted the stone barbell onto his shoulders. Seeing that Chen Xian hadn't made a move yet, the company commander frowned and said, "Comrade Chen Xian, if you don't put it on your shoulder within 3 seconds, I'm going to blow the whistle and start the race directly." Under the gaze of everyone, Chen Xian walked up to the stone barbell, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and he placed his right foot under the pole of the stone barbell. With a burst of strength on the instep of his foot, he actually forcefully flipped the stone barbell up. Grasping the stone barbell with both hands and casually placing it on his shoulder, Chen Xian chuckled and said, "I'm ready too." Bat on the side almost had his eyeballs pop out. What kind of divine operation was this damn thing? The group of officers and soldiers around were also so frightened that their eyes widened. What did they just see? A 180-gene stone barbell, and Chen Xian flipped it to his chest using just his instep, and then just casually grabbed it with both hands like that. Is this an action a human can perform? The company commander subconsciously blew the whistle. Bat couldn't care about much else either. Gritting his teeth and carrying the stone barbell, he began to run forward slowly. The dirt of this playground had long been trampled hard enough by these officers and soldiers. However, every time Bat landed, clear footprints still appeared on the ground. A 100-meter round-trip run with a 180-gene load was a huge test for a person's entire body. Waist and abdomen strength, knee endurance, and willpower were burning every single moment. Bat, come on. Bat, come on. After all, Bat was their comrade in arms of many years. This bond also made this group of officers and soldiers stand behind him. However, Chen Xian's performance made their cheering voices come to an abrupt halt. At the beginning, Chen Xian's footsteps were still slightly unsteady. After all, carrying a 180-gene stone barbell, he still needed to find his balance. Once he found his balance, the overwhelming crushing of strength made everyone feel what true despair was. Watching Chen Xian stride past Bat with relaxed steps, even having the time to turn his head and take a look while saying, "Brother Bat, keep it up." Let alone speaking, Bat didn't even dare to open his mouth easily to breathe right now. He was afraid that if he let go of that breath, he would never be able to recover it. However, Chen Xian's performance completely shattered the pride of the prairie eagle. Watching Chen Xian easily run to the 100-meter mark and turn back while he himself had run less than 50 meters, this gap could be said to be like a natural chasm. Especially when Chen Xian ran over with that relaxed and leisurely look on his face, as if what he was carrying on his shoulders wasn't a 180-gene stone barbell, but a delicate beauty weighing less than 100-gene. Bat only felt a wave of dizziness, stumbled under his feet, and the stone barbell actually slipped from his hands, smashing onto his shoulder. The huge force caused Bat to lose his balance, and the stone barbell in his hands was about to smash onto his head right before his eyes. Many officers and soldiers who had been running forward with him to cheer him on wore horrified expressions when they saw this scene. They wanted to rush over, but it was already too late. At this very moment, Chen Xian flew up a kick, striking the wooden pole of the stone barbell. With a crack, the sturdy locust wood pole was actually kicked clean in half by Chen Xian. The round stone wheels on both sides narrowly slid past Bat, smashing 2 deep pits into the ground. Bat knelt on one knee. The sudden loss of strength just now left his mind blank, and he didn't realize how dangerous he had been just a moment ago. However, the other officers and soldiers all saw this scene of Chen Xian bravely rescuing Bat. Holy shit. Ruthless. Awesome. This group of officers and soldiers held back for a few seconds, and then roared frantically. The locust wood pole, as thick as a forearm and meticulously selected, processed, and polished, had a toughness and sturdiness comparable to a steel pipe. Chen Xian had actually kicked this pole in half with a single kick. What was even more outrageous was that even now, the 180-gene stone barbell on Chen Xian's shoulder still hadn't been put down. Was he really human? Quick, military doctor, go check if Bat is alright. Also, check if Chen Xian's foot is injured. Stop the competition, and no dangerous competitions like this are allowed from now on. Bai Chonglong walked out from the crowd and roared in a low, angry voice. Seeing their immediate superior arrive, everyone was as quiet as cicadas in winter. Only that company commander said with an excited face, "Regiment commander, can you give this soldier to me? With this soldier, I guarantee I'll bring back first place for you in this year's military region grand competition." Bai Chonglong directly kicked him in the thigh and said exasperatedly, "With skills like his, do I still need you to train him? Lu Zhifei, I think you're getting more and more shameless now." Company Commander Lu chuckled, patted the dust off his pants, and said with a cheeky smile, "Regiment Commander, this young man's talent has to be used on the right path. Putting him in the transportation office is a waste." Hearing this, Jolie chuckled and said, "Any random person from our transportation office would beat you to a pulp. How dare you still look down on our transportation office? The regiment commander is right, you Lu Zhifei are indeed shameless." Chapter 66, Shocking News of Enemy Spies. Chen Xian jogged all the way back carrying the stone barbell, tossed it aside casually, and the military doctor behind him couldn't even catch up with him. I told you I was fine. Look, it's just a bit red. My physical fitness is top-notch. Seeing the look in the military doctor's eyes as if he wanted to dissect him, Chen Xian was so scared that he hurriedly waved his hands over and over. Chen Xian, are you really okay? This is no joke. Bai Chonglong was also somewhat worried and asked. Chen Xian said immediately and solemnly. Please rest assured, Commander. I know my own physique best, there's not a single problem. Bai Chonglong nodded and said. All right, everyone disperse. Chen Xian, Zhou Li, the two of you come with me to the office. Watching Chen Xian's retreating figure, all these officers and soldiers wore expressions of adoration. In the military, admiring the strong was only natural. Chen Xian had already proven his strength with his own performance. At the very least, in terms of sheer strength, not a single person in the entire logistics department was his match. Inside Bai Chonglong's office. Uncle Zhou, have some tea. This is tea guanyin I got from my dad. It tastes good, have a taste. Sweeping away the leader's demeanor he had in front of the officers and soldiers, Bai Chonglong poured a cup of tea for Zhou Li with a smile. Seeing Chen Xian standing to the side, Bai Chonglong said with annoyance. What, do I have to wait on you? Can't you pour your own tea? Chen Xian chuckled and said. I didn't expect there to be a share for me. Thank you, Commander. Get lost, there are no outsiders here, just call me Brother Long. Bai Chonglong also chuckled and cursed playfully, asking with curiosity. You brat really have immense strength. Before, Xiaohu said you could lift him up with one hand, and I was a bit skeptical. Now I truly believe it. You could probably lift 2 Zayahs at once. Is your strength innate? Chen Xian nodded slightly and said. Yeah, it's just naturally like this. I just didn't have the chance to show it before, for fear of exposing my background and being captured by certain forces. Bai Chonglong asked with a smile. Then why aren't you afraid now? Chen Xian said with a straight face. Of course I'm not afraid now. Now it's the new China under the leadership of our party, and the skill of mine has a place to be put to use. Besides, there is the old grandfather and you protecting me, what do I have to be afraid of? Bai Chonglong laughed heartily and said. You brat are basically latching onto our family, right? If Yuling knew you were such a lazy brat, she'd definitely regret it. Zhou Li at the side said leisurely. If Yuling doesn't agree, my youngest daughter is 18 this year, how about? Uncle Zhou, you've drunk about enough tea. You should still have matters at the transportation office, so you go on first. Chen Xian and I will chat a bit more. Bai Chonglong hurriedly walked up to Chen Xian and said with a serious expression. Zhou Li snorted coldly and said. Just like your dad, neither of you can take a joke. How boring. Little Chen, come back later, and we'll continue learning how to drive. All right, master, take care on your way. Bai Chonglong grabbed Chen Xian and said with a vigilant expression. Chen Xian, I'm warning you, don't wrong my sister. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Chen Xian said speechlessly. Brother Long, you're purely meddling in things that are none of your concern. The relationship between Yuling and me is as solid as gold, no force can tear us apart. Stop letting your imagination run wild. Right, I have an important matter here to report to you. Chen Xian's words put Bai Chonglong's mind at ease quite a bit. He sat down by himself and said. What important matter could you possibly have? Chen Xian ran to the office door with a mysterious look on his face, looked left and right, then closed the door and walked to Bai Chonglong's side. Bai Chonglong also wore a puzzled expression on his face and asked. What on earth is it, being so cautious? Chen Xian said softly. Today I discovered someone suspected of being an enemy spy, right here in our garrison command. This sentence exploded in Bai Chonglong's mind like a bomb. Bai Chonglong looked at Chen Xian in horror. His previous so-called desire to use Chen Xian's sense of smell to check if there were enemy spies in the garrison command was purely self-delusion. What kind of place was this garrison command? It could be said to be one of the safest units in the entire country. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that every single personnel's ancestry up to 18 generations had been investigated. Their backgrounds had to be completely clean without any blemishes. Now Chen Xian actually said he had truly discovered someone suspected of being an enemy spy, which left Bai Chonglong somewhat flustered. Although he didn't want to believe Chen Xian's words, Chen Xian's track record was verifiable. An intelligence team leader who had been lurking for 5 years was sniffed out by Chen Xian right as they brushed past each other, directly kicked in the crotch by Chen Xian, and dragged to the police station. There was also a spy hidden in a visiting literary troupe from Japan who walked past Chen Xian during a meal, and Chen Xian spotted the clues, followed him all the way to his lair, and wiped them all out in one fell swoop. Just these 2 cases could definitely show that Chen Xian truly possessed an extraordinary ability to distinguish enemy spies and agents beyond ordinary people. Although Bai Chonglong didn't believe the claim that Chen Xian could smell the scent of enemy spies and agents, this track record was right there, and you couldn't help but be convinced. Bai Chonglong asked with a dark face. Who is it? A chef at the halal canteen, surnamed Wang. He doesn't like to talk much, and his braised mutton is top-notch. As soon as Chen Xian's voice fell, a figure appeared in Bai Chonglong's mind. Wang Changyu. Back when he first came to the logistics department, this Wang Changyu was already at the halal canteen. He was very honest, didn't like to talk, and didn't interact much with others, always acting alone. He heard it was because his wife and children were killed by the Japanese devils during the war. Indeed, what made people remember him was the dish of braised mutton, which was definitely the most popular dish in the halal canteen. Can you be sure? Bai Chonglong asked with a serious expression. This was no small matter. If it were an outsider, Bai Chonglong could immediately send people to capture the person first and then conduct a surprise interrogation directly. However, this Wang Changyu was a company-level cadre, and one who had received commendations from superiors. They definitely couldn't make a move rashly. Chen Xian thought for a moment and said, Brother Long, do you know where Wang Changyu's home is? As long as I go take a look, I'll most likely have results. Bai Chonglong frowned and said, Wang Changyu's home is in the official family courtyard behind our garrison command, but there are too many people and eyes there. It's impossible to easily get in without alerting the enemy. Chen Xian smiled and said, Brother Long, I don't need to go in. I'll just walk around outside. My nose is extremely sensitive to the scent of enemy spies. As long as enemy spies have existed there, I can sniff it out. Bai Chonglong looked deeply at Chen Xian and said, Little Chen, this is no time for jokes. If any mistakes happen, it's very easy to trigger conflicts and opposition, and by then even I won't be able to escape the consequences. Chen Xian patted his chest and said, If I didn't have absolute certainty, I would never talk nonsense. You can rest easy. Chapter 67, Discovering Clues. The garrison command was inherently a confidential unit, and 3 family residential buildings had been built separately behind the agency headquarters. In Chen Xian's view, this kind of corridor-style apartment building had no advantages whatsoever. The apartment layouts were extremely rigid, the living rooms were narrow, the large bedrooms were empty and wasteful, the small bedrooms were cramped and crowded, and many layouts had the front door opening directly facing the bedroom with no storage space, forcing many cadres' families to pile their rice, flour, grain, and cooking oil right in the corners. The design of the kitchens and bathrooms was even more heavily criticized. In many such corridor-style apartment buildings, a dozen households on a single floor shared 2 or 3 kitchens and bathrooms, and queuing up for washing and brushing teeth in the morning and evening was the norm. The hallways were piled high with various sundries, making them unbearably crowded. What received the most criticism was the soundproofing. The walls were basically simply poured solid red bricks with insufficient thickness, and the floor slabs were all precast concrete panels, resulting in very poor sound insulation. People talking next door and children playing upstairs could be heard extremely clearly. However, being able to live in a building like this was a symbol of status. Throughout the entire garrison command, only cadres at the company level and above were qualified to live in these cadre apartment buildings. According to the information obtained from Bai Chonglong, this Wang Changyu lived in the 1-bedroom 1-living-room apartment on the far eastern side of the first floor. Chen Xian changed into his tricycle and leisurely headed toward the agency's family residential buildings in the back. As soon as he arrived downstairs at the agency's family residential buildings, quite a few aunties cast their gazes upon him. Young man, who are you looking for? Chen Xian parked his tricycle, got down with a beaming smile, and said, Aunties, sisters-in-law, I am the newcomer who just arrived at our logistics department. My name is Chen Xian, and this is my work ID. One of the aunties took Chen Xian's work ID and glanced at it, the vigilance in her eyes relaxing quite a bit as she asked with a smile. Comrade Chen Xian, are you here to look for someone, or to handle some business? It's like this, I previously worked at the Dianmen state-owned acquisition station. When I arrived here, I heard that we didn't have anyone specifically collecting scrap items, so I volunteered to come forward. This is the certification issued to me by our logistics department. From now on, all scrap items from our family residential buildings will be collected by me, and I guarantee the prices will be higher than those outside. Chen Xian then took out a letter of introduction and handed it into the aunties' hands. Hearing that Chen Xian had actually come to collect scrap items, this group of aunties immediately grew interested. Since the family residential buildings were inside the garrison command, no outsiders would come to collect scrap. Instead, a designated person in charge from the state-owned acquisition station came to collect scraps on a fixed schedule every month, but the money given was not much. After all, this was a confidential institution. Many things could not be taken out casually without inspection, and trash was no exception. Unexpectedly, the logistics department actually did a good deed this time by sending someone specifically to collect scrap items, and the prices offered were quite high. Several aunties took turns looking at Chen Xian's letter of introduction, and even one very cautious auntie went to make a phone call. Only after confirmation did she truly believe Chen Xian's identity. In fact, this was merely an identity temporarily fabricated for Chen Xian by Bai Chonglong. The collected scrap items could not be taken out to be sold either, they had to be processed first. Not a single piece of paper document could leak out, along with those phased-out classified materials, such as specialized drafting tools, discarded equipment bearing unit logos, and damaged confidential instrument parts. None of these were ever allowed to flow outside. Having confirmed Chen Xian's identity and hearing that Chen Xian offered higher payouts, this group of aunties was one and all in high spirits. Who wouldn't want a good thing where they could take advantage of a little benefit? Chen Xian intentionally parked his tricycle near the staircase on the eastern side of the first floor, indicating that this would make it convenient for everyone to send their scrap items over. The 10-meter radar detection range completely enveloped Wang Changyou's one-bedroom, one-living-room apartment. Detected medium-value little yellow croaker *10, deeply buried 30 centimeters under the corner of the wall outside the bedroom window. Detected low-value US $3,275, deeply buried 30 centimeters under the corner of the wall outside the bedroom window. Detected low-value 5,375 renminbi. Detected valueless Bureau of Secrecy badge, deeply buried 30 centimeters under the corner of the wall outside the bedroom window. Detected valueless infiltration appointment document, deeply buried 30 centimeters under the corner of the wall outside the bedroom window. Detected high-value hand-drawn garrison command station distribution map, fragmented. Detected high-value garrison command troop leader travel route map, fragmented. Detected medium-value sleeping injection *5. Detected medium-value cyanide medicine *5. Right at this moment, Chen Xian's pupils suddenly contracted sharply because he saw Wang Changyu walking toward the family residential building. Could this enemy spy's sense of smell be so acute? Chen Xian was certain that he hadn't revealed any flaws when delivering vegetables in the morning. Old Wang, your job is truly leisurely. After finishing cooking, you don't have to worry about a thing and can just come back to sleep soundly. An auntie bantered at Wang Changyu, who was walking over. Wang Changyu's footsteps paused, and his gaze looked toward Chen Xian with some surprise. Chen Xian also pretended as if he had just seen Wang Changyu and quickly greeted him. Ah, it's Master Wang. So you live here too? Haha, do you have any scrap items at home? From now on, I will be specially responsible for scrap collection in our family residential building. But don't you worry, I take a bath and change clothes every day, ensuring I deliver vegetables nice and clean. Chen Xian's words also caught the attention of the other aunties. Oh, young man, you're also in charge of delivering vegetables every day. Your job is a bit miscellaneous. Chen Xian smiled and said, I'm a newcomer here, and I just want to work hard. People always talk about serving the people, aren't our cadres and their families also members of the people? Chen Xian's words won over the favor of this group of aunties. Exactly, even though our men are cadres, we are undoubtedly the working people. Wang Changyu gave Chen Xian a deep look without speaking, turned his head, and went back into his room. An auntie on the side smiled and said, This old Wang just doesn't like to talk, but he is quite honest in character. Whatever matter you ask him for help with, he is always happy to oblige. It's just that he stays alone at home all day and is unwilling to come out, doesn't he find it stuffy? Chen Xian laughed heartily and said, I heard Master Wang is the head chef of the halal canteen, and that braised mutton of his is said to be peerless in the garrison command. I must definitely have a good taste of Master Wang's culinary skills if I get the chance. Another auntie said with a serious expression. Young man, you aren't an ethnic minority, are you? Then you'd better not go to the halal canteen. That would be taking advantage of the ethnic minority officers and soldiers. If you really want to eat it, you might as well buy some mutton and ask Master Wang to cook it separately for you. Don't ever take advantage of the public. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian also straightened his expression and said with a look of shame. You are right to lecture me, Auntie. Our country's policy is to protect the interests of ethnic minority officers and soldiers. If we eat one more bite, they will eat one less bite, and that is unfair to them. Later, when I get my salary, I will definitely buy a good piece of mutton, only I don't know if Master Wang would be willing to cook it for me. Hearing Chen Xian's words, this auntie was very satisfied and said with a smile. When the time comes, you come find me. My surname is Chu, and I will help you talk to old Wang. I guarantee he will make a good meal for you. Then many thanks, Aunt Chu. Chapter 68, Lightning-Fast Arrest. More than an hour later, Chen Xian returned fully loaded on his tricycle. Behind the first-floor curtains, Wang Changyu's vigilant eyes finally pulled back. Wang Changyu had already grown suspicious of Chen Xian. When you saw someone you had little interaction with twice in a single day, you had reason to suspect that he was tailing you. This was a very important point in the operative code. Although Chen Xian's two appearances were not accidentally discovered by him, and he even arrived ahead of him early on, this still aroused Wang Changyu's suspicion. He was able to hide in the garrison command for 5 full years precisely because he was cautious enough. As a chef at the halal canteen, his daily movements were fixed, making it quite difficult to investigate certain matters. Therefore, over the 5 years, he had not transmitted a single piece of news, all to ensure that a complete set of garrison command data could be compiled before sending it out. He had already completed 80% of the map drawing, with only some core locations remaining. Given another year, he was absolutely confident he could finish drawing this map. Chen Xian's appearance today had indeed startled him a bit. However, from his observation, this Chen Xian seemed completely devoid of scheming, just like an ordinary young man with a rather slick tongue. Yet as he leaned against the headboard, his mind remained unsettled, and he always felt a bit of inner panic. Just as he was dozing off, a flurry of hurried footsteps came from outside. Before he could even react, someone kicked open his door, swarmed in, and several pitch-black gun muzzles were already pressed against his head. Wang Changyu only felt his whole body go numb, and his brain had crashed. Was he dreaming? Over the years, he had dreamed countless nightmares of people breaking down his door and holding guns to his head, but none of them felt as real as this time. Those icy gun muzzles and those icy gazes made Wang Changyu involuntarily close his eyes in agony. How on earth had he been exposed? 2 soldiers pinned his hands behind his back, pressing him down fiercely, and brought him to the back window. When he saw Chen Xian standing there smiling at him, Wang Changyu widened his eyes in disbelief. It really was this little bastard. Looking at the several oiled paper packages accurately dug out from under the corner of the wall, Wang Changyu finally gave up all hope completely. Little yellow croakers, foreign currency, and the Bureau of Investigation and Statistics badge were not important, but his own prominent full name was clearly signed on that undercover appointment document. When Bai Chonglong saw that appointment document, a look of excitement and ferocity also appeared on his face. He walked up to Wang Changyu, slapped him across the face, and cursed. You dog, to think you hid right under my nose. You really have some damn ability. Come, search for me. Search his room down to the last 3 inches. Bai Chonglong turned his head to look at Chen Xian and said with a gratified expression. Little Chen, well done. This time I will definitely submit a merit report for you. Digging out such a huge menace can at least get you promoted by 2 ranks. When we get back, I will process your enlistment application for you, and this time you can be promoted directly to a platoon leader. Since Chen Xian was an external secondment to the logistics department, although he was under military management, he had no military rank, no military establishment, and his salary was issued according to the 8th grade worker salary standard. Now Bai Chonglong definitely couldn't let Chen Xian go. For this kid not to be a soldier was simply the biggest waste. That endless strength of his was best used in the all-army grand competition. Winning a gold medal back for the logistics department then would surely make the whole regiment thrilled. Coupled with this kid's sharp sense of smell for enemy spies, someone with such special talents was most suited for the military. Chen Xian was not interested in getting promoted or making a fortune. He just wanted to catch more bad people, transport more supplies, and make his vehicles more and more awesome. He was now fantasizing that when the US imperialists wanted to bully Huaxia, a mecha would appear in front of the whole world. That joy of turning the tide single-handedly was definitely happier than earning 100 million. Ding, detected that the host reported a remnant of the running dogs lurking in the core area of the Huaxia base alliance. Reward obtained, points plus 200, merit points plus 500, sniper rifle mastery, RMB *1000. Jiadaeku Police Station. Jia Dongshu exhausted his breath just to make the public security comrades believe that he did not intend to conspire to steal Chen Xian's three-wheeler, but because of gambling, he was fined 100 yuan. Jia Zhangshi pulled 100 yuan out of her retirement savings with a bitter face before bringing her son back from the police station. When Jia Dongshu saw Yi Zhonghai walk out of the room, he called out "Master," only to find that his master didn't look at him at all and walked straight outside. Jia Dongshu was very puzzled, turning his head to look at Jia Zhangshi and Huairu. Jia Zhangshi turned her head away with a guilty face, not daring to look at him. "Huairu, what is wrong with master? What on earth happened?" Huairu didn't dare to speak, casting her gaze toward Jia Zhangshi instead. Feeling a bit creeped out by her own son's gaze, Jia Zhangshi snorted coldly and said, "Didn't I just scold her a couple of times? Who told her to speak ill of you? Your master even gave me a slap. Who can I go to reason with? If they don't want to bother with us, fine. When there's no one to provide for their old age, let's see if he panics." Lu Aimei, who was lying on the bed feeling stifled inside the room, heard Jia Zhangshi's veiled scolding and felt another wave of palpitation. Her sense of guilt grew stronger and stronger. Hearing his old mother's words, Jia Dongshu felt his heart thump. He hadn't expected that his affair last night would ultimately cause such a big problem. "Mom, how can you talk about my mistress like that? All right, don't say anything like that anymore. I'm going to go check on mistress." Yelled at by Jia Dongshu, Jia Zhangshi didn't say anything either. Anyway, now that her son was back, Jia Zhangshi's intelligence had returned to normal. Getting on good terms with Yi Zhonghai's family was the survival way for the Jia family in the Siheyuan. Jia Zhangshi naturally knew that the reason she could throw her weight around in the Siheyuan all these years was because she had Yi Zhonghai backing her up behind the scenes. Earlier, she had spoken rudely and offended Yi Zhonghai, so she let Dongshu go try and see if Yi Zhonghai would soften his heart. Jia Zhangshi actually knew it like a bright mirror in her heart. No matter what, Yi Zhonghai would not easily give up on Jia Dongshu. Over the years, Yi Zhonghai had spent a lot of thought on Jia Dongshu. Although Jia Zhangshi didn't understand what sunk cost meant, she understood very well that in this courtyard, it would be very difficult for Yi Zhonghai to find someone to replace Jia Dongshu. "Mistress, are you all right?" Jia Dongshu pushed open the door of Yi Zhonghai's house directly, strode in, and looking at his pale-faced mistress, he also felt very bad inside. Chapter 69. Housewarming Joy. Jia Dongshu was a man who, despite having quite a few bad habits, was extremely filial to Jia Zhangshi and the couple Yi Zhonghai. Lu Aimei had also heard the conversation between Jia Zhangshi and Jia Dongshu outside just now. Seeing the expression on Jia Dongshu's face that didn't seem fake, she forced a smile and said, "It is just an old ailment. You are all right now, aren't you?" Jia Dongshu said somewhat awkwardly. "Mistress, I just played cards and was fined a little money before being let out. As for stealing the three-wheeler, I definitely didn't do it." Lu Aimei coughed twice, nodded, and said, "It is good that you are fine. Don't go gambling with cards anymore in the future. That place is nothing more than a trap that swindles people. No matter how much money you have, you will just throw it all in. Work hard, try to make money, and hurry up to raise your wage rank. That is the right thing to do." Over the years, imperceptibly, Lu Aimei had also come to regard Jia Dongshu as half a son of her own, and her words carried a few traces of expectation. Jia Dongshu poured a cup of water for Lu Aimei, handed it to her, nodded, and said, "Mistress, I know. I won't play cards anymore in the future, and I will definitely work hard so as not to disappoint master." "Disappointed? What do I have to be disappointed about? Who let you in? Get out. From now on, you people from the Jia family should come to my house less often." Yi Zhonghai walked in with a gloomy face and barked unceremoniously at Jia Dongshu. Jia Dongshu's expression turned somewhat ugly. This was the first time he had been scolded point-blank by Yi Zhonghai, and he was somewhat caught off guard. "Old Yi, what are you doing? It was all Jia Zhangshi's fault. Dongshu didn't do anything wrong, why are you scolding him?" Lu Aimei also hastily tried to persuade him. Yi Zhonghai let out a cold snort and said, "I simply don't believe that Shrew's mouth full of drivel. I don't believe she hasn't nagged you like that at home, and I don't believe Jia Dongshu hasn't heard it. Now he comes running over here to act like a good person. Get out. From now on, our two families will mind our own business. Later at the workplace, don't say you are my disciple anymore, I can't afford to associate with someone of your stature. Jia Dongshu gritted his teeth, dropped to his knees with a thud, and kowtowed. With a crisp bang, it made Lu Aimei's heart tremble. Master, a teacher for one day is a father for life. I admit that my mother has a bad mouth on ordinary days and likes to gossip, but in my heart, mistress's status is the same as my mother's. Yesterday's matter was indeed my mother's fault, and I am kowtowing on her behalf to apologize to mistress. As he spoke, Jia Dongshu kowtowed once more, his head hitting the brick floor with an extremely crisp sound. Old E, quickly stop him. Why is this child so honest? It's just a small matter, once it's talked out, that's enough. Why go this far? Lu Aimei was so anxious that she was about to get out of bed herself. Yi Zhonghai hurriedly reached out to stop him, pondered for a moment, and said, Since your mistress has said she won't pursue this, let's drop the matter for now. But I'll make my words clear first, if there is ever a next time, don't blame me, old E, for showing no mercy. Get out. Although Yi Zhonghai's tone was very stern, a smile still appeared on Jia Dongshu's face. Because Yi Zhonghai said mistress, it meant he still acknowledged him as a disciple. As long as this relationship remained, the interactions between the two families would not be cut off. All right, then master and mistress rest early. I'll head back first. Looking at the retreating figure of Jia Dongshu, Yi Zhonghai said with a cold face. You shouldn't have given in so easily. We should have dragged it out a bit longer with their family, they are the ones who should be anxious. Lu Aimei sighed and said. That may be true, but have you ever thought about it? If you really drive Dongshu to desperation, even if he ends up taking you as his godfather, how much sincerity would there really be? In the future, we still have to rely on him to provide for our old age. If he isn't sincere, in the end, won't it be the two of us who lose out? Lu Aimei's words plunged Yi Zhonghai into deep thought. He had never considered the issue from this angle before. Thinking about it carefully, it really made a lot of sense. What you said is not without reason. All right, anyway, things have come to this, so let's just see how he performs from now on. If worst comes to worst, there is still Sha Zhu. The garrison command unearthed an enemy agent who had been lurking for many years. As soon as this news broke, the upper echelons instantly boiled over. Especially upon seeing the garrison command's map and the chief's travel route, quite a few people felt their scalps go numb and cold sweat break out instantly. As for the great contributor to this matter, Chen Xian, he left the transportation office on time with a smile and headed home. Driving my beloved three-wheeler, because it never gets stuck in traffic. Chen Xian was already accustomed to the envious gazes of passers-by. Returning to South Luogu Lane, just like usual, a group of children swarmed over, rushing to occupy the high ground first. Bang Gung stood to the side looking aggrieved, and the gaze he directed at Chen Xian was also extremely vicious. Entering the front courtyard, Master Zhang and the workers had already been waiting here. In the afternoon, the staff from Wangfujing had already delivered all the furniture Chen Xian had previously ordered. Master Zhang and the others lent a hand to move everything into the house, and installed whatever needed to be installed right away. Chen Xian looked at the new house with great satisfaction and said cheerfully, I've already greeted the state-run restaurant at the mouth of the alley. Eat whatever you want tonight, and don't stand on ceremony with me. Chen Xian's words immediately elicited cheers from the group of workers, who cried out, the boss is righteous, and the boss is generous. One by one, they came over to thank Chen Xian, and then scuttled back home to call people over. Chen Xian had already greeted the boss of the state-run restaurant in advance, taken out some supplies from his storage space, shown them his work ID, and also given a generous processing fee. The boss of the state-run restaurant was also a sensible man. As soon as he saw Chen Xian's work ID, he wanted to make friends with him, and immediately patted his chest to agree. Moreover, he bought an extra half-side of pork in the morning just for tonight's meal. Teacher Yan, bring your family along. Seeing Yan Bugui looking at him with eager eyes, Chen Xian also smiled and invited him. Upon hearing this, Yan Bugui instantly jumped 3 feet high and immediately called his family members to get ready to freeload a meal. Chen Xian didn't leave out a single household in the front courtyard, calling all of them. The more everyone looked at Chen Xian as a neighbor, the more pleasing to the eye he became. Chen Xian thought for a moment and strode toward the middle courtyard. Quite a few people in the middle courtyard hurriedly walked out of their rooms, looking at Chen Xian with hopeful faces. After all, Chen Xian had called all the neighbors in the front courtyard, so coming here this time must mean he was calling them to go together. Unexpectedly, Chen Xian didn't even glance at them and walked straight toward the rear courtyard. Originally, the deaf old lady had also heard the commotion in the front. Seeing Chen Xian heading toward the rear courtyard, she hurriedly walked back into her room, sat there with a reserved look on her face, and waited for him to invite her to the banquet. However, Chen Xian walked right past her room, came to Su Damao's front door, and knocked. "Is Damao at home?" Su Damao had also just returned and was just getting ready to cook. Hearing Chen Xian's voice, he hurriedly opened the door and said with a smile, "Brother Chen, today is a housewarming celebration." "Congratulations, congratulations." Su Damao certainly knew how to talk. A single sentence flattered Chen Xian until he was all smiles. Chapter 70, Promotion to Captain. Stop cooking. Let's go to the state-run restaurant at the mouth of the Hadong. It'll be lively with lots of people. Chen Xian looked at Su Damao wearing an apron, laughed out loud, and pulled him along to head outside. "Don't rush. Let me take off my apron. Wait for me, I'll grab a bottle of liquor." Chen Xian smiled and said, "No need for liquor. I brought 2 boxes of Fengjiu liquor, it's definitely enough to drink." Hearing this, Su Damao gave Chen Xian a thumbs up and said, "Brother Chen, I don't respect anyone else in this Siheyuan, but I respect you. You're the best." Coming out of the back courtyard with Su Damao, they happened to see Yushui sitting at her doorstep with a long face. Su Damao asked, "Yushui, are you waiting for Xiazhu?" "Don't wait. There's a reception at the factory today, so he'll probably be back a bit late." Hearing Su Damao's words, Yushui clutched her stomach and stood up. Seeing this, Chen Xian called out, "Yushui, is there nothing to eat at home? Let's go, come with your big brothers to have a meal at the state-run restaurant." Hearing the words, state-run restaurant, Yushui couldn't help swallowing her saliva, but her gaze towards Chen Xian held some fear. Seeing this, Chen Xian knew the little girl was afraid of him because of his conflict with Xiazhu, so he smiled and said, "What's between me and your brother is our business, it has nothing to do with a little girl like you. Are you going to eat or not? If you're not eating, I'm leaving." Yushui was still young and couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food, so she eagerly tagged along. Su Damao also gave Chen Xian a thumbs up, being clear on gratitude and grudges made a true hero. Su Damao was the same way. No matter how much he and Xiazhu bickered, whenever he saw Yushui going hungry before, he would still shove a cornbread into her hands. Following Chen Xian to the state-run restaurant, they found it packed with people. Master Zhang said somewhat apologetically, "Boss, there are a bit too many people." "I'm really sorry." Chen Xian waved his hand dismissively and said, "What's wrong with that? It's my poor arrangement. If tables, chairs, benches, bowls, and chopsticks aren't enough, go borrow them. Make sure everyone eats well and eats their fill. With many hands, great work can be done." Since everyone lived nearby, they rushed back home to carry their own tables over, placing them right outside the entrance of the state-run restaurant. It ended up looking like a rolling banquet, and even the bowls and chopsticks came from their own homes. Passers-by were extremely surprised, and those who wanted to come to the state-run restaurant for a meal felt terribly depressed. The state-run restaurant had actually been booked out by someone. They originally wanted to see who was being so arrogant and had already prepared drafts to report him, but upon hearing it was Chen Xian, everyone backed down. That was the famous great hero of the neighborhood. Over these past few days, the neighborhood streets had constantly been promoting Chen Xian's deeds, urging everyone to learn well from Comrade Chen Xian. Hearing that today was Comrade Chen Xian's housewarming celebration, quite a few people came to offer congratulations. Even if they didn't stay for the meal, they still wanted to drink a cup of celebratory liquor. This meal left everyone stuffed to the brim. In this day and age, just being able to eat your fill was already great. Who could have imagined they would actually get to eat meat until they were full? It was too extravagant. After eating this meal, they wouldn't even crave meat for a whole year. Over at the garrison command, the overnight interrogation concluded. Fortunately, Wang Changyu truly hadn't managed to transmit out a single piece of intelligence. However, just looking at the nearly completed maps and intelligence confiscated from Wang Changyu's home made everyone's backs break out in cold sweat. If this had been discovered a year later, the Beijing Garrison Command would have truly become a joke. Bai Chonglong submitted the review report overnight. After seeing it, the higher-up leaders were also greatly shocked. If even a place at the level of the Garrison Command could have a spy planted in it, what about other places? The name Chen Xian once again appeared in the eyes of the higher-up leaders. Being able to smell the scent of enemy spies. Previously, everyone felt this was sheer nonsense, but now, quite a few people felt that this kid might really have some tricks up his sleeve. However, the idea of sending Chen Xian to other departments to investigate enemy spies was still somewhat too arbitrary. Mostly because the leaders of various departments didn't dare guarantee whether there were problems under their own command. What if Chen Xian came and actually dug up a spy who had already transmitted a massive amount of intelligence out? How would that leader face themselves then? Chen Xian was now somewhat like chicken ribs, insipid to eat, yet a pity to throw away. However, this merit was solid and genuine. 3 days later, on the playground of the transportation office, Bai Chonglong personally pinned a captain's rank insignia onto Chen Xian's shoulders. Bai Chonglong had originally thought that the higher-ups would only give Chen Xian a lieutenant's rank this time. After all, Chen Xian hadn't officially enlisted in the military to enter the logistics department, he was considered an externally transferred personnel. He hadn't expected the higher-ups to go straight to the finish line in one step, giving Chen Xian a captain's rank. Generally speaking, in the military, a captain corresponded to a company commander rank, just like the company commander on the training grounds before, who was a captain. And that captain company commander had already enlisted for 10 years, whereas Chen Xian reached it in one single step. Feeling the weight of this captain's rank insignia on his shoulders, Chen Xian also felt a sense of pride. The gazes of the other officers and soldiers attending the ceremony towards Chen Xian were filled with admiration. Being able to flush out an enemy spy who had lurked for many years without the slightest trace of suspicion, Chen Xian's move truly left them completely baffled. Zhou Li stood to the side, looking at this miraculous apprentice of his, also somewhat unable to figure it out. Host's military rank has been detected to be promoted, officially stepping into the military sequence. Rewards obtained: portable subradar, detection range is 1/10 of a vehicle's, detailed blueprints for the Type 79 submachine gun. Seeing these two rewards, Chen Xian almost jumped up with excitement. There was no need to say much about the advantages of the portable subradar. It finally freed Chen Xian from the awkwardness of being unable to discover enemy spies without a three-wheeled motorcycle. Although the range was only 1 meter right now, once he upgraded the radar, the effects of this subradar would fully manifest. As for the blueprints of the Type 79 submachine gun that followed, it truly opened Chen Xian's eyes. Chen Xian was not really a military fan, but he had also heard of this first light submachine gun independently manufactured and developed by Huaxia. Although this submachine gun had many flaws in the eyes of many military enthusiasts, in this era, it was definitely an existence akin to a supreme lethal weapon. However, Chen Xian also knew that this cross-era weapon was definitely not suitable for full-scale equipment deployment. After all, Huaxia's industrial level in this era could not mass-produce the even more refined Type 79 in large quantities, and processing craftsmanship that didn't meet standard might even lead to an increased failure rate, wasting industrial resources. The best method was to form a specialized unit equipped with the Type 79 to handle special missions. For instance, the Garrison Command could become an experimental field for the Type 79. However, when to pull it out and how to pull it out, Chen Xian still needed to make preparations for a certain period of time. Otherwise, if he suddenly produced a set of blueprints out of nowhere, that wouldn't be child's play. Chapter 71: Cultural and Art Troupe Practicing Singing. Over the past few days, if anyone in the entire Garrison Command hated Chen Xian the most, it had to be those ethnic minority officers and soldiers. Because Wang Changyu was arrested, everyone up and down the entire halal canteen was implicated and placed under isolated investigation. After all, this was the Garrison Command, and halal chefs could not be transferred here on short notice, so they could only have a few ethnic minority officers and soldiers who knew how to cook step in to take charge of the kitchen. How should I put it? Over these past few days, the average weight of the ethnic minority officers and soldiers had decreased slightly, and their resentment was so heavy that even female ghosts wouldn't dare approach them. Every time Chen Xian came to deliver vegetables to the halal canteen, these people would not give him a good look. Originally, Chen Xian thought these people had some connection with Wang Changyu. Only later did he find out the reason, leaving him somewhat speechless. Fortunately, the few halal chefs were soon cleared of suspicion and returned to their posts, which finally allowed the ethnic minority officers and soldiers to return to normal. Upon seeing Chen Xian, Ma Yukui grinned and asked, "Little Chen, I really don't get it. I've been working with that fellow surnamed Wang for 3 years, and even I didn't notice anything. How on earth did you see at a glance that something was wrong with him? You have to tell me about it, otherwise, I won't be able to sleep." Chen Xian also said with a troubled expression, "Master Ma, how do you expect me to put this? Perhaps this is just a kind of talent, much like how you make halal dishes better than anyone else, that is your talent, and others simply can't learn it." Watching Chen Xian's retreating figure as he rode away on his tricycle, Ma Yukui spat on the ground and cursed. My halal dishes were practiced into existence, beaten into me strike by my master. What kind of damn talent is that? Why wouldn't someone be able to learn it? If you don't want to tell me, just say so, humph. Military Region Cultural and Art Troupe. After returning to the Cultural and Art Troupe, Bai Yuling went straight to the head's office. Seeing Bai Yuling, the head stood up happily, walked over, and said, "Little Bai, this song is written wonderfully. Come tell me, your sister-in-law wrote this, right? Truly worthy of someone from a musical family. This artistic conception and charm, just reading it can move a person to tears." Bai Yuling chuckled softly and said, "Director Chen, you're mistaken about that. This song wasn't written by my sister-in-law, the author is someone else." "Oh, it wasn't written by your sister-in-law. Then which lyricist and composer master is it?" Director Chen also listened with a face full of surprise. "This person actually shares the same surname as you, also surnamed Chen, named Chen Xian, and currently working in the logistics department of the Garrison Command." Director Chen narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and said, "Hey, that name sounds a bit familiar. Chen Xian. Is that the person who captured an enemy spy cell leader a while ago?" "Right, that's him. He was seconded by my older brother to the logistics department of the Garrison Command now." "Your older brother moves pretty fast. Such a literary and artistic talent should have come to our cultural and art troupe. What is he doing going to the logistics department? That's wasting talent." Bai Yuling chuckled softly and said, "Director, you can forget about that. His abilities are huge, not just in songwriting, but even more formidable in other areas." Watching Bai Yuling's proud and smug look, Director Chen was startled inwardly and asked tentatively, "You and him?" Bai Yuling's face instantly turned awkward, and she chided playfully, "Uncle Chen, there's no such thing as you doing this. Is there anything else? If not, I still have to go back and practice singing." Director Chen gave a chuckle and said, "I'm saying, my good niece, aren't I, your Uncle Chen, also happy that you can find a good destination? It saves those wild bees and butterflies buzzing around you day and night. If you aren't annoyed, I'm annoyed for you. Are you really together?" Watching Chen Datong's gossipy expression, Bai Yuling gave a dainty snort and said, "That's not certain yet. I haven't agreed in person. I'm not talking with you anymore, I'm going back to practice singing." Watching Bai Yuling's fleeing figure in panic, Chen Datong also sighed and said softly, "Son, it's not that your dad isn't helping you. If people look down on you, there's nothing to be done. Who would have thought that this fresh flower would be stuck in Chen Xian, this pile of cow dung?" The tasks of the cultural and art troupe over the past few days were also extremely heavy. Bai Yuling's lead vocals, as well as the dance accompaniment and chorus, all needed to be properly arranged. Director Chen, together with several leaders of the cultural and art troupe, came to review it several times. Each time, they were moved to tears, feeling that this song truly sang right into the depths of their hearts. They were all veterans who came through that era of war, who hadn't seen comrades die in battle. When midnight dreams returned, the appearances of those comrades would clearly appear before them. "Brother, have we won?" Facing their own questioning, they wanted to say that they had won, but they didn't know how to describe it. And this song became their most perfect voice substitute. I believe that if their spirits in heaven could hear this song, they should also be able to close their eyes with a smile. Yet Bai Yuling always felt that her singing was much worse than Chen Xian's. Every time she finished singing, she would sit quietly alone in a corner, imagining Chen Xian's expression and state when he sang this song. Suddenly, she thought of that night, the moment when Chen Xian walked out from the shadows holding Zhozhou's hand, which produced a huge shock to her inner heart. That's right, the child. Bai Yuling immediately stood up, came to Director Chen's office, and explained her concept and proposal once. After hearing it, Director Chen fell into deep thought. He simulated that scene in his mind. Indeed, having Bai Yuling hold a little child's hand while singing the song could make people feel even more immersed. However, there was a problem that could not be ignored, that was the child's stability. Who could guarantee that the child could obediently stand with Bai Yuling throughout the performance without crying or making a fuss? You must know that they were representing the military region to perform for all officers and soldiers. If a single mistake happened then, it would be an extraordinary political issue. Choose an older child. That would violate the original intention of the lyrics, your hand, which I falteringly hold. This should be an ignorant child in dialogue with a hero. Little Bai, wouldn't this be a bit risky? In case the child cries and makes a scene on stage, by then, it would be a performance accident, and neither you nor I can bear this responsibility. Bai Yuling smiled and said, "A child is easy to handle, just take my older brother's son Jojo." When Chen Xian sang this song back then, he held Jojo's hand while singing. "This child listens to me, and with me, there will definitely be no problems." Director Chen also gritted his teeth. In 3 days it would be July 1st, whether the cultural and art troupe could launch a massive success depended entirely on this single endeavor. "All right, then bring the child over. Let's rehearse a couple of times first to see the effect. If it doesn't work out, don't force it." Bai Yuling smiled lightly, nodded, and said, "Thank you, Director Chen. Rest assured, I won't force it." Chapter 72, We Soldiers. As July 1st approached, the Garrison Command Logistics Department became even busier. Batch after batch of supplies headed towards the military region, government offices, and key departments. This year marks the 35th anniversary of the founding of the party, and the whole country is attaching great importance to it. Chen Xian also completed his first truck transport mission. Originally, Chen Xian thought that without using his 3-wheeled motorcycle, he wouldn't get a reward. Unexpectedly, the rewards were distributed uniformly in the evening. Ding! Host detected completing the 80th to 90th transport missions. Rewards obtained: 500 points, various daily necessities, 1,000 renminbi, and plus 3 points to each of the 3 dimensions. On the afternoon of June 29, Chen Xian was called into the office by Bai Chonglong. "Report." "Come in." Chen Xian stepped inside and saw that Bai Chonglong's expression looked somewhat unpleasant. "Brother Long, what's wrong with you?" "Little Chen, come sit down." Bai Chonglong got up, pulled Chen Xian over to the sofa on the side to sit down, and asked with a gloomy face. "Just received a notice that on July 1st, our garrison command, based on ministerial units, will produce a military song to celebrate the 35th anniversary of the founding of the party. Our logistics department really is treated like a stepchild. We were notified last, and other departments have already finished theirs." Bai Chonglong was so angry that he almost wanted to smash a cup. How could things be done this way? Everyone else was notified 10 days in advance, but when it came to him, they just forgot to notify him. With only 2 days left until July 1st, they now wanted him to produce a military song. How could that be possible? Bai Chonglong looked at Chen Xian with an expectant expression and said with a smile, "Brother-in-law, I know you have the talent for writing songs. How about it, is one night enough time?" Looking at such a shameless brother-in-law, Chen Xian really wanted to flick his sleeves and leave, but on second thought, this was also a great opportunity. Chen Xian silently opened the points mall, enduring the heartache, refreshed it twice, and only then saw a familiar name. Boutique song, We Soldiers, complete lyrics and music, 100 points. This song was definitely the most suitable song for the times. This song practically wrote what a soldier is into the marrow of the bones. I believe anyone who has listened to this song will hold soldiers in respectful awe. Placed in this era, it was an absolute powerhouse existence. The lethality of this song was definitely no less than Wish. A song of wish dedicated to the anonymous heroes who sacrificed themselves in the long river of time. A song of We Soldiers presented to the active duty officers and soldiers guarding their mission on the rivers and mountains of the territory. Seeing Chen Xian remain silent, Bai Chonglong's heart felt somewhat helpless. He also knew that this was putting Chen Xian on too much of a spot. "Little Chen, if you find it difficult, forget it. At worst, we'll use an old song this time. Bottom is bottom, and later I'll go complain and say they did this on purpose." Bai Chonglong laughed heartily and said, feigning indifference. Chen Xian looked up at Bai Chonglong and said with a chuckle, "Who said I found it difficult? I was just thinking of the lyrics a moment ago. Bring paper, bring pen, bring ink." Looking at Chen Xian's heroic appearance, Bai Chonglong widened his eyes immediately. Regardless of whether it was true or false, he quickly cleaned up his desk, laid out paper, filled his fountain pen with ink, and handed it into Chen Xian's hands. "Not a writing brush, bad review." Chen Xian gave a light cough and said, "Brother Long, a few days ago when you conferred my rank, I was moved and always kept thinking in my heart about writing a song for our soldiers. Just now, my literary inspiration suddenly surged, and I came up with this song." As he spoke, Chen Xian began to put pen to paper. While writing, he also hummed. "What is different about us soldiers? Just because we all wear plain military uniforms. What is different about us soldiers? Ever since leaving hometown, it has been hard to see parents." Chen Xian's slightly hoarse voice sang this song with strength and vigor. The sound drifted into the corridor, and many cadres in the offices quietly came outside the regiment commander's office, poking their heads in to look. Bai Chonglong was also so startled by Chen Xian singing that it was like seeing a heavenly being. Last time he heard his wife call to say that Chen Xian was a musical creation genius, he still didn't believe it, but now, he had to believe it. This prospective brother-in-law of his was truly too versatile. Originally, having Chen Xian come to the logistics department was purely to help him block drinks, but now he realized that this was a talent proficient in both literary and martial arts. We soldiers are truly different. With our heads pillowed on the bright moon of the border passes and our bodies cloaked in wind, snow, rain, and frost. We soldiers are truly different. For the peace of the country, we tightly grip the guns in our hands. Many officers outside couldn't help shedding tears of excitement. This song deeply moved them and also made them raise their proud heads. Most of them had participated in that war that decided China's direction, and naturally knew the hardships and suffering in it. However, for the country and for the people, they were duty-bound. Saying we're different, actually we're the same. All yearning for brilliance, all winning glory. Saying we're different, actually we're the same. The same style flutters on the flag of the Republic. Suddenly, a burst of intense applause and cheers came from outside. Bai Chonglong was startled, turned around to look, and saw that the doorway was densely packed with people's heads. What are you all doing, completely lacking any proper form? Bai Chonglong roared, putting on a majestic appearance. One of the female officers stuck out her tongue and said, "Regiment commander, wipe your tears clean before speaking, it's too funny." As soon as these words came out, everyone outside laughed uproariously, but they were all smiling with hot tears in their eyes. Bai Chonglong reached out to wipe away a tear and burst into hearty laughter as well. Chen Xian quickly finished writing the song and handed it to Bai Chonglong. Bai Chonglong didn't look at the lyrics, but earnestly sized Chen Xian up and said with emotion, "How is your kid's brain grown? In just this short while, you came up with such a powerful song. Chen Xian, listen to the order." Chen Xian immediately brought his legs together and looked at Bai Chonglong with a serious face. "In these 2 days, you don't need to do anything else. Focus wholeheartedly on teaching this song to the people in the choir, with you as the lead singer. In a day and a half, you must have them all learn it for me. For this performance, I want to let them see that our logistics department is not to be trifled with." Chen Xian saluted and said, "Please rest assured, Regiment Commander. Tomorrow morning after I finish delivering the vegetables, I will immediately report to the choir. I guarantee that in 1 day, I will definitely be able to rehearse this song well. Don't wait until tomorrow, go right now, let them familiarize themselves with the lyrics first so they can keep up with the progress during tomorrow's rehearsal. Our time is tight and our tasks are heavy, we cannot delay for a single moment. Yes, I am going to report to the choir right now." Chapter 73 July 1st Tribute. July 1st, 1956. On this day, the sky in the capital was exceptionally clear. The logistics department of the garrison command was even more bustling and extraordinary. Today, Master Zhang and Chen Xian completed the vegetable delivery task together because all the cafeterias were going to have extra meals today. After breakfast, the joint performance of the garrison command was about to begin. Bai Chonglong walked up to Chen Xian and asked nervously, "Is there any problem?" Chen Xian grinned and said, "Brother Long, you have asked more than a dozen times. Rest assured, with me here, I guarantee there is no problem." Looking at Chen Xian's confident face, Bai Chonglong also felt that the pressure in his heart had eased a lot. After the joint performance started, Chen Xian felt that his ears suffered huge devastation. Because the cultural and art troupe had all gone to participate in the upper-level reporting performance, this joint performance of the garrison command was basically a chorus composed of ordinary soldiers. Needless to say about the level, they were all plain throats, with no technique and all emotion, roaring in a heaven-shaking and earth-shattering manner. However, people of this era bought into this set, and the army also liked this style. Everyone listened with great relish. Finally, it was the turn of the logistics department chorus. Many people who knew the inside story showed expressions of watching a joke. The logistics department was an offending department, coupled with the fact that Bai Chonglong was a stubborn guy who refused to listen to anyone, it made many people quite dissatisfied with him. It wouldn't reach the point of holding a grudge, but using such small tricks to disgust him was also harmless. Who told him to be so glorious recently? I heard that because this time they dug out this enemy spy who had been lurking for many years, the superiors intended to raise his military rank. But Bai Chonglong's military rank was already senior colonel, and he was a senior colonel who had just been conferred last year. In less than a year, was he going to be promoted to major general? Many people didn't believe this news, but it was spread vividly and with detailed noses and eyes. Mediocre people are not envied. Bai Qianglong also knew that someone wanted to trip him up, but how could they ever think that he still had a trump card by his side? The military region leaders of the garrison command sat there chatting, their eyes attracted by this group of soldiers who had just taken the stage. Because the military uniforms worn by this group of soldiers were not new uniforms, but old ones, and some of the uniforms even had patches on them. However, the vigor and spirit of this group of soldiers were very full, their eyes were sharp, and that kind of arrogance made people dare not underestimate them. This year's logistics department is a bit interesting. Comrade Commander wore an expression of appreciation on his face and chuckled softly. These days, the logistics department dug out an enemy spy who had been lurking for many years. This matter made him look at Bai Qianglong with new eyes. Many people felt that Bai Qianglong's current achievements entirely relied on the shelter of his father, Deputy Commander Bai Menshan. But this time, Bai Qianglong proved himself with facts. He was able to make a decisive move, capture the enemy spy Wang Chanyu, and recover a large amount of intelligence that had not yet been sent out, making great contributions. When the commander saw that intelligence, he slammed the table hard. A cafeteria cook almost figured out all the core confidential areas of the garrison command. One could imagine how big the loopholes were in their so-called solid fortress. This time checking for omissions and mending the fold after sheep have escaped, Bai Qianglong definitely had the primary contribution. As for some small tricks of the people below, the commander wouldn't care at all, turning a blind eye and letting it pass. As the saying goes, one who is neither deaf nor blind is not fit to be the head of a family. As the music started, the uplifting drum beats immediately made everyone's spirits perk up. We soldiers. We soldiers. 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 That group of soldiers used all their strength, singing in a roaring manner, crashing head-on towards everyone. This song belonged to the kind of military song that didn't need much technique, only emotion, and it was the kind with extremely abundant emotion. What is different about us soldiers? Just because we all wear plain military uniforms. As soon as Chen Xian's voice came out, the unpretentious lyrics heavily poked everyone's heart. Looking at the shabby military uniforms on that group of soldiers, it reminded them of the old military uniforms on their own bodies back then that they couldn't bear to throw away after countless mending, and their eye sockets instantly turned red. What is different about us soldiers? Ever since leaving hometown, it has been hard to see parents. When singing this line, Chen Xian's voice carried a hint of tenderness, making those new recruits who had just joined the army instantly feel a sore nose. They all joined the army from all over the country to the capital. This group of young men who desperately lifted stone locks and stone poles on the training ground every day and carried out various trainings suddenly had their eye sockets moistened too. But hearing Chen Xian sing later, pillowing on the bright moon of the border pass and body draped in rain, snow, wind, and frost, and, for the nation's tranquility we tightly gripped the guns in our hands, they also couldn't help straightening their backs, showing proud expressions on their faces. And when those officers heard, all longing for glory, all winning honor, and the same style flutters on the flag of the Republic, similarly, proud smiles appeared on their faces. This song resonated deeply throughout the entire army, and even Comrade Commander couldn't help wiping the moistened corners of his eyes, feeling deeply emotional. We soldiers are just like this. The last lyric sentence, like a heavy hammer falling to the ground, hit heavily on everyone's heart. That's right, we soldiers are just like this. As the band's sound fell, all officers and soldiers spontaneously stood up and applauded for this song, the warm applause shaking heaven and earth. Chen Xian was also extremely excited and shouted loudly. Salute. The group of officers and soldiers behind him also uniformly swung their right hands fiercely toward their foreheads, moved to tears of excitement. At the same time, in the higher standard Great Hall of the People, the cultural and art troops of various military regions were also presenting tributes for the July 1st performance. Next, we invite the song wish selected by a certain military region's cultural and art troupe. Let's welcome them. Bai Yuling took a deep breath, squatted down to touch heads with Zhou, and said, Zhou, go on stage and hold Ent's hand, don't run around or move randomly, okay? When we come back, Ent will buy you candied haws to eat. Zhou nodded very cleverly, as if knowing what kind of place this was, appearing very quiet. The tune with a bit of popular music sounded, and quite a few leaders slightly frowned. This was a song dedicated to the party's founding anniversary. How could such decadent music appear? However, they also believed that the review personnel couldn't possibly make such low-level mistakes, so they calmed down and prepared to listen to what this song was all about. You are the distant road. The lamp in the thick fog of the mountains and fields. I am a child walking in your eyes. Bai Yuling's voice carried a bit of ethereal quality, sweeping away the passion brought by those magnificent military songs earlier, and making many people's hearts quiet down along with it. Chapter 74, That's My Wife. On stage, Bai Yuling walked out slowly from the side holding Zhouzhou's hand. Zhouzhou's adorable appearance brought affectionate smiles to the faces of many leaders. And I will love the world that you love. Wish for the smiles that you wished for. I stagger along, holding your hand. Please take me to tomorrow. Bai Yuling's voice was truly very similar to that diva of future generations, and her performance had a soul-cleansing feel to it. Many people felt the power in the lyrics, deeply moved. Even those old traditionalists opened their mouths wide, as if their eyes were taking them back to that era filled with the flames of war. Back when they were just fresh recruits, scared out of their wits, holding a gun without knowing how to shoot. You brat, don't be scared. On the battlefield, the more scared you are, the more death comes looking for you. The less afraid you are, the less likely you are to die. Follow my lead, come, aim, fire. Ha ha ha, see. Not hard at all, right? That squad leader with the smiling face could never be seen again, but every word he said remained vivid in memory. Whenever waking up from a dream in the dead of night, he would remember how the squad leader used his own body to block the bullet aimed at his head to save him. May the rivers and mountains remain unharmed, and life go on as usual. Yet it is the view you wish to see. Oh, children, sleep peacefully in your dreams. Just as you deeply loved. Squad leader, we won. We've been liberated, we're living good lives, we can eat our fill, we have stood up. You said that when there were no more wars to fight, you would go back to your hometown, farm a few mu of land, build a house, marry a wife, have a child, and take care of your old mother until the end. Squad leader, I brought your mother into my home. I am her son now, caring for her until her final days. I have 2 sons, my eldest is named Lu Zhenhua, and my second is named Niu Jiangwo. Squad leader Niu, my second son will belong to your Niu family from now on. Bai Yuling's singing continued, and many in the audience were already tears streaming down their faces. Even several big leaders were smiling through their tears. The performance at the garrison command had ended, and Chen Xian, who was chatting with Bai Chonglong, was called before the commander. Looking at this general commander with 3 gold stars on his shoulders, Chen Xian barely dared to breathe. This was a genuine founding general, there were only 55 of them in the entire country, and now one was sitting right before him. Greetings, Chief. The commander looked at Chen Xian, smiled, and said, Didn't you say this kid fears neither heaven nor earth? He doesn't really look like it. The surrounding generals burst into laughter, and Chen Xian scratched his head in embarrassment. Chen Xian, you're quite impressive. At such a young age, your ideological awareness is high, and you're very capable. In just 1 month, you caught 3 enemy spies. Is it true that you can smell enemy spies? Everyone turned to look at Chen Xian curiously. Chen Xian gave a bitter smile and said, Chief, that's just an exaggeration for the outside world. However, I do have a special sensitivity to enemy spies. As long as one dares to approach me, I can feel their presence. I can't explain it either, maybe it's just a talent of mine. The commander and the other generals looked at each other. If anyone else had said this, they would have scoffed. But Chen Xian's record was so dazzling that even they couldn't ignore it. By the way, that song earlier, I heard you wrote it. You know how to write songs too. The commander shifted the topic very naturally. Chen Xian nodded and said, Chief, I was just an ordinary civilian before. After being temporarily transferred to the Garrison Command Logistics Department, it was my first time having close contact with soldiers, which gave me a very different feeling. Later, thanks to the kindness of the leaders, I was specially approved to enlist and given the rank of captain. That instantly sparked my creative passion, so I wrote this song. It's quite unrefined, and I hope all you chiefs will offer your criticism. A lieutenant general sitting on the side smiled and said, Creative passion. Does little Chen write songs usually? Do you have any other songs? Chen Xian nodded and said, There's one more. It should be performed at the Great Hall of the People today. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback. He really had another, and it was even being performed at the Great Hall of the People. Just at that moment, the military region's loudspeaker rang out, transmitting the announcer's voice. Now, we bring you an award-winning song just performed at the Great Hall of the People, As You Wish, performed by Comrade Bai Yuling from a certain military region cultural and art troupe. As Bai Yuling's voice rang out from the loudspeaker, the originally noisy venue instantly fell into silence. Chen Xian looked up at the loudspeaker, a proud expression appearing on his face. That's my wife. This is my wife. When the song ended, Chen Xian was the first to applaud. The others snapped out of their stupor, wiped tears from their faces, and applauded enthusiastically to express their inner appreciation. Tears streamed down the old commander's face as well. For veterans like them, a song like this was absolutely a tearjerker. The lieutenant general looked at Chen Xian and teased. Little Chen, how does your song compare to this one? Chen Xian glanced at the lieutenant general, thinking to himself that such an eloquent good comrade deserved to hold a high position, grinned, and asked back. Chief, what do you think of this song? The lieutenant general spared no praise, lavishing all the fine words he knew upon the song, making Chen Xian beam with delight. After talking for a while, the lieutenant general felt something was off, widened his eyes, and asked. Little Chen, don't tell me you wrote this song too. Chen Xian chuckled and said. The chief is truly the chief, guessing it right away. Indeed, I wrote it, and the singer is my partner. Hearing this, everyone clicked their tongues in amazement. What kind of monster was this guy? According to the information they had, this Chen Xian was supposed to be a warrior with mountain-moving strength. His brute force had shocked even them, even the runner-up in the all-army competition couldn't match him, the guy was an absolute beast. But now Chen Xian had actually written 2 such beautiful songs. It was like Zhang Fei doing embroidery, completely out of place. You little rascal, I really can't quite see through you. The commander chuckled helplessly and pointed a finger at him. Everyone else looked at Chen Xian with envy. For the commander to speak to him like that clearly meant he considered him one of his own. Chiefs, let's take a group photo. Suddenly, an officer holding a camera walked over with a smile on his face. The commander nodded with a smile and said. That's fine too. Chen Xian, come stand over here as well. Let's take one together, you're a meritorious contributor to our garrison command. Beep, beep, beep. Detected remnant white dog assassin approaching host. Host, please be cautious. Chapter 75, Heroically Saving the Commander. Chen Xian abruptly turned his head, his eyes fixing on the officer standing right behind him. The man was in his early 30s, with 2 bars and 1 star on his shoulders, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and a very genuine smile on his face. However, the moment Chen Xian turned to look at him, a trace of panic flashed in the man's eyes. Detected high-value German Minix micro-spy camera, containing a firing mechanism capable of firing Browning bullets. Upon seeing this prompt, Chen Xian could no longer suppress his impulse. He stepped forward, kicked the man right in the crotch, and then slapped him across the face. The major officer collapsed to the ground with almost no reaction. Chen Xian, have you lost your mind? Seeing his own men being beaten and kicked by Chen Xian, the major general head of the political propaganda department turned livid and slammed the table as he stood up. The other leaders were also extremely shocked. Why had Chen Xian suddenly lashed out like this? As for the guards, one by one they placed their hands on their holsters, their gazes locked dead on Chen Xian. Chen Xian turned back and said with a solemn expression. Leaders, he is an assassin sent by enemy agents. You can come and inspect him. Chen Xian's words immediately shocked everyone present. An enemy agent assassin had actually appeared right here. The colonel in charge of security felt that Chen Xian was slapping him in the face. Just as he was about to erupt, he heard the commander say in a cold voice. Go search his body. With a gloomy face, the colonel personally went over to the officer, stripped off all his clothes, and checked him thoroughly before snorting coldly. There is no problem at all. Comrade Chen Xian, please explain yourself. Chen Xian sneered and said. Colonel, why didn't you check the most important thing in his hand? It is precisely because of carelessness like yours that he was able to bring such a dangerous item in. Chen Xian's words drew everyone's gaze toward that seemingly ordinary camera. A shock also went through the colonel's heart. He had checked this camera himself, but not very carefully. Could there really be a problem inside? Check the camera carefully, be extremely cautious, and don't hurt our own people. At the commander's order, several guards walked over, gently picked up the camera, walked to an open space nearby, and prepared to dismantle it. There are traces of disassembly and assembly here. There are signs of ammunition dust here. There really is a bullet inside, along with a firing mechanism. As the guards' shouts came over, the expressions of the leaders grew increasingly ugly. Too arrogant. These enemy agents were simply too arrogant. They actually dared to come to a place like this to carry out an assassination. And they almost succeeded. If Chen Xian hadn't been here just now, that bullet might have already struck one of the leaders. And the most likely target was the commander. The commander sat there, his expression gloomy to the extreme, and said coldly, "Guard Regiment, take back all personnel involved in this matter. Regardless of their rank, not a single one must be missed. Oldley, you go along as well." The Major General Department head, who had been furious just moments ago, now sat there trembling all over, his face pale to the extreme. "Commander, I say nothing more. Go." The commander didn't want to talk to anyone right now. Although he had experienced countless life-and-death moments, this time, it truly filled him with boundless rage. The garrison command, this was his territory, the place he considered the safest, yet such an incident had actually occurred here. It was truly a brush with death. "Chen Xian, thank you for saving my life." The commander did not act coy and said solemnly. Chen Xian stood at attention with a serious expression and saluted, saying, "Leader, protecting your safety is what I ought to do." The commander nodded, got up, and left the place. The other leaders also cast a deep look at Chen Xian before standing up and leaving one after another. They knew that this matter could not pass easily. With such an event happening on such an important day, the security in Beijing was bound to be tightened for quite some time. Within the short span of half a month, 2 enemy agent incidents had occurred in the garrison command. And this latest one was the most vicious. The upper echelons were furious, the people of Beijing were of one heart, military and police officers poured into the streets, and ordinary citizens helped plug any security gaps. Indeed, quite a few hidden rats were actually ferreted out. Bai Chonglong clutched his chest, his heart was still pounding wildly. When he saw Chen Xian inexplicably attacking and injuring someone earlier, it had almost scared him to death. When he later heard that the man was an enemy agent assassin, it had almost scared his soul right out of his body. "Chen Xian, you've really pulled off something legendary this time. Saving the commander's life means saving our entire garrison command." Bai Chonglong gulped down a mouthful of tea, barely suppressing his agitated emotions. Chen Xian, on the other hand, calmly checked the newly arrived system rewards. Ding, detected that the host turned the tide and frontally knocked down a lackey assassin who came to assassinate the high-ranking officials of the Huaxia Alliance, winning the appreciation of the Huaxia Alliance's high-ranking officials. Reward obtained, 2026 Armored Vehicle Mode. Chen Xian couldn't help but straighten his posture. Holy crap, bro has finally scored an Armored Vehicle Mode. Seeing Chen Xian also looking excited, Bai Chonglong patted his shoulder and said, "You brat, don't get too excited yet. You probably won't be promoted for this matter anytime soon, seeing as you were just promoted half a month ago. However, this merit is definitely secure. Merit isn't actually what's important is that you are now the commander's favorite. Your path ahead will be much easier to walk than mine." Bai Chonglong also looked at Chen Xian with an envious face. That was the life of a general. In ancient times, there was the merit of saving the emperor. Chen Xian's merit this time was definitely no less than saving the imperial carriage. If this person had truly been assassinated, the garrison command would certainly have welcomed massive upheaval. If another commander came in after that, the political landscape would turn upside down. Chen Xian's single kick and slap not only saved the commander's life but also saved the political careers of countless people in the garrison command. Of course, some people's political careers were definitely going to be cut short. To let an assassin sneak in, someone had to take responsibility for it. That Major General Department head of the Political Propaganda Department would definitely have to leave, and the guard regiment responsible for security would probably need to be rebuilt. With such a massive security failure, no one would dare use them again. After brushing Bai Chonglong off with a few words, Chen Xian ran back to the transportation office, hopped onto his trishaw, drove straight out of the garrison command's gates, made a turn out of Beijing, and headed straight for the outskirts, ready to find a quiet place to test the power of the armored vehicle. Chapter 76, Drone Achievement. 3rd Generation Mengsher Armored Reconnaissance Vehicle, 1. Retractable Electronic Mast, 2. Vehicle-Mounted Mini Reconnaissance Drone, 3. Standard Equipped 12.7 mm Heavy Machine Gun, 40 mm Automatic Grenade Launcher, Light Anti-Tank Missile. 1. Equipped with millimeter-wave phased array radar, infrared thermal imaging, and laser range finding. Raising the mast allows it to cross terrain obstacles, providing day and night all-weather long-range covert reconnaissance. Within 3 kilometers, it can identify walking and crawling personnel. Within 15 kilometers, it can lock onto enemy tricycles, infantry fighting vehicles, and trucks while calculating their speed and marching routes. The maximum observation limit is 18 kilometers, allowing it to detect armored formations from afar and achieve complete target locking. Radar scanning and thermal imaging cost 1 Fun per second. 2. Vehicle-mounted mini reconnaissance drone with beta satellite networking terminal, capable of autonomous target positioning and precise demolition missions. Drone flight costs 1 fun per second, high-definition photos cost 1 yuan each, and each demolition costs 100 yuan. 3. 1 12.7mm bullet equals 1 yuan, 40mm grenade equals 10 yuan, light anti-tank missile equals 100 yuan. Seeing these clear prices, the mouth of Chen Xian still twitched slightly. As expected, he still had to spend money. However, looking at the armored monster exuding a cold gleam in front of him, Chen Xian quickly revealed a smile full of excitement. Why do people feel fear? The biggest reason comes from insufficient firepower. Chen Xian did not care about the radar and the drone. Looking at the heavy machine gun on the roof of the vehicle, as well as the Red Arrow, 12 anti-tank missile and shoulder-fired grenade launcher in the cabin, Chen Xian felt much more at ease. For bullets costing 1 yuan each, Chen Xian bought a whole wave in one breath, and he also prepared 2 grenades and anti-tank missiles for unexpected needs. Chen Xian was not crazy enough to start shooting outside the capital. After familiarizing himself with the operation process, he happily drove the tricycle back to the city. By night, when it was late and quiet, Chen Xian leaned on the bed. With a thought, a slender mast extended from the tricycle outside the door, rising high by 15 meters. The next moment, a three-dimensional stereoscopic image appeared in the mind of Chen Xian. Every street, alley, corner, and cranny of Nanluo was completely in full view. Of course, the radar could not see through what was happening inside the houses. However, the high-definition map of all of Nanluo was now presented right in front of him. Chen Xian felt extremely shocked. If this thing fell into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, the entire capital would be as good as naked. As the distance extended, the accurate map of the entire capital was all recorded into the mind of Chen Xian. Even the patrolling public security officers and joint defense personnel on the road were recorded in the form of thermal imaging, and even their routes were marked out. Chen Xian felt both excited and frightened. Fortunately, he was not a bad person. If this thing fell into the hands of a bad person, it would truly be too terrifying. In 10 minutes, 6 yuan had just vanished into thin air. Chen Xian used his mind to put away the mast outside. Placing his hands behind his head and leaning against the bed, with a single thought, a reconnaissance drone only the size of an ordinary briefcase flew out from the tricycle. This kind of reconnaissance drone was not only small in size, but its noise was also not loud. Even within a range of 1 or 2 meters, it sounded just like the flapping wings of a dragonfly, and ordinary people could not detect it at all. Relying purely on his mind, Chen Xian manipulated the drone to fly back and forth near Nanluo. The maximum cruising radius of this drone was 8 kilometers, which could actually completely cover the entire inner city of the capital. What puzzled Chen Xian greatly was where the beta satellites were. Just like playing a game, Chen Xian controlled the drone to cruise in the sky, having the illusion of looking down upon all living beings. Beep beep beep, suspicious frequency band detected, requesting close reconnaissance. Suddenly, a message came from the drone. Chen Xian perked up and immediately signaled the drone to turn on automatic operation to avoid operational errors on his part affecting the performance of the drone. The drone automatically flew to a Siheyuan, which was Baishun Lane, one of the famous 8 great hutongs in Xiqing district. Ever since the founding of the nation, the entire city had sealed off such technical places and converted them into residences, most of which became multi-household courtyards. In this courtyard, more than a dozen households lived back and forth, which was quite similar to the situation of courtyard number 95. The drone headed straight for the backyard of the Siheyuan, hovering right above the wing room in the corner. On the steps outside the wing room, a person was sitting and smoking, and there were already 3 or 4 cigarette butts at his feet. Through the thermal imaging function of the drone, Chen Xian saw that there were 2 more people inside this wing room. One was sitting in front of the desk, operating a telegraph machine to send telegrams, and the other person was standing behind him. Ding, the drone is deciphering the telegram, please wait. A few seconds later, the contents of the telegram appeared in the mind of Chen Xian. Turns out, this group of people was in the same gang as the enemy spy who assassinated the commander today. The arrest of that intelligence team leader in Dongqing district caused the enemy spy group in Dongqing district to fall into complete paralysis. The enemy spy groups in other urban districts had also fallen into a silent stage. And the sudden arrest of Wang Changyu also greatly shocked their Xiqing group. According to the news passed out by Wang Changyu, in at most another half a year, he would be able to get out the core map of the garrison command. By then, it would be the moment for their Xiqing group to establish brilliant military exploits. Who could have imagined that Wang Changyu would just be captured like this? Out of anger, this team leader desperately issued a revenge mission, telling the officer from the propaganda department who had lurked in the garrison command for many years to carry out a suicide attack. On the special date of July 1st, use an assassination to express their attitude. However, the assassination also failed. Right now, they could only send a telegram to the south with a panicky and uneasy mood, asking for instructions. Content involving the host detected in the telegram. Do you want to block the telegram? It requires consuming 100 renminbi. Block it immediately. Chen Xian did not hesitate and immediately chose to spend money to avert disaster. Although he currently had a certain level of defensive capability, what if the people in the south went crazy? Stability should still be the priority. The secret agents in the room did not know that a part of the telegram they sent out had been completely blocked, which was the content concerning Chen Xian. After finishing the telegram transmission, the two lit cigarettes, sat facing each other, and did not speak for a long while. Hearing the movement inside, the person outside also threw his cigarette butt on the ground and stepped on it twice before knocking on the door and walking in. As soon as he entered the room, this fellow let out a low roar with a hoarse voice. Team leader, let me go kill that kid. Chapter 77, Chen Xian's Combo. The two men in the room looked up at him and both sighed. Team leader Kong Zhilong stood up, walked over to him, and said, Xiaofei, I want to kill him even more than you do, but right now there must be quite a few people secretly protecting that kid. If you try to make a move on him, you'll probably be walking right into a trap. I don't care, team leader. My brother's mission has already failed and he's been captured. Being executed by firing squad is just a matter of time now. My enemy right now is that little bastard surnamed Chen. Even if I die, I have to drag him down with me. Looking at Li Fei, whose eyes were bloodshot, Kong Zhilong knew he couldn't stop him anymore. If this kid were to develop murderous intentions toward him, things would go horribly wrong. Li Ke, the propaganda department officer who carried out the assassination mission at the garrison command today, was his biological older brother. Originally, Li Fei disagreed with this assassination mission, believing that such an assassination would be very difficult to succeed. But Kong Zhilong stubbornly insisted on carrying out this assassination mission. As a result, just moments before success, Li Ke was taken down by Chen Xian. The name Chen Xian appeared in their ears once again. Over the past month, this name had appeared time and time again, and every time it appeared, it meant that one of them had been captured. It was as if this man was a natural nemesis born to counter them. How could Kong Zhilong not want to get rid of him? But he also understood that at this very moment, Chen Xian must be under the protection of the garrison command. Chen Xian was also well aware of this point. Just now, during the radar thermal imaging, fully armed soldiers were ambushed in the corners of the surrounding alleys, guarding Mauer Alley and ready to support him at any time. For this kind of protection, Chen Xian also kept the gratitude deep in his heart. The other man stood up and said, Xiaofei, you can go kill him, but not tonight. If you go tonight, you'll be walking right into a trap. You can ambush him tomorrow on his way to work at the garrison command. At that time, there will be many eyes and ears, and even if someone protects him, it won't be that tight. Li Fei thought for a moment, nodded, and said, All right, then I'll go kill him tomorrow. Finishing his words, Li Fei walked out of this side room, strode toward the front courtyard, returned to his own room, and prepared the things for tomorrow's action. The two men in the side room smoked in gloomy silence for a while until they finally received the telegraph feedback. Team leader Kong Zhilong is audacious and reckless. Without headquarters permission, he arbitrarily took it upon himself to mobilize senior covert agents, resulting in the failure of the entire mission and extreme incompetence. He is to immediately hunker down in place, cut off all external contact, and compile all operational details, waiting for the special envoy to go and audit them. If there are any omissions or concealments, he will be dealt with severely according to bureau regulations. Looking at the contents of the telegram, Kong Zhilong couldn't help but sigh. Of course he knew how big of a disaster he had brought upon himself this time. 2 senior agents hidden for many years had all been captured, and in the entire garrison command, only a chess piece in an ordinary position remained. And that chess piece had now become a frightened bird. Especially after he witnessed with his own eyes Chen Xian taking down Li Ke to the ground without any warning. Being able to sniff out the scent of enemy agents, he truly believed it now. Fortunately, his work scope did not overlap with Chen Xian's, otherwise, this fellow would probably have already fled by now. It could be said that the plans of the Xiqing district spy cell over many years were ruined in a single day. As the lieutenant colonel team leader, he would definitely have to take full responsibility. However, he was not without backers in the south. Even if he returned to the south, his crimes wouldn't warrant death. At most he would be dismissed from office and never employed again. Originally, Chen Xian thought about going to wipe out this enemy agent nest tomorrow, but seeing that the other party had a special envoy coming, there was no need to rush. Generally speaking, this kind of special envoy was a big fish with a very high status. Play a long line to catch a big fish. Chen Xian waited until the two men returned to their respective rooms and fell asleep before summoning the drone back. 1 fun per second, and in this hour or so, an ordinary person's 1.5 month salary was gone. Although Chen Xian still had quite a bit of money in his storage space, he couldn't spend it like this. Money should be spent where it matters most. Early the next morning, Chen Xian woke up early. After washing up, he rode his trishaw and left with a tututa sound. Chen Xian's trishaw had now become the alarm clock in the alley. Many people only woke up when they heard the trishaw ringing. Chen Xian ate breakfast on the road, and then headed toward the garrison command as if nothing was wrong. On the must-pass road to the garrison command, inside an open-air breakfast stall, Li Fei was holding a bowl of fried pig liver, sweating profusely as he ate. Taking a bite of a steamed bun and a sip of fried pig liver, sipping along the edge of the bowl, he was eating until his head was covered in sweat. No one would ever think that this fellow squatting there eating fried pig liver was actually an assassin for the enemy agents. With a tututa commotion coming over, many people looked up. Many people knew this young man who rode his trishaw past here every day, but very few people knew who he was. Li Fei just looked up for a moment, then lowered his head and continued eating the fried pig liver in large mouthfuls. He stuffed the last bun into his mouth, gulped down the rest of the fried pig liver in one go, wiped his mouth, slowly stood up, and reached into his bosom, looking like he was about to take out money. However, when he reached his hand out from his bosom, a military green hand grenade appeared in his hand. US-made 2 Malawian Kwacha's pineapple grenade. This was the standard issue of the Secrecy Bureau. Small in size, easy to conceal, and highly stable, it was the enemy agent's favorite grenade to use. Li Fei pulled the pin of the grenade, revealing a ferocious grin, and forcefully hurled the grenade at Chen Xian, who was just passing by. This scene was also witnessed by quite a few people around. Among those eating breakfast, someone who had seen a grenade subconsciously shouted, "Run quickly, it's a grenade." Hearing it was a grenade, the surrounding people started scattering in all directions like a boiling pot. Li Fei did not run, but instead watched Chen Xian on the trishaw with a ferocious grin. He wanted to see with his own eyes the scene of Chen Xian being blown to death by the grenade. Not far away, several soldiers in plain clothes heard the commotion and rushed over quickly. However, the distance was too far. By the time they rushed over, the grenade had long since exploded. Li Fei watched the grenade head straight toward Chen Xian, silently counting in his heart, 3, 2, 1. And right at this moment, Chen Xian reached out, pulled out a wooden stick from the side, swung it with all his might, and directly batted the flying grenade up into the sky. 1 second later, high up in the air, the grenade exploded with a bang, like a bolt from the blue. A large number of fragments fell onto the street, scaring even more people into running around in all directions. Seeing this scene, Li Fei was so shocked that his eyeballs were almost falling out. This was completely beyond the scope of his expectations. In his panic, he could only reach into his bosom to draw a gun, but how could Chen Xian allow him to make a move again? The stick in his hand had already smashed over like a wind-fire wheel. Failing to dodge in time, Li Fei could only block his face with his arm and take the blow head-on. The stick smashed into his arm, producing a crisp cracking sound of bones, and Li Fei couldn't help screaming out in agony. Enduring the intense pain, Li Fei reached into his bosom with his other hand to draw his gun, but before he could pull the gun out, Chen Xian had already arrived in front of him. With a crisp and neat set of Chen Xian's combo, Li Fei with his legs clamped shut, lay on the ground. Chapter 78, The Scrap God of War's fame spreads far and wide. Comrade Chen Xian, are you all right? I was sent by the Military Region Security Department to protect you. This is my identification. 3 security personnel rushed over, immediately surrounding and protecting Chen Xian, pulling out their pistols and vigilantly observing the surrounding environment. Chen Xian took the other party's identification, looked it over, saluted him, and said, "Comrade Lieutenant Colonel, this person is trying to assassinate me. I must take him back for interrogation, and you can come back with me." That Lieutenant Colonel also nodded and said, "Very well, let's hurry and leave this place, and stay alert in case there are other accomplices of the enemy spy continuing the assassination." Chen Xian got onto the 3-wheeled motorcycle. The 3 security personnel carried Li Fei into the cargo bed, got into the vehicle as well, and kept a lookout in all directions. Before long, Chen Xian's vehicle arrived at the entrance of the garrison command, and Bai Chonglong, who had received the news, was already waiting outside the door. Within the urban area of the capital, someone actually dared to use a grenade. This was simply a sensational and shocking major event. Bai Chonglong nodded at the three guards and immediately had someone take Li Fei away for interrogation. "You brat, are you all right?" Looking at the smiling and carefree Chen Xian, Bai Chonglong also breathed a sigh of relief. When he heard that Chen Xian had been assassinated with a grenade, his whole body had gone numb with shock. That was a street, not a place with trenches or protective bunkers. To have a grenade thrown right at him from the front and still survive was truly a fucking miracle. Not only did Chen Xian survive, but he also counter-killed the enemy spy assassin. That was a miracle among miracles. Seeing Chen Xian acting as if nothing had happened, preparing to deliver vegetables to the cafeteria, Bai Chonglong couldn't help but admire his thick nerves. Whoever encountered such a thing would have their heart pounding with fear for a while. This kid was just like someone running into a mischievous brat throwing firecrackers at him on the road, not taking it to heart at all. While delivering vegetables as usual, Chen Xian controlled the drone to monitor Kong Zhilong's movements. In fact, since around 4 o'clock in the morning, Chen Xian had been using the drone to monitor that Siheyuan. 2 drones were used, one followed Li Fei out of the Siheyuan, vertically monitoring him from 50 meters in the air. Even if someone looked up and saw it, they would think it was a strangely shaped little bird. As for the other drone, it hovered constantly above the Siheyuan, keeping watch on the movements of those 2 people. Not long after Li Fei left, those 2 people came out of the Siheyuan, each carrying a suitcase. After coming out, both of them got on a passenger tricycle and headed in different directions. Chen Xian hesitated for a moment, then had this drone fly up to a height of 50 meters as well, following the midline between the 2 as they pursued forward, placing his primary focus on Kong Zhilong. To Chen Xian's pleasant surprise, although the 2 headed in different directions and changed vehicles several times, their ultimate destination led to the same end. At a shantytown outside the southern city gate, filled entirely with peddlers and laborers, the 2 changed their attire and walked among them without feeling too out of place. Truly a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Ever since the Qing dynasty, the Manchus and Hans lived in separate cities. The North City, which was the current inner city, did not allow Han people to reside there, and Han people were all driven to live in the South City and Outer City. Even if you were a high-ranking Han official, you could only live in Xiannan. Having gone through the late Qing dynasty, the Republic of China, and up to the present, although it had undergone large-scale renovations, this place remained the most mixed and complex part of the capital. Chen Xian also spent a small fortune, letting the drone hover right above the 2 of them. They were going to play a war of attrition. 1 cent per second meant 36 yuan an hour, and 24 hours a day meant 864 yuan. Looking at it as 1 cent per second, it didn't seem like much, but accumulated over time, this was a jaw-dropping sum. Fortunately, Chen Xian had enough savings in his storage space. Even if he kept it up for 10 days or half a month, he could still handle it. Garrison Command. From Li Fei's mouth, they learned the address of Baishan Hadong, but by the time they went there, the people had long since vanished without a trace. Digging 3 feet into the ground still didn't yield much useful intelligence, and when they questioned the surrounding neighbors, they couldn't provide any concrete details. Even if they went to the tricycle company to investigate, they couldn't find out where those 2 people had actually gone. For 3 consecutive days, the entire capital once again became a high-pressure zone. Military police took to the streets, ordinary people didn't wander around aimlessly without business, and a large number of lawbreakers also kept a low profile, not daring to make a single move. Meanwhile, rumors of Chen Xian beating back a grenade with a stick on the street became a favorite topic of conversation in every street and alley. "Oh my goodness, you didn't see it." When that young man saw the grenade thrown over by the enemy spy, he wasn't flustered at all. He casually grabbed a stick he had on hand and directly struck the grenade. The grenade spun as it flew into the air and exploded with a loud bang. That power was much more formidable than firecrackers during the Chinese New Year. When the enemy spy saw that his first trick failed, he hatched a second plan, preparing to draw his gun and shoot the young man. But the young man was not someone who would sit back and wait for death either. He smashed the stick right at the other party. I was standing not far away at the time, and the wind from the flying stick was howling with immense force. When it hit the enemy spy's arm, I could even hear the sound of bones shattering. Before you could even blink, the young man was like someone stepping on windfire wheels, instantly appearing right in front of the enemy spy, a kick below, a slap above, and the enemy spy was lying flat on the ground. "Hey, are you saying the young man's moves were kicking the groin first and then slapping the face?" Right, your description is very accurate, it was precisely those two actions. Didn't he also drive a three-wheeled motorcycle? Right. Were you there at the time too? Holy cow, isn't that the scrap god of war? What god of war? The scrap god of war. Scrap what? Scram. This time, Chen Xian's moniker of the scrap god of war once again caused a sensation in the capital's underworld. Those local ruffians who had previously wanted to challenge Chen Xian were all getting a bit cowardly. This fellow was just too vicious. Faced with enemy spies launching a surprise attack with hand grenades and pistols, the scrap god of war was still able to emerge victorious over them. As for scum like them, they probably weren't even worthy of a glance from the scrap god of war. The scrap god of war is the pride of our Dongqing. My ass. The scrap god of war works in Xiqing, he is the glory of our Xiqing. The punks of the east and west cities engaged in a protracted debate over the affiliation of the scrap god of war. Meanwhile, Chen Xian's commendation arrived very quickly. Looking at the 2 rows and 1 star on his shoulders, Chen Xian was also extremely excited. This promotion was not because he caught enemy spies or anything like that, but rather because the song Wish became the best song for this year's July 1st tribute performance, and that song We Soldiers also became the most popular song across all major military regions. Bai Yuling was also promoted because of this song, attaining the rank of lieutenant colonel, which was only 1 grade higher than Chen Xian. However, Chen Xian had a bit too much accumulated merit right now. If all of it were awarded to him, this fellow would probably be promoted directly to colonel. Chapter 79, The Big Fish Appears. 3 days later, Nanchang. A group of 100 or so people swaggered into Nanchang from Yongdingmen. After checking all their documents and introduction letters, and making phone calls to verify the head count, finding nothing unusual, they finally allowed this group of medicine dealers from southern pharmacies, who claimed to be coming to the capital to purchase medicine, to enter the city. The capital nowadays was relaxed on the outside but tense on the inside, because they had also learned from Li Fei that in the next few days, a high-ranking special envoy would arrive in the capital to make contact with the leader of the Xiqing team. However, until now, no trace of the leader of the Xiqing team had been found. Over the past few days, Chen Xian had watched helplessly as the money in his card was spent like running water. To say he wasn't heartbroken would be a lie. Over 800 a day, that was more than 2 years' salary for an ordinary person. Over the past 2 days, the drone had kept a close eye on Kong Zhilong and his companion, not daring to relax for even a second. Relying on the complex terrain of the shantytown, Kong Zhilong evaded the inspection of the sub-district office. However, in Chen Xian's eyes, these two were already turtles in a jar, just waiting for that special envoy to come and make contact with them. Over the past few days, Chen Xian had not stayed indoors as Bai Chonglong requested. Instead, he participated in transportation missions multiple times. Because the garrison command had experienced relatively large movements during these days, and material consumption was also quite fast, all the trucks from the transportation office had been sent out. Chen Xian also drove his own trishaw to carry out several delivery missions to Nanchang. This was also requested by Chen Xian himself. He told Bai Chonglong that he hoped to go out more times, as he might just run into enemy agents. Deep down in his heart, Bai Chonglong was unwilling to let Chen Xian take risks, but looking at Chen Xian's firm gaze, he also knew he couldn't say words of discouragement. People of this era needed to have a spirit of dedication, even knowing that enemy agents wanted to kill him. Bai Chonglong would spare no effort and use himself to lure the other party out. You must be careful, put on your bulletproof vest, wear your helmet well, and stay extremely vigilant. Having no other choice, Chen Xian had to fully arm himself, with 2 guards closely protecting him by his side. Chen Xian was somewhat speechless. Bro, you guys are standing too close. If an enemy agent really wants to kill me, you'll block my counterattack line instead. However, looking at the unwavering gazes of these 2 guards, Chen Xian compromised. Anyway, no one would come to assassinate him anymore, so let them follow. Comrade Chen Xian, if you discover any traces of enemy agents, tell us immediately. We have the authority to open fire at any time, but make sure you see clearly so we don't kill the wrong person. The lieutenant colonel comrade looked at Chen Xian with a firm gaze, full of admiration for this magical young man. During the assassination a few days ago, anyone else would have died thoroughly, but this master acted like nothing happened and counter-killed his opponent. Just that single move of beating a grenade with a stick sent chills down their spines. Why didn't that grenade explode from being hit by that stick, but instead was knocked flying into the sky? Was it luck? They didn't believe Chen Xian would bet on luck. This time, Chen Xian had just arrived near Yongdingmen and was about to turn to deliver supplies to the Public Security Bureau when he suddenly discovered a stranger approaching the shantytown. The brim of his hat was pulled extremely low, and he was very vigilant, turning his head from time to take a glance backward. This person was very suspicious. Chen Xian immediately braked, a thought flashing through his mind, and had the drone check it out up close. On the wings of the drone was a very small radar logo. This was his portable radar, which Chen Xian had cleverly placed on the drone. In this way, the drone also gained the ability to investigate the identities of enemy agents. Wang Xuelin, director of the Jiangnan Underground Bureau, with the rank of lieutenant general. This time, receiving a special order from the south telling him to come to the capital to clean up this mess, he was actually very reluctant. Wang Xuelin had a very good identity cover in Jiangnan as the leader of the Jiangnan Pharmacy Alliance, controlling the lifeline of Jiangnan pharmacies. In Jiangnan, he could be said to have whatever he wanted. There was no need for him to make a trip to the Dragon's Pool and Tiger's Den that was the capital. However, he didn't dare disobey the strict orders from the south. After all, once his identity was exposed, he would surely die without a doubt. This time, taking advantage of the long-arranged pharmacy procurement business, Wang Xuelin sneaked into this team. As soon as they checked into the guest house, these people went to various major pharmacies in the capital to discuss medicine prices. The perimeter tracking personnel were also disrupted in their deployment by their temporary outings, allowing Wang Xuelin to change his clothes and slip away quietly. The drone silently swept past behind Wang Xuelin, and its low humming sound also caught Wang Xuelin's attention. He turned his head abruptly, but didn't find anything. Beep, 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 detected that a high-ranking remnant of the white dogs is approaching. Host, please be vigilant. Chen Xian's face showed an expression of wild joy, and he turned his head to say to the bewildered Lieutenant Colonel team leader. Lieutenant Colonel Comrade, go make a phone call to get people. I just saw a very suspicious person enter the shantytown, and it's very likely that big fish. As soon as these words were spoken, the Lieutenant Colonel's expression changed abruptly, and he reached out to grab Chen Xian's arm, looking around vigilantly as he asked. Comrade Chen Xian, is what you said true? 8 or 9 out of 10. Hurry up and have people seal off this shantytown, we must not let this big fish get away. Company Commander Li, you stay here to protect Comrade Chen Xian. I'm going to make a phone call right now. 10 minutes later, hundreds of military police gathered and were in position, surrounding this area of the shantytown tightly. Deputy Commander Bai Minshan personally led the team here, plopped down right next to Chen Xian, and laughed as he said. Kid, did you really find a suspicious person? Chen Xian also grinned and said. Uncle Bai, how about you follow me to storm this Dragon's Pool and Tiger's Den? Bah, you dare call this a Dragon's Pool and Tiger's Den? Back in the day, when your Uncle Bai charged into the enemy camp alone with a Type 38 rifle, it was much more dangerous than this. You still dare to challenge me? Let's go. Chen Xian started his trishaw, and with a chugging sound, followed the pace of the military police and drove into the shantytown. The three people who had just made contact faintly heard the sound of the trishaw outside, and Kong Zhilong's expression changed slightly. How could there be a trishaw in a place like this? The other person had just poked his head out after opening the door, then shrank back with a pale face. Damn it, you've been followed. There are military police everywhere outside, we're surrounded. As soon as these words came out, both Wang Xuelin and Kong Zhilong had gloomy, ashen faces. Kong Zhilong immediately pulled out his gun and pressed it against Wang Xuelin's forehead, cursing angrily. You traitor. Wang Xuelin only felt as if his head was about to explode, and said through gritted teeth. Bullshit. I was implicated by you guys. Your place here must have been discovered long ago, you two pieces of trash. Team leader, now is not the time for infighting, run quickly. Wang Xuelin sneered and said. Run. The military police have already surrounded the outside, where can you run to? You truly are good for nothing, more a hindrance than a help. Chapter 80, Defeating the Enemy with Rats. Kong Zhilong slapped the other man across the face in a fit of rage and cursed. You're the useless one. You must have brought them here. Our place is completely safe, this is an escape route we prepared long ago. Once we escape this time, I will definitely report you to our superiors, and when that happens, you won't be able to escape either. The other man lifted the mattress, pulled a hidden ring, and revealed a tunnel underneath. Back in the day, this area had the highest concentration of Kuomintang covert agents and spies, and the tunnels beneath it were as numerous as hairs on an ox. A few years ago, when this area underwent strict inspections, most of the tunnels were sealed off, especially those that led out of the city, all of which were backfilled. Although this tunnel couldn't lead out of the city, it could reach a very covert sewer. Crawling out from there, one could leave the capital through a well-concealed breach in the city wall. Get your fucking ass down there first. Kong Zhilong pressed his gun against Wang Xuelin's head and shoved him down into the tunnel first. Knowing this was no time to throw a tantrum and that saving his life came first, Wang Xuelin gritted his teeth, crawled into the dark and narrow tunnel, and scrambled forward with his butt sticking up. The two men behind him closely followed and jumped down, hanging a hand grenade on the pull ring. In fact, all of this was seen crystal clearly by Chen Xian's drone. Chen Xian had long used a drone to find out where the tunnel beneath the house led, and had early on secretly blown the tunnel apart in the middle with another drone. In other words, it was entirely impossible for them to escape through the tunnel. Chen Xian simply wanted to let them experience the terror of going from hope to despair. Right here, that guy's scent is right here. Chen Xian twitched his nose, determined to push his talent for sniffing out enemy agents to the limit. Deputy Commander Bai Menshan nodded and waved his hand forward. Over a dozen fully armed officers and soldiers advanced one by one, smashed the door open, and rushed in. A moment later, one of the soldiers ran out and said with an ugly expression, "There's a tunnel in the room, the people have run away." Deputy Commander Bai Menshan's brows stood on end as he jumped down from the vehicle and walked in with quick strides. The quilt on the bed had already been tossed aside, revealing the tunnel entrance with the pull ring. These soldiers didn't rashly reach out to pull it either. They were highly experienced counter-espionage troops and knew all too well the tricks of these enemy agents. Within a few minutes, the hand grenade was safely dismantled. The tunnel was opened, and someone wanted to go in. Don't rush, they can't run away." Chen Xian chuckled and pulled a bag out from behind him, inside of which squeaked the calls of rats. Deputy Commander Bai Menshan frowned and said, "Little Chen, now is not the time for your antics. If we let them get away, we're going to lose face big time this time." Chen Xian walked straight forward and opened the bag toward the tunnel. Dozens of rats scrambled to squeeze into the tunnel, and their squeaking sounds made the scalps of these soldiers tingle. In less than half a minute, blood-curdling screams echoed from the tunnel. "What the fuck, where did so many rats come from? Don't crawl into my crotch, ow, I've been bitten, I've been bitten." Hearing the faint sounds echoing out, the group of soldiers subconsciously squeezed their legs together. Those who had originally thought about jumping in to make arrests now didn't dare to go down at all. Down in the tunnel, the trio's leader, Wang Xuelin, upon hearing the screams behind him, was so frightened that he hurriedly crawled forward hands and feet. Who would have thought that less than 10 meters in, he would slam his head straight into an earthen wall? Kong Zhilong behind him also felt his hair stand on end and accelerated his forward crawl. Unexpectedly, Wang Xuelin suddenly stopped, and Kong slammed his head right against the other man's butt. The impact was so solid it almost twisted his neck. A foul stench drilled into his nose, infuriating Kong Zhilong so much that he gave Wang Xuelin a hard shove and cursed. "What the hell are you playing at? Why did you stop?" Knocked forward by this shove, Wang Xuelin smashed his nose hard against the earthen wall in front, causing nosebleeds to stream down instantly. He gritted his teeth and cursed. "You idiot, the front of the tunnel is a dead end. You two useless trash, didn't you know to come down and check beforehand?" Hearing that it was a dead end, Kong Zhilong felt his head spin. He quickly flashed his flashlight past Wang Xuelin's butt and shined it forward. Sure enough, right in front of Wang Xuelin's face, a reflective surface appeared. "This is impossible. This is impossible." Kong Zhilong felt it was utterly unbelievable. He wasn't a fool, of course he had to inspect their retreat route. On the very first day they arrived here, Kong Zhilong had personally gone down to check the safety of this tunnel, and even crawled to the sewer to check if the top was jammed. Everything had been completely fine. How could this happen? There was no time for him to think further. The man behind was almost bitten to death by rats, and quite a few rats had already bypassed that man and were charging toward the two of them. Now they only had two paths to choose from, either die here, or turn around and surrender without a fight. They were not die-hard fanatics. Faced with this choice, without even hesitating, they immediately turned around and prepared to crawl out. "Don't shoot, don't shoot. We surrender, we surrender." The man who came out first didn't care that so many people outside were pointing guns at him. He immediately stripped off his pants and underwear, grabbed the rat biting his crotch with both hands, and slammed it fiercely onto the ground. Still unsatisfied, he stepped forward and stomped on it twice until the rat was mashed into a pulp before finally feeling at ease. Looking at his crotch, which was clearly mangled from the bites, the man covered his crotch and knelt on the ground, crying miserably. Although this man was an enemy agent, as men, everyone felt a trace of sympathy rise in their hearts. Kong Zhilong and Wang Xuelin had also been bitten several times by rats, but with the men behind them blocking most of the rats, they managed to crawl out relatively cleanly. They looked around and cast their gazes upon the young man who was grinning and smiling broadly at them. Wang Xuelin feigned a look of pleasant surprise and said, "Officers, thank you so much for saving my life. I'm a man from the Jiangnan pharmacy. I was tied up and brought here by these two guys for reasons unknown to me. Thank you so much." Kong Zhilong on the side didn't speak. He coldly looked at Chen Xian and said, "You must be Chen Xian. You single-handedly took care of our people in Dongqing and Xiqing. You really are our nemesis. Can you tell me how you found us? Was it because of this idiot?" Wang Xuelin's expression remained unchanged, but inside he was cursing Kong Zhilong to death. "You useless piece of trash got caught, did you really have to drag me down too?" Chapter 81 Chen Xian confesses his guilt. Chen Xian looked at Deputy Commander Bai Menshan and said apologetically, "Uncle Bai, I want to make a self-criticism to you and the organization. Actually, I discovered the two of them long ago." As soon as these words were spoken, not only was Kong Zhilong shocked, but even Deputy Commander Bai Menshan was dumbfounded. "You brat, since you knew long ago, why didn't you report it to the organization? This is a serious disciplinary issue." Deputy Commander Bai Menshan's expression was also very stern. He glared fiercely at Chen Xian, looking quite annoyed. These days, they had been searching inside Beijing dozens of times like headless flies, yet they found nothing. To think this brat knew about it and didn't report it. Chen Xian smiled and said, "Actually, I also found them through the lead of the trishaw puller. Back then, I used to pull a trishaw to pick up passengers, so I guessed that they probably used a trishaw to leave Baishan Lane. Therefore, I found a few fellow pullers who used to work with me back then and asked who had picked them up here on that morning." Hearing this, Deputy Commander Bai Menshan immediately said, "We also followed this lead, but they must have changed vehicles midway. We investigated almost all the trishaw pullers, yet we didn't find any trace of them." "How did you find them?" Chen Xian pointed at his nose and said proudly, "Sense of smell. Like I said, I can smell their scent. Especially after knowing they left in a trishaw, I started tracing their whereabouts along the route. Finally, I discovered they were in Nanchang. However, it's a mixed bag of people here, so I didn't dare to enter rashly. I could only take the opportunity of delivering supplies to come over here and keep observing. I originally wanted to report it, but upon learning that a big fish would be coming from the south, I held back and didn't report it. After all, there are people of theirs even inside the garrison command, and I was afraid the news would leak." Chen Xian's words made Deputy Commander Bai Menshan nod slightly, and in his heart, he highly approved of what Chen Xian said. The garrison command had now become a huge joke. Wang Xuelin had been putting on an act on the side for a long time, but seeing that no one paid attention to him, he knew his identity had been exposed. Especially when he heard Chen Xian say that it was because these two fools had been exposed long ago that he stepped right into this trap, he was so furious that he cursed out loud. "I told you it was because you two fools got exposed and even dragged me down. You guys really deserve to die." Deputy Commander Bai Menshan said mockingly. "What, are you not going to keep pretending that you were tied up by these two? Tell us your identity and military rank, so we can also see just how big of a fish you really are." Looking at the pale-faced Kong Zhilong, Chen Xian smiled and said, "Don't be sad either. As I said just now, I didn't notify superiors to plant informants here. The reason we appeared here today is simply because I saw him on the road." Chen Xian pointed at Wang Xuelin, and a gleam of hope instantly burst forth in Kong Zhilong's eyes. The blame couldn't be pinned solely on his head. Wang Xuelin's expression also turned somewhat ugly, and he said coldly, "Young man, don't talk nonsense. There is no problem with my identity at all. Even if you saw me, you shouldn't have suspected anything." Hearing this, Kong Zhilong burst out laughing so hard that tears came out. The soldiers holding guns also wore meaningful smiles at the corners of their mouths, laughing in a way that left Wang Xuelin at a loss. There was nothing wrong with what he said. That enemy agent holding his crotch said through clenched teeth, "Are your ears deaf? Didn't you hear what he said just now? He found us by sniffing our scent. Since he could smell our scent, do you think he couldn't smell yours?" Hearing this, Wang Xuelin was even more dumbfounded. Sniffed a scent. He had indeed heard those words just now, but in his view, this young man simply had a very keen sense of smell and must have picked up the scent of Kong Zhilong and the other guy, allowing him to track them down. However, he had just arrived in Beijing and hadn't shown any flaws. So what if his scent was picked up? Looking at Wang Xuelin's foolish expression, Kong Zhilong gave a bitter smile and said, "It seems they didn't tell you the most important information in the telegram I sent to the south. Let me make you die with clarity. The young men in front of you can smell out the identities of us lurking personnel relying solely on his sense of smell. What he smells is none other than that disgusting, abhorrent stench on us. Did you fucking understand that?" Kong Zhilong's final hysterical roar made Wang Xuelin look at Chen Xian in disbelief. To think that such a person exists in this world. Then what path of survival is left for enemy agents like them? This is impossible, this is too absurd. I'd rather believe I was betrayed by someone. I refuse to believe in such a ridiculous thing. Wang Xuelin shook his head desperately, refusing to believe everything Kong Zhilong had said. Because this situation was simply too terrifying. As long as this young man walked anywhere, the spies lurking there would be completely wiped out. For the Kuomintang to want to counterattack would simply become an impossible task. Wang Xuelin looked at the smiling Chen Xian before him, as if seeing the doomsday of his group. All right, stop talking nonsense with them. Everyone, gag their mouths, cover their heads, and bring them back to the military region for interrogation. Deputy Commander Bai Menshan rubbed his hands and shouted excitedly. Let's see if this big fish is fat enough. Judging by his appearance, at the very least he's a major general. Although the enemy's major generals are as numerous as hairs on an ox, someone with this kind of identity is still quite valuable. Deputy Commander Bai Menshan looked at Chen Xian and said impatiently. You mixed brat, you've got too much nerve. I must report this matter. If I don't give you brat a little lesson, your tail will probably stick up into the sky. Chen Xian also chuckled and didn't refute. According to discipline, he had indeed committed a major taboo, but this was also a flaw deliberately left by Chen Xian. During this recent period of time, to use the words of an old actor back then, brother, my life has been way too smooth. This situation was definitely not a good thing. Especially the things he caused in the garrison command, which had already made many people very dissatisfied with him. Although his conscience was clear, some people had completely left the military because of this turmoil and even had to suffer severe disciplinary actions. Their backers were still around. Chen Xian also understood that there is no reason to be on guard against thieves every single day. This time, he just wanted to test the superior's attitude toward him. After all, he had made so many contributions. If he were to be heavily disciplined because of this incident, then he would understand the superior's thoughts. However, if it was just offsetting merits and demerits, then Chen Xian would know that his own backing was also very solid. Chapter 82, The entire world is effectively deterred. The identity of Wang Xuelin was easily investigated, and knowing that he definitely would not be able to withstand torture after being arrested, he simply exposed all his secrets right away. Those 100 or so members of the Pharmacy Alliance were also detained. The arrest of Wang Xuelin and the complete annihilation of the Xiqing team quickly reached the Southern Infiltration Bureau. The vision of the director went dark, and he immediately reported to the higher-ups. In this past month, consecutive explosions rocked Beijing, and the two most important teams, Dongqing and Xiqing, were completely wiped out. It could be said that the entire plan in Beijing had completely collapsed. The other infiltration teams lived in constant panic, wishing they could grow wings and fly out of Beijing. Even the southern headquarters was baffled as to why the situation had become so tricky in such a short period of time. Especially the special envoy from the south, who was pinned down the moment he entered the city. Now they all suspected whether the Red Party had completely infiltrated their internal ranks. After reporting his work, the director returned to his office, reread all the intelligence sent from Pingjin over the past month, and suddenly discovered a problem. After the annihilation of the Dongqing team, the Tianjin intelligence department responsible for the rendezvous sent an important piece of intelligence, highlighting a waste collector named Chen Xian, stating that it was this person who discovered the intelligence leader of the Dongqing team, leading to the complete annihilation of the Dongqing team. The director had also read this piece of intelligence at the time, but did not take it to heart, thinking it was just an accidental situation, and casually ordered that after things settled down, this waste collector should just be eliminated. However, in another piece of intelligence sent by the Tianjin intelligence team a few days ago, the name of Chen Xian appeared again. Surprisingly, the Xiqing team had once again acted willfully, sending assassins to carry out an assassination, and the target of this assassination turned out to be Chen Xian. Using grenades and pistols in the urban area, not only did they fail to hurt the opponent, but they were instead counter-killed by the opponent and captured without a fight. Yet, in the intelligence from the Xiqing team, there was not a single mention of the name Chen Xian. Such abnormal behavior forced this veteran agent, who had been immersed in espionage warfare for decades, to feel suspicious. Something was terribly wrong. Since they had already sent people to assassinate Chen Xian, it meant that this person held a very important position. However, when this person was mentioned previously, it was said that he was just a waste collector. This contrast was simply unbelievable. This Chen Xian must be thoroughly investigated. Over in Beijing, Chen Xian also underwent 2 consecutive days of interrogation by investigators sent by the higher-ups. They also wanted to know how Chen Xian managed to find those 2 enemy spies in the first place, and finally blocked the special envoy inside the tunnel. They had also gone to inspect that tunnel, sent people to dig it open, and found that more than 10 meters south of the tunnel, there was a collapse. After inspection, it was determined that there was severe water accumulation there, causing a collapse that happened to block the tunnel a day ago. Regarding the tunnel being blocked, Chen Xian claimed complete ignorance to everything asked. As for preparing rats in advance, Chen Xian stated that he just wanted to let the rats in to disrupt their rhythm, not expecting that there would actually be a tunnel there, and he simply stumbled upon it by sheer coincidence. Although the investigators knew that Chen Xian was talking nonsense, there was nothing they could do to him. After all, as an anti-espionage hero registered with the higher-ups, no one could touch him as long as it was not a matter of principle. Even an old general, after learning about the deeds of Chen Xian, exclaimed with admiration. With such a young man around, he is worth a Trump division. With the endorsement of this general, Chen Xian was naturally safe and sound. Sniffing out the scent of enemy spies, the higher-ups had always been half-believing and half-doubting about this claim. Some even suspected that Chen Xian was a super spy sent by enemy spies, using such a self-destructive method to completely infiltrate our higher-ups. However, everyone treated such words as if they were spoken out of someone else's rear end. The Dongqing and Xiqing teams consisted of nearly 200 spies, plus a lieutenant general-level director of the Jiangnan Infiltration Bureau. At such a cost, unless the person in the south had gone completely crazy, they would never do such a brainless thing. However, the loopholes of Chen Xian were indeed a bit too many. However, almost all movement tracks of Chen Xian had been right under the noses of his security guards, and no strangers had been seen approaching him to pass messages. Alright, it is normal for young people to have some secrets they do not want to tell. As long as everything he does is for the good of the country, why must we dig to the bottom of it? That is not good. A single sentence from a highly respected leader set the tone for the matter of Chen Xian. Ding detected that the host assisted the Huaxia Base Alliance Imperial Guard in capturing high-ranking white dogs from the Jiangnan region and 2 Beijing white dog remnants. The contribution is immense, and without a reward, it is not enough to appease public anger. Rewards obtained: 1. Global arbitrary coordinate teleportation, return on time after 12 hours, one-time use. 2. Merit value plus 5,000, points plus 3,000. 3. Level 8 machinist skill encyclopedia. Ding detected that the host has completed 100 transport missions, and the merit mall is unlocked. Looking at the rewards of the system, Chen Xian was so excited that his mouth could hardly close. Global arbitrary coordinate teleportation, returning on time after 12 hours, wasn't this giving him a legitimate and reasonable opportunity to go on a wild hunt abroad? Hit and run, how damn exciting. With the level 8 machinist skills fused into his brain, Chen Xian felt that handcrafting a Type 79 submachine gun was no longer a dream. It seemed he needed to find some time to craft one out and test its accuracy. Chen Xian curiously clicked on the newly appeared Merit Mall and found that it was similar to the Points Mall, refreshing 5 commodities every day. However, the Points Mall mostly refreshed daily necessities, while everything refreshed in the Merit Mall was weaponry. Desert Eagle, 1000 merit value, bullets 1 merit value / round. Type 54 military pistol, 500 merit value, bullets 1 merit value / round. AK-47, 2000 merit value, bullets 1 merit value / round. QBU-202 sniper rifle, 8000 merit value, bullets 100 merit value / round. Dongfeng 5C, 100 million merit value. When Chen Xian saw the last one, he was almost ready to kowtow. Dongfeng 5C, strike range covers the globe, the entire world is effectively deterred, stopping war with force, and settling the universe. When Chen Xian first looked at this intercontinental strategic nuclear missile, this was the exact introduction he heard. The entire world being effectively deterred, just hearing it felt so damn satisfying. Unfortunately, with 100 million merit value, Chen Xian did not know if it would be enough to take back the South. However, the gaze of Chen Xian still locked onto the QBU-202 sniper rifle. After all, he had just acquired an ability not long ago, sniper rifle mastery. His hands were itching with eagerness, old buddy. Chapter 83, The Only 5 Guarantee Household. Looking at the matte sniper rifle in his arms, Chen Xian couldn't put it down. However, wanting to test fire it himself was basically impossible. Nowadays, he always had 3 or 4 guards following him around at any time, and not far away, there were 2 quick reaction teams on standby to provide backup at a moment's notice. Everyone knew that Chen Xian was definitely the primary target that the Southern Lurking Bureau wanted to eliminate. Even Chen Xian's motorized tricycle had been forced to have a shell welded onto it to protect Chen Xian in the driver's seat. The glass on both sides was even bulletproof. Many leaders' cars weren't bulletproof, yet this motorized tricycle got it first. For Chen Xian's safety, the commander even specially cleared out an apartment for Chen Xian in the cadre building, wanting him to live there so he wouldn't have to run back and forth outside every day and easily become a target. But Chen Xian expressed that he was unwilling to become a bird locked in a cage. Only by being more and more flamboyant outside could he deal a heavier blow to the confidence of enemy special agents. Chen Xian's stubbornness left everyone feeling helpless while also filling them with respect for him. A young man possessing this kind of fearless spirit was precisely the strength most needed in this era. Chen Xian left early and returned late, and public opinion within the Siheyuan also began to change. Because Chen Xian lived in the front courtyard, the half-side room in the middle courtyard became vacant. Before the people from the sub-district office could even arrive, Jia Zhangshi whipped out a lock and locked it up. Just as Jia Zhangshi thought she was being clever, people from the sub-district office arrived. Seeing the lock, they asked around, but no one claimed it. Without saying another word, Wang Taijun directly had people smash the lock open. In front of everyone in the Siheyuan, Wang Taijun stated that the sub-district office had already arranged for someone to move into this house. A seemingly honest and sincere man around 30 years old moved into the front courtyard, while old Lu, a lonely and widowed elderly man living in the front courtyard, moved here. Seeing this situation, Jia Zhangshi was unhappy and insisted that old Lu return to his own front courtyard to live and give up this house. Unexpectedly, old Lu, who usually kept to himself and didn't even dare to let out a fart in the Siheyuan, actually stood up and clashed with Jia Zhangshi. Seeing old Lu's unruffled and confident appearance, Jia Zhangshi was somewhat dumbfounded. As a result, just as Jia Zhangshi was preparing to use her hooligan tactics, the man living in the front courtyard walked in with a smile and nailed a sign identifying a 5-guarantee household onto the lintel of old Lu's door. A 5-guarantee household, as the name implied, meant that the state provided 5 forms of security for such people. Guaranteed food, guaranteed clothing, guaranteed housing, guaranteed medical care, and guaranteed burial. However, the state's vetting process for 5-guarantee households was also very strict. First of all, this was a bottom-line social security measure for extremely impoverished rural populations. In cities, it was basically impossible for 5-guarantee households to appear. Of course, nothing was absolute. For those in urban areas who lacked the ability to work, had no source of income, and had no legal supporters or maintainers, the sub-district office and the Civil Affairs Bureau would coordinate relief, either providing decentralized household relief or sending them to a nursing home for unified support. Just like the deaf old lady in the back courtyard, she belonged to the category of decentralized household relief, yet she didn't have the certificate and sign of a 5-guarantee household. It was just that ordinary people didn't understand these things. Every time New Year or festivals arrived, the sub-district office would send people to visit the deaf old lady. Consequently, under Yi Zhonghai's propagation, the deaf old lady was considered a 5-guarantee household in everyone's hearts. And this time, the lonely elderly man old Lu had a glaring sign nailed right onto his door lintel. Everyone, Comrade Lu Laoshi does not have an urban household registration, nor does he have a source of income, and he has basically lost his labor capacity. Under the review of the sub-district office and the Civil Affairs Bureau, he has become the sole 5-guarantee household in our Siheyuan. I hope everyone will take good care of him in the future and never bully him. You must know that the consequences of bullying a 5-guarantee household are very miserable. Qin Chang wore an honest and sincere smile, and his gaze landed on Jia Zhangshi. Jia Zhangshi felt a bit uncomfortable being looked at by Qin Chang, and she gritted her teeth and said, "You say he is the only 5-guarantee household in our Siheyuan, how is that possible?" "The old lady in our back courtyard." Before Jia Zhangshi could finish speaking, Yi Zhonghai let out a cold shout. "Jia Zhangshi, are you ever going to finish? Didn't you hear Dongshu calling you? You're always the one making a fuss in the yard all day long, go back quickly." Jia Dongshu at the side also hurriedly stepped forward to pull Jia Zhangshi back and said, "Right, Mom, hurry up and go home." Although Jia Zhangshi was somewhat dumbfounded, seeing Yi Zhonghai's warning look, she knew she must have said something wrong just now. Right now was the period for repairing the relationship between the Jia family and the Yi family, and Jia Zhangshi didn't dare to act rashly, so she lowered her head and went back into her room. The others in the yard didn't have many thoughts about it, and didn't even take what Qin Chang said just now to heart. Just a 5-guarantee household, what was the big deal? After saying these words, Qin Chang looked at Lu Laoshi with a smile and said, "Uncle Lu, from now on you will live here. If you have any problems, come to the front courtyard to find me. Every month from now on, I will help you collect the state subsidy on time, so you won't have to run around extra." Lu Laoshi had never received this kind of importance in his entire life, and he couldn't help shedding tears of emotion, holding on to Qin Chang's hand and thanking him profusely. Chen Xian naturally knew this Qin Chang's identity. Nominally he was an officer of the sub-district office, but in reality, he was a security guard sent by the security department of the military region to protect his safety. This Qin Chang was a fierce person who had once won first place in the entire military's grand competition, and his martial arts skills were formidable. The higher-ups had specially approved for this fierce person from the military to come and protect Chen Xian for a period of time. "Brother Qin, let's share meals." Seeing Qin Chang start to cook, Chen Xian didn't stand on ceremony at all as he walked in carrying 2 cans of beef and a bottle of liquor. Seeing that the other party was steaming wotu, Chen Xian chuckled and said, "Brother Qin, are we just eating this for dinner? That won't do at all. Try these canned beef, and also this minced meat xiaobing. This is good stuff from the Fangshan restaurant." Qin Chang wasn't the squeamish type either. Since the superiors told him to come protect Chen Xian, wasn't eating some of his meat only natural. Seeing Qin Chang eating meat and drinking liquor without any hesitation, Chen Xian was extremely satisfied. What he feared most was encountering those stubborn people who insisted on suffering and wouldn't give you the opportunity to corrupt them. With Qin Chang around, Chen Xian didn't feel lonely living here anymore, and they had things to talk about. The two chatted about some things in the military camp and felt a mutual sympathy and appreciation for each other. "Who is it?" Qin Chang suddenly looked toward the window, leaped up, walked over quickly, pushed the window open, and looked out. Yan Bugui stood there somewhat awkwardly, holding half a plate of peanuts and half a bottle of watered-down white liquor, and asked with a smile, "Master Qin, I saw little Chen come to share meals with you, so I also came to add a dish. Let's have a couple of drinks together." Chen Xian smiled and flashed the 2 empty cans, saying, "Teacher Yan, you came at just the right time. We just finished eating our dishes." Seeing that the canned beef was gone, Yan Bugui directly turned his head and said, "Ayaya, these peanuts of mine are a bit soggy and can't be eaten. How about another day when I buy some good peanuts, and we can drink together again? I'll head back first." Watching Yan Bugui's stingy behavior, Chen Xian and Qin Chang couldn't help exchanging a smile. Chapter 84 Personally delivering the farewell letter. By Chonglong's office. Chen Xian looked at the letter in his hand, and his emotions inevitably surged. Bai Chonglong also said with a look of emotion, "Even my father didn't expect that the higher-ups would actually agree to do this. That song of yours has truly rendered a great service." Chen Xian clutched the photocopied farewell letter, a gratified smile also appearing on his face. This farewell letter was precisely one of the ones Chen Xian saw at the recycling station last time. At that time, Chen Xian had very excitedly stated that he was willing to personally deliver the letter to the martyrs' family members. However, because there were strict regulations for such situations, Deputy Commander Bai Minshan could not agree to Chen Xian's approach. However, unexpectedly, during the July 1st tribute performance at the Great Hall of the People this time, Wish sung by Bai Yuling deeply moved the leaders. When the leaders asked Bai Yuling who the author was and how this song was created, Bai Yuling explained how Chen Xian discovered the farewell letter, how he volunteered for the mission, and how he later wrote the song with excited feelings. Connecting the lyrics of this song and thinking of the families of those nameless martyrs, the leaders also agreed to let Chen Xian join in this letter delivery mission. The letter Chen Xian was going to deliver was in a village 30 miles away from the outskirts of the capital. The news of the sacrifice of this martyr named Zhou Jingnan had already reached the ears of his loved ones back then. Over the sacrifice of their son and husband, they were heartbroken beyond description, and what was most painful was that Zhou Jingnan didn't even leave behind the tiniest thing, leaving them with no idea how to mourn and express their grief. Hearing this time that Zhou Jingnan's farewell letter had been found and that someone would be specially assigned to deliver it to them, the family was extremely excited. More than 10 years had passed, the parents were already elderly, the son had grown into a man, and the daughter-in-law had not chosen to remarry. Instead, she stayed at home to serve her parents-in-law and brought the child up, but she had also grown old. Early in the morning, the family stood at their doorway, continuously gazing toward the entrance of the village, hoping to catch news of the incoming people a little earlier. Chug 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 chug, a series of engine sounds came from afar and drew closer. Zhou Liren ran back from the entrance of the village with an excited expression and shouted, "Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, the people are here." Zhou Liren and Su Fang supported the elderly and walked to the doorway, where they saw a nice motorized tricycle driving into the village entrance, followed by a group of county staff members riding bicycles. Seeing these four people standing at the doorway, Chen Xian knew that they must be the family of the martyr Zhou Jingnan. He quickly drove close, parked, killed the engine, opened the car door, and jumped down. Chen Xian tidied his military uniform, walked over with a sincere expression, saluted the four people, and said, "My name is Chen Xian. On behalf of the military region and the logistics department of the Garrison Command, I extend my highest respects to the martyr's family. You have worked hard." Chen Xian's words were like a tear gas bomb, instantly bringing tears to the eyes of the four people. "Little comrade, I heard that the farewell letter of our family's Jingnan has been found. Can you let me take a look?" Granny Zhou looked at Chen Xian with dull eyes. Obviously, her eyes were already blind. But what she said made Chen Xian's eye rims turn somewhat red. Chen Xian took that farewell letter out of his pocket and said earnestly, "I hope the two elders and sister-in-law can understand. Because Brother Jingnan's farewell letter was discovered at the same time as those of the other brothers and holds significant historical value, the original is currently preserved in the military museum. If you wish to go see it, you can notify the town at any time and go view it. The one in my hand right now is a high-definition photocopy version, photographed with a camera, and it is also Brother Jingnan's own handwriting." Chen Xian respectfully handed the farewell letter over with both hands. However, Grandpa Zhou and Su Fang did not dare to reach out. Looking at that letter, their tears couldn't stop. Chen Xian shifted his gaze to a young man of 17 or 18 standing aside and said, "Young man, you are Zhou Jingnan's son, right? Do you know how to read? Take it and read it out to them." Because Zhou Jingnan went to join the army when Zhou Liren was only 1 or 2 years old and never returned, only sending back some military pay. Ever since birth, Zhou Liren had never seen his father. All his memories of his father were depicted through the words of his grandparents and mother, as well as the letters his father mailed back every year. However, deep down in his heart, Zhou Liren still deeply respected this hero father. Suppressing his excited emotions, he took the letter. Seeing the familiar handwriting on it, he could no longer hold back, and tears poured down with a splash. First arranging for the two elderly people to sit down, Zhou Liren then adjusted his emotions and began to recite the contents of the letter. Chen Xian stood in front of his motorized tricycle, not daring to go closer to listen. Just reading this letter back then had broken his heart into pieces. If he were to listen to the martyr's son reciting it in person now, Chen Xian was afraid he would directly collapse. Chen Xian had always known that he was a person with fragile emotions, especially unable to bear such scenes of life and death separations. Sure enough, from far away, he could hear the heartbreaking cries coming from inside the house. That kind of emotion, finding out more than a decade later that back then, their son and husband still kept them constantly in mind at that moment, finally allowed them to unleash all the emotions they had suppressed deep in their hearts for over a decade. After a while, Zhou Liren walked out of the house. Seeing Chen Xian, he ran over, dropped to both knees, and prepared to kowtow. Chen Xian quickly stepped forward to support Zhou Liren and said seriously, "Young man, we are in New China now, and this isn't practiced anymore. Don't make me break the discipline." Zhou Liren said excitedly, "Comrade Chen, I heard from Deputy County Magistrate Huang that my dad's farewell letter was discovered by you. You are the great benefactor of our family, and I don't even know how to thank you." Chen Xian patted Zhou Liren's shoulder and said, "Little Zhou, your dad is a hero, and a hero's deeds should not be obliterated. Even if I hadn't discovered them, these farewell letters would see the light of day sooner or later. You don't need to thank me, on the contrary, I should thank your dad. If it weren't for people like them who dared to fight and struggle, how could we have the good life we have today?" Chen Xian's words greatly comforted Zhou Liren, and the surrounding township cadres secretly praised in their hearts that the city leaders really spoke with a high level of eloquence. Chen Xian pacified Zhou Liren with a couple of sentences, then went to the back of the motorized tricycle, opened the cargo bed, and said, "Little Zhou, come, help move this together. This is the compensation given by the state to you, the martyr's family." Zhou Liren wiped his tears and walked over to the motorized tricycle. When he saw the things on it, he couldn't help widening his eyes. "Comrade Chen, are these all for our family? This is way too much." Chapter 85, I will make the decision. 50 gene of white rice, 50 gene of white flour, 50 gene of cornmeal, 20 gene of pork, 30 gene of vermicelli, and 2 10-gene buckets of soybean oil. In addition to these items, there was also a bolt of blue cotton fabric, towels, soap, cloth shoes, socks, and other daily necessities. Looking at these piles of goods that filled nearly half the kitchen, the members of the Zhou family were completely dumbfounded. In the past, they received care packages sent by town staff every year, but this was simply too exaggerated. Grandpa Zhou rubbed his hands, looked at Chen Xian and the county government leaders with a face full of surprise, and asked, "Leaders, isn't this a bit too much? Are these really all for us?" Deputy County Magistrate Huang glanced at Chen Xian, smiled, and said, "Grandpa Zhou, these are all retroactive care packages issued by the country to commend the martyr Zhou Jingnan. You can rest assured and accept them." With Deputy County Magistrate Huang's words, Grandpa Zhou's family finally set their minds at ease. However, only Zhou Liren gave Chen Xian a deep look. Although Zhou Liren was not old, he was meticulous and observant. He noticed some eye contact between Chen Xian and Deputy County Magistrate Huang. Most importantly, he knew that although his father was great, he was ultimately just an ordinary martyr. Such a huge amount of care packages far exceeded what was normal. Yet, Zhou Liren had no idea where these extra care packages actually came from. "Liren, Liren." Just at that moment, a girl's shout came from outside. Hearing this, Zhou Liren's face flushed slightly. Grandpa Zhou smiled and said, "Xiao Hua is calling you. Go and see what's going on." Zhou Liren scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly, nodded to Chen Xian and the town mayor, and then trotted out. Seeing the puzzled looks of Chen Xian and Deputy County Magistrate Huang, Su Fang tucked back a strand of hair and said, "County Magistrate, Comrade Chen, that's our Liren's partner from the neighboring village. The two kids grew up playing together, and now they fancy each other and want to get married next year." Both the town mayor and Chen Xian smiled and offered a few words of congratulations. This was truly a joyous occasion. "What did you say? How much money does your dad want?" Suddenly, Zhou Liren's incredulous voice came from outside. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, walked quickly out of the house, and happened to see the girl covering her face and running away in tears. Zhou Liren reached out his hand, but did not chase after her. The others also walked out of the house. Su Fang trotted over to Zhou Liren, looked at her son's lost and dejected appearance, and hurriedly asked, "Liren, what's wrong?" Zhou Liren's eyes were somewhat dazed as he muttered, "Xiao Hua just said her dad wants 50 yuan for the betrothal gift, otherwise he'll marry her off to their village chief's son. Mom, what should I do?" Covering his face, Zhou Liren squatted on the ground and burst into heavy tears. 50 yuan was not a small sum of money even for a city dweller. Although an ordinary worker's monthly salary was 35 yuan, after factoring in food, clothing, housing, and transportation, saving a few yuan a month was already difficult. In some families, 35 yuan wasn't even enough to survive. You must know that in the city, the standard for extremely impoverished households was 5 yuan a month. For a family of 3 relying solely on one worker's basic salary, saving 50 yuan would take at least a year or two. As for ordinary families in the village, it was even more difficult, especially in a situation like the Zhou families, where the 2 elderly people basically lacked labor capacity, and the family's entire income relied solely on Su Fang and Zhou Liren farming. Every year, there was almost no surplus for the family, and they barely scraped by relying on the county's monthly subsidies for Zhou Jingnan. Hearing that the other party wanted 50 yuan, Su Fang was completely dumbfounded. She hadn't expected Xiaohua's father to do such a thing. A few days ago, when both sides met, the talk went very well, and they said at the time that 5 yuan for the betrothal gift would be enough. 5 yuan was something the Zhou family could afford. 50 yuan, unless they sold all these subsidies sent by the country today. But these were things exchanged for Zhou Jingnan's very life, how could they bear to sell them? Just at that moment, Chen Xian walked quickly to the side of Zhou Jingnan, pulled out 10 crimson 5 yuan Great Unity banknotes from his pocket, and smiled as he said, "Look at this, I could forget something so big. Deputy County Magistrate Huang, you didn't even remind me. I almost made a huge mistake. Little Zhou, this is 50 yuan reissued by the country because we have your father's handwritten suicide letter. Keep it safe." Looking at those 10 crimson 5 yuan Great Unity banknotes, Zhou Liren looked at Chen Xian with teary eyes, but did not reach out his hand. Even Su Fang could tell that this money was definitely not given by the country. Without a word of dissent, Chen Xian stuffed the money into Zhou Liren's arms and said solemnly, "Little Zhou, the country is currently going through a difficult period and cannot give you too much money, but you must accept these 50 yuan. The country can never just watch a hero shed blood and tears. Comrade Chen, this money, I..." Zhou Liren choked up and couldn't speak, but firmly handed the money back. "I can't take this money, Comrade Chen. I know this is your kind intention, but I really can't take it." Chen Xian looked at Zhou Liren with considerable admiration, turned his head to look at Su Fang, and said, "Sister-in-law, little Zhou has been brought up very well, but you must take this money whether you want it or not." As he spoke, Chen Xian pulled Zhou Liren by the arm, walked over to his three-wheeler, put Zhou Liren onto it, sat in the driver's seat himself, and said to Su Fang, "Sister-in-law, I'll accompany little Zhou to propose marriage. I'll make the decision on this matter. Deputy County Magistrate Huang, please wait for me here for a moment, I'll be right back." Everyone watched as the three-wheeler chugged away toward the neighboring village, looking at each other in dismay. Su Fang also couldn't help covering her mouth, her eyes filled with gratitude and joy. The two villages were not far apart, only a few hundred meters away. Xiaohua was extremely heartbroken. She trotted all the way back to the village, squatted under the large tree at the entrance of the village, and sobbed bitterly. She hated her father. Why wasn't he willing to let her and brother Liren be together? Just for that bit of betrothal gift, he insisted on marrying her off to the village chief's rascal son. "Little sister Xiaohua, why are you here all by yourself? What are you crying for? In a couple of days when you marry over, you'll have white flour steamed buns to eat every day. Come, let big brother give you a hug." Xiaohua raised her head in terror and saw a ruffian-like young man grinning evilly as he wanted to hug her. Frightened, Xiaohua stumbled and sat down on the ground. "Don't come over. Don't come over." The chugging sound of a three-wheeler came from afar. Jing Sangu raised his head in some confusion and just happened to see a three-wheeler drive into the village. Just as he was wondering who this three-wheeler was here to find, a sturdy figure leaped down from the cargo bed and rushed straight toward him with bloodshot eyes. "Yo, isn't this the Zhou bastard who didn't have a father since he was little? What are you here for?" Hearing Jing Sangu's words, Chen Xian, who originally wanted to watch the commotion, rushed down from the motorized tricycle like an enraged lion, grabbed Jing Sangu's collar with one hand, lifted him over his head with a single hand, and said fiercely, "Bastard, what did you just say? Do you dare say it again?" Zhou Liren looked at Chen Xian's back in front of him, his heart feeling as if it had been heavily slammed by something. Ever since he was young, he didn't have a father, and whenever he saw others playing with their fathers, he felt extremely envious. Jing Sangu wasn't the only one who called him a fatherless bastard like that. Every time he heard such words, Zhou Liren would get into a fistfight with the other person, but because his body was frail and weak, he basically always came back beaten black and blue. When his family asked him what happened, he wouldn't say anything, always holding this resentment pent up inside his heart. Today, seeing Chen Xian stand up for him without hesitation, Zhou Liren's body trembled slightly with excitement. "You smelly soldier, put down my son. What the hell kind of person are you?" With a furious roar, a broad-shouldered, burly man rushed over from afar holding a rake, his face contorted with ferocious flesh. Behind him followed more than a dozen young men, who looked to be his nephews and relatives, one by one cursing and swearing, showing no regard for Chen Xian's military uniform. "What do you want to do? Storming active-duty soldiers, are you all counter-revolutionaries?" Chen Xian sneered fearlessly, grabbing Jing Sangu's collar with one hand. Upon hearing those three words, counter-revolutionaries, there was a trace of evasion in these people's eyes. They knew very well the severity of this charge. In fact, someone in their village had once been dragged away and executed by firing squad precisely because of this charge. The village chief leading them, Jing Tiehu, spat a mouthful of thick phlegm onto the ground and said disdainfully, "Toads yawning, you sure have a big mouth. Clearly, you ran into our village to bully the kind and honest, and wanted to harm my son, yet you still dare to frame us as counter-revolutionaries. Do you believe that we can beat you to death right now, bury you somewhere, and no one the hell would know you died here? Hurry up and put my son down." What Jing Tiehu said made Chen Xian narrow his eyes. Beating someone to death and burying them somewhere, ordinary people wouldn't be able to say such words even when making fierce threats. Unless he had truly done such a thing before. Looking at Jing Tiehu's overbearing attitude, Chen Xian understood that even if he forked out 50 yuan for the betrothal gift today, there would still be massive turmoil in little Zhou's future marriage. Since that was the case, he might as well resolve this matter once and for all. Chen Xian casually released Jing Sangu's collar. Jing Sangu crashed to the ground like a dead dog, panting heavily, and looked at Chen Xian with murderous intent in his eyes. Just now when he was grabbed by the collar and lifted up, he almost thought he was going to breathe his last. Jing Sangu casually picked up half a brick from the ground, stood up, and was about to smash it onto Chen Xian's head. Be careful. Seeing this, Zhou Liren was just about to step forward when he saw Chen Xian deliver an unreasonable low blow, directly hitting Jing Sangu's crotch. Jing Sangu was actually kicked so hard by Chen Xian that both legs left the ground, and he landed on the ground in a standard duck-sit posture, writhing on the ground like a maggot, in so much pain that he couldn't even let out a scream. Chen Xian also slowly retracted his leg, looked at the dumbfounded villagers opposite him, and chuckled. You all saw it, he was the one who wanted to ambush me. I couldn't help it either. Who told his positioning to be so good? I couldn't hold myself back. Seeing his son kicked into such a wretched state, Jing Tiehu's eyes instantly bloodshot with rage, and he roared. You smelly soldier, you're dead. With that, Jing Tiehu raised the rake and rushed forward, thrusting it straight down toward Chen Xian's head. Chen Xian's reaction was extremely fast. With a step forward and a flying kick, Jing Tiehu's hands went limp, the ferocity on his face vanished, replaced by extreme agony. Clutching his crotch, he slowly collapsed onto the ground. Seeing this scene, Jing Tiehu's clansmen and nephews also turned red-eyed, and one after another rushed over holding their weapons. Zhou Liren blocked Xiao Hua behind him, his eyes wide as he watched Chen Xian stroll leisurely through the crowd like taking a casual walk, taking down one with a kick and one with a slap. In less than a minute, those dozen or so aggressive members of the Jing family were all lying on the ground. The commotion here had long since alarmed the people of Jing village. Seeing their family members knocked to the ground, that group of elderly women also turned red-eyed and rushed forward gritting their teeth. Chen Xian unhurriedly drew the newly issued Type 54 pistol from his waist, raised it directly over his head, and fired with a loud bang. The gunshot was piercing and also deterred this group of women. I advise you all to back off. These active counter-revolutionaries are storming active-duty soldiers. Their crimes are not small, but their crimes do not warrant death. If you continue to storm and force me to shoot, then by that time, things will blow up, and your entire village will be in deep trouble. Although there were quite a few members of the Jing family in this village, not many people shared the exact same mindset as Jing Tiehu. Hearing these words, many people turned around and went back home, leaving behind only the family members of those lying on the ground who hadn't left. A few minutes later, the sound of bicycles rang out from behind. It was Deputy County Magistrate Huang and the others who had heard the gunshot and immediately rushed over. Deputy County Magistrate Huang was completely dumbfounded when he saw this situation. Comrade Chen, what is going on here? Chen Xian said coldly. Deputy County Magistrate Huang, I now seriously suspect that the village chief of this village is an active counter-revolutionary. Not only did he slander the family members of revolutionary martyrs, but he also gathered a mob to storm active-duty soldiers. Look at those weapons on the ground. If I didn't know a few moves, I probably would have been beaten to death here by them. Deputy County Magistrate Huang looked at the group of Jing family members on the ground clutching their crotches, wailing or fainting, and couldn't help muttering inwardly. Who is storming whom here? Can you even turn the words around like that? However, Deputy County Magistrate Huang was also unwilling to offend Chen Xian, as he had heard of Chen Xian's great reputation, and immediately said with a stern face. Comrade Chen, leave this matter to me to handle. I will definitely investigate thoroughly what is going on with this Jing family. Chen Xian sneered, didn't speak, but got on his motorized tricycle and started circling around Jing village. Deputy County Magistrate Huang was utterly bewildered watching this, and the others were also baffled. Jing Tiehu, lying on the ground, gritted his teeth and said, Deputy County Magistrate Huang, I want to report him. This soldier came in and beat us for no reason at all. Look at what they've beaten us into. Jing Sangu on the side cried out even more. Dad, stop talking. Quickly send me to the hospital, I feel like my lower parts are shattered. Hearing this, Jing Tiehu's face turned completely dark. He only had this one precious son. If his lower parts were ruined, the Jing family's lineage would be cut off. Deputy County Magistrate Huang was also somewhat angry in his heart. This Chen Xian was simply too arrogant. Even if these people were in the wrong, you couldn't strike so ruthlessly. Everyone was a man. With a kick like that, chances were his lower half of life would be completely ruined. Chapter 87, Municipal Bureau personnel arrive. Beep, beep, beep. Human skeletal remains detected underground 5 meters ahead to the east. Chen Xian's motorized tricycle drove a circle around the village, and when it finally reached a set of 3 large, blue brick tile-roofed houses that looked different from the others, the radar finally sounded an alarm. A cold smirk appeared at the corner of Chen Xian's mouth. No matter how cunning a fox you are, you can't escape the detection of my good radar. Chen Xian jumped down from the motorized tricycle and kicked the front gate wide open. Two large dogs inside lunged straight at him. With Chen Xian's unreasonable combo moves, one kick sent a dog flying, and one slap put another dog to sleep. Seeing Chen Xian's fierce and reckless behavior, the village chief's wife inside the house was so scared that she immediately burrowed under the covers and didn't dare show her head. Having pinpointed the spot, Chen Xian picked up a shovel in the courtyard and began shoveling vigorously. Seeing from afar that Chen Xian had rushed into his home, Zheng Tiehu forced himself to stand up and shouted angrily. Deputy County Magistrate Huang, take a look. This is pure bandit behavior, directly storming into my house to smash and loot. Are you just going to turn a blind eye to this? If you won't handle it, call my older brother and let him handle it. Town Head Huang was also somewhat angry in his heart. Chen Xian's actions were indeed going too far. Of course, Zheng Tiehu's older brother, Zheng Tailong, was also a deputy county magistrate and concurrently served as the Public Security Bureau director, ranking even higher than him in the county. Deputy County Magistrate Huang ran over in a fluster. Seeing that Chen Xian was digging up the ground in the backyard of the Zheng family, he shouted angrily. Comrade Chen Xian, do you know what you are doing? Do you no longer want to wear that uniform of yours? Chen Xian didn't answer and continued digging into the earth vigorously. Deputy County Magistrate Huang no longer cared about Chen Xian's deep background. This was his jurisdiction after all, and he couldn't sit by and watch Chen Xian continue to act so arrogant and domineering. He strode directly up to Chen Xian and barked. Stop right there. You cannot keep going down the wrong path. Call it quits. Chen Xian raised his head, glanced at Deputy County Magistrate Huang, and said with a smile. Are you trying to say that the people outside are all members of the Zheng family? Deputy County Magistrate Huang, come take a look at this first. What is this? Chen Xian motioned for Deputy County Magistrate Huang to come and see what was inside the pit. Deputy County Magistrate Huang glanced at it dismissively, and then his eyes widened in shock. They were bones, human skeletal remains. This was the backyard of Zheng Tiehu's house, and he distinctly remembered that this new house of the Zheng family was built 3 years ago. He had even come to celebrate back then. If there were skeletal remains here, it would have been impossible not to notice them when building the house. Deputy County Magistrate Huang, there is more than one set of skeletal remains here. This village chief Zheng is definitely no good. Deputy County Magistrate Huang felt his scalp go numb. He looked at Chen Xian and asked. Comrade Chen, what do you suggest we do? Chen Xian patted the dust off his hands and said. Call the Dongqing Sub-Bureau immediately and have them personally send someone to take over this matter. Mention my name, it carries weight. Make sure not to alert your county public security bureau. If the news leaks, Deputy County Magistrate Huang, you will be the one taking the blame. Deputy County Magistrate Huang thought about it and realized that this matter would also bring him immense benefits. So he immediately came out, personally rode his bicycle back, and went to make the phone call. Seeing Deputy County Magistrate Huang emerge from his house and leave on his bicycle with an ugly expression, Zheng Tiehu also smiled and said. Look at how pissed that bastard made Deputy County Magistrate Huang, he must have gone back to fetch reinforcements. Damn it, how dare he mess with me, Zheng Tiehu. Even if he's a soldier, I'm not afraid of him. When my brother arrives, we'll drag this bastard back and interrogate him properly. Dad, stop bragging and hurry up and take me to the hospital. I seriously feel like everything down there is shattered. Zheng Tiehu hurriedly got up, enduring the pain to help his son to his feet. Just as he was about to find someone to take them to the hospital, he saw Chen Xian walk up to them and say coldly. Lie back down and wait, or I'll give you another kick. Zheng Tiehu couldn't help but squeeze his legs together. Not daring to resist, he could only support his son against a tree and whisper. Son, endure it a little longer. When your uncle gets here, I'll have him cut off that bastard's lower parts to avenge you. Zheng Sango's eyes were starting to glaze over. Chen Xian's kick had driven him to a state between extreme agony and ecstasy. Half an hour later, several jeeps came roaring over. Zheng Tiehu was so excited he could hardly contain himself, thinking that Zheng Tailong had brought people over. However, when he saw the license plates of these vehicles, a hesitant expression appeared on his face. He had never seen these license plates before, and besides, since when did the County Public Security Bureau have so many jeeps? Over a dozen public security police officers stepped out of the cars. The leading man saw Chen Xian and said with a chuckle, "Little Chen, long time no see." Seeing this person, Chen Xian was also startled inwardly. He quickly strode over, extended his hand with a smile, and said, "Director Zhou, why did you even come personally?" Zhou Weilai, the director of the Dongqing Sub-Bureau, chuckled, shook hands with Chen Xian, and said with a smile, "As soon as I heard the other party say you were the one who invited us, I guess there must be a major case here. Tell me, what kind of major case is it?" Chen Xian glanced at the bewildered Jing Tiehu and said, "A murder case, and there's more than one victim. If I guessed correctly, this man right here is the mastermind." Two public security officers behind Zhou Weilai immediately stepped forward and pinned Jing Tiehu down. Jing Tiehu struggled and roared, "You can't frame me. I didn't kill anyone. My older brother is Jing Tailong, the director of the County Public Security Bureau. You can't wrong me." Upon hearing this, Zhou Weilai laughed and said, "No wonder you didn't go to the County Public Security Bureau, turns out you were afraid of leaking the news. I suppose this Director Zheng should have caught wind of it by now too. Shall we wait for him?" Chen Xian shrugged indifferently and said, "Let's wait then. If he doesn't come, we won't be able to put on such a grand show." Leading his men and escorting Jing Tiehu, Zhou Weilai arrived at the backyard of the Jing family, while all the other people were kept under strict guard by the public security officers. When he saw the large pit dug open in the backyard, Jing Tiehu's head felt like it was about to explode. How on earth was this discovered? Only he and his older brother Jing Tailong knew about this matter, not even his wife and son knew that bodies were buried here. "Jing Tiehu, aren't you going to confess quickly? What the hell is going on here?" With an angry roar from Zhou Weilai, Jing Tiehu's legs turned to jelly and he dropped to his knees on the ground, covered in cold sweat. Only a single thought echoed in his mind, "Brother, save me." Jing Tiehu didn't have to wait much longer. A dozen minutes later, the leaders from the county all arrived. After waiting for the municipal bureau personnel to arrive, Deputy County Magistrate Huang finally reported the whole story to the party secretary and the county magistrate. Upon learning that such a major case had occurred under their jurisdiction and that it even involved Deputy Magistrate Zheng, the top two leaders of the county attached extreme importance to it. Deputy Magistrate Zheng had also received the notification and arrived together with the party secretary and the county magistrate. Of course, Jing Tailong didn't know what had happened, he was simply told that something had gone wrong in Jing village.